This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on Delhi Services Bill. The participants are K.V. Prasad, political analyst, and Ashwini Srivastava, journalist.
The Union Government on Tuesday tabled a contentious Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi Amendment Bill 2023 in the Lok Sabha, seeking to replace an ordinance related to the control of services in the national capital. According to the bill, all transfer and postings of senior officers in the Delhi government will be done by a 3-member committee headed by the Delhi Chief Minister. K.V. Prasad sir, what are some of the key features of this bill that has become a rallying point between the Delhi government and the central government?
The government of India, when it moved the bill in Lok Sabha today, it very clearly states in the statement of objects and reasons. It says that Delhi, being the capital of India, is administered by the President directly under Article 239A of the Constitution. And thereby it goes on to explain as to why it is important for the Union government in particular to work and make sure that the administrative and the governance of NCT is of the highest possible standards. So as you said, of course, we all know that there was a reference to the Supreme Court and there was a decision taken by the Honorable Supreme Court in this regard. And subsequently, the ordinance was issued by the Government of India in May. And now that is the order. The bill which was moved in Lok Sabha today is to replace that ordinance. And of course, it comes with a couple of changes from what the original bill contained. We can speak on that as we go along. But end of the day, it looks like basically what the Government of India says in the bill is that Delhi is a place where, you have foreign diplomatic missions, international constitutional bodies, Supreme Court, high dignitaries of other nations come to Delhi to pay official visits. So it's a national capital and thereby it wants to have a say in the transfer and postings, as you said, of the officers who work with the Delhi government but primarily belong to the All India Services.
And questions are also being raised on its timing as well. Why this bill now? And both Delhi Chief Minister and LG have been at loggerheads over different issues, especially the ones related to the transfer and posting of civil servants. Anything on the timing? Why this bill is important now?
See, if you look at the larger context, of course, we all know that this timing was probably because in the May 2nd week we had the Supreme Court judgment and then May 19th was an ordinance. I think as India is preparing, and Delhi, the capital of the country, is preparing to host the G20, I think the government wants to make sure that every arrangement is perfect and India plays a perfect host. And probably that is one reason when you look at the time of bringing the services under it so that there is no confusion, if one were to say so, in any of the orders that the central government wants to implement and make sure that Delhi plays a perfect host to the world leaders when they come to Delhi. That probably is one way of looking at it. But in the larger context, if you look at it, as you mentioned, there has been a tug of war, a verbal duel between the Delhi Chief Minister, who's also gone around the country trying to rally support against the bill that has come up in the Lok Sabha. It's also a political battle between an Aam Aadmi Party government in Delhi and the central government, of course, of a different dispensation. It's a mix of these which I look at it.
Right. Also, Delhi Chief Minister along with Aam Aadmi Party ruled Punjab state's Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann had visited most non-BJP ruled states and met opposition leaders seeking their support to oppose this legislation. How do you see this step?
Well, I think it is natural for the Aam Aadmi Party to try and garner support. It's a political party. It has governments in two places, Delhi being a union territory. In other words, it's a statehood but doesn't have full powers of a state. But Punjab is a full-fledged state. And having won just about a year, Punjab government, Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann and as you mentioned, Arvind Kejriwal, the Chief Minister of Delhi, are trying to get political support. And some of it looks like manifested in what we saw in Bangalore conclave of opposition leaders. If you just go back 1 month before the Bangalore conclave happened, Mr. Kejriwal was at Patna when the first meeting took place. But there, the issue of his seeking support took a back seat, primarily because of the priorities of other political parties were totally different. Subsequently, with the Congress coming on board, so to say, just on the eve of the monsoon session, offering its support to stand with the Aam Aadmi Party when the bill comes up in Parliament, changed the mood. And then, let us not forget, in less than a year's time, the country will be headed for Lok Sabha elections. So, political battle lines are being drawn. And Aam Aadmi Party and this ordinance bill will probably be one test of such battle formations if I were to look at in terms of political terms.
The bill seeks to create an authority that would be National Capital Civil Services Authority for transfer and posting of senior officers in the Delhi government. And if I can read the statement of object and reasons of the bill, it very clearly says that a permanent authority that would be the National Capital Civil Services Authority will be headed by the Chief Minister of Delhi along with the Chief Secretary, Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi, and the Principal Secretary, Home, the Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi. This would be the body that would look after the transfer and posting, but the final say would rest with the LG. So, in a way, elected government of Delhi will not have any say in transfer and posting of bureaucrats who would eventually be working for the people of Delhi.
Well, that is the whole core issue that the Aam Aadmi Party is trying to convey, that an elected government in Delhi may not have control over the bureaucrats who will be posted or attached to the government of Delhi. That being the case, they are saying, but of course the central government, as you said, the statement of object reasons makes it very amply clear. In fact, we also heard the Parliamentary Affairs Minister when he spoke outside Parliament, when he said that it follows in lines of many other countries where the national capital is located in a particular area or in a particular state. So there are different rules that govern that particular administrative structure differently. So it is modeled after all such things. But then that is where the battle is all about. And I think what we are going to look at is this particular provision is what is the core of the issue. And as we mentioned, the Civil Service Authority, it's a 3-member body. The Chief Minister is part of it and 2 bureaucrats. So that's where the change would happen. And the provisions of the bill, it clearly says the quorum for this will be 2. Meaning which, suppose if the Chief Minister were not present, the other 2 members of the authority will be a valid quorum. So that this has taken into account a possible political move, if at all such a thing is envisaged. Even otherwise, it's a voting. So in a 3-member body, a voting would take place whichever way the vote goes, and finally it goes up for the review at the LG's level, who obviously holds the office there. So I think all these works into it. The tussle is just about begin. There is an ordinance in place, and once the bill replaces the ordinance, we might see a fresh round of political tug of war.
And there are claims and counter-claims in favor and against this. Home Minister Amit Shah on Tuesday said that the constitution allows Parliament to make laws for Delhi, and remarks made against it are political with no basis. Similarly, the AAP said that the bill to replace the Delhi Services Ordinance, the most undemocratic piece of paper ever tabled in Parliament. How do you see such an exchange of political charges?
Well, we know, as we were talking about from the beginning of the program, this has become a contentious bill, largely because of different political parties hold the governance structure in different places. And the particular constitutional provision, as you mentioned, is the 239A of the Constitution, which provides for the special provisions in respect of the Union Territory of Delhi. So obviously, that is a clause that has been invoked in the very statement of object and reasons you also mentioned. But that's where the political battle is all about, the Delhi Act. Now remember, the numbers in Lok Sabha are very clear. The BJP-led NDA enjoys a very clear majority, so there's no issue. The whole political battle that Aam Aadmi Party is trying to make into is to try and see if it can stall the bill from being passed in Rajya Sabha. So it's a political battle that Aam Aadmi Party is trying to get.
Interestingly, the bill removes a provision in the ordinance that previously prevented the Delhi Assembly from making laws concerning state public services and state public service commission. Section 3A, which was added through an ordinance, said that the Delhi Assembly won't have the power to make laws related to services. This has now been taken out of the bill. Instead, the bill now concentrates on Article 239AA, which you also mentioned, which empowers the centre to establish this new authority, that is, the National Capital Civil Services Authority. How do you see this removal of this key clause?
Well, I think that could be a particular anomaly that must have crept into it, because the Delhi Assembly primarily, as we know, has limited powers, and especially the State Public Service Commission and the State Public Service falls primarily under the Delhi government, because it's not just the All India services who are working in Delhi. There are a lot of Delhi state government employees who are employed directly by the government of Delhi, now known as the NCT of Delhi. There, all the policies and programs and all the rules and regulations that are formulated are in place, are primarily made by the Legislative Assembly of Delhi. So I think that probably has been kind of corrects that particular thing, what you mentioned, the removal of the provision of 3A and concentration of 239A, which actually looks at the All India services. Because even in the original act, the Indian Police Service was not part of it. I think this probably corrects that anomaly which might have crept in at the time of the ordinance, and also in the light of whatever has discussion that must have taken place in the last few months.
The bill is also said to dilute provisions under Section 45D, which deals with appointing chairperson and members of various authorities, boards, commissions and statutory bodies in Delhi. It removes the requirement for orders or directions of ministers regarding proposals or matters to be referred to the central government before the LG and the chief minister. Now the bill introduces a new provision stating that the lieutenant governor will now make appointments to boards and commissions formed by the Delhi government based on a list of names recommended by the new National Capital Civil Services Authority. The list will also include the Delhi chief minister's recommendations. How do you see this?
Well, once again, if we all know that many of these boards and corporations and commissions have been places occupied by the people who belong to the political party which has the government of the day. This again would have in the larger context, they feel, because there's a statutory body which has control over certain segments or certain matter of governance. Again, that commission and that statutory authority or various body would have an element. So I think this is again a battle. That's what Mr. Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party in government in Delhi is trying to rally around, that it has no power to appoint anybody to the statutory bodies or various authorities or the boards and commissions. So I guess this forms the same pattern it is trying to portray and build a perception around.
Right. And how do you see the numbers in the parliament for its successful passage?
As I just mentioned, even in the Rajya Sabha, the numbers do add up. I would describe it as the government had a working majority, and the opposition's best attempt would to try and bolster the numbers to an extent where it can seem to challenge the bill from coming close to the brink of defeat. But that's not going to happen clearly, because we already hear, what we heard is probably a political party may abstain, which means the numbers come down in terms of voting percentages, that the majority mark changes the number of people present in voting, number one. Number two, some regional parties are willing to support the government on this bill. So that changes the complexion to bringing more numbers to the already higher numbers with the BJP-led NDA. So I think the government will have to work, of course, make sure that all the promises that leaders have made, their members do turn up and come up and vote. On the other side also, opposition also has its own share of problems, because some members are seniors, one or two we heard are not keeping good health. So whether they are able to come to the house to come and vote or are they come, all those are, of course, when we know when the voting takes place, we have some time. But as it appears at this point of time, there's very little obstruction in the way for this bill to replace the ordinance and become act.
Will this also give opportunity for the opposition leaders to prove their alliance, show of unity or their strength in the House?
Yes, certainly, Ashwini. The opposition would like to try and use this occasion, or rather demonstrate its sense of purpose, or coming together on an issue on which they all promise to stand together with Aam Aadmi Party. So even though the numbers may not add up enough to stall the progression of the bill in terms of becoming a law, it will kind of give you a reality check as to who's standing with you on the issue on which they all decided to work together. So that will be a demonstration of that.
How do you see the opposition contention, especially the Delhi government contention, that it dilutes the power of the elected government?
Well, I think that has been, as I said, principal argument which has been arguing from day one. Probably that is it took to the Supreme Court, challenged it there. It had a decision, the Delhi government decision won, and immediately there was some action, if you remember. But I think this is a long-drawn discussion and debate that will begin now. And once the bill becomes an act, obviously there will be a fresh round of discussion, and the debate probably will start afresh.
So now the bill has been introduced, and it would be interesting to see the outcome of the debate on it. Thank you, K.V. Prasad sir, for talking to us and explaining in detail different matters related to this important bill.
Thank you.
You were listening to a discussion on Delhi Services Bill. The participants were K.V. Prasad, political analyst, and Ashwini Srivastava, journalist. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on Air Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on the highlights of GST Council meeting. The participants are A.K. Bhattacharya, economic analyst, and Sonu Sood, anchor.
Less than a month after the GST Council's 50th meeting on July 11, the 51st meeting of the Council was held today virtually, led by Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. To discuss the various nuances of this meeting, we have with us economic expert Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. Mr. Bhattacharya, welcome to Akashvani.
Thank you.
Mr. Bhattacharya, can you tell us about the main objective of the meeting which was held today and what has been the major outcome of the meeting?
Well, the main objective of this meeting, as you rightly pointed out, that it has happened so soon after the last meeting. Normally, GST Council meetings don't take place so frequently. The primary purpose of this meeting was to resolve the doubts and a little bit of uncertainty in the minds of the online gaming industry over the decision of the 50th GST Council to tax online betting and gaming and casinos and gambling at 28% on their face value of the entire prize money. Now, the industry had been saying that 28% rate would drive business away and it will push online gaming participants to other geographies outside India. So they preferred a GST tax which is slightly lower, and also they preferred that the GST tax on gaming and betting should not be on the face value but on the gross gaming revenue. Essentially, gross gaming revenue is the amount which does not include the prize money that is distributed. So therefore, if it is 18% or 28% over gross gaming revenue, the tax incidence is less. But if 18% or 28% is on the face value, obviously the tax incidence goes up because face value includes both the contribution money by the participants as well as the prize money that is distributed to the winner. So this was the major bone of contention. So what happened today at the GST Council meeting, as explained very eloquently by the finance minister, is that there were some dissenting voices from a few states. I think the government of Delhi wanted entire issue to be referred to a group of ministers. But two states which are considered to be online gaming capitals, Sikkim and Goa, both the states said that they are not opposed to the idea of the tax rate going up from 18 to 28%, but they want even the higher tax rate to be levied not on the face value, but on the gross gaming revenue. Now, what the finance minister and the GST Council decided was that if the 28% of tax on gross gaming revenue would effectively mean a tax rate of 11 to 12%. So it is not even near the 18% rate that earlier was being talked about. And if it had remained 18% on the gross gaming revenue, then the effective rate of collection would be 7 to 8%. So on that issue, even though there were dissenting voices, but the states obviously did not go in for any voting on this. They understood and they decided that they will go along with it. So there is no change in the way the 28% online gaming tax will be levied. It will be levied on the face value. Only one change that was announced, which was that a review will take place after 6 months from the date of the new tax rates are in force. There is one more important decision that was announced, which is that whatever is the entry point prize money that a participant enters, the tax will be levied on that. The tax will not be levied on the subsequent gains that a participant makes on that entry value. So if your primary entry level is 1,000 rupees, you will be taxed only at 1,000 rupees, not on subsequent gains that you make out of those 1,000 rupee investments that you make in online gaming. So these are the broad decisions.
So there were a lot of clarifications which came forth in today's meeting, a lot of questions, which is always there whenever a momentous decision is taken. A lot of questions had emerged after 50th Council meeting. So today you feel that, the way it was clarified, the difference between the tax on GGR and what it really translates into the net revenue tax, you feel that that has also brought forth the fact that actually the tax is not much. As the FM pointed out, effectively the tax, if you take GGR, it turns out to be less than the tax on many essential commodities.
Well, the finance minister and the government or the GST council, from their points of view, are justified in making that argument. But it is also a fact that there is always a difference between what is an effective rate of tax and what is the actual rate of tax. Even if you take the income tax or even if you take the corporation tax, the actual tax may be 26% or 23% in most cases, but the effective tax is lower because of the various tax rules and tax laws that are prevalent. So what is happening here is that in the effective tax rate for online gaming comes to around 11 to 12%, even though it is levied on 28% on the face value. So it's a legitimate question that should the effective tax rate should be even lower than the tax rate that is levied even on some of the essential goods. So I think, as I said, from the government's point of view, this is good argument. But from the industry's point of view, their argument is the principle of value-added taxation, which is that the gross gaming revenue does not tax the total amount, but only on the value-added amount, whereas on the face value, the taxation is on the entire amount. And the third point, I think the reason why the GST Council has opted for the face value concept for levying the 28% tax is also the ease of collecting the taxes. As the finance minister explained, that there is a lot of opacity or lack of clarity in the way the bid money is collected from participants, which is counted as the gross gaming revenue minus the prize money. Now, it is impossible for the tax administrator to go and monitor that what is the actual money which is collected. So there is a problem in administering the tax system if you follow the gross gaming revenue model. So for ease of collection, the face value, which is what the gaming company or the betting company declares, the tax is levied on that. Now, it is true that collecting the tax becomes easier, but the industry would argue that collecting the tax is not the industry's problem. Collecting the tax is the tax collector's problem. So, can there be a way out? And as the finance minister explained, the way out is that a review process is on, that 6 months later it will be reviewed and see whether any corrective decisions and action have to be taken. I personally feel that given the contentious nature of this entire taxation move, this is probably the best way out because a 6 months review is a good option. If it leads to exodus of online gaming from Indian geography to foreign countries and it is difficult to monitor internet-based games, then the government will clearly come in and undertake those reviews. So, given the situation, I would say that good compromise decision has been taken, wherein the tax rate has been retained with an opening offer that it will be reviewed after 6 months.
In fact, barring the dissenting voices of Delhi, Sikkim and Goa, all the other states, as the FM told us in the press conference, the other states felt that 3 years is a long time. The group of ministers has been working and deliberating on this issue for the last 3 years, and these states want immediate implementation. So, sir, what do you feel that enabling the provisions and amendments in the CGST, subsequent to which all the other states have to amend their state GSTs, how long will it take? And the 1st October, which has been kept as the target date, you think that will be met for implementation?
Well, let me say that this concern about delay is also driven by the fact that taxing a betting industry or taxing an online gaming industry is seen as an attack on an immoral industry, which is a sin industry. So therefore, politically, it wins you many brownie points. So there are many other taxation proposals which had seen delays of longer than 3 years. So the 3-year delay is mainly because it is an industry. If you tax it, you are seen as a good man doing a good thing. So that is the moral part of this entire thing. On the CGST, I think the central government is very clear that the CGST Act amendment will go through in the monsoon session itself. And there are many states which have said that they will go in through the ordinance route if it is necessary. My reading is that given the fact that there are many elections coming and government that declares that I have fought for raising tax on an industry, seem to be evil industry like online gaming to 28%, they will move it very fast. So I don't see much doubt. I don't see any uncertainty over its enforcement from October 1, 2023, as is the plan. So I think it will happen. Tamil Nadu, remember, is one state which has imposed a ban on this industry, and that ban has also been taken on board at today's meeting, wherein Tamil Nadu's declaring a ban will not come in conflict with the decision to tax this gaming. So Tamil Nadu will continue to be able to enforce the ban, and the taxes introduction will not mean that the ban takes away. So that is also a clarification that has come through at this meeting today.
And also the GST collections for July, they crossed 1,65,000 crore rupees. And we are seeing that there is a constant robustness in the GST collections. So you feel that decisions like these which took place today, were constantly, in both directions, we are moving. Wherever the need is felt, the taxes are being raised. Wherever the need is felt, the taxes are being reduced. We can hope for this robustness in total collections to be maintained in the future.
I think you are right that if you rationalize rates and if the economy is buoyant, these rationalization of rates will help in collection of higher duties. But with this specific betting online gaming industry, whatever the tax incidence is increased, remember that it will have an impact on the direct tax collections from this same industry under the corporation tax regime. Because if there is more tax outgo under GST from the online game players, then their margins and the profits will come down. So therefore, to that extent, their tax outgo on direct taxes will be less. So net, yes, there will be some incrementality, but it will not be a huge increase in the overall taxation revenue point of view. So actually, the center will probably lose a little bit of revenue on the corporation tax revenue as a result of lower profits of the online betting industry when the new tax regime comes into play.
And coming back to the question of ethics, definitely gaming, you would say, has the potential to become an addiction as we were discussing earlier, and that consideration also, emboldens this position.
There is no doubt that online gaming is an addictive game. It is something that can be very harmful for young Indians who engage in this activity, but it is also a fact that taxation is not the way to tackle an addiction. As we have seen that higher taxation on alcohol products has not led to a reduced consumption of alcohol in any country in the world. So therefore, using taxation to fight an evil industry has not been very, very effective. There needs to be better instruments, better methods and measures to tackle the menace of online gaming if it is harmful for young Indians. So I think, yes, it is a harmful game, but at the same time, higher taxation is not a way out.
So GST is a work in progress, and as you said that after 6 months of implementation, there will be a review again by the council to see how the reform is progressing. And we have seen all along that GST is a very, very flexible regime, which always amends itself and changes itself according to the requirements. Thank you so much for this discussion, Mr. Bhattacharya.
Thank you.
You were listening to a discussion on the highlights of GST Council meeting. The participants were A.K. Bhattacharya, Economic Analyst, and Sonu Sood, Anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on Digital Personal Data Protection Bill. The participants are Pavan Duggal, IT and law expert, and Rajesh Lake, anchor.
The Digital Personal Data Protection Bill 2023 is an important legislation that aims to safeguard the privacy and security of personal data in the digital realm. Questions related and to discuss the topic we have with us Dr. Pavan Duggal. Dr. Duggal, a warm welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be with you on your program.
What is the purpose of the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill and what are its main objectives?
India has been seeing a massive explosion in terms of its numbers on the internet and the digital format is concerned. Right from the time of 15th of August 1995, when internet was commercially introduced in the country, the passage of time, more and more Indians started coming onto the digital bandwagon. And though in the year 2000, the Indian government came across with the Indian Cyber Law, being the Information Technology Act 2000, it was primarily not a data protection law. It was a generic law that was supposed to grant legality to the digital format. Yes, it defined the data for the first time in the history of Indian legislative movement, but more significantly, it also provided various provisions for or governing data per se. But India still didn't have a dedicated data protection law. Over a period of time, as Indians started getting more and more busy with the online ecosystem, as they started generating more data, being global authors, global transmitters, and global broadcasters of data, there was a need felt that India must have a dedicated legal framework for regulating data at large. And it was in this context that journey of India started a few years back. It all really started with Justice Puttaswamy matter before the Supreme Court, when the Aadhaar Act and its constitutionality was being discussed, that the government informed the Supreme Court that it has appointed a committee for looking after and suggesting the way forward for a new approach on data protection. This was Justice B.N. Sri Krishna committee. The committee came up with its detailed report in December 2018 and also with the said report came up with a Personal Data Protection Bill draft 2018. Now, the government came up with certain recommendations being implemented in the form of a new draft Personal Data Protection Bill 2019, which was tabled before the Indian Parliament in December 19. However, because of the complexity of the bill, the Parliament referred it to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. The committee examined the said bill for almost 2 years and thereafter came up with its report in December 2021. And subsequent thereto, the government picked up some of those recommendations and came up with a draft Digital Personal Data Protection Bill 2022 and opened it up for public comments. The comments were received and the government examined those comments and pursuant thereto, the government has now come up with the draft Digital Personal Data Protection Bill 2023. The objective is very clear. India wants a new legislation so that the digital data ecosystem, specifically in the context of personal data, can be appropriately regulated. This is all the more so since the existing provisions of data protection of personal data under the Information Technology Act 2000 and the rules and regulations have not been effective enough with the passage of time. And that's the reason why this new legislation has been put in place. A lot of foreign players who are targeting India and who are sending the data to India were very, very concerned that India was a jurisdiction that was not having enough clarity on its legal approach for protection of personal data. We have to be mindful of the fact that way back in 2018, the European Union had already implemented the General Data Protection Regulation or the GDPR. The GDPR over a period of time became the de facto gold standard on the data protection at the global level. India was substantially inspired by the General Data Protection Regulation in its earlier versions and then subsequently as India started coming up with its own draft legislation, it started to customize the peculiar requirements that are peculiar to the context of the Indian ecosystem. So right now, this new legislation has now come to Lok Sabha. This bill seeks to learn from the various learnings and experiences that were experienced by the Indian data ecosystem stakeholders over the years and has then sought to come up with a broad, overarching legal framework on how to regulate specifically personal data in the Indian ecosystem.
So, in this learning, how is the bill defining the personal data and what types of data are protected under this legislation? Along with this, my question is about the key provisions in the bill related to the collection, storage, and processing of personal data by businesses and organizations.
First and foremost, this particular new bill, which is the DPDP Bill 2023, has come up with definitional clause under clause 2 of the said bill. And in therein, it's not only gone ahead and defined the data, but it has also gone ahead and defined the concept of personal data, where they have defined the personal data in section 2T of the DPDP bill to actually say that personal data means any data about an individual which is identifiable by or in relation to such data. So it's very clear that the ambit of this particular law is only pertaining to this personal data, which is about individuals who are identifiable by or in relation to such data. In this context, various clauses have been actually enshrined. Now, the bill particularly talks about different concepts. It talks about the concept of data principle, which is the person or the individual to whom the personal data relates to. And in case if the person or individual is a child below the age of 18 years, then it has to be his or her legal guardian. Further, it's also come up with the concept of a data fiduciary, which has been defined to mean any person who alone or in conjunction with other persons determines the purpose and means of processing of personal data. Further, it's also come up with another unique concept of a data processor. And the term data processor has been defined to mean any person who processes personal data on behalf of a data fiduciary. Now, once these fundamental concepts have been defined under the Indian DPDP bill, the bill then proceeds in Chapter Roman 2 to elaborate the various provisions pertaining to the obligations of a data fiduciary. And the fundamental principle on which this entire legislation is based is given in Section 4, where the grounds for processing personal data have been elaborated. So, in this particular legislation, the discretion has been given to a person to process the personal data of a data principle, but only in accordance with the provisions of the DPDP Bill 2023. And this has to be for a lawful purpose for which the data principal has given his or her consent, and also for certain legitimate purposes. So if you're collecting it for not any legitimate purpose, clearly your activities are outside the ambit of this new bill. This bill has also got main provisions in terms of elaborating the concept of notice to the data principal. So if I am a person about which the personal data sought to be collected, I need to be given a notice. So that notice will have to specify me that this is the personal data that we are about to collect, and this is the purpose for which the same is proposed to be processed. And the notice will also have to tell me the manner in which I, as a data principal, can exercise my rights under the law, and also tells me the manner how I, as a data principal, can make complaints to the board should I not be satisfied with this concept of notice per se. They have also come up with the concept of consent, and Section 6 of the DPDP Bill 23 talks of the fact that the consent given by a data principal shall have to be free, informed, unconditional, and unambiguous, with a clearly affirmative action, and shall signify an agreement to the processing of a person's personal data for the specified purposes, and be limited to such personal data as may be necessary for the specific purposes.
About the bill addressing the issue of consent, what about the data breach notification and the right to be forgotten?
Well, first and foremost, we need to appreciate that the concept of data breach notification is a concept that's existing under the Information Technology Act, specifically under the Information Technology Directions 2022. And not here per se. When I look at the scheme of the DPDP Bill 2023, I find that the bill is primarily concerned about elaborating the obligations of data fiduciaries, the rights and duties of data principals, coming up with special exemptions, and then has proposed the establishment of the Data Protection Board, has given its detailed powers, functions, and procedures, and has provided for an appellate mechanism as also an alternate dispute resolution mechanism for disputes. It is peculiarly important that this particular legislation talks about very heavy penalties, which monies have to be accredited to the government in the form of the Consolidated Fund of India, and has got certain miscellaneous provisions. So if you are, as a data stakeholder, trying to find out whether there are any provisions on data breach notification, then this legislation does not contain the same, for the very simple reason cyber security is defined already under Section 2 of the Information Technology Act 2000 by virtue of the insertions made by the Information Technology Amendment Act 2008. Further, under Section 87 of the Information Technology Act 2000, the government has been given various powers to come up with the rules and regulations pertaining to detection, investigation and prosecution of cybersecurity incidents. And it's in this context that the government has not only notified the Information Technology Reasonable Security Practices and Procedures and the Sensitive Personal Data and Information Rules 2011, but also the Information Technology Rules 2021 and now the Information Technology Directions 2022. It's only in the Information Technology Directions 2022 that the government has mandated that it's mandatory for any company, the body corporate, network service provider, intermediary, government entity to mandatorily report any cyber security incident to the Indian Nodal Agency of Cybersecurity, being the Computer Emergency Response Team of India, within 6 hours of coming to know about it. You do not really go ahead and report within 6 hours. That actually becomes an offense under Section 70B7 of the Information Technology Act 2000, punishable with imprisonment and fine. So I don't really see any coverage of the data breach notification regime as far as this thing is concerned. So the way this particular DPDP bill is drafted, it's obviously going to be in conjunction with and in addition to existing law.
So how will the bill impact businesses and organizations that handle personal data, and what compliance requirements will they need to follow? Along with that, what are the penalties and consequences of non-compliance with the provision of the Data Protection Bill 2023?
The proposed legislation, being the DPDP Bill 2023, is very significant because it's come up with various compliance requirements that have to be mandatorily followed by 3 distinct entities. One is the data principal, the second is data fiduciary, and the third is data processor. Specifically in the context of data fiduciary and data processor, there are more compliance requirements, including not just having the obtaining of consent, but also giving appropriate notices to the relevant data principals. Further, certain legitimate uses of data have been permitted for data fiduciaries. But more significantly, this new law is now going to go ahead and elaborate various general obligations of data fiduciaries and specific obligations pertaining to processing of personal data of children. Further, if you are a significant data intermediary, then you will have further additional level of compliances which have been stipulated. Further, as a data fiduciary, as a data processor, you will have to go ahead and respect the rights and the duties of data principals, which are enunciated in Chapter Roman 3 of the DPDP Bill, including the right to have the correction or erasure of personal data. You talked of right to be forgotten.
Pavan, what rights do individuals have regarding their personal data under the bill, and how can they exercise these rights?
This bill is historic for the very simple reason that this bill has for the first time sought to empower the hands of Indians as data principals. Number 2, this legislation seeks to empower the hands of Indians by crystal clearly telling data processors and data fiduciaries that you will have a bounding duty to go ahead and respect the rights, duties and obligations of data principals. Third thing is, if you tomorrow find that any company has gone ahead and taken your data without giving you the requisite notice under this new law and without taking your specific consent, then you can actually make your complaint and the company can actually be fined up to 250 crore rupees per contravention. So here's for the first time in the history of independent India that such massive fines amounting to almost 250 crore rupees have been stipulated for various contraventions under this new law. So now that money may not come to you as an individual, but that money is ultimately going to go back to the government in the form of Consolidated Fund of India, which ultimately is also then going to be used for the benefit of Indians at large. So to that extent, I think it's a massive empowerment of Indian citizens as a whole.
On that note, Dr. Pavan Duggal, we would like to thank you for throwing light on the Digital Personal Data Protection Bill 2023. Thank you for being with Akashvani.
Thank you, sir.
You were listening to a discussion on Digital Personal Data Protection Bill. The participants were Pavan Duggal, IT and law expert, and Rajesh Lake, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, Now, we bring you a discussion on government's ban on import of laptops and computers. The participants are Jiten Kumar Jain, Cyber Security and IT Expert, and Gaura Dhawanlal, Anchor.
Hello and welcome to our program. India has announced limitations on the import of laptops, tablets and some types of computers with immediate effect on security grounds and also to stimulate domestic manufacturing. Well, topic today for conversation is government's ban on the import of laptops and computers, and we are delighted to welcome in the studio Jiten Jain, Cyber Security and IT Expert. Jiten, welcome to the program.
Thank you, ma'am.
Jiten, tell me, this ban, was it in the pipeline or has it come as a surprise?
No, it is not a surprise because you see, 3 years ago when Galwan issue happened, when many of our soldiers lost life on the border, government was going extra mile and government was showing the political will to ensure that this interference of Chinese mobile apps and hardware in Indian ecosystems, especially in telecom and energy sector, had to be tackled with. And government went on to ban almost 350 Chinese apps to ensure that there is no mass-scale surveillance which were carried out in Indian devices. And then it was also a bigger concern that what about hardware? I mean, India, for last 10 years, we have been, mindlessly importing Chinese hardware and gadgets and putting it into our telecom sector and energy sector, making it a huge security concern. And we had no assessment at how to deal with the situation. So government then came up with a telecom security directive where they said that critical equipments and gadgetry in the telecom sector can be imported and allowed only from trusted sources which are approved by the government. So they, instead of banning certain companies, they drew up a whitelist.
Okay.
They could only import from this trusted vendors or trusted sources after the due diligence by the government. So I think the messaging was very clear that government was going to put India's national security and economic interest on the forefront in cyber security sector, and it is not going to play the Chinese ball anymore, considering the hostile relationship we are having. Now, to deal with this gadgetry which was freely flowing into the offices of private companies, institutions here in the form of laptops, gadgets which were imported from China, and these reports across the world about the suspicious conduct of these companies which were installing backdoors in the laptop, infecting supply chains, compromising data centers. We have seen reports how Chinese companies put the backdoors during manufacturing when then those machines went on to American data centers. So obviously there was a supply chain concern. So government, instead of solving this issue in isolation, I think they took a larger broad perspective of the situation and they decided that to protect the economic interest of India, since we are the largest market of smartphones and laptops in the world today, and considering our national security considerations, they took a step that now any sort of import of laptops, computer or these gadgets or servers can only be imported after obtaining a due license from the government of India, which will only be given when you are importing from the trusted sources of your friendly economy. I think it is a brilliant step which encompasses both our economic and security considerations.
So you spoke of us being the largest market, and definitely we do have dependence on the import of laptops and computers. Any wean-off measures in the ban so that this weaning off can take place without too much of an economic impact?
See, in last 4 or 5 months this year, between April to June itself, I think we imported around $20 billion worth of this laptops and desktops, which is almost like 150,000 crores. It's just a quarter or 4 months, I would say. So imagine the size of the market. We are today the biggest smartphone population in the world. We are today the biggest consumers of data in the world, and we are the third largest economy in the world. So the government intention is that when we are the biggest market, when we are the biggest consumers, then the factory should be inside India, and our economy should benefit both in terms of revenue and citizens should also benefit in terms of jobs. Third, once you manufacture in India, also you are under Indian jurisdictions. So, infecting hardware or putting any backdoors might be very difficult. So that will also solve the issue of security considerations, because I think if you put these things into the restricted import category and then issue trusted licenses only, then I think more and more companies then will be in a way incentivized to create industries in India and put factories and plants in India and manufacture these devices right here in India. So it will have a bigger economic impact in terms of jobs, revenue and the supply chains. It will also solve the national security considerations. And in this entire process, to ensure that interest of individual citizens or the loan customers or the research institutions are not impacted, government has exempted the import of single laptops, tablets or ultra small computers which are purchased from these e-commerce portals like Amazon and Flipkart or by courier or post from some countries. I mean, for individual personal use in a way, these are exempted. They are not under this import licensing. And if you are a school or a research institution or a lab, And if you want to import, say, 15-20 servers for a specific purpose, they are also exempted. So as long as there is no commercial use, I would say, you do not have any restrictions on the import today.
What do you think would be the gestation period for us to actually completely be independent in this area? About a year, 2 years? What do you think?
Government in the last 3 years or 5 years, I would say, has been trying to incentivize the semiconductor industry to ensure that hardware are manufactured here. We have focused a lot on software side in the last 20 years. Now we are focusing on hardware manufacturing in India. How to make India the biggest hardware manufacturing hub. So government is giving subsidies. I mean, today in Semicon, PM said that you could have 50% subsidies for what the cost you are investing in setting up plants and industries. There are PLI schemes, which is almost, I think, into billions of dollars, and half of that is not even consumed. So I think there is enough economic incentivization. Yes, there are some certain policy tweaks and changes which keep happening with time. But overall, if you see, I think once you put these things under import restrictions, automatically these big companies, once they sense the size and scale of market, they will be forced or they will be incentivized or they'll be anyways willing to set up the manufacturing plants here in India. And once you start manufacturing in India, then automatically you'll find Indian partners, Indian joint ventures, and slowly there will be an automatic technology transfer which will happen in India. So in a way, we will become self-independent in terms of manufacturing, but in terms of technology, I think we are maybe a decade up.
In India, the second-hand or the pre-owned market is also very strong. So any recommendations for data and information hygiene, certain checks and security measures which individuals should take?
I have always strongly advised people never to buy second-hand laptops and mobile phones and never to sell their personal devices in a second-hand market because of the security issues. When you sell your laptop or a mobile, which is the repository of your entire life's personal data, your banking records, your net banking applications, your emails, anything, I think we as a society are not much into cyber hygiene and cyber education. We end up making mistakes. We sometimes just sell our old phones so that we can put some more money and buy new ones without realizing that, our data in that old phone might get leaked. Our old phones may be used to hack our old banking accounts. Our old phones may be used to create some sort of, troublesome situations in life. And those who are buying the second-hand gadgetry do not even know who had the custody of that device, whether it was used by a robber, terrorist or a hacker. We don't know. So I strongly say that never buy a second-hand device, never sell your device to a second-hand market, destroy it, go for e-recycling, buy a new device, and sometimes if you're buying refurbished device from a known trusted vendor from the company itself, then go for a proper bill and a proper chain of custody of that device. But I would advise that always go for a new device and always never sell your device, even if you're selling it back to the company.
You spoke of chain of custody. And I think there are people who either already have second-hand ones now because of these things coming, maybe wanting to run them for a longer period. How would people who are already using them, get this chain?
This is more of a cultural issue. See, when you sell an automobile, there is a proper chain of custody and sell and purchase record in terms of your, RC and your number plates and all.
True.
But it is not the case in terms of these electronic devices. I mean, hardly you know the IMEI number of your own phone. You don't even remember the 16-digit number. And when we sell it in the second-hand market, nobody asks for a bill. And when you even buy, you also don't ask for a bill. So there is never a chain of custody. You don't know who was the previous owner, how he bought it, whether he purchased, whether he robbed, whether he stole. What is the origin of the device, from where it has come. So, it is as good as buying a stolen car and you could, foresee the consequences. So I would strongly advise that even if you have a second-hand device, don't buy it next time and don't sell it further.
Right. And if it's possible, take some documentation from the previous people that you picked it up from, some kind of legitimacy to that.
Yes.
Right. When we talk of, national security has been the primary reason why this ban has been brought in. And in terms of how are we seeing cyber security, because we're bringing it now, there has to be a legacy effect. Are we bringing in something for controlling the legacy effect of something which has already been done?
Of course, we in today also India, we do not have any rational assessment of how much dependency our energy sector or, telecom sector has had of this old legacy Chinese devices which have been installed. How much access China has. There was a news in New York Times day before that how American military in Pentagon has been scanning all their military installations, aircrafts. So if the world's largest economy and then the security industry is also threatened by a Chinese malware or presence of a Chinese backdoor in their military installations and devices and the aircraft. We have a hostile border, we have a hostile relationship. They are right there. So we also have to be equally worried. And I think it is anybody's guess that all this exercise is being done to ensure that we pull the plug out of Chinese imports which have been flowing into India. I mean, we have been financing our own destruction. We have been financing our own enemy. So I think this will now be taken care of both in terms of economic interest and the national and security interests of India.
And in terms of, visibility, advocacy, cyber literacy of these messages going out, are there certain policies in place or certain actions being taken?
I think government is trying to impart digital education. I think the problem here in India is that we have literally leapfrogged the digitalization of our public services. We have digitalized the entire Indian financial sector, Indian economy. We have opened 40 crore Jan-Dhan accounts based on a digital identity. Our entire financial ecosystem today is based on Aadhaar. I mean, most of it, like UPI and all, which are now going global. We are been able to, vaccinate 100 crore people based on that single digital ID. We have been able to impart certificates. So our digital footprint is increasing, and so is increasing the threat factor or, the threat landscape. And at that speed, we have not been able to impart digital education or cybersecurity education to our citizens, which remains a challenge. So I think maybe in the times of come, government might focus on cybersecurity of ordinary citizens of India.
How severe do you think, Jitin, the economic impact of this ban would be on market prices?
There might be an impact in short term, maybe say for 2 to 3 months. But in long term, I think the Western or the European manufacturers or the Korean manufacturers would be able to obtain a license and they will have a good run. And Chinese would be now looking at an honorable exit. Because
we are a huge market, and it is like once this gestation period, even for investors, people coming into India to manufacture is over, there is a lot of amount of profits to be reaped. It's a great market.
Of course, if you are manufacturing here, then there is no problem with this entire policy. It's only when you are manufacturing in other countries and importing here, making money and disappearing, that is where government is now coming up with this policy that, look, if we are the biggest market, if we are the biggest consumers, the factory has to be here.
Jitin, talking about, and technology is something which is also very, very attractive to people and wanting to upgrade. Most of us buy new laptops or phones, not because the older one is redundant, but because we want to upgrade. So do you think that these upgrades, there is of course I'm sure some authenticity, but do you think that it's also a lot of hype and a marketing hype, and how is this going to affect the growth of the market?
I think, we are going to be a $5 trillion economy, and every quarter we are importing $20 billion worth of laptops and gadgets and computers, and this market is going to grow at 6%. And it can only happen when people keep buying more and more. So sometimes I think companies want to sell a device every year. They say that a device might work very well for 10 years, but they program it in a way automatically becoming slower. So I think this is going to happen, but we have to see that how much of this contribution will come from the second-hand or the refurbished device industry.
Right. As a cybersecurity expert, what would be some suggestions, some key points that you'd like the people to know through this program?
I think I would say to all our audience that we are standing in the dawn of a digital age. We all must contribute in whichever way we can to a rise of a new India, and we must buy every hardware or every mobile or every laptop, possible within our economic capability, which is manufactured here in India. That way, we will not only serve our economy, our security interests, also help our people get more jobs and our industry, our economy becomes more self-reliable. I think every drop counts. Every drop fills the ocean, and we must all ensure that we must take cybersecurity with a great sense of responsibility and as a society's collective responsibility along with the government to safeguard Indian national cybersecurity framework.
Right. So what we are hearing you say is that, of course, educate ourselves on what cybersecurity is, what it requires, and take it forward. If everybody can become an ambassador of cybersecurity, I think that's the only way to reach our huge market.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
You are listening to a discussion on government's ban on import of laptops and computers. The participants were Jitain Kumar Jain, cyber security and IT expert, and Gaura Dhawanlal, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsttalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring a discussion on Ukraine peace talks. The participants are Skand Ranjan Tayal, former diplomat, and Simran Sodhi, journalist.
Today we are discussing the peace talks that are being held in Jeddah, and we have India's National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, who has arrived in Jeddah to participate in this summit, where national security advisors from various countries have also joined in this two-day summit, which will discuss the Ukraine peace and the possibility of attaining peace in the region. Ambassador Tyal, when you see this getting together of the national security advisors being held in Saudi Arabia, how are the optics being played out? Do you think that there are other players rather than just Europe and West which are also now trying to play a more meaningful role in this Ukraine-Russia conflict?
Yes, I would say that the Russia-Ukraine conflict has had an adverse impact on the entire world, particularly on the global south. And the conflict started in February last year, 2022, and it seems to be worsening now as month after month. And there have been several attempts by other countries individually. Turkey tried to play some role at some point about a year back. China had also come up with some kind of proposals that the conflict could be resolved. Then last month, some African countries' leaders had gone to both Moscow and Kiev to try to bring the two sides to some kind of a understanding or peace or compromise. But all those efforts have come to naught. Now the proposal, Ukraine says Ukraine has one proposal of, it has its 10 points proposal, it is called. They had proposed it to President Zelensky in the G20 meeting last year in Indonesia in last November. And naturally they want territorial integrity, sovereignty to be restored and other things. And Russia has been saying that whatever they have occupied for Ukrainian territory, which is 1/5 of Ukrainian territory, it is now Russian territory, and they have passed some constitution amendment to that effect, incorporating those Ukrainian territories into Russia, which nobody recognizes. Now, in this background, this is the first multilateral initiative by an important country to try to consider all the issues and see where to move forward. And if we look at the official announcement of the Kingdom of South Africa, it says that, and I quote, that they expect its good offices to contribute to reaching a solution that will result in permanent peace, unquote. So it is a process. It can have some positive impact, and that's why our National Security Advisor, Shri Ajit Doval, has gone to participate in the meeting.
Ambassador Tyal, we also see that this conflict has also kind of divided the world. We have the US and Europe, which has been very critical of Russia. We have other countries which have been more neutral. We have India, which has put its own nuanced stand in front of the world. We have very good relations with Russia. We have very good relations with the West. And our stand on the Ukraine conflict also displays India's independent foreign policy globally today. Do you feel what some analysts have pointed out, that maybe India today is in a unique position also to act as a mediator because of its good relations with almost everyone who is involved in this conflict?
Yes, India is in a good position to talk to all the countries involved and try to bring them to some kind of a middle ground. And I would also say that globally, Russia seems to be quite isolated now. Most of the countries have taken a position which is in the United Nations, etc., which is squarely against Russian violation of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of a country. And all the countries which are friendly to Russia, like India or China or Vietnam or many other countries, are finding it very difficult to defend this blatant aggression by Russia. But having said that, my own assessment is that the time for mediation has not yet come, because mediation can succeed when both the parties, or at least one party, gets tired of the conflict and is willing to make some compromises to some kind of an agreement. In my view, that time has not yet come, and both Russia and Ukraine are willing to continue to fight and stretch this conflict for some more time.
Ambassador Tyal, we also see, and this is something you talked about just now, and that is the role of China. We have seen that Beijing is another player which has stayed neutral in the conflict, but it has also been criticized by the Western capitals for refusing to condemn Moscow. We find that the Chinese will be participating in this summit in Saudi Arabia, and their foreign ministry also said that China is willing to work with the international community to continue to play a constructive role in promoting a political settlement of the Ukraine crisis. Many people raise the question as to what exactly is the role that China is looking for, because we have also seen that China and Russia of late have come quite close. With India, the tensions are there. With the Western world, China has a very tense relationship. So how do we look at the role of China in all this?
Yes, China and Russia are both taking a position generally in international relations which are anti-United States and adversarial to West. But China has very strong economic relations both with United States and with all the countries of Europe. So it will not take a position which is very much close to the Russian position, because it can hurt Chinese economy, which is already under some kind of exclusion, de-risking taking place by the European economies from Chinese economy. So, but yes, China is an important country, and in the Jeddah meeting, South Africa will also be participating. So BRICS summit is to be held in South Africa on 22 to 24 August. But it is unfortunate that President Vladimir Putin will not be physically participating in that meeting because of the criminal warrant has been issued by the International Criminal Court so that President Putin should be arrested for the war crimes. So that is a very difficult situation. And had President Putin been physically in South Africa, perhaps South African president, Indian prime minister, Chinese president, but they could have put some pressure on President Putin to put forward some for compromise to bring this conflict to an end.
Ambassador Tyal, we also see that Saudi Arabia of late is also getting more active in playing a role in global politics. And we have seen that Saudi Arabia backed the UN Security Council resolutions denouncing Russia's invasion, as well as its unilateral annexation of the territory in eastern Ukraine. Yet we also see that the US was unhappy with Saudi Arabia when they said they would cut down the oil production. How do you see the role of Saudi Arabia as we go forward, especially in trying to act as a mediator or trying to act as a venue which brings some kind of a resolution on this conflict?
Under Prince Salman, Saudi Arabia is certainly trying to increase its global profile so that it is recognized as a global middle power, not just a power in West Asia and the Middle East. Whether it really has any leverage over Russia or Ukraine is questionable, because for any mediator to try to play a role of a middleman or somebody who can bring the two parties together, it should have some leverage on both sides of the conflict. But I really don't think that Saudi Arabia has any leverage over either Russia or Ukraine. Ukraine is being totally guided and controlled by United States and NATO. And Russia, President Putin has his own mind and his own perception about things. He is formerly of KGB, and for him, Russia's security is paramount, and he feels that Ukraine joining NATO fatally threatens the security of Russia. So I am very doubtful that this meeting being held in Jeddah will really lead to any results. And the American NSA has also said very clearly that they do not expect any tangible deliverables from the Jeddah meeting.
Ambassador Kyal, the question then arises is that if we do not expect any concrete results at the end of this summit, then how should one, as an analyst or as someone who follows world affairs, how should one see this summit? This is a gathering of the national security advisors. India is there, China is there, the European capitals are there. And yet we do not expect, as you pointed out, any concrete results. Then what is the progression that one can expect from such a summit?
See, at present we have the Ukraine President Zelensky's 10-point peace formula. We also have Russia's own plans, and we have UN Security Council or General Assembly resolutions which give paramountcy to the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. So there is no meeting ground there. Now, if the 30 countries have been invited at Jeddah, Mexico is not attending. They say Russia should also have been invited, but some others may or may not attend. But there may be an attempt to lay down some principles for a possible future solution or agreement or compromise between Ukraine and Russia. Let us see what those principles are. If they articulate only the Ukrainian position, then I am very doubtful that any meaningful result will come out of the Jeddah meeting. It will be a meeting in a process which will be long drawn and with no conclusion on the horizon.
Mr. Kyal, we also see that the Ukrainian president, he was speaking Friday and he said that he welcomed the wide range of countries being represented in the Jeddah talks. And he said this is very important because on issues such as food security, the fate of millions of people in Africa, Asia and other parts of the world directly depends upon how fast the world moves to implement the peace formula. He is, referring to the surge in the food prices which has been triggered by the war. Do you feel that this is also one factor which could prompt most countries to push the warring parties to come to some kind of an agreement to end the conflict?
Yes, the whole world has been pushing the two sides to come to some kind of an agreement since last February. But the balance of the world opinion has been against Russia and in favor of Ukraine. And recently, what we have seen with Ukraine's drone attacks in Moscow, Ukraine's attacks in the last 2 days on 2 Russian ships in the Black Sea, and Russia's attack not only in different cities of Ukraine, but at the grain exporting facility, Danube, from where Ukraine exports grains. Actually, the conflict is escalated. So what kind of message can be sent from Jeddah meeting, and whether the two sides will be receptive to consider that message, I have my grave doubts.
Ambassador Kyal, going forward, how do you see this panning out? Do you feel, as you pointed out, that the conflict has actually escalated? Do you feel that we are looking at a long-drawn conflict, or do you think these summits and these meetings actually give us some optimism that we might be looking at a resolution of the conflict in the near future?
The Jeddah meeting reflects the grave concern of the international community, the major powers, the middle powers over this conflict, and their desire, and hope that this conflict should end quickly, and also their willingness to participate in the process of bringing the two sides together. But now again, this is August, September, the UN General Assembly will start. Again, there will be a lot of diplomatic activity, international activity in New York on this issue. But whether it will really lead to some softening of the very rigid stance taken by the two sides remains to be seen.
With these comments, we bring today's discussion to an end. Thank you.
Thank you.
You were listening to a discussion on Ukraine peace talks. The participants were Skand Ranjan Tayal, former diplomat, and Simran Sodhi, journalist. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on Amrit Bharat Station Scheme, redevelopment of railway stations across India. The participants are Vijay Dutt, former additional member, Railway Board, and S. Rangabhashyam, anchor.
Hello and welcome to this program. Today, under the Amrit Bharat Station Scheme, the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji laid the foundation stone virtually of some 508 stations spread across 27 states and union territories. And this is going to be a big milestone as far as modern passenger amenities are concerned. Shri Vijay Kumar ji, I want to put this question to you, that should we deem this as big game changer as far as amenities are concerned?
Yes, this is a big game changer. You see, not only in India, everywhere in the developed world and aspirational world, railway station connects the city with the world in a better way than any other mode can do. With New York, with London, with Mumbai, with Delhi. It is so. Now the stations were planned in around 1900, 1930, and they are iconic stations from that angle. You see Charbagh station of Lucknow, Delhi main station, Victoria Terminus. But the times have changed. Requirement of amenities has changed. Aspirations of public has to change. So stations have to modernize to meet the requirement of aspirational India. And this move which Honorable Prime Minister has done is almost unique in the world. Now, our trains, you see, passenger trains are longest in the world. 24 coaches, 600-meter trains long. No one is running in the world. And it is our good luck that our citizens are using it and contributing to controlling of emission and controlling of the future environment. Now, to provide the facilities are being planned in this. I will lay emphasis on not only escalators, lifts, but even the passenger information system. Say in a 20-coach train, whether your coach is 21st coach or the first coach. Because if you don't know, then you may take about half an hour to find the train. And now we have to have a throughput. So, passenger information system. Then facilitation. We have senior citizens, we have ladies, we have children, battery vehicle which will take you within no time to your seat, service of food on your seat, and you want not the standard khana, now you want a la carte, your menu. So your menu driven thing you can order on your seat, serve on the seat, the way you want. All those things are aspirations which are going to be filled by this move. Also, see, if you go to airport, you have a beautiful lounge. Now, because railways are the most carbon neutral medium, it has to go. And like Europe, we are also going for higher speed. So passengers are coming, even air passengers are coming. So creation of lounges, facility in the lounges, and for our IT professionals who are computer savvy, they have minimum waiting time, how to connect to the world. So all those facilities which are required are being planned through these stations. So they are going to be game changer. Not only railways, for the public at large. And one thing I will tell you, say in technology in India, railways has been leading. Railways started Atmanirbhar Bharat, say years back. Now if you go to train, you won't find anything which is imported. It's all made in India by small people. So this is driving. I will give you another example. If you see a fan, dealer will say, sir, this fan is modern fan. Old fan was consuming 60 watts, is consuming 30 watts. It's called VLDT. In Indian Railways, we introduced in 1998. Say bio-toilets. Bio-toilets, Indian Railways have introduced. This is a revolution which will other industry, other areas of society will be adopted. Even I will tell you, say this film which we cover the food. Earlier people used to come from abroad and bring this film because it was not available in Indian Railways introduced in food, and so much industry is created, now it is exported. So that contribution of railways to cities will be a game changer for modernization of society at large. Yes. This is my belief.
Mr. Vijay, that the proposal of having, separate entry and exit, that would be a big change for railway stations, because we have always compared with airports where the arrival terminal is totally segregated from the departure terminal. So we will probably have something very similar which will reduce the confusion and reduce problems for passengers who are travelling.
Rangabhashyam ji, this was very much needed. See, footfall at railway station is as busy 10 times to 20 times to 30 times an airport. And you have to see the aspirating passengers using Indian Railways is nowhere in the world. So if you have entry and exit separate, you can handle more passengers. You can give passenger comfort. So this is something a very desirable move, which I am very happy which is coming.
Let's also talk about other amenities like, foot over bridges, escalators, travelators as we have in airports, parking of both, cars and two-wheelers, signages, sitting spaces, wash basins. Can we expect a big change in each of these aspects so that the look and feel of the stations entirely changes and is comparable to what we get at airports?
I will say this is the very basic of this. Travelators, escalators, lifts, and also the green lifts. Lifts where there will be regenerative braking. When it goes down, it will feed energy back to the system. So latest escalators, latest travelators, latest lifts, and other provisions. I am repeatedly talking about the battery vehicle. Our battery vehicle facility, which you board it for the elderly and for all people, it will in no time drop you at the door of the coach. It's nowhere in the world. We are lucky that people patronize railways in India and add to the reducing emissions is great. So meeting their aspirations, this thing is very good.
Mr. Vijay Dutt, let's also talk about the flip side. Critics at times, point out that, a railway station could probably be, never equal to a airport terminal and, say that, probably there's need for a change in our attitudes, change in our behavior as well. Because at times we see that railway stations, people use the facilities in a very negligent manner and, whatever amenities are provided, they are spoilt over a period of time, unlike an airport. Do you think that also has to be carried forward simultaneously, that behavioral change of passengers, railway passengers, has to be, increased and the awareness has to be created?
Bhagya Bhashyamji, I am of the other view. Modernization will lead to awareness. You see the metro platform. You see all metros platform. They are so clean. So if you make something which is good, there is a tendency to maintain it. So this modernization will drive people to the civic sense, and I'm sure, and this will percolate to other areas other than the railway station. And I'm sure our railway station will be better than many airports. I'm confident about that with this development.
Mr. Vijay Dutt, let's also talk about the facade of the station building. Probably, the architecture would be inspired from local culture, local architecture of the buildings there, and also the heritage of that particular town or city.
This is always the concept, and all time also. See, Delhi Main was inspired by Lal Killa. Charbagh was inspired by Rumi Darwaza. So now also this will inspired by the icons of the place, the art of the place, the small scale industry of the place. I'll give you an example. See our Badgam station in Kashmir. Now the JNK is also coming. This is made totally of the wood and the leaf of this symbol and made by the local craftsmen. And it will be an iconic station for times immemorial to come. So when facade is being designed, it is designed to be basic of the local. So it will be a projection of local culture, local history, local heroes. All those things will be amalgamated in this.
Mr. Vijay Kumar, I want to bring in this point of approach to the railway station, to the station building. In many cities and towns, we find that there is severe encroachment and the space has been reduced tremendously, leading to, traffic jams in the last maybe say 200, 300 meters to the railway station. People struggle a lot. They at times get down from their vehicles and with heavy luggages, they start walking towards the station building. Don't you think there again we need to have big time changes so that there is zero encroachment and the flow to the station building is really seamless and without any hassles and problem?
I fully agree. But if you see closely, this is the challenge. Integration with the city officials, integrating with the state. And see, at my time, Gomti Nagar Terminal was conceived and made. So gradually we are making those changes to integrate so that when you approach the station, like you see Ajmeri Gate side of Delhi, it has become very smooth. Now, from Argan side, there are problems. But yes, with this development, making wider approaches, I'm sure this is going to be taken care of to a very large extent.
Mr. Dutt, let's also talk about another aspect of usage of platforms. Traditionally, we see that train is parked on the platform, maybe, 1.5 hour before the departure time. And that's a huge time, 1 hour before departure time is a huge time, which leads to non-availability of the platform. And I'm sure many of our listeners would agree with that. When they travel in a long distance train from, say, Chennai or Mumbai, the train is actually almost on time, or maybe before time also at times, till New Delhi, means till 2 or 3 stations before New Delhi, say up till Faridabad, and from there on the delay starts and held up there for 15-20 minutes, half an hour, because of non-availability of platforms. Don't you think this time period should be reduced? The train should come onto the platform maybe say 15 minutes before departure time, and people board the train and immediately it is evacuated, means the platform is clear.
See, when we talk of the capacity of carrying, there is a term called terminal capacity. Actually, ideally, because important stations, there are services, boarding, trains have to be stopped for a longer time, 20 minutes, 15 minutes. So there should be enough space in the station to hold, and every 3 minutes there is a train. So 5 times, 6 times the approaching train number, it should have a capacity. So that is the question of developing this number of lines, number of platforms, and with this modernization, this thing is going to be taken care of. One more development which I would like to share with my esteemed listeners. See, normally in railways, because it is steel on steel, 1 in 200 gradient is required to be kept. But with Vande Bharat, with push-pull trains, you can go in 1 in 25. So if you decide to have a upper deck of platforms, say New Delhi station, 16 platforms on the lower deck, another 16 on the upper deck, then the approach, which could be 3 kilometers, could be reduced to 200 meters or 150 meters, which is doable. So in these cities where important stations are located, the area is limited. So this modern technology of train running will enable vertical coming of vertical platform. Some platforms on ground floor, some platform on the first floor, and maybe on the second floor also, which will enable faster creation of terminal capacity.
Yeah, Mr. Dutt, can something be done about the loading and unloading of, goods in the passenger train? Means we have the luggage vans at the beginning and at the end of passenger trains, and the loading and unloading of goods in that, leads to delays at times. So can that happen before the train comes on to the platform?
Yes, there are a number of innovations in that. Firstly, the planning of separate parcel trains. And a parcel version of Vande Bharat is coming also, where a deck will be parcel. Secondly, a container approach. You preload the thing and then just place it there rather than loading piecemeal and lock it, like container is locked. And thirdly, yes, of course, if the train is originating, then where it is being maintained, it should be loaded there and then come, and there should be no loading. And all the 3 areas, lot of work is being done.
Right. Mr. Dutt, thank you so much for joining in this discussion.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It is my pleasure, and my greetings to all the learned listeners. Thank you so much.
You were listening to a discussion on Amrit Bharat Station Scheme, redevelopment of railway stations across India. The participants were Vijay Dutt, former additional member, Railway Board, and S. Rangabhashyam, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring a discussion on important bills in Parliament. The participants are Anand Mishra, political analyst, and Chetan Chauhan, journalist.
The monsoon session of the Parliament is going on and likely to end this week. But in this session, which started on a stormy note with disruptions over the Manipur issue, important bills like the Delhi Service Authority Bill, the Forest Conservation Act, the Biodiversity Act, and the most important, the first law of its type in the country, the Data Protection Bill, the Jan Vishwas Bill, the Press and Registration of Periodical Bill, IM Bill, and several other bills have been approved or introduced in the House. So Anand, can you like to throw some light on one of the most contentious bills which was passed by Parliament yesterday on the Delhi Services Authority Bill?
Chetan, as you rightly pointed out, this is a very important bill and that's a lot of political controversy. Even before its introduction, we saw Aam Aadmi Party making an issue of federalism on it, calling Congress for not coming out categorically about its stand initially. And Congress, possibly because of the opposition of its local unit in Delhi, to be seen as siding with the Aam Aadmi Party, took long time to come around and support AAP protesting against the bill. The bill seeks to dilute the powers of the Delhi government over services. That was the opposition in charge. They were saying that it's a kind of central government is taking control of Delhi via NG, while the government said was that services were earlier always with the government till the matter went to the Supreme Court and decision came, which they had to alter through the ordinance route. So this bill seeks to establish a permanent authority, that National Capital Civil Service Authority, which will take decisions with respect to the postings and control of civil servants. This authority will be headed by Chief Minister of Delhi and will consist of Chief Secretary, Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi, and Principal Secretary Home, Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi. So basically, the charge of the opposition is that even if Chief Minister is in disagreement, the authority can make recommendations with the consent of two others. And the bill has significant changes from the earlier ordinance promulgated by Centre on May 19. Yet some of its provisions are seen as interfering in the Delhi government's work. Rather, the Aam Aadmi Party government has charged that aims at weakening its hold on the Delhi administration.
Yeah, Anand, I think you are quite correct. But, services primarily in a union territory of Delhi, which is not a full state, we should remind our listeners, it is a special arrangement where Delhi has a legislative assembly, but it doesn't have rights over bureaucrats and employees like other states have. Earlier also, the LG was the final authority in appointment to the Chief Minister. Recommendations were mostly accepted, but creating this authority in a way appears to dilute the powers of the Chief Minister recommending transfer and posting of employees. And I think the Delhi government may challenge the setting of this authority in the Supreme Court. But, this session, apart from this highly debated Delhi bill, other important bills have also been passed, like in case of environment, the Forest Conservation Amendment Act, which allows approval to projects without mandatory approval from the Forest Advisory Committee of the central government, especially the projects which are of strategic importance along the borders within 100 kilometers, the borders across the country, also some linear projects, and also in the Naxal affected areas. There was a lot of resistance to the amendments proposed by the government, both from the Congress and the civil society groups. What do you have to say about this Forest Conservation Act and the Biodiversity Act also?
Yeah, this Forest Conservation Amendment Bill, which has exempted certain forest lands from the earlier Forest Conservation Act of 1980, basically it makes it easier to acquire lands in those areas. So that has been criticized by the environmental bodies and civil society groups as diluting the Forest Act. But the government hopes that this will be kind of a more industry-friendly bill. And it always have protested the amendment. They describe the state of forest as fragile, and only 25% of India's forest land area is covered by forests. And coming in this background, the bill will further strip the forestry.
Anand, my personal opinion is that one of the most important bills which has been approved by Lok Sabha will be discussed by Rajya Sabha is the Data Protection Bill. The new draft which the government has prepared, it was the first time that the government is proposing setting up an authority for protection of data. And I would also recall a recent case from Hyderabad where some of the cyber fraudsters had data about 6 crore people in India, a huge number. And as we know, our data, which is with the different companies, is being regularly being used or misused. So how do you think this data protection law will enable the privacy of the people, protection of the data, and improve the compliance of the companies, especially the tech companies, on people's data?
Yeah, Shitan, but there are some genuine concerns of the misuse of the personal data which will be mined. We have seen a lot of cases of leakage of Aadhaar data and other personal data of individuals, which has not only led to monetary losses to them, but also loss of privacy. So I think the government will have to bring in strong safeguards to address these concerns, because the bill says that these data fiduciaries will be obligated to maintain the accuracy of data, keep data secure, and delete data once its purpose has been met. And the bill also grants certain rights to individuals, including the right to obtain information, seek correction, and erase and grievance redressal. So rightly you pointed out that there has been concerns regarding data not only in India, across the globe. There have been cases of fraud due to data leakage. The central government seeks to establish a Data Protection Board of India to educate on non-compliance.
In the data protection bill, one major concerns which many of the civil society groups have raised, that it will lead to death of the right to information law, which is the only law which empowers citizens to ask questions, and it will also lead to issues being raised on individual corruption will not be allowed, because the third party or the personal information of a person will not be allowed, because this law also aims to amend the Right to Information Act. So what do you have to say on this?
Yeah, the concerns are genuine. Concerns are genuine because RTI has been a very strong arm against corruption, and it has empowered the citizens because the officials were forced to disclose information. So it will have to be seen as in how we progress after the passage of the bill, because the concerns are there, Chetan, and these concerns are not misplaced. Already the RTI Act has got diluted on a number of occasions. So the denial of data in such cases will further complicate the matter.
One important bill which is coming up is the IM Amendment Bill. If you recall, in 2017, government brought in an IM law to give more autonomy to the Indian Institute of Management across the country. Now through the amendment, they are trying to bring back the government interventions or some sort of government supervision oversight into the IMs, because there have been studies, it has been felt that the IM, once autonomy was given, has gone down. The IM ranking, the global management ranking has also fallen, and I am not considered as the global management school leaders in the country. So the IM bill, what sort of impact it will have? Because there is some opposition that the autonomy of the IM should not be taken back.
There have been two reviews about this IM bill. There is a view that it proved the government has shown courage in seeking to restore accountability in the IM system. Has also been criticism on the other side that it takes away the autonomy of the premier institution, and IM has a history of top quality performance, top quality rating, because the bill seeks to kind of regulate their functioning, and the bill designates the President of India as visitor of every institute by the Act. So there would be genuine concerns about how much it affects the autonomy of the institute, because the concerns about autonomy have been there ever since the bill was sought to be introduced. There is this IM board to initiate any inquiry against an institute of it has not been functioning in accordance with the Act. So this is quite a bill which quite makes sweeping changes.
Anand, let's talk about the two health bills which have also been introduced, the nursing and the midwife commission bills, which are basically to regulate the nursing sector and the dental sector, and these bills are to bring them at power at the regulatory level with the medical commission law. So how do you think that these two bills will help in improving these two key medical education sectors?
Chetan, these two key medical education sectors have been, kind of an ignored thing, and there have not been much of a systematic policy there. So the bill is expected to take care of those lacunas, and especially this dental regulation bill, that is expected to provide for quality and affordable dental education. We have seen dental education centers mushrooming across the country. There has been a kind of no oversight on functioning. So this bill, which seeks to repeal the Dentist Act 1948, the solution of the Dental Council, this will regulate all aspects relating to dental education, dental profession, and dental institutions. This ambitious move to set up a dental advisory council to advise and make recommendations to the commission may have far-reaching impact. May this allow inspections to assess and rate the dental institutions and to grant permission for establishment of new dental colleges for starting postgraduate courses and other things. Once the bill is passed, it is hoped that the quality of dental education will improve.
The monsoon session started at a very stormy note, and for the first 8 to 10 days, it appeared that this session will be a washout. But then the government was able to get some of the bills approved. And if you see the number of bills which have been approved in the current session, it appears that the government has been able to deliver on a healthy business from the House. The key and the important bills and some of the controversial bills have also been approved. And now the discussion is ongoing on the Manipur issue in Lok Sabha. From August 11th, in Rajya Sabha, the issue is likely to be discussed. So the perception is to some that it has been a good business session for the government. So what do you have to say on this?
Yeah, rightly said, Chetan, the government has managed to carry out its legislative business, not majorly disrupted. The only matter of concern, which is not only limited to this session or this government, is that for last many years, parliament sessions have been a total washout, and the very spirit of parliamentary process that laws are made only after thoroughly debating it, and political representatives representing the populace, their voters, the viewpoint of the countrymen in parliament on key legislations, that is not happening. That's the matter of concern which all political parties will have to sit and find out a solution to it. Because we have seen occasions when MPs crossed the party lines while disrupting houses have justified it, citing it some sort of a parliamentary tool. That is now going to ridiculous levels because we see one after another session getting completely washed out. And the government today has found a way out by passing the bill amid the din. So while it helps the completion of the legislative business, the question that should be haunting all of us, including the lawmakers, that is it including the voice of the people? Because when members of parliament are not speaking on the key legislations, how the concerns of people at the ground are being represented?
Yeah, Anand, very valid point is the issue to ponder upon whether the members of parliament are discussing the key legislative issues and taking up the people issue in the House. With this, I really want to thank you for speaking with us.
Thank you, Chetan, for a very lively discussion.
You were listening to a discussion on important bills in Parliament. The participants were Anand Mishra, political analyst, and Chetan Chauhan, journalist. This program is produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you an exclusive interview with Union Minister R.K. Singh on the achievements and vision of Ministry of Power and New and Renewable Energy. The interviewer is Nirbhay Kumar, journalist.
Power sector has undergone major reforms in recent years. The man behind all the policy actions is Power Minister Mr. R.K. Singh. He is with us today. Welcome, sir, to Akashvani.
Thank you.
The world has recognized the effective reforms carried out by India in the power sector. India is no longer a power deficit country. It has indeed been a transformational journey. How was this made possible, and what are the new targets the ministry has set for itself?
Actually, the journey has been really transformational. When this government came to office, you had thousands of villages. One problem was, of course, access. Imagine, even 68 years after independence, you had thousands of villages which had not seen electricity, and hundreds and thousands of hamlets, and millions of homes, in fact 29 million homes, had not seen electricity after 68 years after independence. Can you imagine that? The Prime Minister, he pledged that he'll connect every village in 1,000 days. That task devolved upon us. We did it in 987 days, 13 days before the target date. We connected every village. We connected every hamlet. Thereafter, we decided to connect every home, and we connected 29 million homes in 19 months. This was the largest and the fastest expansion of access ever in the history of electricity in the world. So we transformed our country from a country with problems of access to a country where access is now universal. Electricity access is universal, number one. Number two, we were deficit in power. Who can forget the long hours of load shedding in most areas of the country. In the 2012-13 decades before 2014, you had long interruptions, load shedding in the power sector across the country. We've transformed that, and today we are surplus. We've taken our established capacity to 421,000 megawatts. We added almost about 190,000 megawatts in the past 9 years. And today we are surplus. So the maximum demand which has been reached is 223,000 megawatts. My established capacity is 421,000 megawatts. Now we are exporting electricity to Nepal, to Bangladesh, a little bit to Myanmar. That's how we have transformed it. Connected the whole country to one grid so that we can transfer power, whatever power is required to any corner of the country, we can transfer that. So the transfer capacity has been increased to 120,000 megawatts. We constructed almost 190,000 circuit kilometers of transmission lines. And it is one grid, integrated grid, running on one frequency with one national control center. This is the largest integrated grid in the world. And this has many modern features. It has some of the latest design transmission lines, 800 kV, HVDC, etc., which is the cutting edge in the world. We have some of the transmission lines which are at the highest reaches in the world. Transmission line to Leh Ladakh, which is the highest reach in the world, right up to the borders of Myanmar, everywhere. Then we strengthened the distribution systems. We spent almost about 210,000 crores under Dindayal Gram Jyoti, IPDS and Subhagya. And we constructed 2,980 substations. We upgraded almost about 4,000 substations. 8.5 lakh circuit kilometers of HT lines and LT lines. 725,000 transformers. And as a result of all this, now the availability of power in the rural areas has gone up from 12 hours a day to almost about 22 hours. In the urban areas, it's gone up to 23.5 hours. So we have brought in the rights of consumer rules, which says that 24/7 power is your birthright. And no distribution company has the right to do load shedding. If any distribution company does gratuitous load shedding, they'll pay you a compensation. We brought this in the rules. And exhorting people to complain wherever there is load shedding. We've identified 1 or 2 areas where the load shedding is happening. And we are writing to the concerned states that why is this happening? Because we have sufficient power. And we have strengthened the system so there should not be any question of load shedding. So that's what we did. The second thing which we did was that we made it viable. Distribution system, the power sector was not viable. You had many power plants which had gone sick. Why? Because they had not been paid. And the outstanding dues of generation companies was almost about 135,000 crores. That has been brought down to almost about 68,000 crores. We have halved it. The current payments are up to date. Now the power has suddenly become viable and the shares of all the power companies have gone up. So that's the transformation we've done. This happened because we put in place rule-based system which prescribe timely payment of subsidy, which prescribe that the tariff will be fixed on a timely basis, that the tariff will be cost reflective, etc. We've done all that. So that's how we made it viable. We have emerged as the fastest country in undertaking energy transition. Because of climate action, because of the worries about global warming. So energy transition is now something which is imperative around the world. And every country is carrying out energy transition. We have emerged as a leader in that. Because our rate of growth of renewable energy capacity is one of the fastest in the world.
Right, sir. So, Centre has taken many measures to persuade and encourage states to improve the financial health of DISCOMs. Are you satisfied with the progress made so far?
Absolutely. Encouragement is one thing, but we've now made it mandatory that number one, if you have announced subsidy, you must pay the money for that on time. We've made it compulsory, otherwise there will be penalties. So similarly, we've said that the tariff must be updated regularly, otherwise you will not get any assistance from any of our schemes. You will not get any loan from PFC or REC. So we made it all conditional. And as a result of all this, what has happened is that the AT&C loss has come down from almost 22% to 16.8%. We've reduced the AT&C loss by 6%. We have reduced the ACS-ARR gap. The gap between average cost of supply and the average revenue realized has come down from 68% to 15%.
But some of the states are providing free power even to consumers who are in middle or high income brackets. How sustainable is this?
Now, this is actually very short-sighted. What these states are doing, and in fact, all these states who have announced free power and are giving free power, some are giving 100 units free power, some are giving 200, some are giving 300 units. Now, I have no problems with that as far as the power sector is concerned. You can give free power to everybody, but free electricity is not free, so somebody has to pay for it. You don't want the consumers to pay, then you have to pay for it. That means the state government has to pay for it. They don't pay from their pocket, they pay from the budget. So that also is public money. We have to pay from it. So I put in place systems which has made this mandatory, that if you have taken power, you must pay for it, otherwise the power will switch off. So my system is working. But the problem is, not in my sector, but the problem is financial for the states. I have got a study done. All these states who have announced freebies, free electricity, 100 units, 200, 300, including Delhi, which used to be so cash rich, which had such huge revenue. They are all borrowing money to give free subsidy. So they are actually burdening the future generation. Whatever loans they are taking, that has to be repaid. So it will be the future generations will have to repay it. Now they have created liabilities by borrowing, so the future generations will not have any money to construct roads or maintain hospitals, maintain schools. So all these people are irresponsible. That's my state.
And so power tariff for commercial use remains high in the country and industry has been complaining about it. Is there a scope for reduction in tariff and to what extent?
The problem is with cross subsidy. You see, in a desire to give electricity at low cost, etc. to consumers, they have used cross subsidy and raised the prices for commercial and industrial sectors. As a result of that, the commercial and industrial sectors are reeling under very high tariff. Now, the tariff policy, national tariff policy, which has the force of law, says that the cross subsidy should not be more than 20% and it should be brought down gradually. The law also says that. But these people, they are not doing that. Actually, the cross subsidy was way more than 20%. We put in place systems to make sure that the cross subsidy is brought down. So it will be brought down gradually. So it is actually cross-subsidization. What they are doing is that for the poorer consumers, they are charging less. So that money, that burden is passed on to the commercial and the industrial sector. Now, as far as the industrial sector is concerned, if you make tariff of electricity high, then industrialization will not happen. If industrialization does not happen, your country does not grow. And if industrialization does not happen, you don't provide jobs.
And so share of renewable has been on the rise and now account for nearly 43% in total power generation in the country.
So actually now India is different. Now in most sectors we are a world leader. In renewable energy we are a world leader. Our rate of growth of renewable energy is one of the fastest in the world.
Yes, sir. But there was 50% target set for 2030. At current pace, it seems India would achieve the 50% target before 2030. How hopeful are you, sir?
You see, first in COP21 in Paris in 2015, we pledged that by 2030, 40% of our capacity will be from non-fossils. But we achieved that 9 years in advance. We achieved that target in 2021. In 2021, we crossed 40%. Today, 43% of my capacity is non-fossil. 43%. So we are way beyond target. So that's why in Glasgow, we increased our NDCs. We increased our pledge. We said that by 2030, 50% of our capacity will be non-fossil. I will achieve that because I'm already at 43%. I have about 186,000 megawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity. By 2030, I'll have almost 65% of my capacity from non-fossils, not 50%.
And so on local manufacturing, there has been a lot of emphasis. So how Atmanirbhar we are in solar module manufacturing?
We are growing. My capacity for manufacturing solar cells and modules has gone up. It is now almost about 28,000 megawatts. My capacity for manufacturing cells has gone up to almost 6,000 megawatts. And by 2030, module manufacturing capacity will go up to almost about 100,000 megawatts because we had production-linked incentive schemes, 2 of them. Both were very successful. And under that, almost 48,000 megawatts of capacity for manufacturing cells and modules is coming up. And out of that, 24,000 megawatts of capacity will be from polysilicon onwards. Right. So we'll be emerging as an exporter. In wind energy, we have already a major exporter.
And there were discussions earlier about having interconnected power grid across the South Asian region. How is the plan progressing?
We are making progress on that. We have finalized agreements with the United Arab Emirates, which is with the cabinet for approval. With Saudi Arabia also, that is with the cabinet for approval. With Sri Lanka again, we have finalized the discussion. So we are already connected with Bangladesh and Myanmar. So it's in progress.
And so what should be the G20 action plan for global energy transition?
As I said, we are a leader in energy transition. Our energy transition is ahead of the target which we had set for ourselves. It's ahead of what we had pledged in COP. But every other country has recognized that. When we met, all the energy ministers met in Goa, and we took note of this, and we decided together that the transition to renewable energy needs to be accelerated. The technology problems are, one of course is storage. Because if we have too much of renewables without storage, then you will end up by wasting energy. So storage is one problem. So we had a PLI for storage, we'll have another PLI for storage. So that is one aspect which I'll push. The other thing which we discussed was about green hydrogen. We decided on that, there should be harmonization of standards for green hydrogen. We decided that there should be free and open trade on green hydrogen, green ammonia, clean hydrogen, clean ammonia. So this also we agreed. We agreed on the importance of access, because there are already more than 730 million people without access to electricity. So we agreed on that. We also agreed that technology transfers need to happen to help the developing countries for carry out energy transition, and financial assistance needs to be given to some developing countries to help in the energy transition. We discussed all that.
It was really great to have you on Akashvani.
My pleasure. Thank you.
You were listening to an exclusive interview with Union Minister R.K. Singh on the achievements and vision of Ministry of Power and New and Renewable Energy. The interviewer is Nirbhay Kumar, journalist. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on Air. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on Air Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 928-909-4044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on Prime Minister's Mann Ki Baat. The participants are Shekhar Iyer, political analyst, and Ishan Mittal, anchor.
In the 103rd edition of his Mann Ki Baat, Prime Minister Narendra Modi discussed natural calamities owing to the monsoon season, as well as risk mitigation undertaken under his watch. He also talked about the various cultural as well as religious aspects that are linked to the holy season that is dedicated to Lord Shiva. Mr. Iyer, what does the Amrit Sarovar project mean for water conservation? The Prime Minister laid emphasis on water conservation through this project. If you could discuss in detail.
Thank you, Ishan. Indeed, today's address to the nation on Mann Ki Baat covered several subjects, particularly the current season of Sawan. And this is also a period when we see floods, landslides, natural disasters caused by heavy rain. But this is also a season of greenery. This is also a season of rejuvenation of Mother Earth, an opportunity for water conservation. So in this context, Prime Minister referred to particularly, work being done in different parts of the country for conserving water, rather to harvest water by saving the rainwater. So he spoke about how Amrit Sarovars are being built, and we are seeing that people are working. Already 50,000 work is already on, because the target is 60,000 water bodies to be created, which are being called Amrit Sarovars. And on 50,000 Amrit Sarovars work is going on. And the people have become fully aware of the need to conserve water. And Prime Minister in particular recalled his visit to Shahdol district in Madhya Pradesh, where he met the tribal people of Pakadia village, where, how they are working to preserve this rainwater. So they have started digging up wells in that area, of course, with the help of the administration. They have converted about 100 wells already into a water recharge system. So what happens is the rainwater now flows into these wells, and from the wells the water enters the ground. So this will gradually improve the level of groundwater availability. They are encouraged by their own work and their success. They have set a target of using about 800 wells in the entire area for recharging. So this is something that the Prime Minister says is a good example of how when people become aware of the need to conserve water, and particularly not to let the rainwater go waste, one can see fantastic things happening in terms of public participation, public cooperation.
Indeed, water conservation and the importance of water is also underlined by practices such as the Kawad Yatras in which people bring the water of the holy Ganges to the 12 Jyotirlings, and this was discussed by PM Modi as well. I would also like to pick from what you had said earlier about this being a season of regeneration and how he had talked about new plantations happening in Uttar Pradesh as well.
Definitely, we have seen that encouraging news is coming from different states. Particular mention is Uttar Pradesh, where record planting of 30 crore trees on a single day has been had, and this has been done because the state government has started a campaign. And all the people participated. Such efforts of public participation. So it is necessary that we utilize this season where we conserve water, we plant trees. This is an opportunity. Of course, afforestation is a bigger thing. But all of us in our own way, we can plant trees in our neighborhood, wherever we can, so that this sends out a message that this is a great time because Sawan Mahina is associated with greenery, and greenery means is a symbol of joy. That's the thing that the Prime Minister was appealing to the people to take it up as some kind of a mass campaign and to engage themselves in a tree plantation drive.
And from our tribal brethren in Shahdol to the foreign appreciators of our culture, such as those from America and France, the PM also discussed about how yoga and how the Amarnath Yatra has also found resonance with our foreign friends, and he discussed that as well. If you could shed light on that.
Yes, he mentioned there are two such American people who have come from California, and they have joined this year's Amarnath Yatra. And because they have read about Amarnath Yatra, and particularly they have heard about the experiences of Swami Vivekananda relating to the Yatra. So they felt very inspired, and they have come and they are joining in this. And this is all because they feel that this whole Yatra to seek the blessings of Bholenath is a very unique pilgrimage. So you are seeing a lot of foreign people also coming. And similarly, the Prime Minister mentioned about a French woman. When he had gone to France, he had met her during his recent visit. And this lady is a yoga practitioner. Her name is Charlotte Chopin. And she is 100 years old, but she has been practicing yoga for the last 40 years. And that shows in her health, and she credits entirely to her practice of yoga. And in fact, in that country, she is seen as a prominent face of science of yoga. This shows that how India's contribution to the world is through all these methods, whether it is Ayurveda or whether it is yoga or yoga. And the Prime Minister particularly mentioned, when we talk of heritage, when we think of need to preserve our culture, and particularly whatever we have got it as a symbol of heritage. Prime Minister recalled how in Ujjain, 18 painters from all over the world are working on producing books based on Puranas, and they are using depicting paintings. And these paintings are in different style, whether it is Bundi style or Nadwada style or Pahadi style. But through paintings, you can tell stories of Puran and the message. And all these paintings are to be preserved, are to be displayed in Ujjain's Trivedi Museum, which is going to become another center of attraction apart from Mahakal Temple. So the Prime Minister also mentioned in this context how one Prabhat Singh, an artist from Rajkot, he has also been working on some paintings to depict some incidents in the life of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. So there he has also depicted one particular episode that caught the Prime Minister's attention was Shivaji's visit to his Kul Devi, that is Tulja Mata, after his coronation. And that painting completely describes the atmosphere in the temple, when Shivaji visited that. So it's very important, Prime Minister feels that to keep our traditions alive, to keep our heritage alive, we have to save it, we have to propagate it, we have to teach it to the next generation. So this is a very important thing the Prime Minister felt, and even he recalled that, not just about our heritage, cultural heritage, even our flora, fauna, he particularly mentioned the work done by Suresh Raghavan, who is from Vadavalli village in Tamil Nadu, and he is very fond of painting, and he has been using his paintings to preserve information about plants and animals, and he has been collecting documents of various flora and fauna for people to come and see his paintings, and that is also a very unique contribution that the Prime Minister noticed.
The Prime Minister not only encourages us to look at our intangible cultural and religious heritage, but he also emphasizes on the importance of the tangible in the form of artifacts that have been returned to India, as well as you so well described the artifacts that are being created by our artists, but also the translation of this heritage into real life, examples such as job creation, into real life aggrandizement in the sense of people get jobs, they get employment, and they can refuel, give back to the heritage in that way. So if you could talk about that, the reality, the real underpinnings of intangible cultural heritage.
Yeah. Yeah, see, even today there are traditional craftsmen, who are doing a lot of work. And what is very important now, the world has recognized that these artifacts belong to India. The Prime Minister, and particularly when he was visiting the United States recently, the US government had been undertaking a drive to see that all these artifacts which were stolen from our temples, particularly from the South India, which were smuggled out, those are all returned back to India. So many such artifacts have returned to India. Some of these artifacts are as old as 2,500 years old. So the Prime Minister feels that these are very rare items, and if these items are being sent out, it also shows that we need to develop more concern, more awareness, how we have to preserve this. Similarly, the government of Australia also ensured return of some artifacts. So that is why the Prime Minister feels, when you get to see all these artifacts which were stolen and they have been returned, you realize how much of heritage, we are blessed with. Particularly if you look at some of these sculptures, sandstone sculpture from 11th century, there is a sculpture of Apsara dancing which belongs to Madhya Pradesh. Many idols of the Shola period. There is one particular thing that has just been returned. It's a 1,000-year-old bronze statue of Ganesha, Lord Ganesha. So the Prime Minister feels there is a long list, and the Prime Minister is very happy and wants to convey his gratitude to the American government who have taken special efforts. Now that these are all coming back, this is going to increase awareness of our own people to the rich heritage we have.
Another interesting theme was his emphasis on the contribution of women and the role that women can play in terms of the propagation of culture. So one was Bhojpatras that were made by women from Uttarakhand, and another important and very real kind of intervention that he had with respect to women being able to conduct the Hajj pilgrimage. These are two very interesting aspects that were outlined in his Mann Ki Baat. So if you could talk about those.
You see, the Bhojpatra is basically using a bark of a particular tree which are found in the upper Himalayas. And Prime Minister has been very impressed with the work done by women from Niti Mana Valley in the Chamoli district of Himachal Pradesh. These women had once presented him a unique artwork done on this Bhojpatra in October last year. And, he has seen that Bhojpatra has been used traditionally to preserve our scriptures, books, and all these things. Even entire Mahabharata has been written on Bhojpatra. Now, today what is happening is from Uttarakhand and other places, even in Himachal, women have taken up this work, and many people are coming and seeing products that are made from this Bhojpatra, and this is being encouraged, and many pilgrims are happy to see this Bhojpatra. In fact, Uttarakhand government has been undertaking special training for women to make novel products from Bhojpatra. Of course, Bhojpatra is a particular tree, so the state government has also started a campaign to preserve this rare species of Bhojpatra. So all this goes to show that, look, this tradition of, preserving some of our ancient scriptures, which have a lot of religious significance on Bhojpatra, along with the fact that these patras can be used for, several other, artwork and things like that. And the Prime Minister feels this is a good way of preserving our tradition and our culture, and also for livelihood for some people. You mentioned about Hajj visit, which is also a very, very significant thing that has happened. There have been many Muslim women, particularly elderly Muslim women, who are finding it difficult to undertake a Hajj pilgrimage because the rules required that, they have to be accompanied by a male companion, or Behram as it is called. And gradually what has happened after the government changed the rules in consultation with the government of Saudi Arabia, more and more women have been able to undertake this pilgrimage. So today the figure stands at 4,000, which is a very significant thing because previously they could not do so. So the Prime Minister feels is particularly very, very grateful to the government of Saudi Arabia, who have appointed special women coordinators to help our women who reach there so that they do not feel the need for a companion. These women coordinators there to help them. And this is a very big thing because after the policy change, more and more people are getting the chance to go for Hajj. And some of them who have gone on such Hajj without a male companion but being helped by people on arrival there, they have written to the Prime Minister, thanking the government for the experience they have had and for a very important mission in their life being fulfilled.
Shekhar sir, if you could also briefly talk about the Prime Minister's discussion on the Amrit Kalash Yatra as well as the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, re-emphasizing that this year.
Yes, because again, we are seeing this Amrit Kalash Yatra is going to be very interesting. The soil from all over the country is being collected to mark our Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of independence. So what is happening is this campaign, Meri Mathi Mera Desh, in this campaign, and we are seeing that now that August 15th is coming, Independence Day is coming. So this is going to be a very big campaign that is going to be launched, which will see that many programs will be organized all over the country to remember the people who laid down their lives for the freedom of this country. And also this Amrit Kalash Yatra will be organized all over the country. Soil carrying from in 7,500 urns from every part of the country will reach Delhi, the capital, and they will also carry saplings from different parts of the country. So that Amrit Vatika is going to be erected near the National War Memorial. And all the soil and saplings will be kept there, and then a new garden, a garden that will symbolize Ek Bharat, Shresth Bharat. That is going to be undertaken. Prime Minister had spoken about this from the Red Fort last year when he addressed the nation, saying that this is among the Panch Prana, 5 pledges that were taken. So Prime Minister wants, all of us should upload our selfies on particular website. He has mentioned yuva.gov.in. So that all these sacred soils that are being brought, we get connected, we understand the significance and the symbol that is sought to be achieved. And similarly, last year on the occasion of Independence Day, we saw Har Ghar Tiranga Abhiyan. Similarly, this year too, tricolor is to be hoisted in every house. And this tradition is going to continue because this is in a way we remember the people who sacrificed for the independence of the country. And we also value the freedom, what freedom means to us. What is free India to us? So this is the appeal from the Prime Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iyer.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You were listening to a discussion on Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat. The participants were Shekhar Iyer, political analyst, and Ishan Mittal, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app News on Air. This program is also available on our YouTube channel on Air Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you an exclusive interview with Union Minister R.K. Singh on the achievements and vision of Ministry of Power and New and Renewable Energy. The interviewer is Nirbhay Kumar, journalist.
Power sector has undergone major reforms in recent years. The man behind all the policy actions is Power Minister Mr. R.K. Singh. He is with us today. Welcome, sir, to Akashvani.
Thank you.
The world has recognized the effective reforms carried out by India in the power sector. India is no longer a power deficit country. It has indeed been a transformational journey. How was this made possible, and what are the new targets the ministry has set for itself?
Actually, the journey has been really transformational. When this government came to office, you had thousands of villages. One problem was, of course, access. Imagine, even 68 years after independence, you had thousands of villages which had not seen electricity, and hundreds and thousands of hamlets, and millions of homes, in fact 29 million homes, had not seen electricity after 68 years after independence. Can you imagine that? The Prime Minister, he pledged that he'll connect every village in 1,000 days. That task devolved upon us. We did it in 987 days, 13 days before the target date. We connected every village. We connected every hamlet. Thereafter, we decided to connect every home, and we connected 29 million homes in 19 months. This was the largest and the fastest expansion of access ever in the history of electricity in the world. So we transformed our country from a country with problems of access to a country where access is now universal. Electricity access is universal, number one. Number two, we were deficit in power. Who can forget the long hours of load shedding in most areas of the country in the 2012-13 decades before 2014? You had long interruptions, load shedding in the power sector across the country. We've transformed that, and today we are surplus. We've taken our established capacity to 421,000 megawatts. We added almost about 190,000 megawatts in the past 9 years. And today we are surplus. So the maximum demand which has been reached is 223,000 megawatts. My established capacity is 421,000 megawatts. Now we are exporting electricity to Nepal, to Bangladesh, a little bit to Myanmar. That's how we have transformed it, connected the whole country to one grid so that we can transfer power, whatever power is required to any corner of the country, we can transfer that. So the transfer capacity has been increased to 120,000 megawatts. We constructed almost 190,000 circuit kilometers of transmission lines. And it is one grid, integrated grid, running on one frequency with one national control center. This is the largest integrated grid in the world. And this has many modern features. It has some of the latest design transmission lines, 800 kV, HVDC, etc., which is the cutting edge in the world. We have some of the transmission lines which are at the highest reaches in the world. Transmission line to Leh Ladakh, which is the highest reach in the world, right up to the borders of Myanmar, everywhere. Then we strengthened the distribution systems. We spent almost about 210,000 crores on the Dindagram, IPDS and Subhagya. And we constructed 2,980 substations. We upgraded almost about 4,000 substations, 8.5 lakh circuit kilometers of HT lines and LT lines, 725,000 transformers. And as a result of all this, now the availability of power in the rural areas has gone up from 12 hours a day to almost about 22 hours. In the urban areas, it's gone up to 23.5 hours. So we have brought in the rights of consumer rules, which says that 24/7 power is your birthright. And no distribution company has the right to do load shedding. If any distribution company does gratuitous load shedding, they'll pay you a compensation. We brought this in the rules. And exhorting people to complain wherever there is load shedding. We've identified 1 or 2 areas where the load shedding is happening. And we are writing to the concerned states that why is this happening? Because we have sufficient power. And we have strengthened the system so there should not be any question of load shedding. So that's what we did. The second thing which we did was that we made it viable. Distribution system, the power sector was not viable. You had many power plants which had gone sick. Why? Because they had not been paid. And the outstanding dues of generation companies was almost about 135,000 crores. That has been brought down to almost about 68,000 crores. We have halved it. The current payments are up to date. Now the power has suddenly become viable and the shares of all the power companies have gone up. So that's the transformation we've done. This happened because we put in place rule-based system which prescribe timely payment of subsidy, which prescribe that the tariff will be fixed on a timely basis, that the tariff will be cost reflective, etc. We've done all that. So that's how we made it viable. We have emerged as the fastest country in undertaking energy transition. Because of climate action, because of the worries about global warming. So energy transition is now something which is imperative around the world. And every country is carrying out energy transition. We have emerged as a leader in that. Because our rate of growth of renewable energy capacity is one of the fastest in the world.
Right, sir. So, Centre has taken many measures to persuade and encourage states to improve the financial health of DISCOMs. Are you satisfied with the progress made so far?
Absolutely. Encouragement is one thing, but we've now made it mandatory that number one, if you have announced subsidy, you must pay the money for that on time. We've made it compulsory, otherwise there will be penalties. So similarly, we've said that the tariff must be updated regularly, otherwise you will not get any assistance from any of our schemes. You will not get any loan from PFC or REC. So we made it all conditional. And as a result of all this, what has happened is that the AT&C loss has come down from almost 22% to 16.8%. We've reduced the AT&C loss by 6%. We have reduced the ACS-ARR gap. The gap between average cost of supply and the average revenue realized has come down from 68% to 15%.
But some of the states are providing free power even to consumers who are in middle or high income brackets. How sustainable is this?
Now, this is actually very short-sighted, what these states are doing. And in fact, all these states who have announced free power and are giving free power, some are giving 100 units free power, some are giving 200, some are giving 300 units. Now, I have no problems with that as far as the power sector is concerned. You can give free power to everybody, but free electricity is not free, so somebody has to pay for it. You don't want the consumers to pay, then you have to pay for it. That means the state government has to pay for it. They don't pay from their pocket, they pay from the budget. So that also is public money. We have to pay from it. So I put in place systems which has made this mandatory, that if you have taken power, you must pay for it, otherwise the power will switch off. So my system is working. But the problem is, not in my sector, but the problem is financial for the states. I have got a study done. All these states who have announced freebies, free electricity, 100 units, 200, 300, including Delhi, which used to be so cash rich, which had such huge revenue. They are all borrowing money to give free subsidy. So they are actually burdening the future generation. Whatever loans they are taking, that has to be repaid. So it will be the future generations will have to repay it. Now they have created liabilities by borrowing, so the future generations will not have any money to construct roads or maintain hospitals, maintain schools. So all these people are irresponsible. That's my statement.
And so power tariff for commercial use remains high in the country and industry has been complaining about it. Is there a scope for reduction in tariff and to what extent?
The problem is with cross-subsidy. You see, in a desire to give electricity at low cost, etc. to consumers, they have used cross-subsidy and raised the prices for commercial and industrial sectors. As a result of that, the commercial and industrial sectors are reeling under very high tariff. Now, the tariff policy, national tariff policy, which has a force of law, says that the cross-subsidy should not be more than 20% and it should be brought down gradually. The law also says that. But these people, they are not doing that. Actually, the cross-subsidy was way more than 20%. We put in place systems to make sure that the cross-subsidy is brought down. So it will be brought down gradually. So it is actually cross-subsidization. What they are doing is that for the poorer consumers, they are charging less. So that money, that burden is passed on to the commercial and the industrial sector. Now, as far as the industrial sector is concerned, if you make tariff of electricity high, then industrialization will not happen. If industrialization does not happen, your country does not grow. And if industrialization does not happen, you don't provide jobs.
And so share of renewable has been on the rise and now account for nearly 43% in total power generation in the country.
So actually now India is different. Now in most sectors we are a world leader. In renewable energy we are a world leader. Our rate of growth of renewable energy is one of the fastest in the world.
Yes, sir. But there was 50% target set for 2030. At current pace, it seems India would achieve the 50% target before 2030. How hopeful are you, sir?
You see, first in COP21 in Paris in 2015, we pledged that by 2030, 40% of our capacity will be from non-fossils. But we achieved that 9 years in advance. We achieved that target in 2021. In 2021, we crossed 40%. Today, 43% of my capacity is non-fossil. 43%. So we are way beyond target. So that's why in Glasgow, we increased our NDCs. We increased our pledge. We said that by 2030, 50% of our capacity will be non-fossil. I will achieve that because I'm already at 43%. I have about 186,000 megawatts of non-fossil fuel capacity. By 2030, I'll have almost 65% of my capacity from non-fossils, not 50%.
And so on local manufacturing, there has been a lot of emphasis. So how Atmanirbhar we are in solar module manufacturing?
We are growing. My capacity for manufacturing solar cells and modules has gone up. It is now almost about 28,000 megawatts. My capacity for manufacturing cells has gone up to almost 6,000 megawatts. And by 2030, module manufacturing capacity will go up to almost about 100,000 megawatts because we had production-linked incentive schemes, 2 of them. Both were very successful. And under that, almost 48,000 megawatts of capacity for manufacturing cells and modules is coming up. And out of that, 24,000 megawatts of capacity will be from polysilicon onwards. So we'll be emerging as an exporter. In wind energy, we have already a major exporter.
And there were discussions earlier about having interconnected power grid across the South Asian region. How is the plan progressing?
We are making progress on that. We have finalized agreements with the United Arab Emirates, which is with the cabinet for approval. With Saudi Arabia also, that is with the cabinet for approval. With Sri Lanka again, we have finalized the discussion. So we are already connected with Bangladesh and Myanmar. So it's in progress.
And so what should be the G20 action plan for global energy transition?
As I said, we are a leader in energy transition. Our energy transition is ahead of the target which we had set for ourselves. It's ahead of what we had pledged in COP. But every other country has recognized that. When we met, all the energy ministers met in Goa, and we took note of this, and we decided together that the transition to renewable energy needs to be accelerated. You know, the technology problems are, one of course is storage. Because if we have too much of renewables without storage, then you will end up by wasting energy. So storage is one problem. So we had a PLI for storage. We'll have another PLI for storage. So that is one aspect which I'll push The other thing which we discussed was about green hydrogen. We decided on that, there should be harmonization of standards for green hydrogen. We decided that there should be free and open trade on green hydrogen, green ammonia, clean hydrogen, clean ammonia. So this also we agreed. We agreed on the importance of access, because there are already more than 730 million people without access to electricity. So we agreed on that. We also agreed that technology transfers need to happen to help the developing countries for carry out energy transition, and financial assistance needs to be given to some developing countries to help in the energy transition. We discussed all that.
It was really great to have you on Akashvani.
My pleasure. Thank you.
You were listening to an exclusive interview with Union Minister R.K. Singh on the achievements and vision of Ministry of Power and New and Renewable Energy. The interviewer is Nirbhay Kumar, journalist. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on Air. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on Air Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 928-909-4044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you an exclusive interview with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. The interviewer is Shubhashri Mahapatra, Akashvani correspondent.
India's foreign policy for several years after independence was defined by non-alignment. In the post-Cold War era, economic liberalization reformed the foreign policy priorities to a large extent. The next change is now happening under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The last 9 years of the current government has many achievements to its credit. Today, we have External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar with us in our studio. Welcome, sir, to Akashvani.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Sir, at the outset, I would like to request you to tell us the major changes made in the Indian foreign policy in the last decade.
Well, I think that's a good place to begin. And you referred to the fact that we associate foreign policy at the beginning with non-alignment. So what was non-alignment? Non-alignment was a country expressing its independence in a particular era. So we are talking 1940s, 50s, 60s, maybe a little bit more, maybe 70s. But it was an era where our own capabilities was limited, and also where we did not always put our national interest first. So sometimes maybe we did not get the gains and the benefits we could have, but that is in the past. Now, thereafter, what happened was we faced a big challenge in the 1990s. As you yourself said, this was a time of reform. It was a time of reform because the economic policies from the 1940s till 1990 did not succeed. So we had a crisis. So we now had to not only change our economic policy, we had to change our foreign policy, because economic policy and foreign policy go together. Now today what has happened is we are in a different era. It is an era, one, where we are more capable, we are more confident, we are more ambitious, we think we can make a big difference. We are today the number 5 country economically in the world, and it is also a time which is more globalized, which is more technology driven. So the challenges are different, the capabilities are different, the goals are different, and under Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, because he himself today has a good understanding of the world, he has great faith in the people of India, especially the youth of India. He has a strong sense of technology, and he believes that we can take full advantage of global opportunities. So we are today much more active, much more visible. We are shaping the big issues and ideas of our time. And we are nationalistic and international at the same time. That we are doing more with the world, but we always do so with India's interest at the core. Not like in the past, where often we sacrificed India's interest, or we put India's interest behind the interest of some other country because of some ideological reason.
Sir, my second question is, India will be hosting the G20 Leaders Summit for the first time on 9th and 10th September 2023. In the previous G20 Leaders Summit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been laying emphasis on green development, climate finance, lifestyle for the environment as India's priorities. The New Delhi G20 Leaders Summit also comes at a time when the big powers are divided over the war in Ukraine. How much will that impact the summit's final outcome? And what will be India's key deliverables at the summit?
See, there are two big divides that the G20 has to address. One you mentioned, which is, you can say, the East-West divide because of the Ukraine conflict. But there is a bigger divide, the North-South divide. Divide of development, divide of growth, divide of health, of education, even of climate action. So India today is, I would say, somewhere in a center. We have to find a solution for North-South. We have to find a solution for East-West, both of them. That is a big responsibility. And it is a responsibility. By being the presidency of the G20, we have taken it upon ourselves. Our focus today is to get the world and the G20 to concentrate on the right problems. And that is why, in preparation for the G20, Prime Minister actually held a summit virtually called the Voice of Global South. So we had almost 125 countries who participated at different levels in the South. And from their concerns, these are all developing countries, and their concerns of the developing countries, we tried today to put these forward to see, for example, there is a concern. Developing countries have to reach sustainable development goals. Sustainable development goals for normal, ordinary people, I should say, would be health, education, water, electricity, sanitation, what is a proper, decent living. Now, many countries today, because of economic pressure, economic stress, they are not able to continue their progress on sustainable development goals. There is a second issue, which is climate. So everybody accepts climate is a very big issue. But to deal with climate, you need resources. Now, the developed countries keep promising resources, but they don't actually deliver on their promise very often. So how do we today get green financing? Because the people who will be most impacted by climate will be developing countries. So that is also today a big issue. So I'm giving you two examples. But there is an issue of debt. Many, very large number of countries today, they have big debts. They cannot pay back their debts. Many of them are facing trade disruption. Countries are facing, that they cannot pay for their energy. Many of them have problems with food imports. So these are really important problems. And India has taken it upon itself to make these problems the center of the conversation. That is one part, what is happening inside the room. There is the other part. And the other part is the manner in which Prime Minister today feels the people should be involved with G20. Even in Akashvani Bhavan, I see today a G20 logo, G20 poster. You go anywhere in India, every city of India, any public space in India, people today have attached themselves to G20. They know this is something big. They know this is an opportunity for India to make its global presence felt. It's also a way of promoting all the regions and cities of India.
Showcasing our team.
Yes, because we could have done G20 in, say, 5 big cities. But we are doing 60 cities. We are doing all the states and union territories. So the whole idea is showcase India. Also make the Indian public understand why is this important for you. Why is foreign policy important for you? Not only G20. What can we do to contribute more? So this is what he calls Jan Bhagidari. जनता को इसके साथ जुड़ना चाहिए. वो प्रधानमंत्री की बार-बार वो दोहराते हैं कि ये जो आप G20 में जो कर रहे हैं, इसको आप मीटिंग, कॉन्फ्रेंस सरकारी तौर पर ना करें,
लोगों तक पहुंचे
और लोगों को जुड़ने का अवसर दें. And I have been now in diplomacy from 1977, so it is 46 years I am doing. I have never seen anything like this in the past. That the normal citizen says, अच्छा वो फॉरेन पॉलिसी पता नहीं कोई और करता है, दूर की बात है, दूर का आदमी है, मेरा क्या लेना देना. This time it is not like that.
Sir, during its G20 presidency, India has focused on the area that have potential to bring structural transformation, like integration of MSMEs to global trade, promotion of labor rights, building inclusive agricultural food chains, value system, and blue economy. So, What is the thought or rationale behind these focus areas?
To understand this, you have to follow a little bit of history of G20. Initially, G20 started because there was a global financial crisis. At that time, till 2008, 7 countries, they were called G7. They used to deal with global financial matters. But they realized now global economy has grown, more countries need to be brought in, big solutions are not possible without them. Then every year when they meet, they add something more. So today we have almost, I think, 15 ministerial streams. So finance is the most important. But for example, I chair the development stream. There's a labor one, there's an education one, there's a woman. So it's all these issues. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to look at different areas and try to see if we G20 agree in any area. You said MSME or say labor. If there is a G20 agreement on that, I would say energy, very, very big subject of discussion. One, it will feed into the total G20 solution. So, जब वो लीडर लोग आएंगे सितंबर में और उनकी जब सहमति बनेगी, in that full agreement, इसका भी एक पहलू होगा. But it is also, you must understand, there is life beyond G20. So I mentioned to you, for example, Sustainable Development Goals. अब SDG इसको कहते हैं. अब SDG की एक summit होने वाली है सितंबर में. Now, if G20 agrees on things on SDG, it has an impact on SDG when the main meeting takes place. If G20 agrees on, say, women-led development, it has an impact. There will be COP28 in climate action. It will be meeting in UAE. What we decide in G20 in respect of climate, that will directly feed into what will happen at the COP. So one part is you're working in G20, you're pulling in different activities, उसका आप एक निचोड़ बनाएंगे, वो निचोड़ जो है that will, वो G20 के नेता जो होंगे, उनकी सर्वसम्मति से इसको हम दुनिया के सामने प्रस्तुत करेंगे. परंतु जो G20 की अलग अलग उनके आइडियाज जो हैं, भावनाएं जो हैं, उनकी उपलब्धियां जो हैं, वो अपने अपने डोमेन में कुछ और भी अगर दुनिया में कुछ हो रहा है, उस पर भी इसका प्रभाव होगा. G20 को आप एक किस्म से एक साल का कार्यक्रम के परिप्रेक्ष्य न देखें. जो भी इसकी अध्यक्षता लेता है, उनकी बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है. और ये जिम्मेदारी जो है, ये एक साल के लिए नहीं, क्योंकि G20 फंक्शंस इन 3. आप आने वाले प्रेसिडेंट हैं, अभी के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, पिछले प्रेसिडेंट, 3 ट्रॉयका कहते हैं. तो आप इसको 3 साल के लिए किस्म से गाइड कर सकते हैं. और हमारी खुशकिस्मती है कि आगे वाला जो प्रेसिडेंट है वो ब्राजील है. So that is also very, very helpful to us because we are, with BRICS and IPSA, we are linked with them. This whole G20, one is जो देश में जो हो रहा है, जिस तरीके से हम कहते हैं ना that we should make India world ready. You have to make world India ready. People from the world should see 60 cities at least of India, minimum. People from India should see all these people from G20 because there are 20 countries, there are 9 guests, there are 14 international organizations, but we are calling many other delegates also. So ultimately you will get almost 100 countries who will come.
Neighbourhood First has been a focus area of your ministry. It is said that there have been more deliveries on the ground in terms of concrete projects in the neighbouring countries than ever in the past. Could you elaborate the nature of expansion that has happened?
See, what you are saying, first of all, is true. That if you look any of our neighbors, Nepal jaye, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, even Myanmar, there is a big improvement in our delivery. There is improvement of delivery at home in India. So if in Delhi or Kolkata or in Uttar Pradesh or Madhya Pradesh or Tamil Nadu, if today your road building is better, your metro building is better. So if you are giving that kind of attention and effort and resources to make things happen better in India, it is natural that it will happen beyond India. Prime Minister himself has a evaluation program. It's called Pragati. He started it very early, 2014. What happens in Pragati is he selects a list of 20 projects. Those 20 projects, all the people involved with those 20 projects, they have to be on video link. Yes. And he says, okay, please explain to me, ये क्यों आगे नहीं बढ़ा? the moment you do this kind of coordination and then सबको लगता है अरे प्राइम मिनिस्टर खुद कर रहे हैं. In fact, now this mindset हम लोग भी विदेश मंत्रालय में करने लगे. अब जैसे मैं खुद रेगुलरली आई वुड से अच्छा चलिए बांग्लादेश, लेट अस सिट डाउन वन सैटरडे एंड जो भी बांग्लादेश के पेंडिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं प्लीज टेल मी वेयर आर वी. देन नेक्स्ट मंथ आई वुड से ओके लेट अस सिट नेपाल के देखते हैं. सो वन वे इज दिस ऑल्सो. द थर्ड इज नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी इटसेल्फ. व्हाट इज नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी? ये देश जो है हमारे पड़ोसी हैं. नाउ इंडिया इज ग्रोइंग. सपोज इन योर स्ट्रीट you are doing well in your house. Yes. You also want the rest of the street to also
should be happy at least.
Should be happy and should actually enjoy benefits of your success also. So today it is important for us that our neighbors feel, oh, very good for us, India is growing. We are also getting the benefit.
Thank you, sir, for talking to Akashvani News.
Thank you. It was a great pleasure.
You were listening to an exclusive interview with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. The interviewer was Shubhashri Mahapatra, Akashvani correspondent. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on a mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044. This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you an exclusive interview with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. The interviewer is Shubhashri Mahapatra, Akashvani correspondent.
India's foreign policy for several years after independence was defined by non-alignment. In the post-Cold War era, economic liberalization reformed the foreign policy priorities to a large extent. The next change is now happening under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The last 9 years of the current government had many achievements to its credit. Today, we have External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar with us in our studio. Welcome, sir, to Akashvani.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Neighborhood First has been a focus area of your ministry. It is said that there have been more deliveries on the ground in terms of concrete projects in the neighboring countries than ever in the past. Could you elaborate the nature of expansion that has happened?
See, what you are saying, first of all, is true. That if you look any of our neighbors, Nepal jaye, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, even Myanmar, there is a big improvement in our delivery. 2-3 examples I will give you. We are today, very big petroleum consumers. We have big refineries. So when a country like India is able to produce petroleum on a big scale, the cost comes down. Smaller country will not get that cost. They may not have that refinery capability. They may have to import from somewhere. Then if they have to import, wo truck mein aayega, so that will also have its own cost. Now, with two of our neighbors, Nepal and Bangladesh, today we have connected a pipeline by which from India they get the benefit of getting petrol and diesel at a cost which is very, very competitive. It has brought down the fuel cost in their country. We've also agreed just recently to do this for Sri Lanka. It will be done through the sea. I'll give you a different example. Electricity. Now, you know what happens? Different countries are able to generate electricity at different times. So, sometimes there are countries where during rainy season they produce more, during dry season less. Some people have all the year, they have, mountains and high flow rivers, so that hydel projects are very good. So you have countries like Bhutan or Nepal. Now, I'll give you the case of Nepal. Some years ago, Nepal was a power deficient country. At that time, we built a transmission grid. So from India, we started supplying power to Nepal. Now, in the next few years, Nepal also, there were dams which were built, hydel projects which were built. They also started generating electricity. So now, the same transmission which is taking from India brings from Nepal. Some seasons we supply, some seasons they supply. So, if you look at the last 10 years, what has changed in the last 10 years? Any of borders you go today, if you look at the picture of that same border 10 years ago, what is the road like? The road is different. What is the checkpoint like? Checkpoint is different. So, it has today changed the perception. And then, once you start having this good feeling about each other, then it is like, it is like a family. Within family, you can have distrust, you can even have tension. or you can have great shen and comfort. All our neighbors know that during COVID, we gave them medicines, we sent them vaccines. After COVID, Sri Lanka got into a very big economic crisis. We gave a lot of financial help to Sri Lanka. So today, after 9 years, we are in the 10th year of neighborhood first. Our neighbors today feel very differently about India.
Sir, actually, India has improved the border infrastructure to a lot since 2014. Could you please elaborate a little bit about the trilateral highway which is going to connect India, Myanmar and Thailand?
See, this was a project which was started some years ago. It's a very difficult project because it has to go through Myanmar. So it goes from the northeast India to Myanmar, through Myanmar to Thailand. And many countries are keen to extend it beyond Thailand. We have to construct roughly, I think, about 115 kilometers, which has to be built. We have done on the road, I would say, more than 50% of the work.
The budget allocation has also increased 4 times in between 2014 till this year.
Many reasons for it, which is that the details of the project, the access of the project changed. Then the quality of the project changed. Then initially when people started doing it, they didn't have the experience really to understand what it meant to do such a complicated project. And whenever there is a delay has a cost. So essentially our problem today is we are mobilized. Our work was going on in some areas. The contractors were also there. And then the law and order situation in Myanmar created a problem. So today we are trying to see how can I continue the work, and we can only do it if we have the cooperation of the authorities. We've had, for example, we did a lot of projects in Afghanistan at that time before the Taliban took over. It was very tough to do these projects. I think people who started this project did not expect it at the start. So this is a very particular challenge we have. But I am happy to say if I look at the last 10 years, there has been a huge improvement. I mean, today there would be projects in the world we have done, I would say, below cost before time. I was in Guyana, very far away in South America. We delivered a ferry which was made by this Garden Reach workshop in Kolkata. I was in Mozambique. We sent train sets because they wanted a suburban system like Mumbai has, where people can come in. So these are big game-changing projects. Today, when they think of India, they think capability. They think, India, they did the water project. India is capable of railways. They're very impressed by what we have done digital. They're very impressed by how we responded to COVID. So our, I would say, image.
UPI system also.
UPI,
digital UPI payments.
So our image has changed in the world.
As per the recent statement given by the Minister of External Affairs, India wants friendly relations with neighbouring countries, including Pakistan. Could you please throw some more light on this issue?
There's nothing I can say you don't know. After all, tell me one thing. Who does not want good relations with neighbours? Everybody does. As I said, if you live in a street, you want to be on good terms with everybody on the street. But you cannot have a neighbour who does terrorism and ignore it. You cannot overlook it. You cannot say, Acha, he is like that, so I have to live with it. Now, unfortunately, in the past, sometimes some people took that view, that, that's the way the Pakistanis are. But I don't think today this country, and definitely not this government, and 100% not this Prime Minister, we will not accept this. If Pakistan gives up the support for terrorism, other issues, but the key is the terrorism issue.
Sir, the Act East policy announced in November 2014 is an initiative to promote economic, strategic and cultural relations with the vast Asia-Pacific region at different levels. India firmly supports ASEAN centrality and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Could you throw some light on the deliverables in terms of boosting connectivity and promoting cooperation?
See, the Act East started as Look East 30 years ago. In the last 10 years, we have added more facets to it. We do more security cooperation. We do more connectivity. We do more digital. And we work with them in larger forums as well. So for us, these are very important partners. They are a region with which we have a strong historical connection. So this is a partnership we should continue growing. That is what we are trying to do. And I would say really, we have just upgraded our relationship last year. to what is called a comprehensive strategic partnership. And if you ask in that region, most our partners also feel that this is a relationship which has served both of us very, very well.
Sir, India today is a fast responder to disaster situations and provider of relief and assistance to many in distress. For example, India's Dost operation come to aid of earthquake-affected Turkey and Vaccine Maitri initiative during COVID-19 pandemic. Could you please elaborate a little bit for our listeners?
I began by telling you that this is today an India of greater confidence, of greater capability. You spoke about non-alignment and I said that's a different era. Today, when we look at global situation, we say, okay, how can India contribute? How can we help the world if they have problems? Obviously, this is most important in our neighborhood. So, if you remember some years ago, very big earthquake in Nepal. Yes. We were the first country to be there. We've had problems in Sri Lanka or Maldives or Myanmar. Now, as our capabilities grow, then it is also natural we will go beyond. Second, again, this is an initiative that Prime Minister himself is responsible for. See, when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, there was a very big earthquake. Now, from there, he developed both an interest and an experience. How do you prepare for disasters and how do you respond to disasters? Yes. So, very early on, I'm now talking 2014-15, he felt we should create a force which will respond to disaster. They are trained, they are ready to go, they're dedicated. So if something happens, they will move fast. And over the years, this has grown. And in fact, that is why in the case of Turkey, we were able to move so fast. But he's also tabled an international initiative called Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. That we build infrastructure which is more resistant to disasters, climate disasters or earthquakes, etc. So these, being a first responder today, this is part of India's changing image. When the world thinks of Modi's India today is a India which is first responder. Modi's India is a Vaccine Maitri India. Modi's India is a Operation Ganga. You will not leave your students behind in a
war-abused country.
And who will fight for the rights of the developing countries. So this is really, again, I come back to your main theme, what has changed in 10 years. These are all signs of changes, examples of changes.
सर, प्रधानमंत्री ने अभी पिछला जो लास्ट उनका मन की बात था, उसमें उन्होंने हर घर तिरंगा और मेरी माटी मेरा देश, इस जो कैंपेन है उसके बारे में बोला था. और 15 अगस्त पास में है और देश 77 इंडिपेंडेंस डे सेलिब्रेट करने जा रहा है. इसमें आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
मैं ये भी कहूँगा कि देश में जो है आज खासकर युवा पीढ़ी, ये देश के बारे में नेशनलिज्म जो कहते हैं, राष्ट्रीयता जो कहते हैं, ये भावना अब बहुत ही स्ट्रांग है. लोगों को अपने देश के बारे में विश्वास है, अपने बारे में विश्वास है, अपने प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में विश्वास है. उनको लगता है, जब हम कहते हैं कि अमृत काल में अगले हम 25 साल में हम करके दिखाएंगे कि भारत जो है विकसित देश बन सकता है, ये सपना नहीं है, ये
हकीकत बनने जा रहा है.
हाँ, बिल्कुल. और मैं ये कहूँगा कि हम और आप तब भी इसको डिबेट कर सकते हैं. आप किसी जो आज जो 20-22 के हैं, उनसे जाके पूछिए, उनको 100% कॉन्फिडेंस ये हो सकता है. और ये मैं कहूँगा, ये एक किस्म से अभी जो देश का माहौल बदला है और इसमें जो हम हर घर तिरंगा जो है, उसका मैं उदाहरण लेता हूँ कि आज जो है जिस प्राइड के साथ लोग झंडा घर में लगाते हैं, जो कभी कभी आप देखते होंगे मोटरसाइकिल में ले जाते हैं, गाड़ी में ले जाते हैं, ये नहीं था कि भावनाएं नहीं थी पहले, पर अभी जो है वो भावना जो है एक कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ लोग प्रकट कर रहे हैं. और उनको लगता है कि अब जो न्यू इंडिया जो कहते हैं, जो प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में जिस दिशा में जा रहे हैं, अब देश जो है अपने आप के बारे में एक किस्म से ज्यादा आत्मविश्वास के साथ, और ये भावना, हाँ, आत्मनिर्भरता उसका भी एक पहलू. तो
आत्मनिर्भरता से आत्मविश्वास भी बढ़ रहा है.
वो ये भी कि आत्मविश्वास जो है आत्मनिर्भरता को आगे बढ़ाता है. आज जो है देश के बारे में जो युवा पीढ़ी को जो सोच जो है, देखिए अभी हमारे सामने मैं कहूँगा एक किस्म से कुछ लोग हैं जो देश की आलोचना करते हैं, जिनके लिए कुछ भी पिछले 10 साल में जो भी हुआ वो बुरा हुआ, पता नहीं कहाँ जा रहे हैं, माने ये निराश हैं, देश के बारे में उनकी कोई अपेक्षा नहीं है, वो उसका कहीं भविष्य जो है उनको पता नहीं उनके मन में क्या है। और दूसरा जो है एक बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट बड़ा नेशनलिस्ट, और उसी के साथ एक देश जिसकी क्षमता बड़ी है, जिसकी एक किस्म से दुनिया में योगदान भी ज्यादा दे रही। तो ये मैं कहूँगा एक देश के सामने ये दो विचारधाराएं हैं, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि ऐसे अवसर पर जो युवा पीढ़ी जो है वो अपने कामों से, अपने जो भावनाओं से वो प्रकट करेंगे कि वो इसमें किस साइड पर है।
Thank you, sir, for talking to Akashvani News.
Thank you. It was a great pleasure.
You were listening to an exclusive interview with External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. The interviewer was Shubhashri Mahapatra, Akashvani correspondent. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
G20 presidency to climate change concerns. To discuss the salient points of President Murmu's address, I am now joined by political analyst Sandeep Phukan. Mr. Phukan, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Right at the beginning of her address, the President spoke about her childhood memories of Independence Day, thus bringing a very personal touch.
That's right. In fact, right at the beginning, she recollected her childhood days, how as a young student, she would go with great excitement to participate in the Independence Day celebrations in her village school when the tricolor would be hoisted, sweets would be distributed, her heart would be filled with pride, patriotic songs being sung. So yes, it's indeed, she's brought in a personal touch in her address to the nation. And of course, each one of us will have our own set of memories, going through how over the years, how we have celebrated Independence Day and how we continue to look forward to these red letter days in our republic, be it January 26th or August 15th, how they would be occasions for all of us to reflect, to reconnect and to move ahead.
The President also spoke about our identity as citizens of India at the start of her address. She said that what we celebrate on Independence Day is the fact that we are part of a great democracy. In your view, what are the strengths of our democracy?
That's right. In fact, if you look at her speech, she made it very clear that irrespective of our caste, creed, language or region, each of these things give an identity. Our professions give an identity. The place where we come from gives us an identity. But above all of this, we have the overarching identity of being Indian citizens, our Indian identity. And that is what she focused on. That ensures that we are all equal citizens of India, with equal rights, with equal duties, with equal opportunities. I think these are very important ideals. It's a very important message that President of India has given, that we are equal before the eyes of law. We have equal opportunity. We have equal set of duties to perform as citizens of India. It's not just that as citizens we enjoy rights. We also have duties towards our nation. And she has reminded that being an Indian means that you are equal before the eyes of law, but just as you enjoy rights, you also have duties to perform, duties to fulfill, and each one of us is also entitled to equal opportunity. I think that's the key message. Everyone, no matter who you are, how high you are, where you come from, what matters is your identity of being an Indian citizen with these qualities of equal opportunity, of equal rights and equal duties.
While speaking about India's freedom struggle, the President spoke about many women freedom fighters, and then she also went on to elaborate on the importance of women empowerment.
That's right. In fact, there was a clear focus on women freedom fighters. Let me just give you an example. For example, I'm from Assam, and she mentioned Konaklata Borua, who was a young girl who died while trying to hoist the flag in Gopur police station. Outside our state, I'm not sure how many people know, but it's a very important message. Of course, she's mentioned a lot of other stalwarts like Sarojini Naidu, Aruna Asaf Ali, Sucheta Kriplani. But, you know, it's a very significant message on the role of women in our freedom movement. as well as she mentions about economic empowerment of women and how that'll go a long way in terms of empowering our society and also establishing the ideals of our freedom struggle. I think it's a very significant message.
India has the G20 presidency this year, a grouping which represents 2/3 of the world population. What contribution can India make to bring focus on the many global issues using its presidency?
I'd just like to take you back to her speech, where she said that two things that stood out to me very clearly. She made it very clear that as the president, and as you rightly pointed out, this is a grouping, this is an economic grouping that represents 2/3 of the world, and India can actually shape the global discourse. With G20 presidency, India can make a very significant contribution in terms of decision making towards trade, towards finance, in terms of getting a more equitable distribution of resources across the world, also equitable progress. So that is the reason why I think she has mentioned that very clearly, because we are less than a month away when India will be hosting the G20 summit. In fact, we are barely a fortnight away from hosting the very prestigious event in New Delhi. And it's in the fitness of things that President Murmu has actually talked about India being at the forefront, where we can shape global discourse with our presidency, where we can talk about a more equitable progress. And it's a very significant event in our diplomatic calendar. And I'm sure that it's an important message from the head of the state that this is the direction that the government would like to progress as we host world leaders here in New Delhi.
The president also said that, and I'll quote her, looking at the present, we see that India has not only regained its rightful place on the world stage, but it has also enhanced its standing in the international order. So the fact that we are hosting the G20, do you think that it shows India's stature on the international stage and also strengthens our case for a place on the UN Security Council?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think be it Prime Minister Narendra Modi or External Affairs Minister Mr. Jaishankar, both of them at multiple fora, they have made it clear that it's high time that the international institutions like United Nations should reorient itself, should change themselves, their structure. We are the world's largest democracy. We are the most popular nation on earth, and our words carry a lot of weight. So in the international fora, if we don't have a seat at the high table of United Nations, then who else should? I think it's about time that the global powers realize that there should be a realignment of forces which is more representative. I think that's the message that President earlier on, when she talked about G20 presidency and India shaping global discourse, I think towards a more equitable progress, that's the idea that you cannot exclude from decision making at the high table a country that is the world's largest democracy, most populous nation. So it is our rightful claim to the high table.
The president spoke at length about Indian economy, which, to quote her, has proven to be not only resilient during turbulent times, but it is also a beacon of hope for others. She also said that India has converted challenges into opportunities. What, according to you, are the highlights and the reasons of our economic success and resilience when the world is right now going through an economic turmoil?
The president in her speech acknowledged that the world is going through a very delicate stage and a once-in-a-century pandemic that we faced in 2020, and the after effects have been a prolonged affair. And it's not just India. Across the world, we've seen, whether it's the Eurozone, whether it's United Kingdom, US, all of them have struggled with different kinds of inflation, with stagnancy. There's no growth. So to specifically answer your question on what have been the highlights, I would say that first of all, we are a growing economy. We are among the fastest growing economy. After the hit that one saw, that one took immediately after the COVID pandemic, now the growth pattern has come back. So we are a growing economy, and as I said, that we are a large economy and huge market. So that is a sign of hope. The other sign is that even our agrarian economy, the agricultural economy, that has shown very positive signs. I think given these two, GDP and the growth in agriculture, given these two things, there are lots of green shoots, I would say. And that is what would have led the president to say that Indian economy has not only been resilient in the face of turbulence, but also it's a sign of hope. It's a beacon of hope for others, especially at a time when most other economies are struggling. Just the fact that you're growing is a very good sign.
The president did say that the government has succeeded in protecting the common people from high inflation. She's mentioned inflation. So she says that the government has succeeded in protecting the common people from high inflation while also providing a more extensive security cover to the poor.
That has been the argument of the union government as well. The recently concluded monsoon session of Parliament, several ministers spoke about the welfare measures, how they continue. I mean, they were started at the time of COVID when their incomes were hit, but pre-ration to people who need them. They have continued, so that acted as some sort of buffer from extreme economic shock, and they continue to provide comfort. I would say that that is a model that the government has come up with now, even though not all of them may need that, but it still provides comfort against inflation if you get certain benefits from the government, be it in terms of food grains or pulses or any other subsidized edible oil. They provide a lot of comfort from shocks. So that is part of the government's welfare politics that we've seen since 2020.
Talking about the government's welfare policies, the president said that present government has been expanding welfare initiatives for the needy and giving priority to the deprived. What are the major initiatives of the government that you believe have been very effective?
If you look at President's speech, what the President meant is that tribals should, while they should embrace their tradition, they should be proud of their tradition, they should also embrace modernity. So there are specific schemes that the government has brought about towards education, health. These are initiatives in tribal areas. So it's not easy to change long years of habit or tradition. So while you should stick to your tradition, but you should also embrace modernity. As I said, that specific key interventions have been in the areas of not only infrastructure, because that will opening up many of these areas, but also in terms of health and education. These are two very key important sectors where the government has been making intervention with the tribal population. And these are very, very significant policy interventions to also, that goes a long way in terms of improving our human development index, especially these two areas, education and health. So these are the two areas I would say where government's focus has been, other than of course infrastructure, because remember the government has long argued that it is because of lack of infrastructure that many of these tribal areas were cut off from other mainstream or mainland areas, and that gave encouragement to the left-wing extremism. The other day when Home Minister Amit Shah replied in the Parliament, he actually mentioned that how left-wing extremism has come down over the years because of these policy interventions and opening up the area. Accessibility has been a very important part of government's policy initiative and intervention.
Very grave issue that not only India but the whole world is facing right now is climate change, and the president spoke about how we have faced extraordinary floods and drought at the same time. In fact, today we've got news from Himachal and Uttarakhand about the fury of rains.
That's right.
So her address called upon the scientists and policy makers to make efforts for the environment. How can India play an important role in tackling this issue and also provide leadership and guidance at international level?
We've already set a date for our zero carbon emissions. So that was done by Prime Minister in one of the conference of parties on climate change. And the Prime Minister has often talked about life, which is lifestyle for environment, adopting life as an approach to life, which is, cut down on your emissions and be in harmony, be in sync with nature. In fact, President Murmu also mentioned about learning from the tribal societies, how they live in harmony with nature in his speech. That is a very significant message, that it's not something that we actually need to learn from others. It's there. We just have to look inwards and look at our brothers and sisters who live in perfect harmony with nature, and what are the things that we can adopt. I mean, of course, we can't go back in time, but we can certainly take steps that reduce our emission levels and bring in a sense of being in harmony with nature.
At the end of her address, the President said that our Constitution is a guiding document. She said, let us move forward with the spirit of harmony and brotherhood to realize the dreams of our nation builders. How important is this message from the President in the given circumstances in present-day India?
I think it's extremely significant. The message, I would say that it's a very, very significant message. The message of harmony and brotherhood. The other side of this message is to shun any kind of violence, no matter what the provocation. Shun any kind of violence and return to this concept of being in harmony. We are a society with many diversities, but our strength has also been to live in harmony with all these diversities together. It's a very, very significant message from the President in the current context, the message of harmony and brotherhood.
Mr. Phukan, thank you so much for coming to AIR Studios and sharing your opinion on the President's address.
Thank you, Anupati.
You were listening to a discussion on President's address to the nation on the eve of Independence Day. The participants were Sandeep Phukan, political analyst, and Anubha Rohatgi, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app News on Air. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on Air Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsttalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
समाचार सेवा प्रभाग से प्रस्तुत है हमारा साप्ताहिक कार्यक्रम पब्लिक स्पीक।
पब्लिक स्पीक में आप सभी का स्वागत है। मैं हूं लवली।
The ramparts of the Red Fort. Your very first comment on his 10th address to the nation from the Red Fort and also on the 77th Independence Day.
Thank you very much. Happy Independence Day to you and to our listeners. Indeed, it was a very, very important occasion today, and the Prime Minister took us through the era since the independence, the struggles we have faced, the problems we have encountered, and particularly in the last 9 years since he became Prime Minister, the kind of dream that he had for this country and the efforts that have been taken during this period. He dwelt on all these subjects with a lot of candidness, I must say, pointing out where the hurdles are, what are the goals to be reached, and how do we propose to reach them. So today's speech, I would say, every part of it is full of meaning and significance as to the sacrifices that were made for this great country and how we won the independence and how we have moved ahead despite our problems we have encountered. And he particularly spoke of the three strengths that we have, that is democracy, demography, and diversity. And then went on to say that how these are our strength and how in the 9 years, the kind of mandate that was given to him to bring about the changes in this country, much needed changes, and how he has gone about the task. At the same time, the Prime Minister spoke about challenges in the shape of corruption, which has eaten into the vitals of our country, and how he is fighting against corruption so that the benefits of development reach the poorest of the poor. He also spoke about the problems posed by the dynastic or the family-oriented approach in our political life. And also, he spoke about the dangers of appeasement or vote bank politics, which is also a big hurdle for development because governments are hesitant to take decision when they think of votes. Whereas the Prime Minister feels sometimes hard decisions have to be taken, sometimes you have to take decision because the right course. And the Prime Minister also touched upon Manipur, saying that now it is fast returning to peace, and he expressed confidence in the years to come, Manipur will be on the path of development. At the very beginning, the Honorable Prime Minister said, "Mere pyare 140 crore parivar jan." That's very endearing, and it gives a different sentiment altogether that the highest person in the country, executive government, considered each one of us as his family member. That's really heartening, isn't it? The very fact that he normally chooses bhai or behno or brothers and sisters, but today he specifically used the term parivar jano. That means my dear family members, because he considers the entire 140 crore people, that is who make up for this great country, as his own family member, and he as the Prime Minister, is discharging his duty as a family member towards the family. I mean, when you associate that kind of sentiment, you can understand the commitment with which the Prime Minister has been undertaking task for this nation. Particularly some decisions that have been taken, some new schemes have been launched, with all keeping in mind these family members, their struggles with day-to-day existence, their fight against poverty, their fight for honor, the fight for dignity. All these are on the heart and the mind of the Prime Minister, which is what today he chose to express from the ramparts of the Red Fort.
He also made a mention about this thing which we all are looking forward to, India becoming the third biggest economy in the next 5 years. That's actually a big position in the entire world. We have been talking about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So in that world, which is as one family, to see ourselves at among the top 3 positions, the third position in the entire world, that's really something, isn't it?
When he took charge as the Prime Minister in 2014, our economy was placed at the 10th position in the order of nations. Today, it has reached the 5th position. And Prime Minister attributes to complete change that has happened in the global order post-COVID. COVID was the biggest challenge facing the entire humankind. It has changed a lot of things, and including the way we perceive today's economy, today's challenges in terms of public health, public prosperity and development. So the Prime Minister says this change that has come for all of us, that has opened a new door for this country. That is why he says that he is confident in the next 5 years to come, India will reach the top 3 economies of the world. That is because of what the COVID has done to this country. How we undertook the world's mass immunization program, one of the world's mass immunization program where over 200 vaccinations were delivered to the people. And a lot of it was free of cost. At a time when people had doubts as to how would the country face a problem like COVID. But we saw the government of India encouraging our scientists, our laboratories to take up the production of indigenous vaccine, and that resulted in timely availability of vaccine. Otherwise, one can imagine what would have been our plight if we had to import these vaccines, particularly those developed and manufactured by multinational corporations. But fortunately, our own scientists, our own labs, our own Indian companies worked on developing a vaccine which got distributed free of cost to a lot of people. Such a program has never been undertaken. And we already hold the record in mass immunization in the case of polio vaccine. But this was a completely different challenge that we have achieved. So Prime Minister feels that given our innate strength, given in our innate qualities which we overcome difficulties, and the way our economy is recovering, at a time entire global economy is under a lot of stress. You can hear reports about what is happening in China, how China is facing problems of depression in its economy. We are hearing about problems faced by Europe. We are hearing of problems faced by, including countries like the United States. When all these countries are facing problems, somehow India appears as a kind of an island of hope, an island where things are different. And even when you refer to inflation, yes, inflation is a very big challenge in this country. But at the same time, somehow the government policies have ensured the kind of havoc by this inflation in other economies that has to a large extent been contained in our country. So these are the areas he touched upon to show why we are on the path to progress, why we are on a path to very fast development.
The Prime Minister very clearly spoke about corruption today, which probably shows his commitment and his attitude of no tolerance or zero tolerance for corruption. There was a period when this country saw so many scams after scams 10 years back. But in the last 10 years, we have seen that there's been no such thing. It takes a lot of political will to ensure that there actually isn't no corruption.
Definitely, corruption has bedeviled us like anything. The fact that it has taken such a long time to reach fruits of our development to the people. In fact, often people quote the late Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi himself saying when a 1 rupee sent from the center to the states, hardly 15% reaches the poor people. So the whole efforts of this government under Prime Minister Modi was to ensure that the poorest of the poor directly get benefited by the funds earmarked for them. direct benefit transfer by way of Aadhaar card. The way people were enrolled in Aadhaar card using mobile and then opening of bank accounts. Jan Dhan Yojana is one of the marvelous exercise which today has found praise from international rating agencies and other bodies like International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and they have found that from various parameters, the multidimensional poverty parameters are showing positive signs for India. Lot of things are improving, and a lot of funds which would earlier get lost by way of corruption, by middlemen playing havoc, is now actually reaching people, and that is what is making difference, and that is what is now slowly seeing the revival of demand on the rural side. So that is why the Prime Minister feels that corruption has to be tackled in all its forms, and Prime Minister efforts has been in the last 9 years or so, Bashemji, is to tackle it. That is why Prime Minister said, compared to the previous period, more number of cases of corruption have been registered, they have been investigated, and also seizures in terms of ill-gotten wealth. That has also been on the very higher side. Sometimes there have been record-breaking seizures of ill-gotten money, even cash, jewelry, foreign currencies. And in all of these cases, you can see a political link, or political people are involved, or close aides of political leaders are involved. This has not happened before, because earlier you heard CBI going after the small-time corruptions. Some postman has embezzled some small amount. Things like that used to happen. But today, the government's efforts are targeted at big-ticket corruption. And you can also note, as the Prime Minister pointed out, in number of projects where the way the tenders have been awarded, the system of e-tendering, bringing more and more transparency to show that the discretion of people who are holding political posts in government has been reduced. Today, things are much more on the, I would say, on the transparency level than hitherto. So this is a very important, and unless you tackle corruption, if you compromise with corruption, then you are compromising development of this country. This India has waited too long, and Prime Minister says that is why his commitment is the dream of this country is a corruption-free society, a corruption-free system where the common man does not face hassles or hurdles in getting the services of the system.
The Prime Minister also acknowledged youth power in his speech today, and he said that India is among the top 3 countries as far as startup ecosystem is concerned. And startup, we all know, young people putting all their resources, time, energy and money into startup organizations, which probably can have a multiplier effect with respect to the economics or with respect to employment generation.
Undoubtedly, Bashepji, and for the simple reason, Prime Minister feels that the youth of this country are also the future of this country. And the way youth have adapted themselves to take up new challenges. More and more young people who are coming out of our engineering colleges, from our management schools, are willing to undertake that risk. They are no longer looking at a cozy corporate job. Rather, they want to try out on themselves. And today, the financial system is also very robust. Banks are being revitalized. Banks are being remonetized to lend money, to this kind of people who are willing to try out their fortune with their unique concepts, with their unique thing. That's why the Prime Minister says today, anybody who is 30 plus, who is rather 30 plus or even less than 30 years of age, for them this is a very golden period. The next 25 years we are going to celebrate by 2047 100 years of independence, and that is going to, unicorns are being created, new projects are coming up. In most of these projects you will see it is a young brain which is undertaking that risk. That ability to take risks and the capacity to take risks is increasingly seen among our young people who are seeing what is happening globally, who are coming with new ideas, who are willing to experiment. They are not fear of defeat. They are not fearing losses because they feel this is the only life they have and they have to try it out. And that is what is giving confidence to this nation to face the future challenges.
In today's speech, we also could very clearly see the pride of the Prime Minister when he spoke about, digital India. He said that he had recently gone to Bali for the G20 summit, where global leaders, world leaders were asking him about this entire issue of digital India.
Indeed, Bashepji, initially when this UPI payments came in, there were a lot of skeptics among us who said, how will this work in this country? People don't have mobile phone. Country where the cash rules the roost is the only way to do it. But today, everybody carries that code. They have got it printed and they have kept it. They said, look, if you don't have a change, you can just pay me on this. Because they all have bank accounts. All these bank accounts are linked to their mobile. So we have seen a tremendous change, a change which has surprised even people who conceived it. Because this kind of approach has not been seen in any other part of the world. In terms of number of people having mobiles, number of people who are using digital transaction, people are taking to digital medium of payment, and that has brought in ease of living or ease of business.
Shekharji, thank you so much for joining in this discussion.
Thank you very much.
You were listening to a discussion on Prime Minister's address to the nation on the occasion of the 77th Independence Day. The participants were Shekhar Iyer, political analyst, and S. Rangabhashyam, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app News on AIR.
विशेष कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत प्रस्तुत है विश्व क्षितिज पर भारत पर परिचर्चा। इसमें भाग ले रहे
Well, I think that's a good place to begin. And you referred to the fact that we associate foreign policy at the beginning with non-alignment. So what was non-alignment? Non-alignment was a country expressing its independence in a particular era. So we are talking 1940s, 50s, 60s, maybe a little bit more, maybe 70s. But it was an era where our own capabilities was limited, and also where we did not always put our national interest first. So sometimes maybe we did not get the gains and the benefits we could have, but that is in the past. Now, thereafter, what happened was we faced a big challenge in the 1990s. As you yourself said, this was a time of reform. It was a time of reform because the economic policies from the 1940s till 1990 did not succeed. So we had a crisis.
Yes.
So we now had to not only change our economic policy, we had to change our foreign policy, because economic policy and foreign policy go together. Now today what has happened is we are in a different era. It is an era, one, where we are more capable. We are more confident, we are more ambitious, we think we can make a big difference. We are today the number 5 country economically in the world. Those days we were number 10 or 12 or something like that. And it is also a time which is more globalized, which is more technology driven. So the challenges are different, the capabilities are different, the goals are different. And under Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, because he himself today has a good understanding of the world. He has great faith in the people of India, especially the youth of India. He has a strong sense of technology. And he believes that, we can take full advantage of global opportunities. So we are today much more active, much more visible. We are shaping the big issues and ideas of our time, and we are nationalistic and international at the same time. That we are doing more with the world, but we always do so with India's interest at the core. Not like in the past, where often we sacrificed India's interest, or we put India's interest behind the interest of some other country because of some ideological reason.
India will be hosting the G20 Leaders Summit for the first time on 9th and 10th September 2023.
Mm-hmm.
In the previous G20 Leaders Summit, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been laying emphasis on green development, climate finance, lifestyle for the environment as India's priorities. The New Delhi G20 Leaders Summit also comes at a time when the big powers are divided over the war in Ukraine. How much will that impact the summit's final outcome? And what will be India's key deliverables at the summit?
See, there are two big divides that the G20 has to address. One you mentioned, which is, you can say, the East-West divide because of the Ukraine conflict. But there is a bigger divide, the North-South divide. Divide of development, divide of growth, divide of health, of education, even of climate action. So India today is, I would say, somewhere in a center. We have to find a solution for North-South. We have to find a solution for East-West, both of them. That is a big responsibility. And it is a responsibility by being the presidency of the G20. We have taken it upon ourselves. Our focus today is to get the world and the G20 to concentrate on the right problems. And that is why, in preparation for the G20, our Prime Minister actually held a summit virtually called the Voice of Global South. So we had almost 125 countries who participated at different levels in the summit. And from their concerns, these were all developing countries, and their concerns of the developing countries, we tried today to put these forward to see, for example, whether, there is a concern. Developing countries have to reach goals, or sustainable development goals. Sustainable development goals for normal, ordinary people, I should say, would be health, education, water, electricity, sanitation. What is a proper, decent living. Now, many countries today, because of economic pressure, economic stress, they are not able to continue their progress on sustainable development goals. There's a second issue, which is climate. So everybody accepts climate is a very big issue. But to deal with climate, you need resources. Okay. Now the developed countries, keep promising resources, but they don't actually deliver on their promise very often. So how do we today get green financing? Because if we don't do something about, the people who will be most impacted by climate will be developing countries. So that is also today a big issue. So I'm giving you two examples. But there is the issue of debt. A very large number of countries today, they have big debts. They cannot pay back their debts. Many of them are facing trade disruption. Countries are facing, that they cannot pay for their energy. Many of them have problems with food imports. So these are really important problems. And India has taken it upon itself to make these problems the center of the conversation. But that is one part, what is happening inside the room. There is the other part. And the other part is the manner in which Prime Minister today feels the people should be involved with G20. See, even in AIR, Akashvani Bhavan, when I come, I see today a G20 logo, G20 poster. You go anywhere in India, every city of India, any public space in India, many universities of India, people today have attached themselves to G20. They know this is something big. They know this is an opportunity for India to make its global presence felt. It's also a way of promoting all the regions and cities of India.
Showcasing our things.
Okay, yes, because we could have done G20 in, say, 5 big cities. Okay, you say, Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata, Bengaluru, Chennai.
But it is all over.
But we are doing 60 cities. Okay, we are doing all the states and union territories. So the whole idea is showcase India. Also make the Indian public understand, why is this important for you? Why is foreign policy important for you? Not only G20.
Yes.
What can we do to contribute more? So this is what he calls Jan Bhagidari, that we should make this into ऑफिस का काम नहीं होना चाहिए, कूटनीति का नहीं होना चाहिए, जनता को इसके साथ जुड़ना चाहिए. That वो प्रधानमंत्री की बार बार माने वो दोहराते हैं कि ये जो आप G20 में जो कर रहे हैं, इसको आप माने मीटिंग कॉन्फ्रेंस सरकारी तौर पर ना करें,
लोगों तक पहुंचे.
हाँ, लोगों तक, और लोगों को जुड़ने का अवसर दें.
That is really the, and to my, I have been now in diplomacy for from 1977, so it is 46 years I'm doing. I have never seen anything like this in the past. That the normal citizen says, अच्छा वो foreign policy पता नहीं कोई और करता है, दूर की बात है, दूर का आदमी है, मेरा क्या लेना देना. This time it is not like that.
Sir, during its G20 presidency, India has focused on the area that have potential to bring structural transformation, like integration of MSMEs to global trade, promotion of labor rights, building inclusive agricultural food chains, value system, and blue economy. So, what is the thought or rationale behind these focus areas?
I have to follow a little bit of history of G20. Initially, G20 started because there was a global financial crisis. At that time, till 2008, 7 countries, they were called G7. They used to deal with global financial matters. But they realized now global economy has grown, more countries need to be brought in, big solutions are not possible without them. Then every year when they meet, they add something more. So today we have almost, I think, 15 ministerial streams. So finance is the most important. But, for example, I chair the development stream. There's a labor one, there's an education one, there's a women. So it's all this issue. So what are we trying to do? We are trying to look at different areas and try to see if we G20 agree in any area. You said MSME, or say labor.
Yes.
If there is a G20 agreement on that, I would say energy, a very, very big subject of discussion. One, it will feed into the total G20 solution. So, जब वो लीडर लोग आएंगे सितंबर में और उनकी जब सहमति बनेगी, in that full agreement, इसका भी एक पहलू होगा, इसका एक one facet of it will be this. But it is also, you must understand, there is life beyond G20. So I mentioned to you, for example, Sustainable Development Goals. अब SDG इसको कहते हैं. अब SDG की एक summit होने वाली है सितंबर में. Now, if G20 agrees on things on SDG, it has an impact on SDG when the main meeting takes place. If G20 agrees on, say, women-led development, it has an impact. There will be COP28 in climate action. It will be meeting in UAE. What we decide in G20 in respect of climate, that will directly feed into what will happen in the COP. So one part is you are working in G20, you are pulling in different activities, उसका आप एक निचोड़ बनाएंगे, वो निचोड़ जो है that will, वो जो G20 के नेता जो होंगे, उनकी सर्वसम्मति से ये इसको हम दुनिया के सामने प्रस्तुत करेंगे. परंतु जो G20 की अलग अलग उनके आइडियाज जो हैं, भावनाएं जो हैं, उनकी उपलब्धियां जो हैं, वो अपने अपने डोमेन में कुछ और भी अगर दुनिया में कुछ हो रहा है, उस पर भी इसका प्रभाव होगा. तो that's why इसको आप G20 को आप एक किस्म से एक साल का कार्यक्रम की परिप्रेक्ष्य न देखें. ये लॉन्गर हर जो भी इसकी अध्यक्षता लेता है, उनकी एक किस्म से एक बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी होती है. और ये जिम्मेदारी जो है, ये एक साल के लिए नहीं, क्योंकि G20 फंक्शंस इन 3 कि आप पहले के आने वाले प्रेसिडेंट हैं, अभी के प्रेसिडेंट हैं, पिछले प्रेसिडेंट हैं, तो 3 ट्रॉइका कहते हैं. तो आप इसको 3 साल के लिए किस्म से गाइड कर सकते हैं. और हमारी खुशकिस्मती है कि आगे वाला जो प्रेसिडेंट है वो ब्राज़ील है. So that is also very, very helpful to us, because we are, with BRICS and IPSA, we are linked with them. So this whole G20 one is जो देश में जो हो रहा है, जो जिस तरीके से हम कहते हैं ना that we should make India world ready. You have to make world India ready.
Yes, sir.
People from the world should see 60 cities at least of India, minimum. People from India should see all these people from G20, because there are 20 countries, there are 9 guests, there are 14 international organizations, but we are calling many other delegates also. So ultimately you will get almost 100 countries who will come.
Neighborhood First has been a focus area of your ministry. It is said that there have been more deliveries on the ground in terms of concrete projects in the neighboring countries than ever in the past. Could you elaborate the nature of expansion that has happened?
See, what you are saying, first of all, is true. That if you look, any of our neighbors, Nepal jaye, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, Maldives, even Myanmar, there is a big improvement in our delivery. Why is there improvement in delivery? First of all, there is improvement of delivery at home in India. Okay? So if in Delhi or Calcutta or in Uttar Pradesh or Madhya Pradesh or Tamil Nadu, if today your road building is better, your metro building is better, your power grids are, so if you are giving that kind of attention and effort and resources to make things happen better in India, it is natural that it will happen beyond India also.
Yes.
Huh? So if a company today, you tell a company, look, I am very serious about this project. It must be done at cost, it must be done on time. Once they get into that mindset, then automatically they start going beyond. So this is one reason. Second, Prime Minister himself has a particular program. It is called it's like I would say like a evaluation program. It's called Pragati.
Yes.
He started it very early, 2014. What happens in Pragati is he selects a list of say 20 projects. Those 20 projects, all the people involved with those 20 projects, they have to be on video link.
Yes.
And he says, okay, please explain to me, ये क्यों आगे नहीं बढ़ा? क्या प्रॉब्लम थी? कहाँ रुकावट थी? कहाँ पैसे कम थे? कहाँ बजटिंग नहीं किया? कहाँ लैंड एक्विजिशन? कहाँ एनवायरमेंटल क्लियरेंस? तो क्या होता है कि the moment you do this kind of coordination and then सबको लगता है अरे प्राइम मिनिस्टर खुद कर रहे हैं.
प्राइम मिनिस्टर खुद
then it has impact on people. So now this mindset हम लोग भी विदेश मंत्रालय में करने लगे. अब जैसे मैं देखता हूँ, मैं रेगुलरली आई वुड से अच्छा चलिए बांग्लादेश, लेट अस सिट डाउन वन सैटरडे एंड जो भी बांग्लादेश के पेंडिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, प्लीज टेल मी वेयर आर वी. देन नेक्स्ट मंथ आई वुड से ओके लेट अस सिट नेपाल के देखते हैं. सो वन वे इज दिस ऑल्सो. द थर्ड इज नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी इटसेल्फ. व्हाट इज नेबरहुड फर्स्ट पॉलिसी? ये देश जो है हमारे पड़ोसी हैं. नाउ if India is to grow, if India is growing, not if it is growing. It's like, see, suppose in your street, okay, you are doing well in your house. Yes. You also want the rest of the street to also be part.
Happy at least.
Should be happy and should actually enjoy benefits of your success also. So today it is important for us that our neighbors feel, oh, very good for us, India is growing. We are also getting the benefit. So I'll give you a practical example. 2-3 examples I will give you. We are today, very big petroleum consumers. We have big refineries. So when a country like India is able to produce petroleum on a big scale, the cost comes down.
Yes.
Smaller country will not get that cost. They may not have that refinery capability. They may have to import from somewhere. Then if they have to import, वो truck में आएगा. So that will also have its own cost. Now, with two of our neighbors, Nepal and Bangladesh, today we have connected a pipeline by which from India they get the benefit of getting petrol and diesel, so that at a cost which is very, very competitive. It has brought down the fuel cost in their country. We've also agreed just recently to do this for Sri Lanka. It will be done through the sea. I'll give you a different example. Electricity. Now, you know what happens? Different countries are able to generate electricity at different times. So sometimes there are countries where during rainy season they produce more, during dry season less. Some people have all the year, they have mountains and high flow rivers, so that hydel projects are very good. So you have countries like Bhutan or Nepal. Now, I'll give you the case of Nepal. Some years ago, Nepal was a power deficient country at that time.
Yes.
We built a transmission grid. So from India, we started supplying power to Nepal. Now, in the next few years, Nepal also, there were dams which were built, hydel projects which were built. They also started generating electricity. So now the same transmission which is taking from India,
not giving back,
brings from Nepal. Some seasons we supply, some seasons they supply. Some areas we supply, which is, depending on the local, some areas they supply. So what happens today is, if you look at our neighbors, if you look at the last 10 years, what has changed in the last 10 years? Any of borders you go today, if you look at the picture of that same border 10 years ago, what is the road like? The road is different. What is the checkpoint like? Checkpoint is different. Is there a railway line? Many cases there was not. Were there bus services, train services, waterways? 10 years ago in many cases there were not. Is there electricity supply? Yes. Is there fuel supply? Yes. How many people are crossing? More. Has trade gone up? Yes. So it has today changed the perception. And then once you start having this, good feeling about each other, then it is like a family. Within family you can have distrust, you can even have tension, or you can have great affection and comfort. If family is comfortable, you had a problem like COVID. Okay, we, all our neighbors know that during COVID, we gave them medicines, we sent them vaccines. After COVID, Sri Lanka got into a very big economic crisis. We gave a lot of financial help to Sri Lanka. So today, after 9 years, we are in the 10th year of neighborhood first. Our neighbors today feel very differently about India. They feel today, okay, this is, yes, it is the biggest country, but it is a country which doesn't say, I will only do this if you will do that. It's a country with a large heart. It is a country with generosity. It is a country which will step forward with a dependable friend at times of trouble. So it has changed. If you go today to any of our neighbors, especially if you talk to the normal, average citizen, they have a very different view today about India.
Sir, actually India has improved the border infrastructure to a lot since 2014. Could you please elaborate a little bit about the trilateral highway which is going to connect India, Myanmar and Thailand?
See, this was a project which was started some years ago. It's a very difficult project because it has to go through Myanmar. So it goes from the northeast India to Myanmar, through Myanmar to Thailand, and many countries are keen to extend it beyond Thailand. We have to construct roughly, I think, about 115 kilometers, which has to be built, because many parts of the road already exist. So some has to be upgraded, some connection banana. And we have to build bridges. There are, I think, 69 bridges we have to build. We have done on the road, I would say, more than 50% of the work.
So budget allocation has also increased 4 times in between 2014 to till now this year. Budget 4 times increase.
No, but there are many reasons for it, which is that I would say the details of the project, the access of the project changed. Then the quality of the project changed. Then people, initially when people started doing it, they didn't have the experience really to understand what it meant to do such a complicated project. And whenever there is a delay has a cost. So essentially our problem today is we are mobilized. Work was going on in some areas. The contractors were also there. And then the law and order situation in Myanmar created a problem.
Yes.
So today we are trying to see how can I continue the work, and we can only do it if we have the cooperation of the authorities. Without that it is not possible. Obviously it is not something, we have to be careful also, because if we are asking our people to work there, you should not put them in a dangerous situation. So why I am telling you this is, please understand one thing. It is not so easy to work outside our country. There are many parts of the world where it can be dangerous security-wise. You are dealing with different system, different culture, different practices. We've had, for example, we did a lot of projects in Afghanistan at that time.
Yes.
Before the Taliban took over. It was very tough to do these projects. So, in fact, many of them, after Prime Minister Modi came, he pushed us saying, look, complete it, finish it, and we did. We did a dam, we did the parliament, etc. But the point I'm making is, doing a project outside India is very much harder than doing a project inside India. Because you are not in control of that country the way you are in control of your own country. The working conditions in that country are different from yours. You may not know it till you start working there. Myanmar is an example. Until you actually, if you look at the terrain, you look at the difficulties of working there. I think people who started this project did not expect it at the start. So this is a very particular challenge we have. But I am happy to say, if I look at the last 10 years, there has been a huge improvement. Today there would be projects in the world. We have done, I would say, below cost, before time. There are projects, if I take even last 1 year, I would give, I was in Guyana, very far away in South America. We delivered a ferry, which was made by this Garden Reach workshop in Kolkata. I was in Mozambique. We sent train sets because they wanted a suburban system like Mumbai has,
Yes.
where people can come in. There would be cases. I've seen road building in different parts. Water. I did went to Tanzania. We are like our Jal Jeevan mission in India. We are going to be supplying water, which is about a lot of the work is already done. So 50% is being done to 22 cities. 8 million people will be beneficiaries of the water. So these are big game-changing projects. Today, when people think about India and the world, they say, okay, for them, India, we started when you said non-alignment.
Yes.
Today, when they think of India, they think capability. They think, India, they did the water project. India is capable of railways. They're very impressed by what we have done digital. They're very impressed by how we did responded to COVID. So our I would say image.
UPI system also.
UPI, yes.
Digital UPI payments.
So our image has changed in the world.
As per the recent statement given by the Minister of External Affairs, India wants friendly relations with neighboring countries, including Pakistan. Could you please throw some more lights on this issue?
No, you see, there's nothing I can say you don't know. I mean, after all, tell me one thing. Who does not want good relations with neighbors? Everybody does. You know, as I said, if you live in a street, you want to be on good terms with everybody on the street. But you cannot have a neighbor who does terrorism and ignore it. You cannot overlook it. You cannot say, Acha, you know, he is like that, so I have to live with it. Now, unfortunately, in the past, sometimes some people took that view, that that's the way the Pakistanis are. But I don't think today this country, and definitely not this government, and 100% not this Prime Minister, we will not accept this. That if some, we still say, if Pakistan gives up the support for terrorism, otherwise what other issue? Of course, there is other issues, but the key is the terrorism issue.
Sir, the Act East policy announced in November 2014 is an initiative to promote economic, strategic and cultural relations with the vast Asia-Pacific region at different levels. India firmly supports ASEAN centrality and the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Could you throw some light on the deliverables in terms of boosting connectivity and promoting cooperation?
See, the Act East started as Look East 30 years ago. In the last 10 years, we have added more facets to it. We do more security cooperation, we do more connectivity, we do more digital, and I would say we work with them in larger forums as well. So for us, these are very important partners. They are our, their region with which we have a strong historical connection. This is a partnership we should continue growing. That is what we are trying to do. And I would say really, we have just upgraded our relationship last year to what is called a comprehensive strategic partnership. If you ask in that region, most, our partners also feel that, this is a relationship which has served both of us very, very well.
Sir, India today is a fast responder to disaster situations and provider of relief and assistance to many in distress. For example, India's Dost operation come to aid of earthquake-affected Turkey and Vaccine Maitri initiative during COVID-19 pandemic. Could you please elaborate a little bit for our listeners?
I began by telling you that this is today an India of greater confidence, of greater capability. You spoke about non-alignment, and I said that's a different era. Today, when we look at global situation, we say, okay, how can India contribute? How can we help the world if they have problems? Obviously, this is most important in our neighborhood. Okay, so if you remember some years ago, there was an earthquake, very big earthquake in Nepal.
Yes.
We were the first country to be there. We've had problems in Sri Lanka or Maldives or Myanmar. Now, as our capabilities grow, then it is also natural we will go beyond. Second, again, this is a initiative that Prime Minister himself is responsible for. See, when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, there was a very big earthquake.
Yes.
Remember at that time. No, correct. It had just happened when he took over. Now, from there, he developed both an interest and an experience. How do you prepare for disasters, and how do you respond to disasters? So, very early on, I'm now talking 2014-15, he felt we should create a force which will respond to disaster. They are trained, they are ready to go, they're dedicated. So if something happens, they will move fast. And over the years, this has grown. And in fact, that is why in the case of Turkey, we were able to move so fast. But he's also tabled an international initiative called Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. That we build infrastructure which is more resistant to disasters, climate disasters or earthquakes, etc. So these, being a first responder today, this is part of India's changing image. When the world thinks of Modi's India, Modi's India today is a India which is first responder. Modi's India is a vaccine Maitri India. Okay, Modi's India is a Operation Ganga. You will not leave your students behind in a
war-abused country.
And who will fight for the rights of the developing countries. So this is really, again, I come back to your main theme. What has changed in 10 years? These are all signs of changes, examples of changes.
On digital economy, the participants are Sushma Ramachandran, economic analyst, and Lalima Anija Dang, anchor.
The fourth in-person meeting of Digital Economy Working Group is being held in Bengaluru today. Now, traditional brick-and-mortar economic activities like production, distribution and trade are being transformed by Internet, World Wide Web and blockchain technologies and much more. And one of the main objectives of digital economy is to facilitate investment in innovative digital technologies. Well, India's digital economy has seen tremendous growth in the past decade, a growing user base of 800 million plus internet users, over 107 unicorns with a valuation of $340.79 billion. We have with us our economic analyst, Ms. Sushma Ramachandran with us. Hello, Sushma, and welcome to Akashvani.
Thank you, Lalima.
Sushma, can we say that making digital technology governance is at the heart of G20 presidency, and now India has the wherewithal, with it being the most populated country in the world and being the fifth largest economic power?
Yes, certainly. I think this is the most important theme on which the G20 members are having discussions with India as the leader. And I think it is a great benefit for the other G20 members that India has the presidency, and India will be able to provide the benefit of its expertise to other countries in the area of the digital economy, digital public infrastructure, and share the ways in which India has been able to manage its digital infrastructure.
Yes, certainly. I remember when COVID happened, we were handing out the digitized format of the certificate, whereas other countries, the so-called developed countries, were giving it in writing. So we have made a lot of change, and our governance is now getting more towards the digitization. Sushma, you talked about ourselves developing technologies. Of course, we are doing very well in the IT sector and we dominate the world in that sector. We now have our own locally developed 5G technology. We've also been able to eradicate black money circulation and reduce red tapeism and, of course, improve governance through digitization. Does that help us shed a bit of our quote-unquote developing nation status and take us onto our own path of modernity? And as you said, that we are now poised to lead the world in digitized world?
Well, there's no doubt that we are still developing, or an emerging economy as it's now called, because we still have a large segment of people below the poverty line. There are millions of people who in the last decade or so have been brought out of the poverty line, and very rapidly. And also we have been able to provide, the benefit of the digital economy to everyone. And you talked about the vaccination process. In 2020, when vaccines were being developed, there was a great deal of skepticism as to whether India, with its huge population, would be able to vaccinate everybody. They said, okay, you have a great experience in terms of vaccinations for children, that is polio and things like that, which India has done very successfully. But this is for adults also. This is for the entire population. So this is not so easy. Because of Aadhaar, and because of the digitization of the economy, the introduction of the India Stack, the governance model that we have adopted, the vaccination process was able to reach the remotest hamlet in the country to each and every individual in the country, man or woman, was reached and they were vaccinated. I mean, it was a remarkable effort. And of course, as you pointed out, I mean, the certificates were all online. So, the person didn't have to worry about keeping a piece of paper handy. It was on their phones. So this is a great achievement of this country. We are certainly, of course, as I said, we remain an emerging economy. But as far as digitization is concerned, we are way ahead of many developed economies.
And Sushma, at the Bali summit, Indian Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi described the rollout of digital public infrastructure as the most remarkable change of our era. Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. What we call the India stack, and that's what people are talking about all around the world. And I think even the International Monetary Fund has stated that this India stack has been able to foster innovation and competition, expand markets, close gaps in financial inclusion, boost government revenue collection, and improve public expenditure efficiency. I'm quoting from the IMF statement on the role of the India stack and their suggestion that other developing economies and developed economies can learn from India as far as the India stack is concerned. So what is the India stack? The India stack is what is known as a set of APIs. Now, APIs are application programming interfaces, they're called. And these set of APIs allow governments, businesses, etc., to utilize this unique digital infrastructure to solve all of the country's problems in terms of reaching out to people. Now, the India stack, we call it the India stack, that is, a stack is a pile. So the first level is the Aadhaar authenticity, and then you have the e-signature, then you have digital locker. What we are all so accustomed to talk about is the United Payments Interface, the UPI, that enables us with such ease to make our payments from our banks without going there. We make payments to merchants, we make payments to traders, we make payments even to the roadside vendors through UPI.
Absolutely.
And the roadside vendors also have it. Now, this is something, when you're talking about us being an emerging economy, how we're getting out of it, a developed economy like the US or the UK or Europe does not have that facility that we have and our people have. So that is where that we are actually going beyond developed economy. So the India stack is the structure that was created by an institution called iSpirit, and that is what is powering the digitization of the economy.
Sushma, in the light of what you're saying that yes, we are geared up to lead now, as far as digitization is concerned, we've moved much ahead. How does digital economy impact traditional economic sectors? Now that G20 countries are all getting together to talk about many issues, I'm sure this will also come up in the discussion somewhere.
So every traditional sector now is trying to digitize, because if they don't, then they will get left behind. And this is around the world, not just in India. And when we talk about digitization, we talk in terms of financial transactions, first of all.
Yes.
So you digitize your payments, at the retail level, at what we call B2C, business to consumer, and the consumer can digitize his payments. Again, it is in India that you have so much of digitization at this level, at the financial transaction level. By the way, to clarify it, 40% of the total digital transaction in the world are carried out in India. So you can see the extent of digitization of our economy. I mean, if you take the UK, and I think there's some study which shows that's UK and a few other European countries, that is the level of digitization, number of transactions that take place in this country.
Right.
We have moved a great deal. So that is, you're talking about traditional businesses. So first is in the financial segment. Secondly, it is in terms of marketing also, because marketing also now has become digital. In design, they need to move towards digitization. Also, design of their products is, you need design talent, which comes people who are skilled on digital platforms. So marketing, and also even in handling human resources, because people are not necessarily working at the workplace, they want to work from home. To handle your human resources also, you need digitization. So now every business, every traditional business has to think about digitization.
And as you just mentioned, that would also open up space for more futuristic skills as we move into the third decade of the 21st century, Sushma. Digitalization has been a pioneer in post-pandemic economic recovery, we can say that. So has the shifting of contours of global economy opened new frontiers of development and new space for futuristic skills?
Yes, I think during the pandemic, one of the things that happened, and which you will recall, which we will all recall, is that people were sitting at home and therefore their access to the outer world was through the internet. So the importance of the internet and what is known as the Internet of Things, that is extending it to your digitization to other things, expanded tremendously. Therefore, in the post-pandemic world, although we came back to the offices, there was a great expansion of the use of digital technology. I think one of the ways in which digital technology has now advanced very fast after that is artificial intelligence.
Exactly, I was coming to that.
And not only are we talking about the progress of artificial intelligence, we are talking about regulating artificial intelligence and how far should it go. So there are two schools of thought in the high-tech communities. So this is also something that needs to be considered.
Well, you picked up a very important point, and that's about regulation. Cybersecurity challenges are enormous. We recently had in our own country some raids at, a lot of cybersecurity crimes have increased manifold, and raids were conducted to get into to break that whole net. Is G20 now focusing on how to tighten up the loose ends as far as cybersecurity is concerned, especially not just within the country, but also cross-border?
You see, you're absolutely right. I think it's very important that the G20, which is developed and developing nations sitting together, must tackle this issue because, as you rightly say, every day in the newspapers we are reading about cyber frauds increasing. Now, these are trans-border transactions, people sitting in India defrauding people maybe in the US and UK, or people sitting in China defrauding people in India. So, it's quite an international nexus. So it has to be countries coming together to focus on this issue and try and tighten rules, regulations, tighten systems. For cybersecurity, you can't just lay down a rule. You have to tighten systems. And you have to have the cooperation of other countries to tighten these systems. And this is where the G20 confabulations are going to be important. We have been talking now of fraud on individuals. There is fraud. Cyber fraud is on a much larger scale now. It is against governments. It could be against the Indian government. It could be against the British government or the Chinese government or any other government.
Or even institutions.
And exactly. Governmental institutions. It could be against power systems, power plants, and paralyzing an entire city. So these are the things that now cybersecurity experts in different countries have to collaborate to put in place systems so that this kind of thing can be controlled and regulated.
Sushma, you correctly pointed out the fact that G20 has such a large heterogeneous membership. We have the developed and the developing countries. Does it make the whole thing a little complex, a kind of a double-edged sword, I dare say? Not to forget that this time it's happening in the background of Ukraine-Russia war. So would it require a lot of diplomatic skill to come to a certain decision which requires consensus?
Yes, of course. I think this is one issue that has been of concern to all the G20 members, especially India, as soon as it assumed the presidency. And I think India is very well placed to ensure that at least there is some kind of unanimity in the final statements on various issues, because India has, of course, very good relations, traditional relations with Russia. India has increasingly close relations with countries of the West, especially the United States, with UK. The relationship has become warmer. Recently, the Prime Minister visited France also. That also is very traditional ties with France for a very long time. Ties with the US, in fact, I would say, are relatively new and fragile. Of course, they have been increasing for quite some time. They have been improving, but probably the relations with the US, I think this is better than ever before for India. The India-US relationship is probably better than it has ever been, probably since independence. So India is poised at this moment to be, hopefully, a country which can use its diplomatic skills to bring about some kind of compromise agreement on the statements, at least, at the end of this presidency.
Right. So we earnestly hope that this G20 summit on digitization will bear fruit, and they will all, despite their huge heterogeneous nature of membership, they will agree to disagree and probably come to some common conclusions in the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, the whole world is a family, which is the philosophy which India has given to the entire world. Well, thank you so much, Sushma, for talking to us and giving us your views on this.
Thank you.
You were listening to a discussion on significance and key priorities of G20 meeting on digital economy. The participants were Sushma Ramachandran, economic analyst, and Lalima Aneja Dang, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on Air. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on Air Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsttalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 928-909-4044.
ये आकाशवाणी है। चर्चा का विषय है, कार्यक्रम में प्रस्तुत है विशेष चर्चा अमृतकाल।
Now we bring a discussion on PM E-Bus Seva, a landmark initiative to promote green urban mobility. The participants are Ashish Kundra, Principal Secretary cum Commissioner, Transport, Government of Delhi, and Sonu Sood, anchor.
In a mega push for electric mobility in public transportation, the Union Cabinet on Wednesday approved the PM E-Bus Seva scheme, in which around 10,000 new electric buses will be deployed on PPP model in 169 cities across the country. To discuss this exciting milestone in our fast-paced journey towards becoming a developed country, we have with us Principal Secretary cum Commissioner, Transport, Government of Delhi, Mr. Ashish Kundra. Sir, a warm welcome to you from Akashvani.
Thank you very much.
Sir, can you tell us about the PM E-Bus Seva scheme approved yesterday by the Cabinet? What are its key objectives? Can it be seen as a significant step for strengthening green urban mobility in our country?
Yes, this is basically a progression of a big push which has been given by the central government for decarbonizing urban transport and more so in public transport. So it started off with the FAME scheme and FAME 2 scheme, in which the bus manufacturing companies given capital subsidies, lowered the cost of production for them. And we have seen progressively cities across India gradually increasing the number of electric buses as a result of these schemes. And there's a fundamental difference in the manner in which cities in India are now going to operate buses. Earlier, they used to buy and operate buses. Now, the manufacturers and operators and the state transport corporations, they are tied into a contract, and buses are contracted for a period of 10 to 12 years. And, the bid parameter is the rate quoted by companies for running these buses per kilometer. So it's a long-term contract, and I think that this is a brilliant move to incentivize and accelerate the adoption of electric buses across cities in India.
So the scheme would have an estimated cost of rupees 57,613 crore, out of which support of rupees 20,000 crore will be provided by central government. Now, the actual operations, as you're telling us, will be handled by the state governments. Their involvement is equally crucial for successful implementation of the program?
Yes. So, now, as I said, the model of operation is moving from procurement of buses to a long-term contract in which private companies are running these buses. However, for a successful contract, the crucial thing is that the state governments or city governments, they ensure that the payment security is assured to these companies and payments are done in a timely fashion. So obviously, whichever is the best discovered price, the companies who invest capital upfront, they would expect that the payments are done on a regular basis. So it's certainly the states and cities have a major role to play also for the success of this model and project.
So what is the benefit of using the public-private partnership, the PPP model for this project? Do you see private participation coming forth enthusiastically?
Yeah, so let's first remember that today the number of manufacturers who are manufacturing electric buses in India is actually larger than the number of companies manufacturing electric cars in India. And that's a significant pointer to the success of the previous policy which was in place till now. And I'm sure that this new announcement will further enthuse companies to upscale their production of electric buses. Let's recall that about 25, 30 years ago, there was a major shift of fuel from diesel to CNG in Delhi. And that is when production of low-floor CNG buses started. And now I think this is the new age push for true decarbonization of public transport. And the involvement of the private sector, as you asked, is because it introduces an element of efficiency and competition. And secondly, the maintenance costs, etc., are all bundled into a single cost parameter, which is the price quoted for running these buses on a per kilometer basis, which makes the lives of the STU also easier, because a large number of times the buses are poorly maintained and rickety, and so that problem gets addressed to a large extent in this model.
Current government has always stressed on equitable growth and inclusivity, covering all cities with population above 3 lakh, including capital cities, union territories, northeastern region and hill states, and prioritizing cities without organized bus services. You feel that is another step in this direction of inclusivity?
Yes, of course, equity is a major consideration in all such policies. And the fact of the matter is that electric buses, till such time that the range of the buses increases beyond, let us say, 500 kilometers in a single charge, to a large extent, it will remain an intra-city phenomena. And I think there's a growing consciousness on the contribution of transport in the worsening air quality of cities. And to that extent, if we are able to encourage a shift to public transport, and that also completely green transport, it will have a salutary impact on the overall air quality of cities. And it will have a huge impact on decongestion of cities as well.
And you feel this scheme will also lead to direct employment generation? That is also another benefit?
For each bus that is produced, it's a new line of production. There will be people who will be engaged in the production process. There will be drivers who will be engaged. There will be conductors who will be engaged. There will be the ancillary support industry for maintenance, etc., which will also come into play. So it's a whole new segment of employment which will kind of get a sharper focus.
Under the scheme is also included development and upgradation of charging infrastructure in 181 cities under Green Urban Mobility Initiatives. Can you tell us more about this aspect?
The faster adoption of electric mobility in cities in India, one of the key, let us say, bottlenecks for that is the inadequacy of charging infrastructure. So if you are buying an electric car at home, you would be concerned that, I might run out of charge and there'll be no place to charge my car. Whereas if you are using a diesel or a petrol car, you don't have that anxiety because there is a fuel station around the corner. So if there is a densification of charging infrastructure in cities, in our experience in Delhi, we have seen that ramping up of charging infrastructure has helped increase the uptake of personal electric vehicles and commercial electric vehicles in a large way. Today, Delhi has got about 4,000 plus charging points. And that is why that's one of the reasons that, we're the national leaders in as far as city electric mobility is concerned.
There's a lot of talk about behind the meter power infrastructure. Can you tell us about this? How will it be built as a part of the PM e-bus Seva scheme? How will it support the operations of the e-buses?
So let us understand that for instance, the buses are concerned, the current model is that they are depots, and from depots, the buses move out on routes which are designated for their operation. When we talk of electric buses, obviously you need charging infrastructure inside the depot. Now, for servicing this charging infrastructure, you need an upstream investment which brings the power from the grid to the charging points. And that in some cases can be a substantial sum of money, which is a one-time investment although, but it can vary from as low as, 5 to 10 crores. It can go up to 30 crores, depending on the situation of the grid. In certain cases, you need investments to stabilize the grid as well. Because obviously, with increased electrification, there's going to be a greater demand for power also. Typically, for 100 buses, you need about 4 to 5 megawatts of power. In a city like Delhi, for example, we are going for a program of about 8,000 electric buses, means we need additional 400 megawatts of power. And naturally, this will have implication for strengthening of the grid upstream as well. So those kind of investments, if they get covered in this, that will be certainly help the city governments and state governments to a large extent.
If we talk of commuters, green initiatives like multimodal interchange facilities or NCMC, the National Common Mobility Card-based automated fare collection systems, you feel these will make the commuter experience a pleasure, apart from the fact that they will be traveling in these state-of-the-art electric buses?
Yes, most certainly. When you travel to London, for example, you are seamlessly able to move from the bus service to the tube and use the same card for that. So the government of India is now giving a big push to this National Common Mobility Card. And in Delhi also, we have floated a bid for this so that we can introduce that in our buses, which will be interchangeably used not just in the metro, but also in the rapid rail transport, which is going to connect Delhi with Meerut, for instance. So people will then have an ease of use and be able to move from one mode of public transport to another without any hassle.
And what about the cost element for commuters and the cost element for the operators? I mean, compared to the regular buses which are run on diesel or CNG, what is the cost mechanics of these buses and how does it translate into the cost for commuters?
See, as far as the diesel buses are concerned, they are significantly more expensive to run given today's fuel prices and the volatility of global oil prices. And most cities are using diesel buses. So when they transition from, let us say, a diesel to electric, I think the cost would drop by perhaps half per kilometer, and more so through a PPP model, even more so. Now, for a state corporation, obviously, when they determine the tariff which is charged or chargeable to a customer, they take into account their net costs. And if the net costs are going down, naturally, there'll be a downward trend of pricing for even the passengers.
You have already touched upon this aspect, but since it directly impacts the city and the air that we breathe, we would like to know from you, what are the environmental benefits of increased share of e-buses in public transportation? We talk about AQI levels and how is it hazardous for health. So from that point of view, how do you see this shift?
Yeah, so, if you talk about, let us say, a graded architecture of sin in terms of the sin towards air quality, diesel vehicles are the most polluting, then petrol, then CNG, and then electric. Electric is zero emission. Even in terms of personal mobility, I'm making a choice to move from a diesel vehicle to a electric vehicle. I'm contributing to better air quality. But if a bunch of people, let's say 40 people, decide to forego use of their vehicles altogether and move to electric buses, there'll be a substantial gain in better air quality in the cities that we live in.
You feel that, this is a kind of double-pronged approach where not only is public transportation, which we keep talking about, that we need a strong public transportation system if we want to bring down the air pollution. And also, it is a much more efficient and, as you're saying, zero-emission mode of transport. So you feel that in coming times, this will get greater and greater push from the government?
Most certainly. I mean, there are no two ways about it. As there's on one hand, a growing consciousness among citizens and a demand for better air quality. On the other hand, there is a very compelling case, both in terms of economics and in terms of the environmental logic on making a shift to clean public transport. And I think it is inescapable that we will see a greater push towards electric buses in the coming years. And as it is, I'm seeing a very fascinating trend across cities, and there's a healthy competition where cities are trying to outdo the other in terms of the greater induction of electric buses.
And as far as the initial cost goes for personal mobility, how do the electric car, e-vehicles, how do they compare with the traditional ICT vehicles?
So in personal mobility, the cars, the ICE engine cars are definitely cheaper as compared to electric. And one reason is that cost of an electric vehicle, whether they are cars or they are buses, 40% of the car cost is the cost of the battery. And the reason the cost of the battery is so high is that we import cells and then their batteries manufactured in India. But now the government of India has come out with this scheme which gives production-linked incentives for advanced chemistry cell manufacture. And I am very optimistic that in the next couple of years, there will be companies which will set up, shop here in India for manufacturing of cells. Once that starts happening, then the costs will go down and, the initial, let us say, cost which people bear for buying an electric car or a two-wheeler will be far lower in any case than a conventional fuel vehicle.
So, new age, state-of-the-art, energy-efficient electric buses will be a game changer for the urban public transportation landscape of our country and help us move one step closer to becoming a developed country. Thank you so much, Ashish ji, for this detailed discussion on the various aspects of PM E-Bus Seva scheme, which was approved yesterday by the cabinet.
Thank you.
You were listening to a discussion on PM E-Bus Seva, a landmark initiative to promote green urban mobility. The participants were Ashish Kundra, Principal Secretary cum Commissioner, Transport, Government of Delhi, and Sonu Sood, Anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on a mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsttalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
Moment by having Chandrayaan-3 mission, which has moved into the final phase. It is a follow-up of Chandrayaan-2 mission. Namaskar Pallavji and welcome to Akashvani.
Thanks a lot.
Pallavji, my first question, very basic. What do we gain? Access the moon through the South Pole where it is dark for most of the time. And then we come to what has happened today.
India is targeting through Chandrayaan-3, which is India's lunar satellite, India's third venture to the moon. And India, with limited resources, always dreams big, wants to give big. So the country is looking for an unexplored area of the moon, and the unexplored area was nearer the south pole of the moon, which is why during Chandrayaan-1 in 2008, then in Chandrayaan-2 in 2019, and now in Chandrayaan-3, India is attempting to explore nearer the south pole of the moon. That is an area which has now become what is called part of the gold rush on the moon. In fact, America, China, Russia, India, all of them are going out to explore the south pole of the moon. And India's Chandrayaan-3 is now heading towards the south pole of the moon. And if all goes well, on 23rd of August, we could see India's flag reaching softly onto the lunar surface. And what a great moment it would be.
Absolutely. In fact, the lander module, or LM as we call it in short sometimes, has successfully separated from the main spacecraft, and we expect it to land on the moon surface, as you said, on the 23rd of August. God willing, everything will be fine. And once the lander module lands, the propulsion module will be around the moon for a few months. Coming to the basic question, have we got some pictures from the moon so far now?
The update for today is that the Vikram lander and the propulsion module, which separated from being conjoined triplets yesterday to becoming twins in the moon orbit. Today, the Indian Space Research Organization brought the Vikram lander closer to the moon surface. And now, for me, what was the best news of today was that the first images taken by the Vikram lander of the lunar surface have been released by the Indian Space Research Organization. And to me, that shows that the systems on board the Vikram lander are in perfect health, and that the images sent back really show the pockmarked lunar surface and also shows the detail. But these are not the only images. India's space agency has literally mapped the lunar surface at great detail. We already have the orbiter of the Chandrayaan-2 satellite, which has sent back amazing amounts of images. And on the landing strip, where Vikram lander is going to go in and land on 23rd of August, we have mapped the area so that any boulder larger than 30 centimeter in size, meaning almost there was a brick on the moon, has been mapped by the Indian Space Research Organization, and then they will go in for a suitable landing site. So today, the Vikram lander is now closer to the lunar surface, but still has some distance to cover, and the images sent back by the lunar module by the Vikram lander are looking good.
Wow, that sounds very optimistic and truly a matter of pride that we are covering that area so minutely. We had reached up to this level in Chandrayaan-2 mission, and our scientists have worked for nearly 3 years trying to rectify the errors which prevented the smooth landing last time. Is it tricky, Pallavji, because the south pole of the moon is the dark side? It remains in darkness for a long time. Does that make it more challenging?
No, the challenge really is to do a soft landing on a celestial body, and one should know that the moon has no atmosphere. When there is no atmosphere, one can't use a parachute to come down because there is no drag because of the air, and the gravity is much lower. So the only option left is what is called an assisted landing. Rocket motors are fired to slow down the Vikram lander and then go in for a soft landing. And there is very difficult to replicate all the conditions which are there on the moon, on Earth, and then to be able to successfully make it happen in an automatic mode so that a soft landing happens. In Chandrayaan-2, where the Vikram lander crash landed on the moon, several errors, and one can say safely that the Vikram lander in Chandrayaan-2 was an under-tested machine, and it went in, and it kind of, in the last phase, it tumbled and crash landed on the lunar surface. But since then, the Indian scientists at the Indian Space Research Organization have worked very hard. They have created lunar-like conditions at a place in Karnataka at Chitradurga, and they used model of the Vikram lander to simulate the conditions using a helicopter, and also used a large crane at Sriharikota to do what are called hot test of the Vikram lander. Chairman of the Indian Space Research Organization, Mr. S. Somana, told me that this time they are very confident that a soft landing would happen. And his confidence stems from the fact because he says in Chandrayaan-2, the attempt was that it be a success. But in Chandrayaan-3, in Vikram lander, the effort has been that if everything goes wrong, they should still have a landing. So the effort has been to work towards failures. And once you work towards failures, you will be able to ensure that your margins are high and success comes your way. This time, the scientists at Bangalore, because all the current activities of Chandrayaan-3 are being controlled from Bangalore, the scientists and the team are upbeat that things would go right on August 23rd.
Well, today when we talk of self-reliance or Make in India, we usually refer to the defense sector. But if you look at ISRO has been a great model of self-reliance in space technology. In 2008, we launched as many as 11 satellites, including 9 from other countries, and went on to become the first nation to launch 10 satellites on one rocket. Similarly, we have many examples. Pallavji, what impact can this mission have on the development of our country? Because we know that we have INSAT, we have navigation, we have our communication systems like the cell phones. All that is connected to the satellites in space. What about this particular mission? How does it aid in the development of our Bharat?
ISRO has all about being Atmanirbhar.
Yes.
Before Atmanirbhar Bharat became the buzzword, ISRO and the Department of Atomic Energy in India both were working towards self-reliance, and there was a very simple reason for that. All technology was denied to these organizations by the so-called developed countries, and they had no option but to do it on a self-reliant way. Not just 10. India launched 104 satellites in a single mission.
That's right.
It created a world record at that time. Subsequently, that record has been broken. But for several years, it remained a jewel in the crown of the Indian Space Research Organization. But let us step back a little bit. See, today, India has end-to-end capabilities. India makes its own rockets. India makes its own satellites. But more importantly for you and me, we also do all the downstream activities. So whenever Lalima goes to the ATM machine to withdraw cash, You are touching a satellite somewhere. Whenever a cyclone forecasting happens and so many lives are saved, that is thanks to satellites which have been made by Indian scientists.
Wow.
So almost every day, somewhere or the other, satellites are touching our lives and satellites are making the lives of Indians so much better. So Atmanirbhar is just one aspect, but helping India becoming a developed country, and in this Amrit Kal, taking India forward to becoming the third largest economy. I'm sure the Indian space technology ecosystem, and now it's beyond the ISRO because there are so many more private players, it will help a lot.
Right. Ballavji, as the lander module will descend, the propulsion module will continue its journey along the lunar orbit for, as I have come to know, probably 6 months. What does it do there?
See, the propulsion module literally has done its job. Its job was to cart Vikram lander all the way to the moon and then leave it there. Essentially, it was a large tanker of fuel which was propelling the Vikram lander all the way to the moon. Its main job is done. There is one small experiment on the propulsion module, which is to look for what are the signatures of life as seen through a spectroscope, which is on board the propulsion module, and they are looking towards the Earth, because as far as we humans know, Earth is the only place which has carbon-based life. And what could be the signatures of that carbon-based life as you see from space? And why are we doing that? We are doing that at some point or the other. If we look at other exoplanets, and if we find similar signatures, which are there as seen by the propulsion module of Chandrayaan-3, then we may say there is a possibility of life on that exoplanet. It is a futuristic experiment being done by the Indian Space Research Organization. This was an experiment which was incorporated on the propulsion module at the last minute. But the key and the big thing of Chandrayaan-3 is to attempt a soft landing on the moon and to show to the world that India has the capability on its indigenous, independent, Atmanirbhar capabilities to be able to soft land on a celestial body.
How did they manage to do it in such a short span? Because they started much later than we did, and they are probably going to land before 23rd. Is that how it is?
That's correct. Russians have a satellite called Luna 25, and the Luna 25 is attempting to soft land between 21st and 23rd of August. And yes, Luna 25 was launched later than Chandrayaan-3 from Sriharikota, but Luna 25 was launched on a more powerful rocket by Russia, and it is a much lighter satellite, so it would have a direct path to the moon. But let me explain here. See, India is a country which has big dreams. When you have big dreams and you have limited resources, you have to deploy them very smartly. And the Indian Space Research Organization deployed its resources of the launch vehicle Mark III, which I call the Bahubali rocket, in a very optimal way, and then used the gravity or the love of Mother Earth to try and slingshot Chandrayaan-3 all the way to the moon, and they really succeeded in that. So with limited resources, in a frugal way, how you can reach the moon is what the Indian Space Research Organization has showcased. Yes, there are risks in doing that, but then when you take risks, there are also big gains. And ISRO has shown the gain has come their way, the risk was there, but they have succeeded in that.
Yes, indeed. ISRO's Mars mission, world remembers, as we were the first country to have a space probe and enter the Mars orbit on its first attempt, and such a record low cost of just $74 million. Well, coming back to this project, how long will the rover Pragyan be there after rolling off from the Vikram lander? Vikram lander, as we know, has been named after Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, the father of India's space research program. How long will the rover Pragyan be there on the moon?
See, the Vikram lander is expected to land in a strip which is 4 kilometers by 2.5 kilometers in area. And I call that area Kalam Vihar, essentially because India's late President Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam in Chandrayaan-1 had suggested that India send a moon impact probe, which also went down and impacted as desired in the same area. And Chandrayaan-2 had a Vikram lander crash landing in the same area. So that area is appropriately called Kalam Vihar by me. And today, scientists in ISRO are calling the south pole of the moon as Chandra Gangotri. We had Dakshin Gangotri on Antarctica, so Chandra Gangotri on the south pole of the moon. So once the Vikram lander touches down softly on the moon and ISRO lets the dust, the regolith, settle down, a few hours later, the Pragyan rover comes down on a ramp and then it goes around the surface of the moon.
Actually, ISRO has come a long, long way. Consider the fact that Aryabhat satellite was launched way back in 1975, and we are earnestly hoping that this Chandrayaan-3, which you talked about and threw light upon, shall be a great, great success and a historical moment for all Indians. Thank you, Pallavji, for talking to us.
Always a delight to talk to Akashvani.
You were listening to a discussion on Chandrayaan-3 mission, lander set for touchdown. The participants were Pallav Bagla, science expert, and Lalima Aneja Dang, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on Air. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on Air Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsttalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 928-909-4044.
This is Akashvani. In the special program, now we bring you an exclusive interview with Meenakshi Lekhi, Union Minister of State for...
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring a discussion on India's rising prosperity. The participants are Anil Padmanabhan, economic analyst and journalist, and Sonu Sood, anchor.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Friday quoted two research reports to point out that India is making remarkable progress on achieving equitable and collective prosperity. He cited one research report by State Bank of India and another by journalist Anil Padmanabhan to underscore the above-mentioned points. And we are fortunate that we have with us in the studios Mr. Anil Padmanabhan. A warm welcome to you, sir, in Akashvani.
Thank you for having me.
Can you tell us what is the data that has been analyzed and what are the key highlights that have come forth?
Basically, I looked at the income tax returns data. The cue was that on July 31st, for individuals, the last date expired. So I was looking at the data and then I saw that the income tax returns had spiked. It grew to almost 7.4 crore. So I went back, I was curious, I went back and looked at the data. So I looked at 2022-23, which is the last full year data. This is for the latest returns. And then I thought, okay, let me go back and check. And I went back 10 years and I looked at the data and I found if you go granular among the income slabs, that is 0 to 5 lakhs, 5 to 10 lakhs and so on, the data was telling a fascinating story. So that is where the research began that way and then I followed the cue of the data.
So what was the key highlight? As you mentioned that the number of tax filers has crossed around 7.4 crores and it's a record number, record filing. So what does that show about the strength of the Indian economy?
See, it is telling us many stories. Unless and until we get granular data, we can't make definitive conclusions. But two broad things it is telling us. Why is it up? A very good question. It's up due to one, I would put compliance right up there because in the last few years, particularly after the introduction of GST, there is a coordination between the indirect tax institutions and the direct tax institutions. There's a bit of data sharing. So a lot of people who were evading tax by showing one set of books here and another set of books there, that option is shrunk. Average people will not easily resort to it. So I would put in compliance. Secondly, which is equally important probably, or that, like I said, can't say till we see more granular data, is the spread of economic activity in this country. Previously, you would be focused only on the super metros of Delhi, Mumbai, and then the other metros in a ladder which is declining. But over the last, say, 10-15 years, what we have seen is nature of growth has begun to spread. So more and more, several states, I wouldn't say all of them, have started moving on growth. So what we are seeing within this latest ITR numbers, which is on July 31st, 7.4 crore number, is that the super metros are growing at single digits, the tax filings, but beyond the super metros, they are growing in double digits. And interestingly, like Northeast, even Kashmir. But please remember, this is a small base that we are comparing. But I'm just talking about growth. So we are talking about apples with apples.
So this is an indication that we are getting. Now, as you said that we are looking beyond metros. That is what this data is indicating. The growth is benefiting, trickling down to the tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities. Can you tell us about this concept of T30 and B30 cities and towns and how those are also showing signs of progress as per these metrics?
Definitely. The T30 and B30 is a classification the mutual funds use. Basically, the regulators put it in place. So T30 by definition is top 30 cities. And when we say B30, it does not mean the next 30 cities. It's actually about 300 cities we're talking about. So we are talking of lesser cities. Top 30 will include cities like Ludhiana, etc. But there will be lesser cities like Meerut or emerging. So that is what we are talking about when we say T30 and B30. So the ITR filings that we are seeing, if we break it into this broad category, we are seeing an uptick particularly in the lower end of T30 cities and among the B30 cities, which tells you that it is spreading now. So which means income is spreading and also, like I said, compliance has grown. So both these factors are playing together to result in this record spike that we have seen.
You have used the terminology, the wealth effect, in your report. Can you tell us a little bit more about this?
See, the wealth effect is what happens is you earn a certain level of income. Now, how do I spend beyond that income? So I invest it somewhere and I get some returns. So that extra return that we get is called the wealth effect. Now what I'm saying is previously the wealth effect was limited to a few people who were the upper echelons of the economic and social framework of our country. But over the last say 15-20 years, the nature of growth, like I explained earlier, has changed. And if you look at the stock markets, the demat account, you need to own a demat account to trade on the stock market, has grown from 4 crore to 12 crore. It's trebled. Okay, these are proxy indicators which tell you a big story. Mutual fund through, the assets under mutual fund are today at about 48 lakh crore. Maybe even 5 years ago, they were half that. Which means people are now putting away money, and that money is what they are using maybe for child's education or a wedding or a vacation or whatever. So all that, whenever I cash that, is called the wealth effect. So what I found in the data, when I looked at the slabs, that is 0 to 5 lakh, 5 to 10 lakhs, 10 to 15 lakhs and so on, I found the average growth in the 10-year period was 300%, the base growth. And for some, it was 400%. So which means this wealth effect is obviously in operation because you are scaling. If you are in 0 to 5 lakh, you are now in the 5 to 10 lakh. If you are 5 to 10 lakh, you have grown up. So you basically traded up. So the wealth effect, I'm saying two things. One, it is increasing. Secondly, it's spreading.
Can we say that better financialization of savings is happening? Because earlier we found that the tendency was to put your savings in non-productive avenues. So you feel that that mindset is changing?
Sonuji, it's very early to say, but yes, initial trends do suggest, at least among the millennials who don't come with the legacy or baggage that people of my generation would have. So they are far more aggressive in their investment and planning habits. To give you an example, the latest CII had done a survey with Investment Bank on millennials, and they found that overwhelming number of them prefer equity investments, not debt. Someone from my generation will look for security and will have more of debt and less of equity because we are not willing to underwrite that risk. So you have the millennials who are thinking differently, and this is not for metro millennials. It's again, like I said, across the country. So yes, I would say financialization of savings is happening, but not at the desired scale. Even today, probably more than half is still held in things like gold, property, which are not really liquid instruments. But yes, mutual funds, like I said, the base has doubled, but it should be treble, quadruple this sum for it to actually, for us to claim that financialization of savings has taken root.
But the direction that we are moving in is towards that.
Absolutely.
And another aspect I'd like you to tell us about, you're saying that the economic activity is spreading and people, as you said, that it's not only that the rich are getting richer, but the low income are moving up, the middle income are moving up. In fact, the middle class, that has been talked about a lot, that the growing Indian middle class and the growing incomes, that is leading to the overall prosperity. How far do you think the reforms of the government, how important factor do you think this is in enabling this sort of a mass kind of a movement upwards?
So the thing is that this is definitely because of policy change. And I would also throw in, it has contributed. The ecosystem has been fundamentally altered. I'll just come back to that. But I want to say that ideologically also there has been a big shift. Even say 2 decades ago or even a decade ago, business was a dirty word. Always businessmen were abused and there was a certain characterization of them as criminal. Why go that far? If you see Hindi cinema, the villain is always shown in the guise of a businessman who's either a stock market trader or who's trading in commodities or doing black market. So there was a caricature which was negative. Government corrected that prejudice in our minds. Today, business is considered a legitimate stakeholder unless and until they fall foul of the rules, which is true for everybody. So there is no differentiation because you're a businessman, you'll be treated differently. No, you'll all be treated the same as long as you follow the rules. That's fine. But previously that was not the case. Now on top of this, you add the ecosystem that we are talking about. Ease of doing business, it's anecdotally visible to us. Biggest example is disintermediation that has happened. So this is not the last 10 years, it's been happening for the last 20 years. Banking, for example. Earlier we had to go to a teller. I don't know if the generation who's listening to us has ever had the struggle of going to a bank branch to draw your own money and the kind of hoops you had to go through before getting it. It was a minimum 45-minute exercise. Today you walk up to an ATM and in 5 minutes you have your cash. Even better now, thanks to UPI, you have a QR code, you scan it in seconds and you're through. That's to tell you the width of ease of doing business that we have achieved. Now, it is one thing to say inequality is growing, but another thing to say that it is growing at this level at which it was previously. What has changed is exactly what you said. The rich may be becoming richer, but remember they are at a very high base. Okay, those at the bottom are moving up, trading up, which we clarified right at the beginning. So when you're trading up, you're moving from lower income to higher income categories, which is what we saw in the direct tax slabs. So which means it is no longer that the people at the bottom are stuck there. So the gap was not widening because the bottom was not growing. Now the gap is widening because the rich are growing faster. And why are they going faster? Because today ecosystem, ease of doing business has improved dramatically. So exactly why you're seeing unicorns, 100 unicorns in this country in less than 5 years. I mean, it's a record. You look at the startups, you look at every kid today. Say 20 years ago, you would not have married your child to someone who came to you and said, I'm doing a startup. You would have said, no, too risky. But today, you will probably prefer a boy who's running a startup. So that is a kind of mindset difference we are seeing today and maybe even 15 years, 20 years ago.
At the same time, as you said, that the startup ecosystem, for instance, has boomed in India. But at the same time, through schemes like Mudra scheme, Swanidhi scheme, Startup India, Stand Up India, all these schemes which are there, many of them are focused on the small businesses to encourage people to become job creators rather than job seekers. Even as we discussed, even in the T30, B30 cities and towns, even in the rural areas, you feel this is also a very, very important aspect of development.
Oh, absolutely, Sonuji, because inclusion has been a big contribution, say, in the last 10-15 years. And I keep saying 15 years because you look at the number of poor who have been pulled out of poverty. There was a recent report from the UNDP which said that India lifted 415 million people out of poverty in the last 15 years ended 22. Now these people have moved into the middle class. They moved out of the poor class, right? Plus, please remember that in 2010, 430 million people didn't own a bank account in this country. Today, they own a bank account and they are in queue, like you said, with all the platforms to take credit, to avail of consumer credit or business credit. And absolutely true, the ecosystem has changed so fundamentally today. It is easier to start a business than to go out and look for a job, go for 100 rounds of interviews. You would rather set up a business, whether it's small or big. And add to it the empowerment of women. So between 2010, 430 million people added, 56% of these accounts are for women. So you have seen since 2014 onwards, all the houses that have been built are in the names of women. The banks are in the name of women. So when money transfers happen, they happen in the name of the women. So the women empowerment is happening, and the direct benefit transfer, which rarely gets its credit, it has made wonders at two levels. One, cash has come to those who need it and who are the beneficiary. How? You linked your Aadhaar, you linked your Jan Dhan bank account, and you linked your mobile, what they call JAM. Basically, you created an economic GPS. So you found out who Anil is and who Sonu is. You made sure no fake Anil picked up that money. You know how much is the saving through this for the government? 3 lakh crores for the government of India. The cumulative savings I'm talking about. That's twice the money that the government of India spent on COVID relief in the first package.
So to conclude, if you could just tell us that this increasing signs that we see of formalization of the economy, be it increasing GST collections or IT filings or the digital footprint that we are seeing, what would be the top 3 advantages of that?
Oh, huge. See, I'll put it very simply that most of us were outside looking in before whatever happened in the last 15 years. Now you're inside looking out. So when you're inside, what are the advantages? One of them I cited credit. How do you grow your business? How do you send your kid to school? How do you get a wedding done in the family? Credit. Earlier you would go to a money lender. Today you can go to a bank. Now that is also changing. The account aggregator framework, the open network on digital commerce, everything is contributing to inclusiveness, and you can't operate within that unless you're inside the system. So which is why formalization is the most important step that India has undertaken in the last decade.
Thank you so much, Anilji, for this detailed discussion and giving us, deeper insight into the various aspects of our economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonuji.
You were listening to a discussion on India's rising prosperity. The participants were Anil Padmanabhan, economic analyst and journalist, and Sonu Sood, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
ये आकाशवाणी है। प्रस्तुत है राष्ट्रीय फिल्म पत्रिका चित्र भारती।
Silence, lights, sound, camera, action!
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you an exclusive interview with Meenakshi Lekhi, Union Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture on India's G20 presidency. The interviewer is Himani Rana, Akashvani correspondent.
India assumed the G20 presidency on 1st of December 2022 with the spirit of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. India's G20 presidency has marked a significant milestone in its global leadership role. With India taking the presidency for the first time, it is steering discussions and initiatives amongst the world's major economies to address complex challenges. Today, Akashvani brings to its listeners an exclusive interview with Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi, Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs and Minister of State for Culture. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
The G20 or Group of 20 is a premier organization that represents around 85% of global GDP, over 75% of world trade, and about 2/3 of the world population. In this context, we would want to understand, ma'am, what is the significance of G20 meetings and what is the impact of Indian presidency on the discussions and outcomes of the ongoing G20 meetings?
So there are two aspects to it. One aspect is that India, if we look at it, the internal situation, we have completed 76 years of our independence, and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav has just gotten over, and we've entered Amrit Kal. The call by the Prime Minister for Amrit Kal has been that we have all to work towards making India a developed nation in coming 25 years. So when India, the modern country India, not the ancient India, came into existence just about 76 years ago, and next 25 years are going to mark our commitment to our motherland and making India a developed nation, and that is possible only when every Indian does its job right, which is Amrit Kal is also a Kartavya Kal, that the motivation for all of us has to be the work towards nation building. That's one aspect. At this point in time, we assume the presidency of G20. How important would that be? So building India right from difficult phases which the world has witnessed recently, plus our internal issues. You need expertise, you need finance, you need knowledge, you need cooperation. All those aspects can only come once you deal with other nations. The corollary of that is that your difficulties, your positioning has to be understood also by the other nations. So while we are a country of the North, by virtue of being a member of G20, we continue to be a country of the South because we represent 1.4 billion people. So our challenges are huge, and we have worked on South-South connectivity, etc. So balancing act of taking the global economy forward, because it's a economically oriented workforce, which is G20. At the same time, until and unless you deal with the rest of the problems of the world, neither will G20 succeed in its commitment to better economic conditioning for everyone to grow, and nor will rest of the world benefit with G20 or economic well-being. So there has to be a shared commonality of purpose, and that shared commonality of purpose, or the bridge between the two thoughts, is well represented by India and India's presidency. So it's a most opportune period for India as well as the globe that this interchange has been possible because of India's presidency. And thus, India's presidency will deal with multiplicity of subjects, and as you know, is already dealing with it. And the scale at which India has tried to showcase its multiplicity of challenges, cultural values, so on and so forth, to bring the world together on the positive aspects of living together, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam.
So, Ma'am, you are talking about the betterment of the world. So now the G20 Leaders Summit is scheduled to be held on 9th to 10th of September in Delhi. So how does the outcomes of G20 Summit will impact the common citizen, not just in India, but across the globe?
You see, ultimately, whatever the governments of the country do, it impacts the common citizen. On part of India, we've tried to do whatever best we could, even utilizing this as an opportunity to showcase who we are. Small thing, but it has a huge impact. For example, we are having 250 plus engagements of various groups: infrastructure, pharmaceutical, health, foreign policy, finance, so on and so forth. On every vertical, we have 3-4 meetings. So 250 engagements, 52 locations across the country, upgrading the infrastructure in those 52 locations. Jan Bhagidari has been the biggest element of our G20 celebration, because Prime Minister was insistent that it cannot be a Sarkari program, that people of the government on all sides get together in a room, discuss something and go on their ways. No, that's not the way. There has to be proper participation of the people. The heritage part, the travel part, showcasing our culture, showcasing our food, dance, music, books, tourism sites, etc., etc. So all that has been incorporated into a permanent part of every meeting, whichever area we are having the meetings. So obviously, if there is a boost to tourism, local people in those regions benefit. Small example, but when Varanasi was redone, I believe 10 crore people have visited that area by now. So obviously, which means the flower seller, the hotel guys, taxi, scooters, everyone's benefiting out of it. So when you do such events, for example, Culture had its meeting at Hampi. So people get to know what Hampi is. People get to know how great this civilization was. People get to know our architectural quotient, value systems, trading capacities, administrative systems, and a lot of people who have come will go back and discuss and talk about it. And obviously you'll see many more visitors visiting that area. So common people would have benefited out of it, plus putting all these places onto the international map. That's how common man benefits, because common man has daily struggle of winning bread for its family, of identity, knowing who we are, taking pride in one's cultural value systems, taking pride in the heritage, weaving, clothing, so on and so forth. I think every engagement has been designed to promote local cuisine, local culture, local tourism, participation of local people, administration, equal participation from all sides, and you see the results.
Talking about our cultural heritage, the theme of the first G20 Culture Working Group meeting that was held at Khajuraho was protection and restitution of cultural property. In this, India has once again reiterated its call to the world for the voluntary return of the plundered heritage. So we would want to learn about the efforts, especially in the last 9 years, that the Indian government has made to get back our cultural heritage.
So we've been sort of rallying this, especially when G20, while India is having the presidency of G20, we've utilized this period to voice the concerns of the Global South. Global South was synonym for less developed countries, by the way. So we've taken the call to represent the concern of the Global South, because it was the countries of the Global South which were plundered during imperialistic period. Whatever does not belong to you and has been brought to these countries who are well-developed nations during imperialistic period should be given back to the people it belongs to. because it's theirs. Simple. It's a question of correct moral behavior, correct moral conduct. Before 2014, India only got 30 plus, I think 32 or 34 objects from outside the country. 70 years of independence and we could only get 30 or some odd number. Post that we worked and worked and worked at it. And you'll be happy to know that we have, I think today the number is about 300 plus. So we worked because there were cases pending in other countries. Those cases had to be pursued. Conversation had to be made and negotiated with other countries. And some of those who wanted to return did not know how to return. So paperwork, etc., travel, insurance. So a lot of back-end work happens when these things happen. So we've been on the job, especially under the guidance of Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, because he's constantly been at it, and this is one of his subjects which is very close to his heart. The latest news which I've got on this subject is that many countries have come forward to support our initiative and they are willing to return many things. The impact has also been that global awareness on the subject has come, especially amongst the countries of the South. And this global awareness has led to return of many artifacts by many developed countries to many other countries. So I think Congo, Nigeria, Nepal, Indonesia have also benefited. They have also received few things and they are in the process of claiming several things. So this is the positive impact that the countries, which are countries of the North, the global North, have decided to return many things voluntarily. So that's, I think, in terms of impact assessment, a positive sign. So does the representation of Global South, being the voice of the voiceless, is the gown which India has donned during G20.
We are seeing that climate change is a topic of concern for people around the world, and recently a UN report has stated that climate-related natural disasters have doubled in frequency between the years 2000 and 2019. We are also seeing that the green finance commitments which have been done by the developed nations are not up to the mark. So in this direction, in the context of G20, what steps are the Indian government taking in the direction of getting green finance for the developing nations?
So in the beginning, I must say that amongst the G20 countries, India is the only country which has met its goals, declared goals, ahead of its time. So we are in a stronger position to articulate our point of view. So we are articulating our point of view that financial commitment has to be made by the people who are in a position to give finance because they are the ones who have the money. Number two, they are the ones who are also responsible for many things which have happened in the past. So there's a shared responsibility. You can't burden a country or people who are already burdened. I mean, a person who's struggling with daily food and water requirement, can you tax that person who's on the subsistence level of existence? So, but the ones who have mined, who have extracted gold and diamonds and riches, need to pay more because they have, one, availability of finances with them. Two, they are the ones who are mining. So, keeping all this consideration in mind, the green finance becomes a very important factor. And as I said earlier also, that before you can enter creative economy and several other aspects of high value living, food has to be in your stomach, your healthcare needs have to be met, and only then you can step up your existence. So basic needs have to be met. So India's point has been there's something called energy justice. And there cannot be energy apartheid. That some basic needs of every human being need to be met. Food, fertilizer, fuel, basic clean energy. And that is directly related to climate justice. That is directly related to green finance. Directly related to production of renewable energy. So our commitment, we've made our concerns and commitment known to the world, especially when with our kind of complexities, our kind of population, our kind of resources, we are the only country who's met its goals, which goes to showcase our sincerity of effort. And from a very sincere position, from a position of utmost clarity. India has stationed itself that it's only morally correct to converse on these subjects. It's only right for the world to come around these subjects because there has to be a balance between the efficient systems, whether financial or climatic or living standards, and some basic requirements of rest of the society. So there are issues of pollution, there are issues of energy justice, there are issues of food security, there are issues of fuel security. So whether it's green hydrogen, it's atomic energy, it's well-being of mankind, it's pharmaceuticals. So many things interlink with each other, and thus being a bridge between the North and the South is how we see each other, and we've articulated both, because even for the well-being of the North, so-called the developed countries or the G20 countries, it's important that rest of the world is taken on board. Only can other countries survive. So it's for mutual benefit in building resilient supply chains and take care of food, fertilizer and fuel for all.
Thank you, ma'am, for coming to the Akashvani studio.
Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
You were listening to an exclusive interview with Meenakshi Lekhi, Union Minister of State for External Affairs and Culture, on India's G20 presidency. The interviewer was Himani Rana, Akashvani correspondent. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app News on AIR.
ये आकाशवाणी है। नाटकों के अखिल भारतीय कार्यक्रम में आज प्रस्तुत है
Anita Dank, anchor.
The Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana has come a long way since its inception on the 15th of August 2014, when the Honourable Prime Minister announced it from the ramparts of Red Fort. It is now supposed to be world's largest financial inclusion scheme. It is indeed daunting considering the logistics, as on 28th of August we had about 50 crore accounts. For more on this, we have with us economic analyst Mr. A.K. Bhattacharya. Sir, welcome to Akashvani Studios.
Well, thank you for having me here.
So when it was started, I'm talking about the Jan Dhan scheme, Jan Dhan Yojana. When it was started, it was supposed to be a zero balance account, and it sounded very innocuous at that time, considering the fact that people had to run around to open accounts, and we never thought that it could be a game changer. And now the banks are coming to Aam Aadmi, so to speak, the common man, to open accounts. It has been a game changer. How would you explain that?
Well, I think it has been a game changer. There is no doubt about it. But along the way, quite a few things happened to make it a game changer. What you saw at the time of the launch of Jan Dhan account was also a government initiative to encourage the use of mobile phones, ordinary mobile phones, and make them compatible with conducting banking transactions. And at the same time, the Aadhaar network was used to identify as well as validate your transactions. Now, when you saw this Jan Dhan accounts, mobile phone as an instrument for making those transactions, financial transactions, and third is using an Aadhaar-based identity check system, you saw what is called a jam trinity: Jan Dhan, Aadhaar, and mobile.
Right.
Now, is this jam trinity that contributed to the popularity of Jan Dhan accounts, because people realized that it is not just a zero balance account, but it is also an instrument by which you can receive the government benefits in your account. Now, the Aadhaar linked direct benefit transfer scheme became easier to transfer the money to these accounts. So gradually, individuals realized that to have a Jan Dhan account makes life easier for you to receive government subsidies, pension payments, or even the Pradhan Mantri Kisan money for the farmers.
Right.
And it's all happening through that combination of zero balance Jan Dhan account, mobile phone, and an Aadhaar identity. So what you are seeing is that this financial inclusion is actually inclusion of a different type, where we don't focusing on financial access, but we are rather focused more on whether that account becomes an instrument for delivery of services and charge of your responsibilities. Now, seeing the popularity of these Janadhan accounts, you have seen how initially the public sector banks were opening the accounts, discarding their earlier reluctance to open accounts in the banking system. So they were actually told to open more accounts. And gradually, when the private sector banks saw that there is merit in this market, because it is giving them the access to a new market. Right. And because this is a market which is not a market without money, please remember that out of those 500 million bank accounts, almost 2 trillion rupees deposits are kept, and the average balance in these accounts is around 4,000 rupees. So it is not a small segment that can be ignored by the banking system. So today, it is not just benefiting the people in a certain economic stratum, but also the banking sector is quite enthused about opening these accounts because it helps them grow and deepen their market.
Right. So in a way, we kind of converted a huge population into an asset. And it seems like a win-win for both the common people and the banking sector.
Yeah. What is happening is right now, if you look at the composition of these bank accounts, it's very interesting to see that, almost 2/3 of these accounts are opened in rural and semi-urban areas. Now, these are not the urban bank accounts that we're talking about. So it is only 1/3 of these accounts, of these 500 million accounts that you talked about, have been opened in the urban areas. The remaining 2/3 of the accounts are all in rural and semi-urban areas. So the geographical spread is very much indicative of a kind of financial inclusion that we were aspiring for. That is number one. Number two, almost 56% of these accounts belong to women.
Absolutely.
Now, that means that is something which is larger than the 30% labor participation rate for women. So, which means more women who may not be in the labor force, they are also opening accounts because they realize that it is an important platform to be in to receive money and make transactions. And final point I would like to make, that this Janadhan accounts are not just about accounts and receiving direct benefit transfers from the government, but also about getting RuPay cards. Now, these RuPay cards are modern plastic cards. Earlier, the economic bifurcation in a society used to be whether you can flash out a plastic card from your pocket and make a transaction. Now, suddenly you realize that a man with a Janadhan account can also have a RuPay card, and he can use that RuPay card for making a transaction with the kind of ease that plastic money can provide. So right now, almost 340 million of these accounts are given with a RuPay card. So in other words, almost 70% of the Janadhan accounts have the benefit of a RuPay card, which gives them tremendous ease, tremendous access in terms of making transactions, buying things, or even at times subscribing to any services. So I think there are many benefits of the Janadhan accounts.
Yeah, considering the fact that it would have certainly led to the empowerment of the women in the setup. As you said, 56% of women are involved in the Janadhan accounts. Apart from that, we can also say that it has improved governance because direct bank transfer would mean that there is transparency and there are no middlemen involved, and the government has saved a huge amount of exchequer's money which would have otherwise gone through leakages. That also is an added benefit.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, there are no two opinions about it. What used to happen is that the benefits, financial benefits in particular, intended for a certain beneficiary would either be transferred not in its entirety because there will be many costs associated in the manner in which it was to be disbursed. And second is that it was not always sure that the beneficiary himself or herself is receiving that money. Now, the Janadhan accounts linked to direct benefit transfer schemes and with the RuPay card is now made sure that the money that the government intends to transfer not only goes in its entirety, which means without any leakage, but also goes to the person it is intended for. So one, there is no leakage, and number two, that there is no misdirected or misled benefits, or somebody is not usurping the benefit meant for somebody else. So there are many benefits Janadhan accounts have brought into the system.
Are there any tertiary advantages to, apart from the fact that it's empowering people, women in particular, and there is transparency in governance? There is a talk of accidental insurance and pension in this whole scheme of Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana.
Oh, of course, if you have a Jan Dhan accounts, you can take advantage and take the benefit of those various government insurance schemes, even the health insurance schemes. Now imagine a situation where an individual gets a benefit of health insurance under the Ayushman Bharat, and where does that money come to him? Now it is once again, it is a Jan Dhan account which will become an instrument or the platform where he receives the money. So therefore, there is no doubt that there is advantage of such benefits, insurance benefits. And there is yet another advantage, which is that when there is a crisis of sorts, whether it is a man-made crisis or there is a natural crisis, take the situation of floods right now. Now what happens is that in the flooding situation, now you suddenly realize that if all your money is kept in cash, then your access to that money at that point in time is limited.
Right.
Now, a natural calamity, your money is safe in a bank, number one. And two, if you are among those 340 million people having a RuPay card, your money is there with you. You can use that money wherever you want to use it with using the RuPay card wherever you are. And number three is that if the government wants to transfer some calamity amelioration benefits to you in terms of cash, for the government it will be easier to one, identify you and then transfer that money to an account. So there are many benefits of these things, and most importantly is the benefit of women account holders. When they open a small household unit, now they need financial assistance from the banking system. Now if you are having a Jan Dhan account and you are seen as receiving some direct benefits from the government, then the banks are also little encouraged to look at the woman entrepreneur, a small entrepreneur, and offer financial loans or assistance to help that woman build and grow that business. So there are clearly many advantages of the Jan Dhan Yojana account scheme, not just in ordinary days, but also in days of crisis.
Yes, indeed. We can link it to the other schemes of the government like the Mudra loan, where many women have taken loans from the bank, small loans, which make a lot of difference to their lives. And of course, like the PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, where the money goes into the farmer's account per year. Coming to a very basic question, who can open a Jan Dhan account? I mean, is there any criteria? Is there any eligibility to open an account?
Any individual can go and open a bank account as a sort of a matter of right. The only requirements are that you need to have an identity proof, which is why I said that you need to have the Aadhaar identity card. And once you have that Aadhaar identity card and you can establish that you don't have any other account, which is what you have to make a simple declaration, then the account is for you to have. So bureaucratic hurdles have all been taken away. So it is quite easy to have a Jan Dhan account, provided you don't have any other account in the banking system.
So that you get the most marginalized sections of society into the mainstream. Mr. Bhattacharya, how is financial inclusion achieved through the Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana?
Well, right now, the real issue before any developing economy like ours is to increase the coverage of the financial system to include almost the entire population of the country. So we are a country where banking system was restricted only to the urban citizens or the people who have money. Now, Jan Dhan accounts was an initiative to make sure that even those who are unbanked, who do not have any money to keep in the bank, can open a bank account, which is why it is a zero balance account. Now, when a person without any balance in the bank account can open a bank account, then you are essentially taking the first big step in achieving financial inclusion. And the first big step is when you open the bank account and then you use that account, and along with the Aadhaar identity, you use that account for transferring the financial benefits to that account holder. Now then a virtuous cycle is created that once you start getting those direct benefits into an account, it no longer remains a zero balance account. It starts having money, which is why, as I said, the average balance in these 500 million bank accounts is 4,076 rupees. So therefore, it takes a first important step towards achieving financial inclusion. And once the individuals start using that money and starts using the RuPay cards or making transactions, it leads to other economic benefits, like it does give a push to the pace of economic activity in the country, which is good for the whole economy. So I think it is not just a question of financial inclusion, but it also gives a push to the pace of economic activity in the country.
I think you've summed up very beautifully. And indeed, this has been a game changer. And we all know that our economy is now the fifth largest economy of the world. So it's just right that we talk about where the Aam Janta, the common man, has been involved at such a huge scale. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhattacharya, for talking to us.
Thank you.
You were listening to a discussion on Jan Dhan account, a revolution in banking sector. The participants were A.K. Bhattacharya, economic analyst, and Lalima Aneja Dang, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app News on Air. This program is also available on our YouTube channel News on Air Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 928-909-4044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on Union Cabinet decisions. The participants are Shishir Sinha, economic analyst, and Sonu Sood, anchor.
Union Cabinet's meeting was held today under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The Cabinet today took the decision to reduce the price of an LPG cylinder by rupees 200 per cylinder, and it also talked about increasing the number of Ujjwala beneficiaries by 75 lakh. Also, there was a cabinet note which was released on the Chandrayaan-3 success of India. Shishiji, can you tell us, the festive season has started today, and in this happy times, we are seeing that price of an LPG gas cylinder has been decreased by 200 rupees per cylinder. This decision has been taken by the government today and announced. How significant do you find this decision?
See, it's a great opportunity. First of all, we are celebrating Onam. So happy Onam to all our listeners. And tomorrow we are going to have Raksha Bandhan. So wishing them in advance for that. So on the occasion of these two festivals, Onam as well as the Raksha Bandhan, since these two festivals are very important from the women point of view. So just in order to give them a gift to a women community, the cabinet decided to cut the prices of LPG cylinder of 14.2 kg by rupees 200. So if you are living in Delhi and if you are paying say 1103 rupees for each cylinder, now you will be required to pay 903 rupees only. So this is certainly a big relief considering the inflation at this moment, which is more than 7%. And the most important thing is that among all the inflation data, the kitchen inflation is very high because on one hand, we are seeing higher prices of food and higher prices of cereals and vegetable. And also at some time, we are seeing higher prices for spices and fuel. So the government is trying to enhance the supply measures, and this is one of the steps towards that.
Do you think it will lead to maybe some more consumption, that money which will be saved on the LPG cylinders cost? Do you think there will be, more purchase of consumption items?
Certainly, if you see any kind of saving is a kind of resources for new consumption. Say if you're using, say, 10 cylinders in a year or 12 cylinders in a year, that means the effective saving in a year will be rupees 2,400 rupees. For an individual, this amount may be a smaller one, but if you take the 33 crore connection, there the amount will be very much high. And even if I say 10 crore people are able to save 2,400 rupees every year, just think of the amount available for the fresh consumption. So of course, this is going to benefit the consumption cycle, and this is also going to benefit the overall economic cycle.
And how will this be, paid? Will it be in the form of a direct benefit transfer, as we have been seeing in the case of Ujjwala beneficiaries, that they pay the full amount and then the 200 rupees subsidy that they are getting, that is transferred to their accounts. So how will it work out in this new arrangement?
You rightly mentioned that under Ujjwala, what you have to do whenever you are going to get the cylinder, you have to pay the entire price. Say in Delhi, it is 1,103 rupees. And then the subsidy amount of 200 rupees is transferred to your bank account. This is what we call as the direct benefit transfer. And even before June 2020, there was an arrangement for all the LPG consumers, especially those who are in the lower income bracket, to get the subsidy in their bank account. Now, under this new decision, what will happen that if you are an ordinary LPG consumer, you have to pay less. There's nothing called direct benefit transfer for you. But if you are a Ujjwala consumer, what will happen? You need to pay 200 rupees less. That means if you are paying 1,100 rupees, you will pay 900 rupees. And once you pay the 900 rupees, then out of that 900 rupees, 200 rupees will be transferred to your bank account. But that will only be the Ujjwala consumer. So effectively, the reduction for Ujjwala consumer will be 400 rupees, 200 rupees through direct benefit transfer, 200 in the cut of in reducing the cost price. For all other consumer, there will be reduction of 200 rupees in the purchase price.
Now, in the last 9 years of the current government, Shishir, many challenges in women's lives have been addressed in a targeted fashion. So can you just give us an overview of that and how this step taken today to increase the number of Ujjwala beneficiaries by 75 lakh, how is it a step in the same direction that we are moving in?
At this moment, the number of Ujjwala connections is 9.6 crore, and you rightly mentioned 75 lakh new connections have been approved. So that means the total number of Ujjwala people will be 10.35 crore, and those 10.35 crore people will get what we call as the Ujjwala subsidy of 200 rupees, and they will get the benefit of 200 rupees extra in terms of the cost reduction. So this is one scheme. And since we all know that Ujjwala scheme is mainly for the women who are living in rural area. So they used to take that wood and all those things which were emanating gases, and that was affecting health of women. We should not forget that women is what we call as the Griswamini. So if the Griswamini is not well, if the housemaker is not in a good situation, then entire family will be affected. So first and the foremost thing about Ujjwala was how to benefit the women, how to give them relief by taking away woods and all those fuel things. Other thing is that we also need to discuss the three other schemes. One scheme is, of course, what we call as the toilet one. If you can remember that there have been a number of incidences when a woman goes out after, sunset, they used to face a lot of law and order situation. There were a lot of violence against them, rape, and all incidences were reported. So now we have a toilet scheme in each and every household. So during those 9 years, we have seen construction of 12 crore toilets, which is also known as the Izzat. Second thing is empowerment of women through giving them ownership of a house. So total number of houses constructed during these 9 years, especially for women, is something around 4 crore. And another important factor is the water, drinking water. So pure drinking water, how to provide them a good drinking water facility. So during those 9 years, we have seen that 13 crore households have been provided tap water connection. So all these schemes, if you talk about Ujjwala, if you talk about the housing scheme, if you talk about the toilet, if you talk about the clean water thing, all these schemes are meant mainly for women, and at the same time, the entire family is also getting benefit, because if a woman is healthy, that is also going to make the entire family a healthier one.
Absolutely. Shishir, at the start of this festive season, the entire country, in fact, the entire world is proud of Chandrayaan-3's success. And there is a wave of collective happiness. Cabinet note was passed today on this historical achievement. Can you tell us about this? Which key aspects of Chandrayaan-3's success were highlighted in the cabinet note? How important is this achievement being considered for the rise of new India and India's standing in the world?
Certainly, August 23 is going to be a golden letter in Indian history because on that particular day, Chandrayaan-3 landed on the south pole of the moon, which is for the first time any country has been able to achieve that feat. So this was the key element of cabinet resolution, which was discussed in the cabinet meeting today. And they also highlighted that how this is going to benefit the nation, not just in terms of data, but also in terms of getting a global recognition in space sciences. Then how this is going to further popularize the study of space sciences among the students in school as well as at the university level. And the most important thing is that how the Indian businesses, more importantly, the MSME, micro, small and medium enterprises, what kind of business opportunities they are going to have after the success of this mission. So these were the highlights of the resolution. And also it was said that the success of this mission is one step forward towards our goal of achieving a developed nation tag by 2047.
So you feel that this kind of a high technology sector, which we have achieved such great success in, this really raises capacity of Indian industry to another level?
Certainly, and if you take whether we talk about Chandrayaan-3 or whether we talk about Chandrayaan-2 or even Chandrayaan-1, or now we are going to launch Aditya mission, all these machines have more and more Indianization. That means they are getting more and more component and all the parts from various Indian manufacturers. We should also remember that Indian satellite industry have been able to launch a number of global satellites into the orbit. So this is going to provide a business opportunity because entire world is looking for cost-effective solution, and India is in a position to provide that. Imagine that you are just spending rupees 600 crore rupees to launch a mission where a developed nation like Russia or other nations, they are spending billion and billion of dollars, and unfortunately some of them were not successful. So this is going to provide a good business opportunity for the Indian manufacturers. If you can remember that post Chandrayaan mission, many of the companies who are involved in providing components and part to Chandrayaan machine as well as the Aditya, their shares went up by a good amount. So that shows that what kind of confidence the market as well as the business community and the general public they are going to have in these now.
And also the current government has always stressed on inclusivity. Now, if we see the team of Chandrayaan-3, so many lady scientists are there, so many scientists are there who have come from small towns, tier 2, tier 3 cities. How significant do you find this fact?
This is a very important and most critical part. I mean, if you see women coming from not just from the cosmopolitan, but also from the tier 2 cities and the tier 3 cities, and taking active part and providing a solid support to these kind of mission, it is remarkable. And this shows that the women empowerment is at its peak. At the same time, we also need to talk about origin of the scientists, the people who are involved behind this mission. Many of them are also from tier 2, tier 3 cities. And this shows that if we are talking about the inclusiveness, this is one example of inclusiveness, that how people from all over the country are taking part in a mission, and that mission is not dominated by individuals from one particular region or one particular state. So inclusivity, not just in terms of the gender thing, but also in terms of the geographical distribution.
Prime Minister's vision and leadership, the country has always given priority to science and technology. Now, the rover of this mission is going to send critical data, which is going to affect sectors like agriculture, climate change, and it's not going to benefit just India, it's going to benefit the entire world. So, in the spirit of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, you feel that that spirit is being reiterated not only for Global South, but for the world, and that really helps India to move forward as a force to reckon with?
Certainly. See, we all know that data is new gold. So when you have good amount of data, good amount of reliable and credible data, the world will certainly look for you and will try to source from you. And this is going to provide you another business opportunity. At the same time, when we are talking about the Global South or the South-South partnership, we also need to think about that how we can help the emerging nations, other emerging nations, as well as the least developed countries or the poor countries. And of course, the developed nations also, we are ready to provide them all the support. We have seen that how during that COVID period, we provided vaccine free of cost to many of the economies and at a very lower price to some other economies. So this is the area where we are going to be a good supplier to the entire globe in terms of data from the space to various other economies. And also we need to remember that the price of the data is very low. So that is also going to help the other economies to take benefit of our mission.
Thank you so much for taking out time and giving us your deeper insight into the various aspects of the major cabinet decisions made today.
Thank you.
You were listening to a discussion on Union Cabinet decisions. The participants were Shishir Sinha, economic analyst, and Sonu Sood, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or on WhatsApp 9289094044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on B20 Summit, Global Framework for Ethical Use of Artificial Intelligence and Cryptocurrency. The participants are Jiten Kumar Jain, IT and Cybersecurity Expert, and Nishit Kumar, anchor.
The B20 or Business 20 Summit, India 2023, held under the aegis of G20, of which India is the current chair, would have a significant impact on the overall business ecosystem. It was organized by the industry body CII, that is Confederation of Indian Industry, ahead of next month's G20 summit. And the theme for B20 India is Responsible, Accelerated, Innovative, Sustainable and Equitable. Acronym RAISE Businesses. Mr. Jain, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me here.
Jitanji, it's a golden opportunity for India to leverage the chair of G20 in espousing its business interests. So how do you see the B20 event helping in this direction?
I think this is a golden age, of Indian businesses and IT industry, because we are standing in the dawn of digital age and India is leading the way. We have, in a way, led almost all of the best tech titans across the globe, which are led by Indian origin person. We have, created almost 200 unicorns in last 4 to 5 years. We have become the third largest economy. In that context, I think Prime Minister made a very significant contribution by giving some insights to his upcoming policies, especially for cryptocurrencies, especially for artificial intelligence, and how India would like to contribute to those regulatory frameworks, how India would like to lead the fourth industrial revolution, the digital revolution, in the times to come.
PM said that there was a need to prepare a global framework that should take care of the interests of all the stakeholders in crypto. Now, crypto, the name itself evokes much fear, curiosity and intrigue in equal measure. Now, with the currency mostly being unregulated and with stories abounding mostly about its pitfalls and the deregulation thing, now what can India contribute in regulating, that is one, and two, leveraging it to suit its business interests?
You see, in last decade or decade and a half, cryptocurrencies has gained immense popularity across the world. You know, from a decade ago being very popular among technical users to technical population, in last 3-4 years, we have seen across the world, there is almost 60 to 70% users of cryptocurrencies are small-time investors, people who have been using cryptocurrencies for the first time in their lives. So the adoption of cryptocurrencies as a tool of trade and a tool of exchange has been increasing rapidly. And that has raised alarm bells across the government, because you have to understand that all cryptocurrency transactions are anonymous. In most of the cases, you can't trace who is transacting with whom, from where the money was sent, who was the recipient, who was the beneficiary. Everything is anonymous. Second, any currency in the world issued by any government is always gold-backed or asset-backed. This is a currency which is backed by no asset. It is just a digital token or a coin or thread. Third, it is not under the control or of regulation of any central bank or central government. I mean, for hundreds and thousands of years, we have been following the rules where currencies have always been issued by the sovereign, be it a king or be it a sovereign parliament or the central bank for that country. But now we are seeing a case where currencies are issued by private individuals, which have been adopted by private individuals. So initially people thought, let them do it. It may be at best a small, barter system of some digital coins, and people are doing it, doesn't matter. But the way it has gained popularity, the way the voluminous transactions are taking place, it is literally challenging the existing financial ecosystem of the world, where a currency is gaining more popularity than any currency backed by any sovereign government. So now India for last 3-4 years has followed an approach of saying that, look, issuing a currency is a sovereign function. We cannot allow any private currency or this sort of crypto coins to be exchanged in India. We will ban that currency. We will tax it to 30% if you use it as commodity trade. But if you use it as a currency, we are going to ban it. And there have been multiple announcements by this. There have been a couple of court orders in both ways and RBI circulars. But what it led to was flight of all crypto innovators from India, the market coming down, the valuation going down, and the ban was literally not even properly enforced. So now I think in statement of the Prime Minister, there is a remarkable shift in his positioning of his upcoming government's policy towards crypto. I think he's signaling that government might be willing to consider regulating the crypto as a currency in a market and tax it instead of outrightly banning it and outrightly outlawing it. And that too in a situation where bans are not enforceable. So I think it marks a fundamental shift where a government is willing to talk to the stakeholders and willing to create a framework where no unethical use of cryptocurrency takes place. It happens in a regulated manner and it doesn't challenge the sovereignty of sovereign currencies.
In fact, it's really a remarkable shift in its earlier stance of India, wherein mostly we are talking of the regulator RBI here. It has mostly advocated outright banning, while at the same time launching its own central bank digital currency, that is CBDC. How do you see this? Is it a dichotomy or something like that?
It is a dichotomy because you understand that I think RBI failed to gauge the understand. They thought because lakhs of people are buying cars, why not come up with our own car brand? And they thought that crypto was the same thing, that if it is gaining so much of popularity, let's ban all cryptocurrencies and launch our own so that we capture the market. It doesn't work that way. People were using cryptocurrencies specifically because it was anonymous and it was out of the control of any government or a banking regulator. Now, if a government issues that currency, and I call it a cryptocurrency where every transaction is tracked, in literal sense, it is not crypto anymore. Two, if it is asset backed, no government can issue a currency which is not backed by an asset. So, if central government issues some cryptocurrency, it's a digital currency. It is not a cryptocurrency anymore.
All right. So, can we see, as in the coming days, the central bank digital currency, that is CBDC, seeing the light of the day?
I think, it will be formed as a digital currency. I don't know how different will it be from the online transactions we do, because we keep crypto so that it is out of the control of government, out of the control of any regulatory forces, and it is anonymous. If all these three features are missing in any currency issued by the central government, you can call it at best a digital version of a currency by a bank, but it is definitely not a cryptocurrency in any sense. That is why Prime Minister, I think, has realized this, and he's trying to course correct. And is trying to lead India to a way where everybody can coexist within some regulatory framework.
Now coming to AI, Mr. Jan, the Prime Minister also called for a global framework to ensure ethical use of AI, as he also flagged concerns over the algorithmic bias and its disruptive impact on society, which is actually not totally unfounded. Now we have seen AI take over in domains unheard of hitherto. Concerns have been raised not just of its pitfalls and unethical use, but also its short and long-term negative impact on the very existence of humanity, if I may say so. Your comments on that?
I think there are like 6 to 7 burning questions which have been debated across the world in last 3 years about artificial intelligence. One, which is a very commonly asked question: what happens if AI replaces humans in the workplace?
Yeah.
Will AI lead to job loss of humans? That's a question everybody has been asking.
True.
Especially after tools like ChatGPT is coming in place. Then there is a fundamental question that, once there is an AI-enabled technology, say a self-driving car or a self-decision-making machine, who's responsible for the mistakes of that AI? Who's responsible for the accident done by AI-enabled car? Let's imagine for that. How do you distribute the new wealth? Would you allow certain companies to, capture the entire artificial intelligence knowledge and not allow the others to come in? Then a fundamental question about the usage of AI from teenagers, that how will machines affect human interactions? Will it affect learning of children? Will it affect their education? Will it affect our interaction, even of the adult with machines and with ourselves? Third, how do you ensure that AI is used for ethical purposes? There is no immoral or unethical use of AI, which is the biggest burning issue right now. Because, people have been looking to use AI for hacking, for crimes, for weaponization, for fighting wars, creating AI-enabled bots, drones and all. Third, how do you get rid of bias in AI? We have seen facial recognition tools which have been labeling people from a particular religion or community or particular race and color as suspicious people because of inherent bias of maybe in the minds of people who coded that particular AI. So how do you ensure that AI is not biased, it is neutral? And last question, what do you do about the unintended consequences of AI research? There have been, with world's top 100 scientists have written a letter that we need to probably regulate or probably stop the development of AI for a while because we are not able to foresee and forecast what might be the consequences of research at the speed what we are gathering. Now, some people say that AI is now able to think, it is now able to comprehend, it is now able to write, it is now able to decide. So maybe we are just a decade away where AI will become sentient. It will be able to feel, human emotions. So these are several challenges in front of us. And Prime Minister in his address focus on 3 specific things, that he is saying that don't be afraid of losing jobs. We need to focus on skilling and reskilling of our skilled manpower so that we upgrade our skills, we remain relevant. Second, he said that we need to have all the stakeholders from industry and government sit together so that we can have some sort of regulatory framework where we can ensure that there is a development in use of ethical AI. At the same time, we are able to curb the unethical and the weaponization of AI. And third, he is saying that we need to get rid of bias. India, for several years, we have gone through slavery, so we understand the result of biases. So he is saying that how can we ensure that there is no bias in any AI algorithm?
And the almost impossibly fast pace of innovations happening in the field of AI day in and day out, it has thrown challenges on multiple fronts, Mr. Jan. Now, we are limiting this discussion only to the ethical concepts for the moment. So what, in your view, could be the balancing factor in regulating the AI domain, given that it is mostly almost a Trojan horse kind of difficult to contain?
I think that is a challenge. That is why Prime Minister is calling for a worldwide body or a worldwide regulatory framework. Because even if peaceful countries or democratic countries like India, US or Western countries come together and decide that we are going to adopt some ethical use of AI framework, how do you then control some rogue countries from not using AI for weaponization, for creating killer robots and killer drones? So you can't guarantee how everybody will behave. So that is why I think it is very, very important where Prime Minister is saying that we are standing in the dawn of 4th industrial revolution, digital age. We need to come together. We need to sit so that we can ensure that AI is used for human good, not for human destruction. And in my opinion, I think he also wants to ensure that we don't miss the bus of using AI for our economic upliftment, for helping our farmers, for helping our rural population who's standing at the last leg of society, for better medical care, for better medical research, for vaccines, using AI for weather forecasting, for policing, and for all good purposes you could imagine, for cancer research, for weather forecasting. But at the same time, ensuring that AI is not used by criminals to scam people, to launch some viruses, create viruses. So I think it's a very tricky question, and nobody has probably a clear idea that how are you going to regulate it. And even if you decide and have a political will to regulate it, how do you ensure that rogue elements are punished if they don't follow those frameworks?
So, Mr. Jan, how real is the threat of AI taking over our jobs?
Of course, it is a real threat, but it is not a threat which is going to be of monumental scales. This was the same question which was asked in 90s, that how do you think that computer will take away the human jobs? It did take away some jobs, but it created many more new jobs. It created many more new skilled jobs. So I think for AI also, you might end up having a challenge to routine jobs like writing letters or customer care interactions. But if you are able to purposefully, properly reskill and skill yourself, I think you will be able to use AI to enhance your capability and your work skills. And I think it will create new jobs. So there is going to be an impact, but I don't think it is going to be a very significant impact at one shot. It is going to be a gradual impact, but I think that it will create many more jobs and opportunities than the one it will take away.
We have heard recently of, in the US, of ChatGPT or some other AI tool kind of creating a fake citation in a case, and it really wreaked havoc for that case. What do you say about it?
This is what I'm saying, that AI is now able to act as humans. It is able to think, it is able to comprehend, it is able to decide, it is able to apply all the logic. I mean, not only this particular case you're asking, you have a couple of sites. So suppose if you get a traffic challan notice, so it is offering you to contest your case for free. It will contest, it will draft all the replies, it will start contest all the case, and if you win the case, it will charge you 20% of the commission. And you can use it free of cost. So imagine the confidence in the algorithm to beat the legal arguments of a seasoned lawyer. So I think we are looking at a common pool of thousands of best minds and a consolidated pool of that knowledge being used by a machine to fight one individual's arguments.
And what effect, Mr. Jan, do you see of this ChatGPT or AI having on children, especially children who are in the growing stages of their life and also who are in their primary stages in schools, colleges and all?
I personally believe that if children are allowed to use AI-enabled bots like ChatGPT, it is going to have a significant harm on their learning abilities. I mean, the whole purpose of the way our education system works is to make a child learn from mistakes, make a child learn from practice, make a child learn from human interactions. So if a child is just going to do his homework, experiment, research by using a tool and get the result within 5 minutes, the ability to learn from mistake, the ability to learn from research will be completely lost. There will be a significant harm of their ability, their interaction with other humans and other machines. They will become more introvert. Everybody will be learning in the same way. So imagine 1,000 students writing the essay in a similar manner using an AI tool. Correct. I think there will be a significant harm to their learning. I think this whole human mind, that fire of finding new things, finding things by new research, will be significantly impacted. So I think it should be banned till a child passes a school.
Thank you so very much for joining us.
Thank you.
You were listening to a discussion on B20 Summit Global Framework for Ethical Use of Artificial Intelligence and Cryptocurrency. The participants were Jiten Kumar Jain, IT and Cyber Security Expert, and Nishit Kumar, Anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani.
समाचार सेवा प्रभाग से प्रस्तुत है हमारा साप्ताहिक कार्यक्रम पब्लिक स्पीक।
Right, now we bring you a discussion on Prime Minister's Mann Ki Baat. The participants are Shekhar Iyer, political analyst, and Ashwini Srivastav, journalist.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Sunday did his monthly broadcast Mann Ki Baat. He touched upon different issues in his popular program, which is heard by a large number of people across the country and abroad. Important matters like the grand success of Chandrayaan, women-led development, and G20 summit, which is to be held in Delhi next month, were discussed by the Prime Minister during this program. Sir, how do you see this mentioning of Chandrayaan's mission by the Prime Minister in his opening remark, and what its significance?
Definitely, Chandrayaan's success is a great moment in our lifetime. It's one of the greatest moments, I must say, because the kind of efforts that went in, the kind of indigenous research, innovation, technology that was employed for this great achievement, that is why we are all feeling the celebration. And nobody can forget the evening of August 23rd, which is now known as the Rashtriya Antariksha Divas, that is the National Space Day, because 6 p.m. that day I remember how people, whether they were on the metro, on their electric train, they were traveling in buses, everybody, were frozen for that moment. And there were several videos of people standing in the platforms or railway station, just clapping. It was not organized. Nobody had planned anything. Just the news coming on television that India has reached the moon filled us with so much of happiness. That happiness has been captured by the Prime Minister. It is this episode of Man Ki Baat. And you can see, as the Prime Minister says, we can go on discussing how it happened. Yet we cannot forget that this has become possible. That the whole thing is that we can do it. And that India can do it is a matter of great pride and a great matter of individual satisfaction. There are very few events in our lives when India wins, say, World Cup cricket. Similarly, that fervor comes. But Chandrayaan landing in his moon is much more, I would say, profound and impactful than India winning World Cup. Yes, winning World Cup is a great event. All our young people they will definitely be happy. But this particular thing has also brought to light the work of such a big team that is behind this. And this time, Chandrayaan, you will recall, has involved efforts of the ISRO organization, numerous scientists, technicians, and a lot of them are women. That is a point that the Prime Minister mentioned in Man Ki Baat today. That it is that women, the role of women, which has reached a new zenith today. And that's why Prime Minister made a specific mention of the role of women in Chandrayaan.
You are exactly right. He mentioned about Nari Shakti, the role of women, and he specifically mentioned about the women-led development as a national character. He emphasized that these particular things need to be brought upon. How do you see this assertion that the role of women in the nation development with respect to Chandrayaan's mission and all other possibilities?
Prime Minister has always been talking about the importance of the role of women. Nari Shakti has always been a cornerstone of his political philosophy and as well as his governance model. That is why you would have seen in several flagship programs, the importance for women, the care for women, concerns of women have been addressed. And this time in this mission, what we are seeing is, the mission Chandrayaan, none of us knew that there were so many women scientists were involved in this. What we are seeing in this project is there are several women engineers, women scientists, women technicians. We never knew this till the Prime Minister, when he reached the other day in ISRO and had a specific meeting with the women scientists in ISRO. Then only we realized that there are so many people in this project. They are project directors, they are project engineers. And today you cannot say that anything is not for them or is it beyond them. So that is what was proven by this, that in the space also women are making foray. They are registering their presence, they are registering their talent. And that is why the fact that Chandrayaan involved a number of women scientists in this project goes to show that we have come of age now. Today, there cannot be any discrimination between man and women. They have to get all the opportunities. And where you give them opportunities, you are seeing results as in Chandrayaan. So, Chandrayaan is not only it shows the convergence of the efforts of so many people, but it also has highlighted the role of women scientists, women engineers, and any woman who takes up a responsibility in a major project. She has to balance between home and work. That's what all these women scientists have done. They have been taking care of people at home, also paying attention, and space work. When the major project like Mission Chandrayaan would have required these women scientists to work round the clock. And you can imagine if they have kids at home, they have children to look after or old parents to look after, how much of responsibility they have shouldered to be a part of this grand thing. That is why Prime Minister said, when everyone's efforts converge, success is achieved. That's why you would have recalled Ashwini-ji, when Prime Minister congratulated scientists, he also mentioned their families, because the support given by their families to these individual scientists is also a very important thing. See, the importance of Chandrayaan, I think we have to understand not only in terms of what we have achieved, being the first country to reach South Pole, but also the fact today the space industry itself coming of age. There are more and more commercial applications, and there is a deep involvement of private parties, a point that Prime Minister has always encouraged, so that ISRO concentrates on innovation and research and to develop the knowledge relating to space. And industry takes care of the application that gets evolved from these knowledge that ISRO is developing. That is why this is the biggest success of Chandrayaan, and we are going to see a lot more things happening in the space sector, which has a lot of commercial angle.
The Prime Minister also mentioned G20 summit, which is scheduled to take place in Delhi early next month. He referred to G20 meetings that were organized in different cities across the country. Sir, how do you see India's preparation for G20 and how successful it has been so far? I mean, the meeting which have already been organized in almost all the parts of the country. And I would also like to mention what Prime Minister specifically mentioned is that this time the meetings were organized outside Delhi. Usually important events, what we see, are held in the national capital only. So the Prime Minister or Modi government is trying very much in this regard to hold meetings outside Delhi, whatever important events take place. How do you see India's preparation for G20?
Ashwini, there were more than 200 meetings under the framework of G20. There were commerce ministers meeting, there were science ministers meeting, education ministers meeting, and there were environment ministers meeting. All these events, more than 200, cultural, several aspects. They were held in different parts of the country, in different cities, small, big. You name the city, they have held one G20 event. Because it was a desire of the Prime Minister that this is an opportunity for India, an opportunity to showcase the diversity that is India, to show what our people have achieved, what our people can do, whether it's in the field of handicraft, whether it's in the field of culture. So it is important that we utilize this opportunity. When the G20 presidency came to us in the Bali summit, at that time itself, Prime Minister had declared that we will use this as an opportunity to showcase ourselves. We'll show our talent, we'll show our strength, we'll show our diversity, we'll show our capacity and our capability. And that is what has happened. So you saw that events happening, and because these events took place in different parts of the country, so a lot of efforts went into beautifying the place, creating some infrastructure, creating facilities for delegates who are coming. Now these facilities are going to be permanent with us. After all, when Pragati Maidan was created, it was meant for certain occasions. And since then, Pragati Maidan has undergone a big change. The other day, the Prime Minister inaugurated Bharatiyam, the auditorium, which is going to witness the G20 summit. And what we have seen, because the G20 events were organized in different parts, people welcomed the delegates everywhere and they got to see different things. That itself has generated a lot of interest in India, and things that are Indian, things that are specially known as India's best talents. All these has come. And as the Prime Minister has described, our presidency, because many people are saying G20 summit is a routine thing, India's presidency has come by turn, what a big deal, want to make a big deal of this, why so much fuss? No, the Prime Minister felt our presidency should leave a deep mark. And that mark is, as Prime Minister described today in Man Ki Baat, that G20 presidency of India is people's presidency, in which the spirit of public participation is at the forefront. That is why you can see in whichever engagement groups of the G20, academia, civil society, youth, women, our parliamentarians, in all this we have seen how young people have been involved in all these events. In fact, according to the Prime Minister, 1.5 crore people got associated with various events. That is why it has set a record by itself. For instance, as the Prime Minister mentioned today, the participation of 1.25 lakh students from 800 schools in the G20 quiz that was held in Varanasi. That I am told has become a world record. At the same time, you saw the Lambani artisans, they also did wonders. 450 artisans showcased their skill and craftsmanship. So every representative who has come in connection with these events have gone back impressed by the craftsmanship of India, and also they have seen that what a rich artistic diversity India has.
So do you also feel that these meetings have conveyed that India is fast coming out from being what is termed as a developing nation to fast developing nation? I mean that our presence or the country's presence is being felt across the globe through the successful conduct of these G20 meetings so far.
Definitely, because the Prime Minister has been repeatedly talking of vocal for local, so that the local can become global. You see, the Prime Minister himself mentioned, take for instance G20 meeting in Srinagar. Now, after the removal of Article 370 and then a lot of developments which led to improvement in security and taking up of several development projects, this time G20 meeting in Srinagar, and after that we have seen there is a huge influx of tourists to Kashmir. So you can see that whenever events are taken, because people feel if G20 meetings can take place in Srinagar, that means everything is normal there, we should all go there. So that kind of fillip comes, that is one. Second thing is, delegates who have gone to different parts of the country, whether it is Varanasi, whether it is Mumbai, whether it is Bangalore or Tiruchi or any city they have gone, they have seen the kind of infrastructure that is coming up. And when they see these infrastructure, they can't believe. There are 8-lane highways, there are total electrification of railways, there are speed trains, they are seeing Vande Bharat trains running, crisscrossing the country. So all that gives a sense that India has come a long way. There is no dearth of resources. India is spending more than 1 lakh crore on infrastructure under the Gati Shakti project. There are big flagship projects happening, which is to take India faster to a situation where we'll have quality, that is world-class quality in infrastructure, because creation of infrastructure also leads to greater economic activity and growth.
Yes, sir. You referred vocal for local program, something that the Prime Minister has been regularly focusing upon. In today's Mann Ki Baat, Prime Minister talked about a sari walkathon that happened in Gujarat, Surat, and he said how it has helped industry there. Yes, sir. How important this vocal for local program is, and how much potential it holds for the country and countrymen?
See, Surat is known for its textile industry. But when you hold an event like this, what happens is, as the Prime Minister says, when you showcase your talent, when you showcase what your people are capable of doing, then the world comes to know, oh, this is a great thing happening. See, if it is happening there, then that the interland must be having such rich talent. See, if 1,500 women from 15 states have participated in Sari Walkathon, that definitely, the textile industry in that region gets a boost. Apart from that, unless you talk about what you are capable of in a local situation, unless you talk about the local talents, local speciality, local something that is only that particular locality, then when you become more and more vocal about what is local in your area or your region or city, that gives an opportunity for it to reach a level where the globe takes attention, the world takes attention. That is why the Prime Minister says vocal for local, so that the local can become global. This is not an empty slogan. This is the days of, we are living in an era of communication. We are living in an area where you have to do sophisticated marketing. You have to show, you have to tell, yes, this is our specialty. This is what we have. And this is what India has done in the last 9 years, to talk about what a rich thing we have, rich diversity we have, what all our people are capable of with very meager resources. So that is what has happened in this period. And G20 summit has come as a big help. All these meetings that are being held to the final G20 summit, the summit of top world leaders happening on September 9th and 10th. This has led to complete exposure of different things that constitute India, different states, different cities, different towns, different people. But they're all together by what is called the great quality called Indianness.
Yes, sir, you explained in great detail about various things mentioned by the Prime Minister in his Mann Ki Baat program. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
You were listening to a discussion on Prime Minister's Mann Ki Baat. The participants were Shekhar Iyer, political analyst, and Ashwini Srivastav, journalist. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsttalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 92890 94044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you an interview with Amit Prothi, Director General of Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI. The interviewer is Diksha Saxena, Akashvani correspondent.
Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure was launched in 2019 by Prime Minister Narendra Modi at UN Climate Action Summit in New York. Welcome, Mr. Prothi.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Before I get into nitty-gritties, first of all, I would like to ask you, what is CDRI?
So CDRI is a coalition of countries and other members who are interested to do something to improve infrastructure from a disaster resilient point of view. So we have 31 countries who are members. India is the founding member. So CDRI has basically launched about, like you said, 2019. We are essentially trying to establish the importance of the agenda on the global space. So we have an organization focused on capacity building. We're an organization focused on technical assistance and the importance of infrastructure, because when you think about disasters, we see images of what happens. We see images of buildings collapsing, bridges collapsing, roads getting washed away. When infrastructure fails, an event like an earthquake or an event like a cyclone becomes a disaster because people don't have services that they need during those times. CDRI has been set up essentially to focus on these issues and influence how we build and rebuild infrastructure in the future.
Disasters are not new, but yes, in past 20 years, the world has been witnessing almost double the number of earthquakes, which is a natural phenomena, and droughts. And all other major disasters have also increased significantly in past 22 years. Was the infrastructure not resilient then to the disasters? And what was the need to emphasize so much on infrastructure like establishing CDRI?
Are disasters increasing? Yes. Now, not are phenomena increasing? Yes. And I want to make that distinction. An earthquake is a natural phenomenon. We've had earthquakes forever. We are seeing more damage now because we are also building a lot more. Our populations are increasing, our cities are getting bigger. The amount of infrastructure we've built in the last 50 years has not been ever done before. So the scale of our infrastructure, our cities, etc. is increasing. So a natural phenomena like an earthquake, the potential for damage is much more, and we are seeing that. Now, part of that story is also what's happening because of climate change. We have now seen, even this year, if you look at what's happening around the world, hottest in July, global temperatures are increasing. So on average, the Earth is much warmer, 1.1 degrees warmer than it was in pre-industrial times. That has a relationship to how cyclonic patterns are. That has a relationship to how precipitation patterns are changing. That has definitely seen an increase even in the last 20 years. So cyclonic patterns have changed. So we are seeing floods, for example. So the increase in the disaster, both related to more building that's happening, but also from a climate change point of view, the phenomena are changing. Why focus on infrastructure? So in the past 20 plus whatever years, a lot of our focus has been how do we respond when there's a disaster. An event like an earthquake doesn't need to become a disaster. So that's really the emphasis of now starting to focus more on disaster. The whole area of work is called disaster risk reduction. For CDRI, that focus is on the infrastructure space. So how do you reduce risks to infrastructure during an earthquake, during a cyclone, so that the infrastructure doesn't fail?
India is trying to take a lead when it comes to dealing with climate change and disaster resilience matters. Food for thought is, why India and why in 2019? Like, the world has been facing disasters for so many years now. But why is India trying to take that lead, and why did no other country come forward to protect the environment and the globe from this?
Different countries have had different agendas. A lot of countries have been focused on the humanitarian aspect of disaster, the post-disaster helping people. That has always been there. For India, I think a few things to reflect on. One, we had a major tsunami in 2004, which affected India and a lot of countries around the Indian Ocean area, right? We had the Uttarkashi earthquake in the early 90s. We had the Bhuj earthquake. We now have leadership. Our Prime Minister was the Chief Minister immediately in the post after Bhuj earthquake. So he was very much involved in the reconstruction of Gujarat after an earthquake. So he's got first-hand experience to see the speed at which decisions have to be made, the amount of sort of rebuilding that is needed, the human side of, how do you make sure that people who've lost their house, their livelihoods, how do you give them something back immediately, quickly to get back on their feet? When you think about India right now, we are still on a pathway of building. There's lots to be built. So how do we try to now introduce into the building aspects of resilience, so that what we're building today doesn't again fall down tomorrow if there's an earthquake or there's a cyclone? So I think the leadership is coming both from experience.
One of the key focus areas of CDRI is also on the power sector. There are many focus areas, but I would like to bring your focus on the power sector. Building resilient power infrastructure is also important. Can you please elaborate on this very aspect?
So for CDRI, when we say infrastructure, we look at what is something called critical infrastructure. So what is critical that needs to function if there's an earthquake, if there's a cyclone, if there's a flood? All of us rely on the power sector. If you think about it, right, everything from charging your cell phone to the electricity in your house to communication, everything is reliant on the power sector. So for CDRI, what we decided is, like, when you think about power sector, there are enough examples around the world when power sector failed, an event became a disaster. So we basically have said, okay, let's take a look at the power sector. Let's look at what aspects need to be thought about if there is, resilience to be built in this system. So I'll give you an example. In the state of Odisha, we all know Odisha gets a lot of cyclones. Now, because of climate change, cyclonic patterns are changing. Are wind speeds changing? Are we going to expect higher winds now in the future than what we've experienced in the past? And then trying to understand, is the electricity grid, is the electricity, the transmission lines, your cables that transmit electricity, is all of that built to withstand higher speeds if we'll expect higher speeds? So it's a combination of understanding the risk. So that's the whole focus on the science behind climate change and changing winds. And then combining that with the hard infrastructure to understand, is that infrastructure ready to be able to withstand those changing speeds?
In fact, as I'd already mentioned, there are many key focus areas, but the other one is working on building a disaster resilient transport sector, which has main focus on airports and seaports. Why is disaster resilient infrastructure so important for airports and seaports?
Again, like I said, CDRI is focused on critical infrastructure. So what we're looking at is power, which I already talked about. We're looking at telecommunication and we're looking at transportation. In the transportation space, we've said, let's take a look at first airports to begin with. And now we're starting to look at seaports. Now, airports provide a very critical function in connecting people. All of us use flights to go around. Airports are incredibly important for supply chains. So sometimes some of the most remote places are only connected by an airport. So we have understood that as a key node in connectivity across the world. Within India, with outside of India, I saw this personally in Kathmandu. I was there, actually happened to be there during the earthquake of 2015. And Kathmandu being remote, not very well connected, when the earthquake hit, the airport runway also got affected. And for, I think, 2 or 3 days, no flight could come in. For us, what we've said is, we looked at about 111 airports around the world. And we said, how are you? So this was a survey of these airports to understand how are they looking at the issue of risk from a variety of flooding, if there's a cyclone, what do they do? Do they actually, shut down and then shut down service? Do they have contingency plans? Are they thinking about if they get flooded, can they quickly rebound? So what is the whole aspect of resilience for airports? We've tried to understand that, based on which we are now saying we will be coming out with some guidance. These are the kinds of things airports should be doing when they're facing, either it's before a sort of event, so when you're building an airport, what should we be looking out for? And then when you've already built an airport and you're expecting some kind of a phenomena, how do you act?
Infrastructure for resilient island states has been spotlight since its launch at COP26 in 2021. Can you explain how was this idea of IRIS conceived and what are the plans for future?
Because we are a global organization and because we want to actually influence how infrastructure is built across the world, we've done some diagnostics to understand which parts of the world are at high risk from disasters. When you look at small island development states, these are small economies in general. These are very small places where the risk, and they're at high risk. So you look at the Pacific Island and you'll see, examples of a volcano, an earthquake and a flood happening on the same island in the same year. Now, all of this has a huge impact on these island states. And when you think about who's most vulnerable, what place is most vulnerable, island states stand out. Sometimes they lose up to 10 to 15% of their GDP because of a disaster. So we said, let's do something to support these island states.
Established in 2019, CDRI now has 40 members. Currently, the focus is on meeting requirements in disaster-prone South Pacific island states. It is learned that CDRI will also include Africa in its ambit, and I believe Prime Minister is pushing hard for it. So, in your view, how important it is in the current global order, the safety and security of the African continent?
It's very important. Because where CDRI's focus, we bring, I think Global South is a word that gets used a lot. So we are an organization, of course, set up in India. We are bringing solutions for resource-constrained environments, constrained locations. We are also, from our own perspective, focused on, because we are building so much infrastructure, how do we make that resilient? And when you look around the globe, which parts of the world are similar in terms of, Africa, there's a lot of infrastructure being built, there is a higher amount of vulnerability, and there's a strong need for solutions that are, effectively resource efficient and innovative. We are still a very new organization. We're only 4 years old. We're still trying to think through what is the strategy of our engagement in Africa, but it's been identified as definitely one of the areas we want to expand in with membership.
It has been seen from past many years that the urban infrastructures and it is always at risk to disasters. Not just the urban, it is very topical currently when I discuss this with you. You have seen the amount of damage which Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand has been facing because of the incessant rains. In your view, how can these disasters be tackled and what are the steps that are being taken to prevent these things in future?
We are in the process of designing an urban program. So we will be providing support in 2 cities to address risk. When we build, have we understood where are we building? Are we building in places that are prone to flooding in any case? Where in cities one needs to avoid building? Or if we are going to build there, what kind of, whether it's codes, whether it's regulations, whether it's building construction types, how do we look at all of that so that the risk of disaster reduces?
These days, many builders, they claim that our property is earthquake resistant. So, will CDRI roll out some guidelines for the benefit of the common man? Please tell us that is there any standardization procedure, any coding which CDRI is planning to map so that people are aware when they are about to buy the property?
Codes and standards are important. Codes and standards sometimes are not universal because it all depends on different geographies, different locations, different institutional environments.
Lastly, can you please brief about the global database that is being prepared by CDRI to track the risk to infrastructure at the national level?
We've spent the last 2 years with global experts, some of the leading modelers in the world, to understand how infrastructure is at risk from at least 6 types of hazards. That is a database that we've built. That is going to come out as a report in terms of findings, and that model will be available for countries to use. The model helps to understand that transportation system, roads and railways, for example, are more at risk from earthquakes and not cyclones. It helps to understand that energy systems, electricity systems are more at risk from cyclones and maybe not other kinds of disasters. So we've actually mapped out all of the infrastructure in the world and tried to understand how much risk are we carrying. And we've got a report that we're going to be launching in the next month and a half, which provides the narrative around the findings, which can then help decision makers understand why they have to look at strengthening infrastructure today and not wait for losses that happen tomorrow.
I would like to quote Prime Minister as I end the program. The pandemic has reminded us no one is safe until everyone is safe. We have to ensure that we leave no community, no place, no ecosystem and no economy behind. This shows the global leadership which India is by taking the world together when we have to deal with the disasters. Thank you so much, Mr. Proti, for joining us in the studio and sharing your thoughts.
Thank you so much for having me.
You were listening to an interview with Amit Proti, Director General of Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, CDRI. The interviewer was Diksha Saxena, Akashvani correspondent. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on a mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you an exclusive interview with V. Muralidharan, Union Minister of State for External Affairs. The interviewer is Bhupender Singh, Akashvani correspondent.
Today we have with us Honorable Minister of State for External Affairs V. Muralidharan. Sir, a very warm welcome to our show.
Thank you.
Sir, my first question is, India is going to host G20 Leaders Summit on 9th and 10th of next month. During the inaugural session of the G20 Sherpa meet, sir, you had said that G20 has become a pupil movement. Could you please elaborate?
See, this time the G20 of which India is holding the presidency, that is different in many ways. And one difference is that this is no more pure diplomatic exercise, but it has become an activity of the common man, of the general public. So the Prime Minister's opinion and his view is that there should be Jan Bhagidari, participation of the people in the G20 activities. That's why G20 was taken to almost more than 50 destinations in the country. 200 events were held. And I can tell you that the Civil 20, that section of the G20, that itself had the participation of almost 45 lakh people. So if you look at the number of places, the number of events, or the number of persons who have attended the G20's deliberations, that number would be the largest and the highest. So the common Indian, the ordinary Indian, is now aware of the G20. He is involved in the G20 and he has participated wholeheartedly in the discussions of the G20. That's why I said that this year's India's presidency of G20 is a people's G20.
Sir, could you provide insights into India's priority within the G20 framework, particularly in terms of fostering cooperation on issues such as sustainable development, trade and climate change?
See, G20, as every one of us know, it's the most prominent multilateral event which brings together the most powerful economies of the world, the 20 powerful economies of the world. So on the one hand, we look at the economic side of the whole world scenario. At the same time, India wanted to bring in some new perspectives to this whole G20 exercise. That's why we held that G20 should not be an exclusive club, but instead it should reflect the views of the world. So that's why the Voice of Global South was organized by India, and G20 should reflect the views of the common citizens of the world, their issues. So in that, climate change, inclusive development, various economic aspects, all these are being brought in. One major point that we have already brought in is the creation of the digital infrastructure. The India's technological growth that has happened during the last 9 years, that is being reflected in the deliberations of the G20.
Sir, as you said that India's G20 presidency agenda is centered on the core principle of the 4D, advancing decarbonization, digitalization, ensuring equitable development and de-escalating conflict. Could you shed light on the strategies India intends to employ to foster agreement and cooperation among the G20 member nations to effectively realize these objectives?
See, that's why I mentioned in the beginning itself about our efforts in all these aspects. How the challenges of climate change that can be mitigated. That's why the Prime Minister mentioned that one earth, one sun, one grid. We have initiated the International Solar Alliance. We have initiated the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. So all these are in a way aimed at mitigating the ill effects of the climate change and the global warming. That is there on the one hand. On the other hand, we are trying to create mechanism, or I can say a scenario, where instead of some particular country dominating the whole world or having a bipolar world, which was the earlier scenario, now we are moving towards a multipolar world. And in that multipolar world, definitely India will have a role to play. So on all these aspects, India has played its role even during the COVID and even otherwise also. So this G20 will give an opportunity for India to showcase before the world India's progress in technology, which is the manifesto that has come in the form of the digital public infrastructure, as well as the latest India's achievement of the success of Chandrayaan. So all these aspects shows that technology plays a major role and India can contribute a lot to that.
Sir, how has India's emphasis on the concerns and aspirations of the Global South during its G20 presidency contributed to a shift in perception of the developed economies and engagement with the region's challenges?
See, that's why I said that our effort has been to bring together the whole world connected to this platform. That's why we said that one earth, one family, one future. The whole world is one family. So when we mention ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, it no more remains as a slogan, but we walk that talk. That's why the Voice of Global South was organized. The concerns of the developing nations, the concerns of the African nations, the concerns of the Global South, that is now reverberating more that is being reflected more in the discussions that has happened on various tracks, whether it is the financial track or the Sherpa track or the civil society's activities. In all these things, it has reflected. I am sure that when the summit happens, the G20 leaders of each country, the top economies, they will also take note of these concerns that has been raised by the countries of the global south.
Sir, several African countries are facing the crisis of food insecurity, which requires coordinated and sustained efforts from the G20 countries and other stakeholders. In your opinion, what steps need to be taken to deal with the crisis of food insecurity in African countries?
See, India has been engaging with African countries since long, and when Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji took over, he gave a new dimension to the whole engagement with Africa. When he addressed the Ugandan parliament in Kampala, he laid down the policies that will guide India's engagement with Africa, in which he specifically mentioned that India's engagement with Africa will be guided by the needs of Africa. So now the African countries, they feel confident that India doesn't have any ulterior agenda in engaging with Africa. Instead, the well-being of Africa, the needs of Africa, that will be addressed by India. So India has initiated the development partnership. India shares its experience with Africa. India shares its resources with Africa. Our trade is improving. Our bilateral cooperation is improving. Our technology is being shared with them. And including food, we come to the help of Africa whenever there is a need. So now it is accepted by the African countries that India is a friend that can be trusted. India has no other motives in coming to the help of Africa. Even when there is a natural calamity, the country that African countries look to the maximum is India. So I am sure that this will, in a way, motivate others also to take this stand.
Sir, how does India intend to leverage the G20 summit as a platform to showcase itself as a prime investment destination? Additionally, in your opinion, how will the G20 summit contribute significantly to the realization of the $5 trillion economy target in the coming years?
See, as I mentioned to you, the way G20 was organized, spanning the entire country with 200 events and almost 50 to 60 destinations, that has given an opportunity for the world to see the progress that India has achieved, the infrastructure that we have created, the technological advancement that India has made possible. So I am sure that the countries looking for destinations for investment, they will find that India has a trained manpower, skilled manpower, the largest in the world. And those who are keenly observing India's growth, they say that India is going to be the skill capital of the world. So the global capital, there is every possibility that they will come to a conclusion that India is a place where the skilled manpower is available, where there is an option for infrastructure development, and the recent decisions that we took in the domestic front of decriminalizing minor offences, of doing away with redundant laws, and also reducing the compliance burden. These will make India very attractive location and destination for foreign investment to come in, which will help in creation of jobs, which will help in making ease of living for the common man. And the common man, the ordinary citizen of India, he is going to benefit from all this investment and other things that is coming into India.
Sir, as India works towards solidifying a migration and mobility partnership with numerous nations, how will these initiatives contribute to the social security and overall well-being of Indian workers and professionals abroad?
See, we have taken a stand that we have a trained manpower which no other country can boast of. That trained manpower, we need to utilize their capabilities within India for the country's development, as well as allow them to share that or utilize that capability in other parts of the world also. So, we need to facilitate safe and secure migration. That is why MEA has given the slogan of Prashikshit Jaye, Surakshit Jaye. Go safe, go trained. So we provide the training facilities, we provide the pre-departure orientation training. And at the same time, with many countries, we have integrated our e-migrate systems. With many countries, we have entered into agreements where the skilled manpower requirement of that country is reflected on that portal, which will be known to the recruiting agencies in India, or the employers there. They will specifically mention what is the type of people they are looking for, which can be utilized. That information will be useful for us in India and provide that. At the same time, their security and safety also has to be ensured. For that also, we try to, through our agreements that we have entered in, we ensure that those who go there, they are treated well, they are given good remuneration. So Indians get the type of treatment that any other developed country's workforce gets. So this will ensure that Indians earn better, and that earnings will definitely be helpful for their families back home.
Sir, India has signed recent agreements with various nations to facilitate transaction in domestic currencies, promoting global engagement in Indian rupees transaction and enhancing bilateral trade. Can you explain the crucial role anticipated for UPI in this context?
See, India has now entered into agreements with almost 20 countries to trade in local currencies. There was a period when we used to do the whole trade in dollars. Now that situation is over. Now Indian currency is valued very much by many countries. So we have a Indian rupee from the side of India and the local currency from that side. So trade in local currency is being promoted. There is an agreements are being entered into. Many are willing and open to do that. At the same time, our digital platforms, that is financial transaction platforms, that are being integrated. Our UPI is being integrated with various other platforms, digital platforms of those countries, so that it doesn't take much time. It removes the time lag. It removes the many technical issues that one has to face in facilitating the transfer of money as well as various other facilities. Both these things go hand in hand. One hand, the currency. Second, the integration of our digital platforms. This will facilitate improvement of bilateral trade. This will facilitate India's export to improve upon. Like last year, we aimed for $400 billion and we could achieve that. So this year, I am sure that we will go far ahead on this count also.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving us your precious time.
Thank you.
You were listening to an exclusive interview with V. Muralidharan, Union Minister of State for External Affairs. The interviewer is Bhupender Singh, Akashvani correspondent. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on highlights of BRICS Summit 2023 and its expansion. The participants are Professor Swaran Singh, Strategic Analyst, and Vinay Kumar, Journalist.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Johannesburg to participate in the 15th BRICS Summit, which is being held under South Africa's chairmanship. The highlight of this BRICS Summit is call for expansion. There is a consensus on expanding this 5-nation grouping and to include 6 more nations. It's a major step ever since BRICS was formed. Professor Singh, first of all, your immediate reaction to this decision to expand this grouping of BRICS, which is Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, to include 6 more countries to become members from January 1st, 2024. And the new members will include Argentina, Iran, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia and Egypt. How do you see this?
Let me first of all congratulate and wish well all my listeners, especially in the backdrop of Chandrayaan 3 having landed on moon. And that has come very timely as Prime Minister is in middle of the BRICS summit meeting in Johannesburg. We saw that the host president immediately congratulated Indian Prime Minister. And even before Chandrayaan 3 had landed on moon, Indian Prime Minister had already extended that we should have BRICS space cooperation consortium. And in that sense, that sentiment was reciprocated by Cyril Ramaphosa, the host president of South Africa, saying that this is an achievement for the BRICS family. I think that has set a very different tone to how BRICS national leaders are going to interact and how Indian Prime Minister's voice is even more stronger in the BRICS nations, as India has proposed several things, of course, other than the issue of expansion, which has been lying dormant for quite long time, other than de-dollarization, which is again ongoing debate. This whole issue of reformation of international institutions, not just United Nations, but particularly the financial institutions, because BRICS is primarily an economic grouping, has brought India a certain advantage because of this gush of very good news. And in that sense, I think expansion, on which we understand that all national leaders in principle have already a consensus that BRICS perhaps needs to expand. And that partly comes from the fact that we have now known that about 43 countries have shown interest in finding some kind of engagement with BRICS nations, and 23 of them have already applied to get membership of the BRICS nations. To me, that is an enormous endorsement of the credibility of BRICS nations and the potential that these nations see for themselves and for BRICS. And therefore, they want to engage themselves and even become members of BRICS nations as soon as possible. Now, that, of course, is not an easy exercise. The Sherpas have been discussing this issue for almost 3 years now, thinking how to build consensus on procedures, on standards, on protocols, as to what should be the criterion to bring in new members. We also know that the original jargon of BRIC that was given by Jim O'Neill way back in year 2000, 2001 was based on his premise that these were emerging economies and G7 nations should invest in these countries for per dollar returns becoming better. But of course, as BRICS nations have evolved over years, and of course they immediately in 2010 added South Africa, the second qualification came to be that they were also not just emerging economies, but also influential nodal points or hubs in their own region in leading the developmental narratives of their region in that sense. And now, of course, we hear when there are so many countries willing to come together, they will have to also further refine their criterion of how they can bring in new members. My feeling would be that there is a discussion for 3 to 6 new countries joining as members, but maybe like becoming more innovative, they could think of bringing in other nations, reciprocating to their enthusiasm in terms of making them dialogue partners, observers, special invitees, and so on. I think there is a great anticipation of grouping showing agility, flexibility to reciprocate to this enormous enthusiasm that we see several nations showing towards the BRICS nations. But of course, we have to be cautious because BRICS works on consensus, and it is sometimes not very easy to bring everybody on board on every issue. So hopefully they will have a set of achievements, and of course on some other issues they will also build a broader understanding to move forward and take a little more time in resolving some of those sort of disjunctions that may appear on some of the issues between the 5 BRICS nations at this stage. But the mood, it seems, is very positive, and intention is very, very positive as well from all 5 countries.
Yeah, Professor Singh, if we just look at what has been India's stand earlier, also India was opposed to any efforts to broaden the BRICS membership earlier, and India's concern was that such an expansion could potentially dilute the BRICS fundamental objectives and weaken the established consensus among the current members. And on the other hand, China was pushing for this initiative, believing that the BRICS alliance should embrace an expanded membership and it should accommodate more developing nations, probably indicating towards Pakistan, in its earlier stance, which had stirred a diplomatic kind of conundrum, in BRICS. So this has come about with consensus, and we have reasons to believe that China has fallen in line. And as Prime Minister Modi said at the BRICS summit, India was keen on accepting new member states as partners in the grouping. He said that the expansion of the grouping was indicative of changing times and world order. So you think India also became flexible? As you said, over the past 3 years, there have been efforts, to expand BRICS, and all the BRICS foreign ministers were also engaged in this exercise, as you pointed out. And Prime Minister Modi also pointed out that expansion and modernization of BRICS is an indication that institutions of the world must get accustomed to changing times. So this is, I think, indication enough that India had also adopted flexibility in its approach, and Prime Minister had said, he will welcome any consensus on this issue, and everybody should go by consensus, all the 5 BRICS nations.
Exactly. I think that is what is interesting here, that the reality, as you are saying, is much more complex. In fact, if you see, much of the Western media is caricaturing it. In fact, they are saying that the expansion of BRICS could be counterproductive in that sense. And, they would like to build that rhetoric for themselves. And India wouldn't like to do that in any case. Yes, these countries have their own disjunctions as well. They are different sizes. They are different political systems. When China became the chair for the first time, they added South Africa. And then, of course, in 2017, again, when China was chair, they launched something called BRICS Plus. Sometimes they used to call it Friends of BRICS nations also. So China has been seen as a country most enthusiastic in expanding the BRICS membership. And over the years, one explanation that has come about is that because China's economy today is, $19 trillion. It's about 3 to 4 times compared to the rest of the BRICS nations put together. And it wants to use BRICS as a platform for its Belt and Road Initiative, trade and investments around the world. And that obviously makes other nations much more careful as to whether new members are going to be all just friends of China in the name of friends of BRICS. More interesting it is that now during the Ukraine crisis, even Russia, which is under enormous sanctions and of course almost censor and boycott from much of the West, has seen that BRICS has become one of the very important platforms for Russia to find that kind of international support and platform to speak. So that sense of Russia also towing the Chinese line simply because it wants to also use BRICS platform. You look at President Lula da Silva speaking that, they can't think of including any members who wants to come, and it has to work on consensus and on criterion. And I agree with you, at some stage India was relatively reluctant, but if you notice lately the visibility of India, the kind of increasing credibility of India, and the economy, we are 5th largest economy, going to become 3rd largest economy. So we are a very strong economy, potentially strongest and fastest growing economy among major economies around the world. So India's on confidence, India's on partnership. And what we are saying today is that India has become increasingly agreeable to add nations which might appear as strategic partners of India already. For example, India supporting Saudi Arabia or Iran or Indonesia. India today shares very different relation with these nations. So even if they are having partnerships with China, they are also strong partners of India. So in that sense, India's confidence in allowing expansion of BRICS is very different today. But at the base of it, and that's my quick last point on this, India has always been country that has propagated focusing on principles, on norms, on legalities, on making sure the criterions are built such that later you do not get into a situation when it looks like that, some country was favored by one of the countries who were members at that time. I think it is perfectly fine for BRICS to make sure that they move very, very carefully and do not get into a situation where they regret any of their decisions.
And among suggestions which India made at the summit was also a suggestion which included call for cooperation in space exploration. And incidentally, very happily, this call came, hours after India became only the 4th nation after the US, China and Russia to successfully soft land on the lunar surface. So that was also
first country to land the southern pole of.
Southern pole, and rightly,
which is complex.
Prime Minister Modi was very happy. Congratulatory messages and laudatory notes from all the BRICS leaders at Johannesburg and around the world also. But Professor Singh, if we look at the takeaways and the highlights of this 15th BRICS summit, the leaders held discussions which included global economic recovery, partnership with Africa and the global south, and they also reviewed the progress made on the BRICS agenda so far. And Prime Minister Modi also called for a strengthened BRICS. That will be, acronym was B for breaking barriers, R for revitalizing economies, I for inspiring innovation, C for creating opportunities, and S for shaping the future. And he made several interventions, which included, joint efforts of BRICS countries for protection of wildlife and establishing a repository of traditional medicine among BRICS countries, in which India has a very strong footprint. And also he called upon BRICS partners to support AU's permanent membership of the G20 and reform of WTO, multilateral financial institutions, and defined timelines for United Nations Security Council reforms. So all these points were raised by Prime Minister Modi in his interventions. But overall, if we see the highlights or the takeaways of this BRICS summit, how would you try to put them in a nutshell?
I think Indian Prime Minister is known to be a very impactful speaker and also increasingly using these acronyms, which make it more memorable and interesting. And BRICS nations, remember, will be in Delhi as part of G20. G20 always has a mini BRICS summit as well. So all of them will soon, within 3 weeks, again meet in New Delhi. So in that sense, it's a continuum of India's engagement, which is reinforcing how India is, really becoming very, very powerful, impactful. And reflection of that is the vision that we have. For example, Indian Prime Ministers pushing for making African Union as 21st member of G20 is a reflection of India's vision. India's hosting of the Voice of Global South Summit, attended by 128 countries in January this year, is a reflection of that vision. World knows, and those who know the future know very well that Africa is the future, both in terms of demographics and development. In second half of this century, the whole entire global focus is going to be on Africa. So engaging Africa is very clearly understood by Indian Prime Minister and Indian leadership. So using this opportunity of summit meeting being in Johannesburg and building that strong connect, and you will see that about 67 national leaders, I suppose, are going to be attending and meeting these 4 national leaders now. President Putin is not physically there. As part of BRICS Plus dialogue, the BRICS Africa outreach. And that is a great opportunity for India to build that strong connections with African leaders and global South leaders, because that is going to be the USP of India. India is increasingly becoming seen as voice of the global South, voice of emerging economies. And to close my comment very quickly, India today believes in multi-alignment, working together, building partnerships in as many sectors, in as many countries as possible. And here is an opportunity of India emerging as a country that not only has a very powerful partnership with countries like Russia and United States, but also is seen as an integral part of emerging economies, voice of the global South, very respected country among small island states, for example. So this whole spectrum of engagements is what makes India's presence at all these forums, including BRICS summit meeting and other meetings of the BRICS, visible, but I suppose also very credible and influential. And this is a work in progress. And BRICS would immediately also show that imprint of India, just as it engages with other 4 leaders there. And hopefully they will be able to come about with some decisions. There's great hope that they're going to invoke and increase use of local currencies increasingly, which is part of their first step towards de-dollarization, and potentially perhaps in some future also launching a BRICS currency. That's going to be a very important groundbreaking initiative of BRICS, and of course expansion as well is another issue which might see some results.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Singh, for this elaborate discussion and focusing on the highlights and expansion aspects of the BRICS. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
You were listening to a discussion on highlights of BRICS Summit 2023 and its expansion. The participants were Professor Swaran Singh, Strategic Analyst, and Vinay Kumar, Journalist. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on a mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on a YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsdtalks@gmail.com.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on Chandrayaan-3, India's historic moon mission. The participants are Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, Director of Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and Gaura Dhawanlal, anchor.
Today indeed is a historic moment not only for India but for every Indian. Chandrayaan-3, soft landing complete on the south pole of the moon. We are very delighted to have with us Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, who is the Director of the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, for a brief conversation. Dr. Annapurni, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me on your show.
So Dr. Annapurni, it is of course a historic moment, and congratulations to each and every Indian, and particularly to all those who work in this field. So India's success I think in terms of the detailing, all our past successes, all our past mistakes, where does the credit lie?
Yeah, so this victory is not built overnight. So this victory is built on a very big foundation, and that is the foundation and the credibility that ISRO has built up over the years. And to command the space age with this much of confidence, you would have noticed, how smoothly the entire thing went through and didn't feel like, it was like a completely complicated kind of a thing.
True.
When in reality, the most complicated mission, right? So this is standing on the shoulders of the practices, the best practices, the kind of system engineering and the framework which ISRO has put in over the years. And it is heartening to see that it is growing, and then the ISRO's team is able to deliver and reach newer and newer heights.
In terms of technology, Dr. Annapurni, and we know we take a lot of pride on the technology was in-house, the amount of money which was utilized was actually minuscule compared to world targets for their space missions. The ingenuity and the detailing of all this is homegrown?
Yes. So the entire framework is developed by ISRO, and the entire system engineering to beginning with, how a concept is developed and how it is refined down the line. In terms of hardware, you have to make a qualification model, then you have to make an engineering model, and then make sure that it survives all the hard environment which the spacecraft will face during its journey. So all these are, once everything is done, then the final space module is made, and it also goes through enormous amount of tests which are confined to the parameter space one would expect, and then launched. And now in this case, we also see that the parameter space, basically if you have a value, how much can it deviate? So the deviation in general, if you talk about sigma, how much sigma can you deviate from the mean value? In this particular case, they have gone up to 6 times deviation from the mean value. So it is such that it can accommodate larger variations in the parameters which would be monitoring, which would mean that, it can actually go through conditions which are actually not envisaged. So that is the main reason why we saw such a perfect condition, because it could actually accommodate everything. But still, when we were looking at the parameters of the velocity, etc., it was like a textbook, right? So these are the kind of thing will happen. It exactly happened.
So when we were watching the live visuals that were being beamed out, and we saw there were a lot of young scientists and young people in the team. And do you think over the years, the involvement and engagement of younger people has grown in our space program?
So any team will have a variety of people, like, you have senior people as well as people who are juniors who would be picking up. But then there are a good number of, the responsibilities are assigned to at all team members. So you groom to not only take leadership, but also to take responsibility, also to take project management skills and then deliver. So this also is like, as you rightly said, these are large teams and also large range of ages you can see right across.
I think the event today with a lot of young people, a lot of schools were also engaged, making sure that their students watched, will encourage many more young budding scientists to come into the field, right?
That's right. So, I also was appreciating this, that in this particular mission, particularly, ISRO had put out a lot of social media updates along with pictures and catchy phrases, etc. And these really are important, and, people really loved those pictures and catchy phrases which were coming out now and then from the ISRO team. So the communication was managed extremely well, I thought.
Absolutely, making it more understandable, accessible, because we're a young...
Everybody felt part of it. That was amazing.
Absolutely right. When we talk, Dr. Annapurni, of the cost factor, so how has India managed to be so well within or really below global standards in terms of the costing?
Yeah, so I do not know with respect to, there are several factors when it comes to costing. One is like directly if you are launching, one example is that, you have to lift up some X kg of payload. So the time taken to reach the moon is in a few days, then you have to literally lift everything up in a straight way and reach the moon. And that rocket has to be extremely massive. But here, the trajectory used is not that way. It takes much longer to reach the moon when compared to, even if you look at Luna 25, it was like a not swinging by kind of a thing. So it has to lift much more weight and the rocket is expensive. the much smaller rocket is able to lift the whole weight, but in a very innovative way, it is flung closer to the moon, and then it is to be captured by the moon and then goes in orbit around the moon in elliptical orbits, then comes to a circular orbit and then goes down. The penalty over here is that it takes longer period, longer time for the journey. The other factors are like, the testing and everything, and our industry is also involved in it for producing and giving the components that go into the rocket or into the instrument. I think it's the nation as such is contributing to it. It's all homegrown technologies, homegrown products.
Dr. Annapurni, in terms of what Chandrayaan-3 has to send back, images, data, information, what are we looking forward to?
We are, right now it is landed, and I was just watching the tracking which is happening, like the uplinking and downlinking of data, because while it was landing also, though it was going through a already uploaded automated algorithm, ALS sequence, but the metadata which was beamed down is also coming through other networks like Deep Space Network of NASA and ESA mission. So their antenna were all tracking, like, you can see the signal going up and coming down. Right now also you can see the Deep Space Network tracking from Madrid. So once the dust settles down, there are some mechanical operations to be carried out. Like, the door has to be opened first. These are mechanical operations. And then the slide, which has to be where the rover has to come out, the rover has to be unlatched. Even the slide has to be unlatched and put it down, and then it has to come out. So these tasks you have to keep commanding, and then once you know that it is done, then the next set of things start. And also the communication and the power on all these have to be started. So there'll be a lot of sequence of operations one does one by one, and it depends on the charging, whether you have got the reply, etc., etc. So I do not know what are the sequences involved here, but then I expect these to happen, but it's over a period of time.
So the decision to soft land the Chandrayaan-3 on the South Pole, was it a considered one, or because this is the side of the moon that we hardly see, like the dark side of the moon? And why was this important?
This is not really the dark side, in the sense that, it is near the southern polar region where the sunlight does fall, but there are large peaks, deep craters. There, the sun's light doesn't fall, and the temperature range between the sunlit part and the shadow part, temperature difference is very huge. And if you can trace back the history, Chandrayaan-1 had this moon impact probe that went to the southern part, and then that is where the whole thing started with detecting the hydroxyl molecules, and it was really a revolution. So that one, and then the M3 on board Chandrayaan-1 found the hydroxyl molecules. Then it was followed up, and then water in the form of ice was confirmed. And again, Chandrayaan-2, though we could not land in a similar latitude near the southern region, the orbiter gave a lot of high-resolution images, and we could actually map and find out where exactly the landing of the third mission can be achieved. And in the process, you can also see internationally, the attention also got attracted to the southern part of the moon, polar region. And you can see a lot more missions being planned, and next year also there are a lot of them going up. Even the private companies are now trying to launch to the southern part of the moon. So it was a revolution indeed. And then in that context, today's victory is really important.
So is there a time frame for the probes and the rovers to do its job and get back before, I think, the light patterns change?
Yeah, so the probes, as I mentioned, either the probes on the lander or the ones on the rover require power. When they collect the data for the operations, as well as collecting the data, as well as beaming it to the orbiter or the propulsion module, and then they in turn beam it down. So power is a very important thing, and in this mission, the power is generated through solar panels, so for which sunlight is mandatory. So this mission landing on today would mean that in up to 14 days, it'll have solar power. So the operations will be up to those 14 days of Earth days, which would be like one lunar day.
Right. At the global level, in terms of our technology that we are using and the successes that we've had, so do you think, and even the Prime Minister spoke about, South-South cooperation and saying that any country in the South area in the developing world can achieve this. So do you think that there is a lot of scope for technology transfer, and what would be India's role in that?
So this puts India in a commanding situation, commanding level, right? Where some nations are not able to achieve, India is able to achieve. That means that the capability is there, and you can do it. This is like technology readiness level is fully achieved. So if any nation or even India wants to send a bigger experiment, and even if you want to operate it for a longer period of time, then you will not be putting on a mission where it is not proved its success. Here the success rate is complete. So one would come and develop and say, I have a complicated instrument, but I would like to take it to the moon. I mean, India would be looked up as a possible option. It's actually one option which has reached the southern part, right? Only one. So we are at the commanding level now.
Right. So where do we go now from here? What is the next step?
Yeah, so rightly said by Prime Minister that expectations are set to very high now. Because if you can do it in a very absolutely fantastic way, then more can be achieved, right? So expectations go high up. And at the same time, having reached this commanding level, I think it is important for us to make sure that we stay there. I'm not saying it is easy, but maintaining that level of leadership is not easy. You have to work very hard. You have to take up more and more challenging things, because other nations will be looking at this saying, okay, let us do more than that, right? So we have to plan more and work harder, and also set our targets high so that we can continue to be in this commanding role.
Right. So on this historic day, is there a message that you would like to actually send out to our listeners?
Yeah, so this actually proves that, or rather, underlying statement is that the systematic planning and execution with all precautions can lead to nothing but victory.
Right.
So it's very important. But you can do it. It can be extremely challenging, may not have been done by anybody else, but it is possible to do. But the right ingredients should be there. So everything can be achieved.
So we have quite a lot of young people also tuned in. And
yes.
If you look at a certain virtue or a quality that a budding scientist needs to develop, what would it be?
Yeah, it is something like you have to be passionate about it. And then, you were listening to the scientists, how do you celebrate? They were saying more work. So it is part of the system that you do something, and it's not that you have to take a break to enjoy yourself. The work itself is enjoyment. I'm not saying that you have to do everything out there, but then it is important to put your best foot forward confidently, carefully, honestly, sincerely, and it would definitely reap harvest.
I think that's so beautifully said, to say that, passion dominating with patience and perseverance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Amazing qualities.
Patience, I think, is extremely important, right? Because it is a long-drawn project and you have to be motivated enough throughout the process. It is not overnight success.
Right. So you've motivated us with this conversation, and of course our scientists have motivated all of us with this achievement. Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, thank you so much for joining us on our program today.
Thank you so much.
You were listening to a discussion on Chandrayaan-3, India's historic moon mission. The participants were Dr. Annapurni Subramaniam, Director of Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and Gaura Dhawanlal, Anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on Air. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on Air Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsttalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 928-909-4044.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring a discussion on BRICS Summit 2023, significance and expectations. The participants are Anil Wadhwa, former diplomat, and Nilova Roy Chaudhary, journalist.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji is visiting the Republic of South Africa from 22nd to 24th August to attend the 15th BRICS Summit being held in Johannesburg under the South African chairmanship this time. The theme of the BRICS Summit this year is BRICS and Africa, Partnership for Mutually Accelerated Growth, Sustainable Development, and Inclusive Multilateralism. Importantly, this would also be the first in-person BRICS summit after 3 consecutive years of virtual meetings because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As Prime Minister Modi ji said in his departure statement, BRICS has been pursuing a strong cooperation agenda across various sectors, and BRICS has become a platform for discussing and deliberating on issues of concern for the entire global South, including development imperatives and reform of the multilateral system. This summit will provide a useful opportunity for BRICS to identify future areas of cooperation and review institutional development. Ambassador Anil Vadhva joins us this evening to take us through why BRICS as a whole is important and what is of particular interest in this particular summit. Good evening, Ambassador Vadhva.
Good evening.
What is special about the BRICS grouping itself, and especially this particular summit being held in Johannesburg?
So as we know, the very raison d'etre for BRICS coming together in 2009 and later on its expansion with the inclusion of South Africa in 2011 was to have a voice for the emerging countries and also to ensure that the important issues before them in the international system were brought to the fore in every fora. Another related aim at that point in time was to make sure that there was enough funding available to these countries amongst themselves, which could help in their own development agenda without interference or pressure from outside. Those aims seem to have been fulfilled to a certain extent. And BRICS has been cooperating on a number of areas. In fact, the agenda for the BRICS has increased and progressed as the years have gone by. We are now in the 15th summit of the BRICS. And at this point in time, looking back, if one reviews what has been undertaken, there are as many as 868 commitments that the BRICS countries have made amongst themselves. Many of them are still to be fulfilled. But at the same time, the issues that they cover have continued to expand. In other words, everything that the BRICS countries have aspired for their own development has been taken into account during these summits. And that's why we are at a turning point as far as the BRICS is concerned, because here we now have, first of all, the reform of the multilateral system that they have been advocating, the linkages and the areas of concerns to the global South, which they want to propagate, and of course, the technological and digital solutions for SDGs that they have been propounding, which cannot be possible without cooperation from the outside and other countries which matter as well. And that is why the agenda for the BRICS summit this time has a very strong emphasis on Africa and development and the Global South agenda.
Could you specify a few examples that have been taken up amongst this vast agenda you just mentioned? What are some of the specific areas that have actually seen some active collaboration among the 5 member countries?
So the first and foremost is the lending from the BRICS Development Bank, the new development bank as it's called, which is actually the so-called BRICS Bank, which has benefited a number of members in important areas like energy, transportation, and water, etc., in funding their projects within their countries. Secondly, the BRICS coming together has led to much more trading between themselves, which was not the case when they started off. And one can easily see that these economic linkages have increased. Third is the issue of collaboration in counterterrorism cooperation, which seems to have taken off quite well, except for the fact that within the BRICS itself, there are some issues which have developed over the years, especially due to the Chinese linkages with Pakistan, where this counterterrorism has suffered. Fourth issue is the technological solutions to taking the agenda of SDGs forward. And here, the BRICS countries have been cooperating amongst themselves and enhancing their own capabilities in order to make sure that they can cope with the demands of the SDG process. And finally, the exchange of people-to-people contacts, which has certainly increased between these countries.
Among the issues that has sort of come up this time and has been raised quite a lot is the issue of a kind of a common currency or at least trading in each other's currencies to be able to boost the intra-BRICS trade. How far have things progressed on that front?
So the idea of having a BRICS currency has been discussed for quite some time, but has made little progress so far. Over the past two meetings, when the Sherpas have met, we've seen Russia put forward a proposal of BRICS currency, which is backed by gold, but it requires a lot of discussions. And de-dollarization is the ultimate goal, but does not seem to be within the reach of BRICS at the moment. What will happen and what is already happening is that the BRICS will discuss how best to trade in their local currencies and also, increase lending within the new development bank. In fact, one of the ideas is to recapitalize the new development bank from $100 billion, which seems to be rather thin for the number of projects that have to be undertaken in the BRICS countries. And also to ensure that more and more of their own currencies are used for trade with each other. We've seen part of that happening. For example, India trading with Russia as far as oil purchases is concerned. It has its own problems which need to be solved. But the issue of having a BRICS currency requires much further discussion and does not seem to be something which is within the reach of the BRICS at the moment.
Right. Now, this is the first time, as we are all aware, that one of the heads of the state is not attending this particular summit in person. That is President Putin of Russia. Now, is this going to make a bit of a difference to the overall concept or impact or outcome of the BRICS summit this time? Because part of the charter, if I'm not mistaken, is that all the 5 heads of government or state must attend the actual summit.
Yes, but as you know, these are special circumstances, and a warrant has been issued, as far as President Putin is concerned, for crimes for transferring children from Ukraine into Russia. And since South Africa is part of the International Court of Justice, therefore there's pressure on South Africa to act, although South Africa has already declared an immunity for all to attend this summit. Nonetheless, I think the Russian side has found a solution by making sure that the presence of Russia is there through the foreign minister, Mr. Lavrov, and that any controversy in this regard is avoided, which has also saved some amount of embarrassment which could have been caused to South Africa had there been a personal presence of President Putin. So I think it's an acceptable solution to both sides, and the other BRICS membership also understands this.
How much do bilateral problems among the 5 member countries, I mean, I'm specifically referring to India's issues along the border with China, for example, how much are they likely to affect the overall atmosphere of a BRICS summit and the outcome per se of that summit? I mean, I'm referring here again to the G20. India has the presidency of the G20, and there have been some issues in which some of the members, like for example, China and Russia, have objected to certain passages on the Ukraine war. So similarly is a problem that has arisen between the 2 member nations of a much smaller group, the BRICS. Is that likely to have any difference or any problems in the actual outcome statements?
It does have a fallout. One cannot say that it will not have a fallout, because we've seen over the years, as the BRICS has evolved and as the economies of these countries have moved forward, there have been differences which have come in the way of full scope cooperation between them. The first issue which I named already was on the issue of counter-terrorism, where China has been shielding the terrorists who have been wanted by the United Nations to be blacklisted from Pakistan repeatedly. And that has come in the way of counter-terrorism cooperation in this forum as well. Second is the reform of the multilateral system, where countries like India, Brazil, and South Africa have been pushing for a reform of the UN Security Council, whereas China has been opposing India's membership of the UN Security Council. Russia has been muted on it, so there is a sort of a divide amongst these 3 members versus Russia and China. Third issue has been on the question of the Chinese pet projects of Belt and Road Initiative, and now the Global Development Initiative, etc., which does not find a mention in the text because of opposition from India, which obviously cannot accept it given the fact that the BRI also includes the CPEC, which passes through what India considers its own territory.
Right.
These are the three striking issues, of course. But then on the other hand, we've now seen some other issues come to the fore. For example, in terms of a BRICS currency, where Russia has been pushing for a BRICS currency based on gold in order to de-dollarize as much as possible, which is a far cry at the moment. And secondly, also the issue of expansion of the BRICS, where the Chinese have found this to be a convenient tool to produce a counter to the G7, for instance, and to the dominance of the United States and the West.
Right.
However, this is not favored by Brazil in particular. India has an open mind on it, but at the same time is not unduly enthusiastic about outright expansion without criteria. And Russia has been also not very enthusiastic after initially supporting the proposal. So there are various strands within the membership on how to go about expansion of the BRICS. Ultimately, the Sherpas have come to a conclusion that will require a step-by-step process and it will be a cautious expansion. Perhaps it will have to be a process in which there are dialogue partners leading up to full membership. And that seems to be the only way out of the current situation. So again, all members do not see eye to eye on how to go about this expansion.
Given all of those constraints, however, the group as a whole clearly coming together as it did after the global economic crisis of 2008, it seems to have given some amount of fruits for it to become attractive for a lot of other countries to want to join it. I mean, countries like Indonesia have been named for a long time, Argentina, more recently Saudi Arabia, and various others have been wanting to join this particular BRICS grouping. So what are the attractions that the group as such holds for countries wishing to come in, for example?
Well, there are a number of incentives that others see in joining. Some of these seem to be related to unlocking the benefits of development finance, increased trade and investment. Secondly, of course, the rise of Africa has brought about a desire on the part of Africa to align itself with the BRICS, which is seen as a body of developing countries, and also to move away from Western-dominated groupings. At the same time, we have the NAM grouping, which has become quite unwieldy, and therefore BRICS is seen as a grouping with 41% of global population right now, and 16% of global trade, and 24% of global GDP amongst its current membership, as being an attractive grouping to join. At the same time, there's been a concerted push, as we know, from countries like China and Russia to encourage others to join this grouping in order to present a much more united common front against the Western-dominated G7.
Right. So it's going to be very interesting to watch what happens in this particular summit. Thank you so very much, Ambassador Wadhwa. That was very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you.
You were listening to a discussion on BRICS Summit 2023, Significance and Expectations. The participants were Anil Wadhwa, former diplomat, and Nilova Roy Chaudhary, journalist. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on a mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on a YouTube channel, News on AIR Official.
इयम् आकाशवाणी सम्प्रति वार्ताः श्रूयन्ताम् प्रवाचकः जतिन शर्मा। प्रियाः श्रोतारः, भवद्भ्यः सर्वेभ्यः रक्षाबन्धनस्य संस्कृतदिवसस्य च हार्दाः शुभकामनाः। आदौ मुख्यवार्ताः। विदेशमन्त्री डॉक्टर एस जयशंकरः चीनतः प्रसारितस्य अरुणाचलप्रदेशम् अक्साइन चीनं च निध्याय तथाकथितमानचित्रस्य निराकरणं कृतवान्। भारतेन सिंगापुरस्य खाद्यसुरक्षायै तण्डुलनिर्याताय अनुमतिः प्रदत्ता। भारत न्यूजीलैंड देशयोः मध्ये नागरविमाननक्षेत्रं संवर्धयितुम् एकस्मिन् सन्धिज्ञापने हस्ताक्षरं जातम्। जम्मूकश्मीरे स्थानीय विशेषोत्पादाभ्याम् इत्युक्ते भद्रवाह राजमा रामबनसुलाई मधुः इत्येताभ्यां भौगोलिकसङ्केतकः समर्जितः। अद्य रक्षाबन्धनस्य उत्सवः देशस्य विभिन्नभागेषु हर्षोल्लासेन आमान्यते। अपि च क्रीडावार्तासु US ओपन टेनिस प्रतिस्पर्धायां गतविजेता कार्लोस एलकराजः इति द्वितीये चक्रे समाविष्टः। एशिया चषक 2023 प्रतियोगिता अद्य मध्याह्नतः पाकिस्तान श्रीलङ्कयोः 4 स्थानेषु समारप्स्यते। अथ वार्ताः विशदीकृत्य। विदेशमन्त्री डॉक्टर एस जयशंकरः चीनतः प्रसारितस्य अरुणाचलप्रदेशम् एक्साइन चीनं च निध्याय तथा कथितमानचित्रस्य निराकरणं कृतवान्। एतस्मिन् मानचित्रे चीनदेशेन भारतस्य भूभागे स्वाधिकारः प्रख्यापितः। विदेशमन्त्री प्रोक्तवान् यत् वृथा स्वामित्वप्रदर्शनेन अन्यदेशीयः भूभागः चीनस्य नैव भविष्यति। गतदिने एकस्यां वाहिन्यां वार्तावधौ डॉक्टर जयशंकरः प्रोदीरितवान् यत् एतादृशानां मानचित्राणां प्रसारणं चीनदेशस्य स्वभावो वर्तते। सः चीनदेशम् अभिलक्ष्य कथितवान् यत् अन्यदेशानां भूभागः मानचित्रे नैव संस्थापनीयः, यतः एषः भारतस्य भागो वर्तते। विदेशमन्त्रिणा कथितं यत् भारतसर्वकारः स्वभूभागस्य रक्षा कथं करणीयेति सम्यक् प्रकारेण जानाति। वार्ताहराणां प्रश्नानाम् उत्तरं प्रददता विदेशमन्त्रालयस्य प्रवक्त्रा अरिन्दम बागची इत्यनेन कथितं यत् भारतेन इमे सर्वेपि प्रमाणाः निराकृताः, यतः ते निराधाराः सन्ति। तेनोदीरितं यत् चीनस्य एतादृशैः कृत्यैः सीमाप्रकरणे समाधानान्वेषणम् इतोपि क्लिष्टकरं भविष्यति। भारतेन सिंगापुरस्य खाद्यसुरक्षायै तण्डुलनिर्याताय अनुमतिः प्रदत्ता। विदेशमन्त्रालयस्य प्रवक्त्रा अरिन्दम बागची कथितवान् यत् त्वरितमेव अस्मिन् विषये औपचारिकीय आदेशः प्रख्यापयिष्यते। असौ प्रावोचत् यत् भारत सिंगापुर देशयोः मध्ये घनिष्ठा राजनैतिक सहभागिता अस्ति, या परस्परहितेषु आर्थिकसम्बन्धेषु च आधारिता अस्ति। भारतेन अनेन विशेषसम्बन्धेन तण्डुलनिर्यातस्य निर्णयो विहितः। भारत न्यूजीलैंड देशयोः मध्ये नागरविमाननक्षेत्रे संयोगं संवर्धन सम्बन्धी सन्धिज्ञापने हस्ताक्षरं जातम्। भारत न्यूजीलैंड देशाभ्यां नागरिकोड्डयने सहयोगं संवर्धयितुम् एकस्मिन् सन्धिज्ञापने हस्ताक्षरं कृतम्। एतस्मिन् ज्ञापनपत्रे नवीनानां मार्गाणां निर्धारणं, सहभागी सेवाः, यातायाताधिकाराः, क्षमता पात्रता च समाविष्टाः सन्ति। सन्धिज्ञापनपत्रे नागरिकोड्डयन सचिवः राजीव बंसलः, न्यूजीलैंडस्य च उच्चायुक्तः डेविड पाइनः नवदिल्ल्यां हस्ताक्षरं कृतवन्तौ। अस्मिन् अवसरे नागरिकोड्डयन मन्त्री ज्योतिरादित्य सिन्धिया, न्यूजीलैंडस्य व्यापार निर्यात विकास मन्त्री डेमियन ओ कॉनरः च उपस्थितौ आस्ताम्। सन्धिपत्रानुसारं न्यूजीलैंडस्य काश्चित् विमानसेवाः भारते नवदिल्ली, मुम्बई, बेंगलुरु, चेन्नई, हैदराबाद, कोलकाता स्थलेभ्यः तृतीय चतुर्थ स्वतन्त्र यातायाताधिकारैः केनापि प्रकारकेण विमानेन आगम्यमानाः गम्यमानाः च सेवाः सञ्चालयितुं शक्यन्ते। एवमेव भारतस्यापि काश्चित् चयनिताः विमाननसेवाः ऑकलैंड, वेलिंगटन, क्राइस्ट चर्च स्थलेभ्यः तृतीय चतुर्थ स्वतन्त्र यातायाताधिकारैः समं केनापि प्रकारेणापि गम्यमानाः आगम्यमानाः च विमानसेवाः प्रचालितुं शक्नुवन्ति। भारत प्रशासनेन न्यूजीलैंडेपि इतोपि 3 बिन्दवः प्रस्ताविताः। संस्कृतवार्तायाः संस्करणमिदम् इदानीम् आकाशवाणीतः प्रसार्यते। सममेव अयं कार्यक्रमः आकाशवाण्याः अन्तर्जालपटले www.newsonair.com इत्यत्र अथ च न्यूज़ ऑन AIR चलदूरभाषीयतन्त्रांशेऽपि समुपलब्धो भविष्यति। अद्य रक्षाबन्धनस्य उत्सवः देशस्य विभिन्नभागेषु हर्षोल्लासेन आमान्यते। अस्मिन् अवसरे भगिन्यः स्वभ्रातॄणां रक्षासूत्रं प्रबध्नन्ति सहैव तेषां समृद्धेः आरोग्यस्य प्रसन्नतायाश्च कामनाः कुर्वन्ति। भ्रातरः अपि भगिनीनां रक्षार्थं प्रतिज्ञां कुर्वन्ति। अवसरेऽस्मिन् राष्ट्रपति पदासीना द्रौपदी मुर्मुः देशवासिभ्यः शुभकामनाः प्रदत्तवती। उपराष्ट्रपतिः श्री जगदीप धनखडः जनान् सम्प्रार्थितवान् यत् ते नारीशक्त्या सह संस्थातुं सङ्कल्पं कुर्वन्तु इति। सः आशां व्यक्तीकृतवान् यत् अयमुत्सवः जनानां जीवने सुखम् आनेष्यति। प्रधानमन्त्री श्री नरेन्द्र मोदी रक्षाबन्धन पर्वणि देशवासिभ्यः शुभकामनाः प्रदत्तवान्। श्री मोदी प्रोक्तवान् यत् रक्षाबन्धनस्य शुभपर्व अयं भ्रातृभगिन्योः मध्ये विश्वासस्य प्रेम्णः प्रतीको वर्तते। भारतस्यापि पावनसंस्कृतेः प्रतीको विद्यते। प्रधानमन्त्रिणा कामना कृता यत् रक्षाबन्धनः प्रत्येकजनस्य जीवने प्रेम्णः स्नेहस्य च भावनां सबलीकरोति। प्रधानमन्त्रिणा नवदिल्लीस्थिते स्वकीये आवासे बालैः सह रक्षाबन्धनपर्व आमानितः। जम्मूकश्मीरे स्थानीय विशेषोत्पादाभ्याम् इत्युक्ते भद्रवाह राजमा रामबन्सुलाई मधुः इत्येताभ्यां भौगोलिकसङ्केतकः समर्जितः। एतेषाम् उत्पादानां भौगोलिकसङ्केतप्रक्रिया कृषिकृषककल्याणविभागेन समारब्धा। साम्प्रतं केवलम् एकस्यैव अधिकृत उपयोगकर्तुः पार्श्वे एतेषाम् उत्पादकानां भौगोलिकसङ्केतस्य उपयोगार्थं विशेषाधिकारः भविष्यति। अनेन पञ्जीकृत भौगोलिकसङ्केत वस्तूनाम् अनधिकृत उपयोगः बाधितो भविष्यति। सममेव निर्यातमपि संवर्धिष्यति। भारतीय अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान संघटनम् इसरो इत्यमुना ट्वीट सन्देशमाध्यमेन उक्तं यत् सूर्यस्याध्ययनाय प्रेष्यमाणं प्रथमं भारतीय अंतरिक्ष वेधशाला इत्युक्ते आदित्य L1 इति उपग्रहः सितंबर मासस्य द्वितीये दिनाङ्के 12:12 आन्ध्रप्रदेशस्य श्रीहरिकोटा अंतरिक्ष प्रक्षेपण केन्द्रतः प्रेषयिष्यते। उपग्रहोऽयं पृथ्वी सूर्ययोः लैग्रेजाख्यं बिन्दुं यावत् परिभ्रमणपथि स्थापयिष्यते, यो हि पृथिवीतः 15 लाख किलोमीटरात्मक परिमाणे दूरमस्ति। तावत् प्रापणाय आदित्यः चतुर्मासात्मिकीं यात्रां विधास्यति। केन्द्रीय वाणिज्य उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयलः निगदितवान् यत् आगामी G20 शिखर सम्मेलन वैश्विक व्यापारः इति भारते निवेशम् आक्रष्टुं बहुपाक्षिकीय संघटनेषु भारतस्य भूमिकायाः संवर्धन दिशि महत्वपूर्ण आयोजनमस्ति। यः नवदिल्ल्यां भारतीय निर्यात संघटन परिसंघस्य उत्तरी क्षेत्रीय निर्यात श्रेष्ठ पुरस्कार समारोहं संबोधयन् असौ समुदीरितवान् यत् वयं गौरवेण परिपूर्ण प्रतिभा संपन्न राष्ट्रे जीवामः। अपि च विश्वेन आमान्यते यत् भारतं विश्वस्य आर्थिक प्रगतये भविष्ये सर्वाधिक महत्वपूर्ण स्रोतः अस्ति। श्री गोयलः कथितवान् यत् निर्यात क्षेत्रे दीर्घकालानन्तरं भारतेन गत वित्तीय वर्षे 50,400 अरब डॉलर मितस्य सूचकाङ्कः अधिगृहीतः। US ओपन टेनिस प्रतिस्पर्धायां गतविजेता कार्लोस अलकराजः इति द्वितीये चक्रे समाविष्टः। तस्य प्रतिद्वन्द्वी जर्मन देशीयः डोमिनिक कोएफरः प्रथमे चक्रे व्रणितो जातः। व्रणानन्तरं 6-2, 3-2 अंकानाम् अनन्तरं कोएफरः व्रणितः सञ्जातः। एशिया चषक 2023 प्रतियोगिता अद्य मध्याह्नतः पाकिस्तान श्रीलङ्कयोः 4 स्थानेषु समारप्स्यते। प्रतियोगितायाः आरम्भे पाकिस्तान दलं मुल्तान क्षेत्रे नेपाल दलं सम्मुखीकरिष्यति इति वार्ताः।
Welcome to this Wednesday edition of Market Mantra, the program in which we give you a complete update on the economic business and stock market news of the day. Well, I am Nishit Kumar and with me is my co-anchor in Hindi, Vishal Sharma.
नमस्कार, मार्केट मंत्र के ताजा अंक में आप सभी का स्वागत। अगले आधे घंटे में हम लाएंगे आप तक आर्थिक, व्यापारिक और शेयर बाजार की खबरें, साथ ही उन पर चर्चा भी करेंगे। चर्चा के लिए आज कार्यक्रम में हमारे साथ ऑनलाइन जुड़ेंगे आर्थिक विशेषज्ञ जयंता दास। सबसे पहले हेडलाइंस के साथ हैं निशित कुमार।
The headlines. At the stock market, Sensex gains just 11 points, Nifty moves up 5 points. Asian markets end little changed, European markets trade mix, and housing prices rise in 43 cities in the first quarter of the financial year 2023-24.
प्रमुख घरेलू शेयर बाजारों में मामूली बढ़त, सेंसेक्स में मात्र 11 अंक और निफ्टी में 5 अंक की वृद्धि। एशियाई बाजारों में मामूली बदलाव के साथ हुए बंद, यूरोपीय शेयर बाजारों में रहा मिला-जुला कारोबार और वित्तीय वर्ष 2023-24 की पहली तिमाही में 43 शहरों में आवासीय भवनों की कीमतों में तेजी। कार्यक्रम में सबसे पहले बात शेयर बाजार की। प्रमुख घरेलू शेयर बाजारों में आज मामूली बढ़त रही। बॉम्बे स्टॉक एक्सचेंज का सेंसेक्स केवल 11 अंक बढ़कर 65,087 पर बंद हुआ। नेशनल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज का निफ्टी भी 5 अंक की मामूली वृद्धि से 19,347 पर पहुंच गया। व्यापक बाजार में बीएसई मिड कैप इंडेक्स 0.6% और स्मॉल कैप इंडेक्स 0.8% की बढ़त के साथ बंद हुए।
At the stock markets, the Sensex at the Bombay Stock Exchange ended with a gain of just 11 points to end the day at 65,087. The Nifty at the National Stock Exchange moved up 5 points to 19,347. In the broader market, the BSE Mid-Cap Index rose 0.6% and the Small Cap Index climbed 0.8%. Among the sectoral indices, the Realty Index and the Telecom Index were the leading gainers, climbing 1.4% each. The Consumer Discretionary Index advanced 1%. The Tech Index added 0.8%. The Auto, the IT and the Metal Index rose 0.7% each. The Commodities Index gained 0.6%. The FMCG Index and the Consumer Durables Index moved up 0.5%. Among the declining indices, the Bankex and the Utilities Index lost 0.6% each. The Power and the Oil and Gas Index fell 0.5% each. The Financial Services Index slipped 0.4% and the Energy Index shed 0.3%. Well, Jayanta, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
Jayanta, as we see today, most of the indices, barring of course the Bankex and the utilities, has risen, and also we have seen in the past 3 sessions now, Monday, Tuesday and now today Wednesday, as compared to the earlier week, there has been a steady, though today it was a bit of a subdued rise, but still we have. So what factors do you attribute to the banking index actually going down today?
Well, I will be not utterly worried on the banking index per se, because typically the banks have done exceedingly well in the recent past, and there has been almost a tepid, movement, or in that sense, lackluster movement in the last 2-3 weeks. So I don't think I'll be overtly bothered about how banks perform today.
जी जयंता, आज जो बाजार की शुरुआत हुई बहुत अच्छी शुरुआत हुई थी, लेकिन जैसे जैसे दिन चढ़ता गया सेंसेक्स में हम वो देख रहे थे जो लाभ शुरू में था वो कम होता चला गया और तकरीबन दिन के हाईएस्ट से 350 अंक नीचे जाकर बंद हुआ। ये जो शुरुआत बहुत अच्छी हुई, सेंटिमेंट्स बहुत अच्छे थे, लेकिन आखिर में आकर के क्या असर, किन बातों का असर आप देख रहे हैं जो आज थोड़ा सा गिरावट के साथ या कम होकर के बाजार बंद हुआ है?
देखिए, मैं मानता हूँ कि सिर्फ आज का जो भी थोड़ा बहुत गिरावट हुआ है, या मतलब ऑलमोस्ट लैकलस्टर मार्केट जिसको मैं थोड़ी देर पहले कहा, उसका मूल वजह 3-4 है अगर देखा जाए। एक तो विदेशी बाजारों में जो सिग्नल्स आ रहा है काफी सबड्यूड है, खास करके ये देखते हुए कि ग्लोबल स्केल में करेंसी मार्केट्स का वोलेटिलिटी एक कंसर्न है, और इसके अलावा यूएस गवर्नमेंट का जो क्रेडिट रेटिंग है उसमें एक डाउनग्रेड हुआ है, थोड़ा बहुत इकोनॉमिक स्लो डाउन का भी नजर है कुछ क्षेत्र में है। तो ऐसे स्थिति में ऑब्वियसली ग्लोबल क्यूज के साथ साथ हमारा घरेलू बाजार का भी एक रुख बनाया रहता है, और इस स्थिति में उस तरह का उछाल जो हम उम्मीद कर रहे हैं वो नहीं है। लेकिन पिछले हफ्ता जब हम लोग भी डिस्कस कर रहे थे स्टॉक मार्केट का मूवमेंट, उस टाइम में कहा था कि 65,000 का आसपास करीबन 800,000 पॉइंट ऊपर नीचे भी अगर मार्केट स्टेबिलाईज करता है, इट्स अ गुड सिग्नल एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम।
जयंत, हाँ प्लीज कंटिन्यू।
और इसके अलावा जो घरेलू कंसर्न जो है इस वक्त वो है थोड़ा बहुत फूड इन्फ्लेशन का तरफ, जो मैं मानता हूँ कि शायद अनदर 4 से 6 हफ्ते के अंदर थोड़ा बहुत काबू हो जाना चाहिए। थोड़ा ड्राई टेम्परेचर्स का चिंता आया हुआ है, बिकॉज रेन्स का बारे में जो पहले आंकड़े थे कि रेन्स का बहुत अच्छा असर हुआ है, लेकिन डिस्ट्रीब्यूटिवनेस वाइज थोड़ा सा रिस्क रहा, खास करके एल नीनो की वजह से। और इस वजह से जैसे हमने देखा है कि कंज्यूमर प्राइसेस के ऊपर, खास करके वेजिटेबल प्राइसेस के ऊपर थोड़ा बहुत फर्क पड़ा है। ये देखते हुए साथ में इन्फ्लेशन थोड़ा बहुत जो चिंता है, लेकिन अच्छी बात यह है कि Q2 का जो रिजल्ट है कॉर्पोरेट क्षेत्र में उम्मीद किया जा रहा है काफी बॉयंट रहेगा, और साथ में देयर हैज बीन अ ग्रोथ इन द रिटेल पार्ट, जो इंडस्ट्री का एक मेजर मूवमेंट रहेगा, ये देखते हुए कि अभी एक फेस्टिवल सीजन शुरू होने वाला है शॉर्टली।
जी।
Well, Jayanta, talking of the economic slowdown globally, as you mentioned earlier, what factors would you attribute? Of course, the Ukraine crisis has been one of the factors which has been lingering for some time now. What other factors do you see in that?
See, the important part to understand is the Jackson Hole conference. People were expecting some, divine fireworks to happen in terms of interest rates. Now, the Fed chairman has spoken of the concept of a higher and longer, where the status of higher interest rates to remain longer are much more, prevalent than not happening. That's the first part. The second part is obviously the fact that there will not be any surprises per se. So it has been much looked forward to, speech. And in that sense, there has been, a sense of relief is a wrong phrase, but nevertheless, the sense of relief from the fact that no sudden surprises or no sharp hawkish futures is expected immediately from the US, rate of interest sort of a scenario. So that's an important factor. But as I coming back, the issue of, as I said, economic growth in some of the stages falling behind and things like that, they would be impinging upon. Chinese retail market, I am told, I don't have ready figures, but I was getting some briefs in terms of the Chinese retail market slowing down to some extent. That obviously can also have some global effect on how, globally the stock markets are moving.
Now, coming back to the domestic markets and of course the general economic scenario, what we have been witnessing for the past some time, that there has been rains which have been very deficient in different parts of the country. Now, this is also a matter of great concern, because mostly retail inflation and mostly talking of food inflation, it is just in time probably that it has started to come down a bit now, what with tomato prices and all kind of after reaching that all-time high of almost 300 rupees per kg, now coming down to some tolerable level. How do you see this panning out in the coming days?
Well, in terms of monsoons, now the census are official, and it says that it's one of the lowest monsoon rains ever in the last 8 years. Specifically, an extremely dry August witnessed almost pan-India. And if it remains so, specifically in September, it said that it could be the driest in more than a century. So we are talking of a bit of a severe concern over here in terms of rain deficiency and to what extent it will affect, as you rightly said, food prices and things like that. So obviously tomatoes took a brunt. It was well discussed all over in the media and things like that. Now, to make it worse, the uneven distribution still continued, with the southern regions going further into deficit and the eastern regions largely deficiency persisting. So that also speaks of what we are facing in terms of the monsoon and the rains and how it's going to affect us. What's important to understand is what would this deficient southwest monsoon mean? Typically, the Kharif crop sowing is complete with an area of around 90% of major crops and things like that. So from those angles, technically, I think with one of the worst monsoons in almost the last 8 to 9 years, there would be some sort of economic impact. You just can't wipe it up and say, hey, despite this monsoon deficiency, we are doing fine. we would be staring in the near future, if not in the immediate future, of say higher prices in pulses, in cereals, and of course vegetables. Now you couple that with a festive season where demand tends to increase, leading to a pressure towards inflation on the higher side. So this may have a sort of a truncated effect on how we go on from here. So obviously climate would be playing an important role. And repeatedly, as I'm saying, given the fact this is one of the worst monsoons in the last 8 years.
जी, और जो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि मॉनसून का असर थोड़ा सा पड़ सकता है कृषि उपज पे, पैदावार पे, क्या इसका असर जो है हम शेयर बाजार पर भी देखेंगे?
हाँ, बेशक। जैसे मैंने कहा कि देखिए, काफी हद तक आप सबको पता है कि ब्याज दर के साथ साथ मार्केट में जो डिमांड होता है, ये सब निर्भर करता है ओवरऑल टू सम एक्सटेंट कि मॉनसून देश में कैसे रह रहा है और जिस वजह से डिमांड फ्लो कैसे होता है। अगर आप देखा जाए कि खास करके अगर स्टेट फिगर्स का बात करूं, आज तक जब से इंडिया में कलेक्शन ऑफ डेटा लिया जा रहा है अबाउट मॉनसून, खास करके अगस्त का, कभी भी 190 mm का नीचे रेनफॉल हुआ ही नहीं है एज पर रिकॉर्ड एवर इन इंडिया। तो इस बार करीबन सिर्फ 160 mm रिकॉर्ड रेन्स रिकॉर्ड किया गया। So this speaks of how strong and severe the El Nino effect has been over here, with only 13% rainfall received than expected.
जी।
और साथ में जैसे मैंने कहा थोड़ी देर पहले, और आपने स्टॉक मार्केट के ऊपर भी बात बताया, देखिए किसानों के पास पैसा अगर नहीं होगा और खास करके इस तरह का मंदी चलेंगे तो उसका सीधा असर तो डिमांड क्षेत्र में जाके, खास करके एफएमसीजी हो गया, रिटेल में जाके फर्क पड़ेगा। हालांकि रिटेल का आंकड़े बता रहे हैं कि थोड़ा बहुत डिमांड वापस आया है, लेकिन ये समझना जरूरी है कि सस्टेन कितना कर पाएगा यहाँ पर।
जी, और निकट भविष्य में क्या कुछ ऐसे ट्रिगर्स आपको लगते हैं जो कि जिससे कि मार्केट में हम तेजी की कुछ उम्मीद कर सकते हैं?
देखिए, ये तो खैर जैसे मैंने अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कहा, अगर 65,000 का स्तर मार्केट में कहीं ना कहीं बरकरार है तो वी कंसिडर टू बी अ डिसेंट सिचुएशन। इट्स नॉट अ सिचुएशन जहाँ पे इट्स अ ह्यूज कॉज ऑफ कंसर्न। कॉज ऑफ कंसर्न तब होता अगर जुलाई में भी रेनफॉल ठीक नहीं होता तो हम लोग को बहुत ही चैलेंजिंग सिचुएशन का सामना करना पड़ता। लेकिन थैंक गॉड इट डिडंट हैपन। जुलाई छोड़ के इट वाज अगस्त व्हिच परफॉर्म रियल बैड इन टर्म्स ऑफ मॉनसून। रहे मार्केट का जो रुख रहेगा, मैं उम्मीद कर रहा हूं कि दूसरा तिमाही में कॉर्पोरेट क्षेत्र का जो नतीजे है, उस नतीजे के दौरान मार्केट में थोड़ा बहुत इंटरेस्ट वापस बेशक आएंगे। और साथ में ये मत भूलिए कि हमारा विदेशी संस्थागत निवेशक जो है
जी,
वो लगातार खरीदते जा रहा है मार्केट में, मार्केट को सपोर्ट करके इस तरह से मार्केट को लेके भी आया है। आई डोंट थिंक दे आर लिविंग सून बिफोर डिसंबर एटलीस्ट। सो ऐसे स्थिति में मार्केट का अगर सपोर्ट बरकरार रहता है इस लेवल में तो इट्स अ वेरी वेरी गुड फैक्ट।
जी, और अब बात करते हैं रुपए के प्रदर्शन की। अंतर बैंक विदेशी मुद्रा बाजार में आज रुपया 3 पैसे कमजोर होकर $1 की तुलना में 82 रुपए 73 पैसे के स्तर पर बंद हुआ। और अब चलते हैं वैश्विक बाजारों की ओर। सबसे पहले एशियाई शेयर बाजारों की बात करें तो एशियाई शेयर बाजार आज मामूली बदलाव के साथ बंद हुए। जापान का निकेई 0.3% के लाभ में रहा। दक्षिण कोरिया के कोस्पी में 0.4% और चीन के शंघाई कंपोजिट इंडेक्स में मामूली बढ़त रही। हांगकांग के हैंगसेंग में भी मामूली गिरावट रही और सिंगापुर का स्ट्रेट्स टाइम्स इंडेक्स 0.1% के नुकसान के साथ बंद हुआ। यूरोपीय बाजारों में अंतर्दिवसीय कारोबार में लंदन का FTSE 100 0.4% की बढ़त में चल रहा था, जबकि फ्रांस का कैक 40 और जर्मनी का डेक्स दोनों 0.3% के नुकसान के साथ कारोबार कर रहे थे। और यूरोपीय अर्थ जगत की और खबरों की ओर बढ़ें तो यूरोपीय संघ की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था जर्मनी के आज जारी आर्थिक आंकड़ों के अनुसार सालाना आधार पर जुलाई में आयात खर्च में 13.2% की कमी दर्ज हुई है। जनवरी 1987 के बाद से आयात खर्च में ये सबसे बड़ी गिरावट देखी गई है। इससे यूरोपीय संघ की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था वाले देश पर महंगाई के बढ़ते दबाव का पता चलता है। इस सप्ताह के अंत में यूरोपीय संघ के खुदरा महंगाई से जुड़े अगस्त माह के आंकड़े आ सकते हैं और इसके पिछले महीने 5.3% से कम होकर 5.1% पर आने की उम्मीद है। इस बीच यूरोपीय सेंट्रल बैंक के अध्यक्ष क्रिस्टीन लेगार्ड ने सितंबर में ब्याज दरों में बढ़ोतरी में ठहराव के संकेत दिए हैं।
And moving on to the US markets now, on the Wall Street, key indices ended sharply higher yesterday, lifted by Tesla and Nvidia and other mega cap growth stocks after a drop in monthly job openings cemented expectations of a pause in interest rate hikes by the US Federal Reserve. The Dow Jones Industrial Average added 293 points or 0.9% to 34,853. The S&P 500 climbed 64 points or 1.5% to end at 4,498. And the Nasdaq index jumped 1.7% to 13,944. The Labor Department's job openings and labor turnover survey showed the number of job openings stood at 8.827 million in July, falling for the third straight month and signaling easing of the labor market pressures. But a report from the Conference Board showed consumer confidence in the United States fell to 106.1 in August compared with expectations of 116. Interest rate futures signal an 87% chance the Fed will keep rates steady at its September meeting and a 54% chance it will keep rates on hold through November, according to the CME Group's FedWatch tool. And now, Jayanta, as reports are coming in that the Fed mostly would be keeping rates steady at its September meeting and a 54% chance that it will keep the rates on hold through November. Now, what would be the rollover effect, if at all there would be, with the RBI meeting in its successive MPCs from now on?
See, one thing we should understand, rate is not something which is decided on, rate of interest is not something which is decided on emotions and, the status of what media reports on or not.
Mm-hmm.
They are completely dependent on hardcore statistics. And as I said, statistics says at this point of time, globally as well as domestically, inflation is not going away soon as it was expected. It may be holding on to these levels. So the concept of higher for longer, which means a higher interest rate for a longer period of time, not an increased interest rate. So we might not see, huge jumps from here, but at least holding on to these levels for a longer period would be a likely instrument by MPC to control inflation from here. So let's see how it pans up. If you ask me very clearly, are we seeing interest rates to go down in the immediate future? I don't think RBI is in a desperate hurry to do so.
जी, और उधर ये यूरोपीय सेंट्रल बैंक के अध्यक्ष क्रिस्टीन लेगार्ड ने भी ब्याज दरों में बढ़ोतरी में ठहराव के संकेत दिए हैं। ये संकेत क्या बता रहे हैं?
देखिए, बढ़ोतरी में ठहराव और बढ़ोतरी का साथ साथ उसको रोकवा के ब्याज दर गिरवाने का बहुत अंतर होता है
जी।
जैसे मैंने कहा कि खुशखबरी इस बात में है, खास करके जो लोग इंटरेस्ट रेट ट्रैक कर रहे हैं, ऑब्जर्व करते हैं पूरा वित्तीय क्षेत्र विश्व भर में, खुशखबरी इस बात में है कि भाई इस स्तर में कहीं ना कहीं स्टेटस को मेंटेन करने का एक आशा दिखा जा रहा है। इसमें यहां से और वृद्धि नहीं होगा, लेकिन साथ में अगर इस स्टेटस को भी अगर मेंटेन किया जाता है, हमें ये देखना है कि इकोनॉमी विशेष फ्रॉम नेशन टू नेशन हाउ रेजिलिएंट दे आर टू एब्जॉर्ब एट दीज रेट्स, फॉर इकोनॉमी टू ग्रो फ्रॉम हियर। तो दिस इज ऑल्सो इंपॉर्टेंट चैलेंज टू अंडरस्टैंड, जो समय के साथ साथ हमें पता चलेगा। लेकिन ये है कि अगर आप खुशखबरी तब होगा देश में, विश्व भर में, जब सिग्नल किया जाएगा कि हाँ भाई यहाँ से अभी हम अगले 6 महीने के दौरान करीबन 50, 100, 150, 200 बेसिस पॉइंट रेट कट हम दे सकते हैं। तो उस तरह का खुशखबरी अभी तक आया नहीं है मार्केट में। बेशक कोई बहुत वृद्धि होने का उम्मीद नहीं है, लेकिन अगर ये स्तर भी बरकरार रहता है इस वक्त, तो वो मैं मानता हूं कि शायद वो भी एक चिंता का विषय रहेगा, क्योंकि जो बॉर्डर लाइन में काफी सेक्टर्स हैं जो थोड़ा बहुत अब उन्होंने झेल लिया अगले 6-8 महीने से, लेकिन आने वाले 6-8 महीने झेल पाएंगे कि नहीं, हम देखे हैं किस तरह से लेबर कट हुआ है, हम देखे हैं किस तरह से अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट हुआ है आईटी सेक्टर में। तो ये सारी स्थिति ऐसा है कि सुधर नहीं हुआ है। तो ऐसे स्थिति से जैसे मैंने कहा कि ब्याज दर को इस वक्त मेंटेन करना भी इस स्तर में कितना हद तक हार्मफुल हो सकता है, आई मीन हार्मफुल इज द रॉन्ग वर्ड, बट कितना हद तक वो इफेक्ट कर सकता है इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को, दैट्स समथिंग व्हिच हैज टू बी सीन।
जी, एशिया की सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था की बात करें चीन की, तो चीन की अर्थव्यवस्था, चीन को लेकर के जो खबरें आ रही हैं, वहां की अर्थव्यवस्था को लेकर के जो खबरें आ रही हैं, वो ये बता रही हैं कि गंभीर समस्या से जूझ रही है चीन की अर्थव्यवस्था, क्राइसिस है वहां पर, और खासतौर पे जो वहां का जो रियल एस्टेट का जो वहां का एक सेक्टर है वो बहुत बड़े कर्ज के दबाव में है। चीन की अर्थव्यवस्था से जो ये खबरें आ रही हैं, ये एशिया और कुल मिलाकर के पूरी दुनिया की अर्थव्यवस्था पे क्या असर डाल सकती हैं? आपका क्या विचार है इसमें?
देखिए, एक तरफ आंकड़े ये कहता है कि रियल एस्टेट क्षेत्र में चीन में एक दबाव है, देयर इज अ ह्यूज डेट प्रेशर, डेट बर्डन, रादर प्रेशर तो गलत बोल रहा है, डेट बर्डन है इस वक्त। लेकिन साथ में ये भी सच है कि पिछले 2-4 हफ्तों के दौरान विदेशी संस्थागत निवेशक कहे या जो ग्लोबल निवेशक है जिनका पूरा वर्ल्ड में वो लोग नेशन विशेष देखते हुए अपना निवेश करते हैं, देयर हैज बीन सम इंटरेस्ट कमिंग बैक टू चाइना एज अ इन्वेस्टमेंट डेस्टिनेशन। नाउ एशिया क्षेत्र में इंडिया के लिए बुरा खबर है, क्योंकि काफी हद तक ये निवेश हमारा देश में हो रहा था, शायद यहाँ से कुछ कम होकर चीन की तरफ जाए। ऑब्वियसली एट दिस पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम चीन के साथ हम लोग कम्पीट नहीं कर सकते, बिकॉज इन टर्म्स ऑफ इकोनॉमिक साइज, स्ट्रक्चर, मार्केट डेप्थ चीन काफी आगे है। तो ऐसा स्थिति में ये जरूर है कि चीन में रियल एस्टेट क्षेत्र हो जाए, वाई रियल एस्टेट, इवन मेटल्स का भी दुनिया भर में बहुत ज्यादा असर हम देखे हैं, डिपेंडिंग ऑन चाइना का प्राइसेस, चाइना का डिमांड सप्लाई। तो ये सारे असर हमें समझना है अगले 2-3 महीने में किस तरह के आंकड़े ले रहे हैं, और साथ में ये भी समझना है कि जैसे मैंने कहा कि कहीं पे अगर इंटरेस्ट रेट का गिरावट का ट्रिगर मिलता है तो रातों रात ये सारे चीजें बदल जाएंगे, बिकॉज जिसे वो कहते हैं मूड ऑफ द ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी, वो काफी हद तक पूरा ड्राइव करेगा मार्केट को, निवेशकों का रुचि कि इस देश में जाके निवेश करे, और साथ में कंपनी विशेष का जो उत्साह है नया नया क्षेत्र में जाके वो निवेश करके नया नया चीजें बनाए या आगे ग्रोथ करे, ये सारी चीजों को।
Well, Jayanta, even as we talk about the slump in the realty sector in China, with almost many wondering that would it be the Lehman moment for China? Now, it's so ironic that coming back home, the housing prices here rose in 43 cities. Yeah, in the first quarter of 2023-24. Now, this is the data according to the National Housing Bank. Now, in a housing price index, that is HPI, published by the National Housing Bank, that is NHB, the regulator for the housing finance companies, it said that the home loan rates are still lower than the pre-pandemic rates, leading to a healthy affordability overall. Now, among the cities with the sharpest appreciation in the realty prices, Ahmedabad witnessed a 9.1% appreciation in the property prices, while Bengaluru posted 8.9% growth and Kolkata registered 7.8 increase in the property prices during the April to June 2023 period. The 50-city housing price index, based on valuation prices of properties collected from banks and housing finance companies, recorded an annual increase of 4.8% year-on-year, Y-on-Y, during the first quarter of this financial year as compared to 7% a year ago. Well, Jayanta, this is so ironic. I would say that on the one hand, talking of the largest economy in Asia, China, the realty sector going down in dumps, while we are seeing a big uptake, a big green shoot coming up now. How do you see this?
See, what I perceive is the fact that you can compare the rate of interest from the pre-pandemic era, but these demand for housing sector has grown up. If you consider the last 9 months, the rate of interest has steadily increased. So it's extremely important to understand that there is money being pumped into this sector with future sort of a perspective or a vision to see that prices are going to go up further. It's good to understand that the interest has come back in the housing sector, which plays a major part in almost every single, investor, consumer, and a taxpayer, at all levels. So it's a good story. It's a good factor that maybe the housing sector interest has come back. But then, as I said, there is a huge, status situation also where we see that the overall interest of a lot of undelivered projects has remained so in the last 3 years, 5 years, or even more than that. So that's also an important concern of what to do with the inventory which has already been existing. But then, as I said, if you do a devil's argument, it comes back to the fact that despite the inventory, people are rushing to buy houses, which led to this increase in price. So somewhere down the line, there is always a blue sky ahead to look forward to. And we are happy that the real estate sector is seeing some growth, even at high interest rates. Imagine what would be happening if the interest rates are lowered from here on in the next 6 months.
That's right. Moving on to oil now. The global crude oil prices extended gains today after industry data showed a large draw in crude inventories in the US, and as a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico kept investors on the edge. So the Brent crude oil futures for October gained 42 cents to trade at $85.91 a barrel. The US crude futures rose 50 cents, $81.66 a barrel. Meanwhile, the US crude stocks fell by a bigger than expected 11.5 million barrels in the week ended August 25, citing American Petroleum Institute figures yesterday. Janta, very briefly, where do you see oil going from here?
Well, as I said, if there is a depressive sort of a scenario globally, if not depressive, at least a subdued scenario, I don't see much of a vertical forward movement of oil prices. There would be some intra-week or even intra-month, spike. But beyond that, I don't see a huge major growth forward in terms of oil.
Okay.
और अब कीमती धातुओं की बात करें तो दिल्ली सराफा बाजार में आज सोने का भाव 300 रुपए उछलकर 60,100 रुपए प्रति 10 ग्राम पर पहुंच गया। चांदी भी 400 रुपए की तेजी से 77,500 रुपए प्रति किलो के स्तर पर रही। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय बाजार में सोना $1,936 प्रति औंस के स्तर पर रहा। जयंता, सोने की बात करें, गोल्ड की बात करें तो अब फेस्टिव सीजन भी आ रहा है। क्या यहां से हम और ऊपर जाता हुआ देखेंगे सोने को?
वी आर क्वाइट होपफुल। कितना हद तक ऊपर जाएंगे ये वक्त बताएगा बेहद का साथ साथ। लेकिन अगर निवेशक को उससे देखें तो उसमें चांदी में जिस तरह का उछाल आया हुआ है, इट्स ऑल्सो इम्पोर्टेंट इन्वेस्टमेंट डिसीजन एंड कॉल। जो लोग मेटल में रुचि रखते हैं निवेश करने के लिए, चांदी में जाकर अलग से थोड़ा स्टडी करके वहां पे भी कुछ इन्वेस्टमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटीज ढूंढे।
All right, Jayanta. Now, one question which would be, quite interesting for many of our listeners. How do you see the slash in the LPG prices of 200 rupees kind of panning out on the, mostly on the retail inflation?
Well, this is obviously a move which has been done, keeping in mind to, lower the burden for people in that particular class, especially the middle class and the lower middle class, even a bit below. So, as I said, fuel prices are an important mover and shaker in a kitchen budget in any household. So I think this particular move has been the government's way of putting forward and easing some of the pains at this point of time. I think it will also keep in lieu of the fact that vegetable prices and all might go up a bit from here on in the next couple of months. So that could be some sort of a bringing in a headroom to ease the present burden.
जी, जयंता दास, आप कार्यक्रम में शामिल हुए और इतनी उपयोगी जानकारी दी, इसके लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
And before we wrap up, the headlines once again. At the stock markets, Sensex gains just 11 points. Nifty moves up 5 points. Asian markets end little unchanged. European markets trade mix. And housing prices rise in 43 cities in the first quarter of the financial year 2023-24.
प्रमुख घरेलू शेयर बाजार मामूली बढ़त के साथ हुए बंद। सेंसेक्स में मात्र 11 अंक और निफ्टी में 5 अंक की वृद्धि। एशियाई बाजारों में भी मामूली बदलाव रहा। यूरोपीय शेयर बाजारों में रहा मिलाजुला कारोबार और वित्तीय वर्ष 2023-24 की पहली तिमाही में 43 शहरों में आवासीय भवनों की कीमतें बढ़ी।
That's all in this edition of Market Mantra from the entire team here. It's goodbye till we meet again tomorrow.
This is Akashvani, the news read by Renuka. The government has received 32 applications so far under the Production Linked Incentive PLI Scheme 2.0 for IT hardware to enhance India's manufacturing capabilities. Today is the last day to receive applications under the scheme. Addressing a press conference in New Delhi today, Electronics and IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnaw said the government has got an overwhelming response from the companies for the production of laptop, PC and servers in the country. He said the PLI Scheme 2.0 for IT hardware was approved with a budgetary outlay of 17,000 crore rupees in May this year. Mr. Vaishnaw said these factories are expected to provide direct employment to 75,000 persons. The minister said India has become the trusted and reliable partner for most companies in the world. Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister Dr. P.K. Sharma today chaired the meeting of the G20 Coordination Committee in New Delhi. He took stock of arrangements for the G20 New Delhi Leaders Summit, including logistics, protocol, security, and media-related arrangements. This was the 9th meeting of the Coordination Committee. It was attended by senior officers from G20 Secretariat and Ministries of External Affairs, Home, Culture, Information and Broadcasting, and the Department of Telecommunication. During the meeting, the Principal Secretary asked all the concerned officers and heads of organizations to make every effort to host an impeccable summit. Union Culture Minister G. Kishan Reddy today said reduction of 200 rupees in the price of domestic LPG cylinder has been implemented as a Raksha Bandhan gift for the first time, and it will help crores of people, especially the poor women. Speaking to Akashvani correspondent in Hyderabad, the minister said the Ujjwala beneficiaries are being benefited by 400 rupees per cylinder. Referring to the decision to provide 75 lakh new connections under the Ujjwala scheme, he said it will help implement the scheme on a saturation basis. The centre has extended the mixed route of wage payment, including National Automated Clearing House and Aadhaar-based payment system ABPS route till 31st of December this year. The Ministry of Rural Development has also made it clear to all the states that the beneficiary who comes for work should be requested to provide the Aadhaar number, but will not be refused to work on this basis. The ministry has clarified that job cards cannot be deleted on the basis of reason that the worker is not eligible for ABPS. The festival of Raksha Bandhan is being celebrated with traditional fervour and gaiety in different parts of the country. On this occasion, sisters tie colourful rakhi around the wrist of their brothers and pray for their prosperity, health and well-being. In return, brothers pledge to protect and support their sisters and present them gifts. President Draupadi Murmu, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar and Prime Minister Narendra Modi have greeted the people on the occasion. The Prime Minister celebrated Raksha Bandhan with children at his residence in New Delhi. The children tied Rakhi to the Prime Minister and shared their positive feelings on the recent success of Chandrayaan-3 mission and expressed their enthusiasm about the upcoming Aditya L1 mission. Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister and Housing Minister Devendra Fadnavis announced that the proposal for promoting the redevelopment of old buildings will be proceeded in 3 months. Addressing a conference of housing cooperatives organized by BJP Legislative Council Group Leader and Mumbai Bank Chairman MLA Praveen Darikar today, Mr. Fadnavis informed that a window scheme will be launched for this purpose. India has decided to allow export of rice to meet the food security requirements of Singapore. In response to media query on export of rice to Singapore, External Affairs Ministry spokesperson Arindam Bagchi said formal orders in this regard will be issued shortly. In US Open tennis, defending champion Carlos Alcaraz advanced to the second round when his opponent, Germany's Dominic Koepfer, retired injured midway through their first round match. Koepfer stopped playing while trailing 6-2, 3-2 after an ankle injury. On the other hand, Italian player Jannik Sinner beat Yannick Hoffmann of Germany to enter the second round. And with that, we end this news bulletin.
ये आकाशवाणी है। अब आप प्रियंका अरोड़ा से समाचार सुनिए। विदेश मंत्री डॉक्टर सुब्रमण्यम जयशंकर ने चीन से जारी तथा कथित 2023 के मानचित्र को खारिज कर दिया है। इस नक्शे में चीन ने भारत के भूभाग पर दावा किया है। विदेश मंत्री ने कहा है कि अनर्गल दावों से अन्य देशों की धरती चीन की नहीं हो जाएगी। एक निजी चैनल से बातचीत में डॉक्टर जयशंकर ने कहा कि चीन को ऐसे नक्शे जारी करने की आदत है। उन्होंने चीन से कहा कि अन्य देशों के भूभाग को नक्शे में शामिल करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है, क्योंकि ये भूमि भारत का हिस्सा है। विदेश मंत्री ने कहा कि भारत सरकार को अच्छी तरह पता है कि अपने भूभाग की रक्षा के लिए उसे क्या करना है। भारत ने इस नक्शे को लेकर कूटनीतिक माध्यमों से चीन से विरोध दर्ज किया है। केंद्रीय वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयल ने कहा है कि G20 शिखर सम्मेलन वैश्विक व्यापार बढ़ाने, भारत में निवेश आकर्षित करने और बहुपक्षीय संगठनों में भारत की भूमिका बढ़ाने की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन है। नई दिल्ली में भारतीय निर्यात संगठन परिसंघ के उत्तरी क्षेत्रीय निर्यात श्रेष्ठ पुरस्कार समारोह को संबोधित करते हुए उन्होंने कहा कि भारत गौरव से परिपूर्ण तथा प्रतिभाओं से संपन्न राष्ट्र है और समूचा विश्व मानता है कि ये दुनिया की आर्थिक प्रगति के लिए भविष्य में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण वाहक है। भारत और न्यूजीलैंड ने नागर विमानन क्षेत्र में सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए समझौता ज्ञापन पर हस्ताक्षर किए हैं। इसमें नए मार्गों का निर्धारण, कोड साझा करने की सेवा, यातायात अधिकार और क्षमता पात्रता शामिल होगी। इस समझौते पर नागर विमानन सचिव राजीव बंसल और न्यूजीलैंड के उच्चायुक्त डेविड पाइन ने नई दिल्ली में हस्ताक्षर किए। समझौते के अनुसार न्यूजीलैंड की नामित विमानन कंपनी भारत में 6 स्थानों नई दिल्ली, मुंबई, बेंगलुरु, चेन्नई, कोलकाता और हैदराबाद से किसी भी तरह के विमानों के साथ कितनी भी सेवाएं संचालित कर सकती है। भारत ने सिंगापुर की खाद्य आवश्यकताओं को पूरा करने के लिए वहां चावल के निर्यात की अनुमति देने का फैसला किया है। विदेश मंत्रालय के प्रवक्ता अरिंदम बागची ने बताया कि इस बारे में औपचारिक आदेश जल्दी ही जारी किया जाएगा। उन्होंने कहा कि भारत और सिंगापुर के बीच गहरी रणनीतिक साझेदारी है और दोनों देशों के साझा हित, मजबूत आर्थिक संबंध तथा लोगों के बीच गहरा संपर्क है। उन्होंने कहा कि भारत ने इस विशेष संबंध को ध्यान में रखते हुए सिंगापुर को चावल निर्यात करने का निर्णय लिया है। जम्मू कश्मीर में 2 विश्वविख्यात विशिष्ट उत्पाद भदरवाह राजमा और रामबन सुलई शहद को महत्वपूर्ण GI टैग मिल गया है। इन 2 लोकप्रिय उत्पादों को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर यह पहचान मिली है। अब कोई तीसरा पक्ष अनाधिकृत रूप से इन उत्पादों का कारोबार नहीं कर सकता। इस टैग से इन दोनों उत्पादों के निर्यात को बढ़ावा मिलेगा और साथ ही क्षेत्र में सामाजिक आर्थिक विकास तेज होगा। सरकार ने IT हार्डवेयर के लिए उत्पादन से जुड़ी प्रोत्साहन योजना 2.0 के तहत अब तक 32 आवेदन प्राप्त किए हैं। भारत की विनिर्माण क्षमताओं को बढ़ाने के लिए इस योजना के तहत आवेदन का आज अंतिम दिन है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री अश्वनी वैष्णव ने आज नई दिल्ली में संवाददाताओं को बताया कि सरकार को देश में लैपटॉप, PC और सर्वर के उत्पादन के लिए कंपनियों से आश्चर्यजनक प्रतिक्रिया मिली है। श्री वैष्णव ने कहा कि इन कारखानों से 75,000 लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष रोजगार मिलने की संभावना है। भारतीय अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान संगठन इसरो सूर्य के अध्ययन के लिए पहली अंतरिक्ष आधारित भारतीय वेधशाला आदित्य L1 को शनिवार को दिन में 11:50 पर आंध्र प्रदेश में श्रीहरिकोटा अंतरिक्ष केंद्र से रवाना करेगा। इसे सूर्य और पृथ्वी के बीच लैग्रेंज बिंदु L1 के आसपास प्रकाशवृत्त कक्षा में स्थापित किया जाएगा। ये बिंदु पृथ्वी से लगभग 15 लाख किलोमीटर दूर है। लैग्रेंज बिंदु तक पहुंचने में करीब 4 महीने का समय लगेगा। L1 बिंदु के पास प्रकाशवृत्त कक्षा का लाभ ये है कि ग्रहण जैसी स्थितियों और अन्य बाधाओं के बिना सूर्य की गतिविधियों का अध्ययन कर सकता है। आदित्य L1 अभियान सूर्य के वातावरण और सौर वायु का भी अध्ययन करेगा। इसके साथ ही ये समाचार बुलेटिन समाप्त हुआ। ये आकाशवाणी है। प्रस्तुत है कार्यक्रम सुर्खियों में। इसके अंतर्गत सुनिए सरकार द्वारा घरेलू रसोई गैस सिलेंडर के मूल्य में कटौती पर चर्चा। इसमें भाग ले रहे हैं आर्थिक विश्लेषक शुभमोय भट्टाचार्य जी। कार्यक्रम का संचालन कर रहे हैं विशाल शर्मा।
केंद्र सरकार ने रसोई गैस सिलेंडर की कीमतों में कमी का फैसला किया है। अब सामान्य एलपीजी उपभोक्ताओं को प्रति सिलेंडर 200 रुपए कम देने होंगे, जबकि उज्ज्वला योजना के लाभार्थियों को मौजूदा 200 रुपए की सब्सिडी के अलावा अतिरिक्त 200 रुपए की छूट प्रति सिलेंडर दी जाएगी। यानी उज्ज्वला योजना लाभार्थियों को प्रति सिलेंडर कुल मिलाकर 400 रुपए की सब्सिडी मिलेगी और नई दरें ये एलपीजी सिलेंडरों की आज से लागू हो गई हैं। इस बारे में बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ हैं आर्थिक विश्लेषक शुभमोय भट्टाचार्य जी। भट्टाचार्य जी, सबसे पहले यही सवाल पूछना चाहूंगा कि कितना महत्वपूर्ण फैसला आप इसे मानते हैं और महंगाई पर लगाम लगाने की सरकार की एक और कोशिश आप सामने देख रहे हैं?
अगर हम महत्वपूर्ण के हिसाब से देखें तो भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था में जैसे जैसे प्रगति हुआ है, देश का एक बहुत बड़ा तादाद एलपीजी का इस्तेमाल करना शुरू किए हैं। तो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पेट्रोलियम और नेशनल गैस के आंकड़ों के मुताबिक भारत में करीब 24 करोड़ कनेक्शंस आ गए हैं, जिसमें से करीब 8 करोड़ कनेक्शंस उज्ज्वला के तहत आते हैं। उज्ज्वला कौन है? जो बीपीएल सीमा यानी कि दरिद्र सीमा के आसपास के जो लोग हैं, उसमें जो लोग आते हैं उनके घरों में जो एलपीजी का जो सप्लाई दिया जाता है उनका तादाद है। ये वो लोग हैं जो काफी अरसों तक कुकिंग के लिए, रसोई के लिए क्या इस्तेमाल करते थे? ज्यादातर कोयला, गोईठा या लकड़ी, और दोनों ही। तो धुएं का बहुत इफेक्ट जो महिलाओं पर जो काम कर रहे हैं, जो रसोई घर में बैठे हैं, तो उनके शरीर के ऊपर, उनके हेल्थ के ऊपर क्या असर होता है, ये बहुत आसान है समझना। दूसरी बात यह है कि इन चीजों का जो करेक्शन करना, उनको लकड़ी लाना या गोईठा का इंतजाम करना, दोनों में ही एक और दिन का जो समय है वो काफी व्यतीत होता था। यानी कुल मिलाकर गरीबी में एक एडिशनल लेयर ऑफ दबाव का स्तर तैयार होता था। इस चीज को कटौती करने के लिए भारत सरकार ने 2015 से एक बहुत बड़ा एक अहम हासिल किया, और वो ये कि बहुत सारे लोग जिनके पास डबल सिलेंडर्स थे, जो गरीबी रेखा से काफी ऊंचा है, लेकिन उनके पास सब्सिडाइज्ड सिलेंडर्स या उनके पास एक्स्ट्रा सिलेंडर्स था, या टिपिकली जो 2 सिलेंडर्स या सिलेंडर इस्तेमाल भी नहीं कर रहे हैं पाइप गैस के प्रचलन की वजह से उनके पास, लेकिन वो कनेक्शन था, उनसे ये रिक्वेस्ट किया, उनसे ये मांगा कि भाई आप इस सिलेंडर को हमें सरेंडर कीजिए। और इसका महत्व इसलिए है क्योंकि अगर आपको मैं इसमें टेक्निकल एक चीज बता दूं कि एलपीजी गैस जो इस्तेमाल होता है, लिक्विफाइड पेट्रोलियम गैस, जो सिलेंडर में भर के आता है, वो हम आयात करते हैं और इसका रेट काफी हाई रहता है। और इसको आयात करने में भारत सरकार के जो कंपनियां हैं उनको खर्च काफी पड़ता है। इसलिए ज्यादा से ज्यादा कि बाजार से भाई उठा लो, एक इस्तेमाल करना है तो दूसरा का इस्तेमाल करने में क्या मुश्किल है, ऐसा परिस्थिति नहीं है। इसको संभालने के लिए सरकार ने कोशिश किया कि भाई जिनके पास है सिलेंडर कनेक्शन है, यानी कि उसके लिए प्रोविजन रखना पड़ रहा है, जो तेल कंपनियां हैं उनको प्रावधान रखना पड़ रहा है, वो चीज अगर हट जाए और वही कनेक्शंस जो गरीबी रेखा के अंतर्गत है उन लोगों के पास आए, तो ये बहुत बड़ा सामाजिक विप्लव के हिसाब से तैयार होता है। और बिल्कुल वही साबित हुआ कि करोड़ों से ऊपर लोगों ने इस कनेक्शंस को सरेंडर किया। तो वहां से उज्ज्वला का ये कहानी शुरू होता है, और ये कनेक्शंस उनके ये वाले साथ में लेकर उज्ज्वला बढ़ते बढ़ते उसकी तादाद करीब 8 करोड़ कनेक्शंस सारे देश में फैल गया है। तो इसका उल्लेखनीय ये है कि जब इन लोगों को जब मिला है तो 2 चीज सरकार ने कहा, कोशिश किया कि एक तो इनके सिलेंडर के लिए जो खर्च है उसमें एक सब्सिडी दिया जाए, दूसरा चूंकि ये काफी दूर दराज के इलाके में भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं, उनके पास सिलेंडर का सप्लाई पहुंचा जाए। ये दोनों फिर से इस पर खर्च बढ़ता है, क्योंकि एक शहर के अंदर एक गैस कंपनी एक सिलेंडर का स्टोरेज लगाकर काफी बड़ा इलाके में डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन कर सकता है, लेकिन छोटे छोटे गांव में कभी नदियां पास करके, कभी दूसरे जगह से पहाड़ों के उल्टे तरफ प्रोविजंस करना बहुत मुश्किल की बात है। खर्च पर सिलेंडर बहुत बढ़ जाता है, जैसे कहते हैं, उसको भी एक तरह से एक चैलेंज के हिसाब से लेते हुए हमारे IOCL, BPCL और HPCL, ये तीनों कंपनियां ने इस पर कामगार सिद्ध हुए और इन सभी जगहों पर कनेक्शंस पहुंचाए। अब आया दूसरा चैलेंज कि अगर ये कनेक्शंस पहुंचाया गया तो, लेकिन उसके बाद पहला कनेक्शन, पहला सिलेंडर तो सब्सिडी में पहुंचा, अगला सिलेंडर का क्या होगा? उस पर हमारे चूंकि बहुत सारे सब्सिडीज भारत सरकार के बटुए से जाता है, करीब 2.4 ट्रिलियन रुपीज, तो इसका एडिशनल सब्सिडी का जो खर्च है वो इसमें कैसे समाया जाए, वो एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल था। अभी जाके और इस पर बहुत बार पहलू है कि इसको किस तरह से सेटल किया जाए, इसको किस तरीके से वो तक पहुंचाने का जो जिम्मेदारी है, साथ में सरकारी स्तर पर जो चोट पहुंचता है उस पर कितना अंकुश रखा जाए, ये दोनों का सामंजस्य करते हुए बहुत सारे कोशिश किए गए हैं। और उसके फलस्वरूप कल का जो डिसीजन कि एलपीजी का जो खर्च है वो उसका इम्पोर्टेंस को देखते हुए गरीबी रेखा के लोगों को तो जरूर ही, साथ में मिडिल क्लास लोगों को भी, सभी के लिए 200 रुपए का इसमें कटौती किया जाए। तो ये है इसका बेसिस बैकग्राउंड।
आपने पब्लिक सेक्टर ऑयल कंपनीज की बात की। सरकार ने अभी तक ये स्पष्ट नहीं किया है कि ये जो कीमतों में जो कमी की जा रही है उसकी भरपाई सरकार ही करेगी या कैसे की जाएगी, इस बारे में अभी कुछ सामने नहीं आया है। तो जो सरकारी तेल विपणन कंपनियां हैं उन पर इसका कितना बोझ पड़ने वाला है?
हाँ, ये वाला खर्च क्लियर है। अगर हम आधे साल के अगर हिसाब से देखें तो करीब 6-6.5 हजार करोड़ के करीब आएगा इनके ऊपर खर्च, और पूरे साल में वो करीब 12,000 करोड़ के करीब खर्च आता है। ये तेल कंपनियों के जो वार्षिक आंकड़े जो निकलते हैं और साथ में पेट्रोलियम प्लानिंग एंड एनालिसिस सेल, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पेट्रोलियम एंड नेचुरल गैस के जो हिसाब है उस हिसाब से देखकर ये पता चलता है। हम इसको मान के चलते हैं कि साल में इस स्टेप के वजह से करीब एक्स्ट्रा 12,000 करोड़ के करीब सरकार को हर साल एडिशनल खर्च पड़ेगा।
आपने बताया कि हम एलपीजी इंपोर्ट करते हैं और हम कच्चा तेल तो हम इंपोर्ट करते ही हैं अपनी जरूरतों का। हम 16 लाख करोड़ रुपए तकरीबन हर साल खर्च करते हैं कच्चे तेल के आयात पर, और कच्चे तेल की कीमतें भी अभी तो लगभग $85 के आसपास प्रति बैरल के आसपास चल रही है। तो सरकार की जो कोशिश है कि एथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग की जो कोशिश है, जिस तरीके के प्रयास कर रही सरकार, हमारा जो है इंपोर्ट बिल कम हो, हम कम तेल आयात करें, और क्या एलपीजी प्रोडक्शन की दिशा में भी हमारा देश आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ बढ़ सकते हैं? आपको लगता है ऐसा?
इस एलपीजी में आत्मनिर्भरता को मैं इस तरीके से देखूंगा कि अगर अर्थव्यवस्था में जोर आए, अर्थव्यवस्था में तेजी आए, तो वही एक तरफ से आत्मनिर्भरता बन जाता है। क्यों? क्योंकि एलपीजी, अगर हम रासायनिक चीजों में नहीं जाते हैं, एलपीजी का जो स्रोत है वो हमारे देशों से मिलने का अभी फिलहाल कोई गुंजाइश नहीं लग रहा है, और इसमें कोई दुख की बात नहीं है, क्योंकि हम जो 2 तरीके से भारत में इसके ऊपर काम किया जा रहा है। एक, सरकार कंप्रेस नेचुरल गैस के जरिए बहुत सारे जगहों पे, शहरों में खासकर, उसकी सप्लाई को बढ़ा रहे हैं। उसका सप्लाई करना आसान है क्योंकि वो पाइप है, वो उस पाइप के जरिए हर शहर में, हर कोने में वो चीज पहुंच जा सकता है। इसलिए शहरों में एलपीजी का डिमांड जो है, जो अभी है, वो और भी कम होने की आशा है, और ये हमारे लिए एक अच्छी बात है क्योंकि शहरों का तादाद बढ़ रहा है। शहरों में अगर पाइप नेचुरल गैस अगर ज्यादा बढ़ जाए तो एलपीजी का जरूरत नहीं रहेगा, क्योंकि हर घर में हर वक्त पाइप गैस रहेगा, कमर्शियल हो या प्राइवेट या डोमेस्टिक, किसी का घर हो, किसी का किचन हो। और अगर वहां पे अगर डिमांड ना रहे तो वो डिमांड फिर सीमित रह जाता है सिर्फ ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में या उसी तरह के छोटे सेमी अर्बन टाइप के जो इलाके हैं जहां पे नहीं पहुंच रहा है वहां तक। और अगर आप ज्योग्राफिकल हिसाब से भी देखिए तो भी उनका तादाद ज्यादा नहीं है। पाइप नेचुरल गैस का ऑक्शन जब हुआ था या सीएनजी का जब ऑक्शन हुआ था तो उनका कहना था कि ये ऑक्शन से के जरिए भारत का करीब ज्योग्राफिकल एरिया का 82%, 82% कवर हो चुका है। यानी भारत ज्यादा ही नहीं, मतलब अधिकांश इलाके में पाइप नेचुरल गैस पहुंच जाएगा, और ये पहुंचने का क्रम ये 2025 से लेकर 27 के बीच में ही ये हो जाने का संभावना है। तो अगर वो हो जाता है तो फिर एलपीजी की जरूरत बहुत ही, जिसे कहते हैं, लिमिटेड जगह में रहता है। तो आप आत्मनिर्भरता की जो आपने जो सवाल उठाए उसको हम इस तरीके से ये देख सकते हैं कि जरूरत ही एलपीजी का काफी कम हो जाएगा, या कम से कम जितना है उससे ज्यादा जाने का संभावना बहुत ही कम रहेगा।
जी, पेट्रोलियम पदार्थों पे, फिर चाहे एलपीजी रसोई गैस सिलेंडर हो, उस पे हम देखते हैं कि केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से समय समय पर कुछ ना कुछ कीमतों में कमी की जाती रही है। क्या आपको लगता है कि राज्यों के स्तर पर भी क्या वैट में कमी करके इन पेट्रोलियम पदार्थों या एलपीजी सिलेंडर की कीमतों में और कमी लाई जा सकती है?
एलपीजी में ये आपका सवाल अच्छा है कि राज्यों की तरफ से भी अगर कुछ राजस्व कम करके अगर एलपीजी में या बाकी सारी चीजों में अगर टैक्स कम रखे तो जरूर ही बेहतर है, जिसके वजह से लोगों में कंफर्ट लेवल आएगा। और चूंकि एनर्जी, ऊर्जा एक ऐसा चीज है जिसकी जरूरत सबको है, और इसमें अगर हम देखें कि बहुत सारे राज्यों में अभी एक उत्सुकता है कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का बिल कम किया जाए, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का बिल में ज्यादा बढ़ोतरी ना हो, तो साथ ही में उसी के साथ में पहले चलता है कि एलपीजी का भी बिल है, उसमें भी अगर कमी रखी जाए तो निश्चित ही एक लोगों के लिए एक अच्छा चीज बनता है। उनके जो घर के जो डिस्पोजेबल इनकम है, उनके लिए क्रय क्षमता जो है उसमें अपने आप में वृद्धि हो जाता है और लोगों की प्रॉस्पेरिटी के लिए ये एक विलक्षण अच्छा कदम है।
जी, प्रधानमंत्री उज्ज्वला योजना की जब हम बात करते हैं तो जब ये योजना लागू की गई तो इसके पीछे यही रहा कि महिला सशक्तिकरण और उनका स्वास्थ्य का जो महिलाओं का ये पहलू है, इसके साथ घरेलू वायु प्रदूषण की वजह से एक जो विश्व स्वास्थ्य संगठन का एक अध्ययन ये बताता है कि 2022 में दुनिया भर में तकरीबन 35 लाख मौतें घरेलू वायु प्रदूषण से हुई हैं। और आपने अभी बताया भी कि लकड़ी, कोयला और केरोसिन पे जो खाना पकाना, वो सांस की बीमारियां भी। तो गरीब परिवारों को उज्ज्वला योजना के तहत लगभग आपने बताया कि 8 करोड़ से भी अधिक कनेक्शन दिए जा चुके हैं। तो महिला सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में आप इसको कितना महत्वपूर्ण कदम मानते हैं उज्ज्वला योजना को, और अभी तक ये कितनी सफल रही है योजना आपकी दृष्टि से?
ये भारत में एक बहुत ही सिग्निफिकेंट प्रोजेक्ट रहा है। इसके चलते भारत के करीब 1/3 हाउस होल्ड्स में इसका प्रवेश हुआ है और इसके चलते जो महिलाओं पे इम्पैक्ट हुआ है वो सिर्फ एक ही स्टडी नहीं, कई सारे स्टडी बताते हैं कि महिलाओं में बहुत सारा लंग्स की बीमारी, आंखों की बीमारी, बहुत सारी चीजों में सुधार हुआ है सिर्फ और सिर्फ इसी वजह से कि वो एलपीजी इस्तेमाल किए हैं। इसमें चैलेंज सिर्फ यही रहा है कि एलपीजी को इस्तेमाल करने के लिए, और मैं भी बहुत सारे गरीब इलाकों में घूमकर देख चुका हूँ, वहाँ पे मुश्किल ये रहती है कि 2 चीजें, एक तो दाम कि हम एलपीजी सिलेंडर को लाके सारा खाना अगर उसी में बनाने की कोशिश करें तो उस घर के लिए खर्च कहीं ज्यादा हो जाता है, और दूसरा कि रेगुलरिटी, सप्लाई की चेन जो बना है उस सप्लाई चेन में अभी भी बहुत सारी फेरबदल की जरूरत है, उसमें और भी सशक्तिकरण की जरूरत है ताकि वो रेगुलरली आए। अब इसमें 2 चीज है, एक तो डिमांड, लोग अगर ज्यादा दाम देखे तो निश्चित ही कम खरीदेंगे जी। तो कम अगर खरीदेंगे तो सिलेंडर की जो डिमांड है उस पर्टिकुलर जगह पे वो कम हो जाएगी। तो कम अगर हो जाएगा तो कंपनियों का जो इन्वेस्टमेंट है किस जगह पे हम ज्यादा सिलेंडर्स पहुंचाएं, उस पर कंपनियों का अपना इंतजाम कम कर देते हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर ये एक विशियस साइकिल बन जाता है। अभी हम आशा करेंगे कि जैसे दामों में एक सिग्निफिकेंट कमी आई है तो इस कमी की वजह से सारे घरों में एलपीजी का व्यवहार बढ़ेगा। एलपीजी का व्यवहार बढ़ने से उनका डिमांड बढ़ेगा, डिमांड बढ़ेगा तो उन सारी जगहों पर कंपनियां अपने जो स्टोर्स हैं, आधा शहर का जो हम कहेंगे पुराना वर्ड होता है मुफस्सल इलाका या सेमी अर्बन इलाका जैसे बोला जाता है, या रूरल इलाका में स्टोर्स का संख्या, स्टोरों में जो क्वांटिटी है वो ज्यादा रखेंगे ताकि लोगों को रेगुलरली मिले और लोग उस पर अपना एक वायबल इकोनॉमी को बना सके।
जी, कीमतों में कमी के साथ साथ सरकार ने 75 लाख नए उज्ज्वला कनेक्शन देने की भी घोषणा की है। कुल मिलाकर कीमतों में कमी का जो ये फैसला है, उम्मीद करते हैं कि सरकार ने जो ये फैसला लिया है ये करोड़ों परिवारों को महंगाई के मोर्चे पर एक बहुत बड़ी राहत लेकर के आएगा। शुभमोय भट्टाचार्य जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अभी आप सुन रहे थे सरकार द्वारा घरेलू रसोई गैस सिलेंडर के मूल्य में कटौती पर चर्चा। इसमें भाग ले रहे थे आर्थिक विश्लेषक शुभमोय भट्टाचार्य जी। कार्यक्रम का संचालन कर रहे थे विशाल शर्मा। ये कार्यक्रम आकाशवाणी के समाचार सेवा प्रभाग द्वारा प्रस्तुत किया गया। इसे आप हमारे मोबाइल ऐप न्यूज ऑन AIR और YouTube चैनल न्यूज ऑन AIR ऑफिशियल पर भी सुन सकते हैं। इस कार्यक्रम के संबंध में अपनी प्रतिक्रिया आप हमें ईमेल या व्हाट्सएप के माध्यम से भेज सकते हैं। ईमेल का पता है airnsttalks@gmail.com और व्हाट्सएप नंबर है 9289094044।
सुरीली सीख डगर है FM शामों शहर हम सफर है FM राहों में रह गुजर है FM आकाशवाणी FM आकाशवाणी FM
हर तरफ खुशियों की उजाले हैं और हंसी के फुहारे हैं। जी हाँ, खुशियों की बौछारों के साथ सभी के चेहरे खिलखिला रहे हैं, मुस्कुरा रहे हैं और राखी का उल्लास भरा पर्व त्योहार मना रहे हैं अपने अपने घरों में। कोई बाहर घूमने गया है, कोई बाहर से खाना खा रहा है, शाम का समय है और सब मिलकर बातें कर रहे हैं। कुछ अपनी नई, कुछ पुरानी, कुछ यादों को याद कर रहे हैं, कुछ बचपन से जुड़ी और कुछ अभी फ़िलहाल की बातें। ये बातें जो हमें याद रहीं और सदियों सदियों तक याद रहेंगी, क्योंकि ये रिश्ते कुछ ऐसे ही हैं जो हमारी ज़िंदगी में जुड़े रहते हैं। और भाई बहन का रिश्ता सबसे अनोखा, सबसे प्यारा, जिसमें छुटमुट लड़ाइयाँ भी होती हैं, बातें भी होती हैं, मनमुटाव भी होते हैं, रूठना मनाना भी होता है। वहीं भाई अपनी बहन को कहता है कि मेरी बहना थोड़ी सी ज़िद्दी है, तो बहनें कहती हैं कि नहीं, मेरा भाई थोड़ा सा अपने मन का है, अपना मतवाला है और किसी की बात नहीं मानता। होता है ना कुछ आप लोगों के साथ भी ऐसा ही। आज सांझ ढले में कुछ गीतों की फरमाइश हमारे पास आई, जबकि हम सुन तो रहे हैं इन गीतों को सुबह से, लेकिन ये गीत जो हमारे भावों से जुड़े हुए हैं, हमारे एहसासों से जुड़े हुए हैं, तो ये गीत आप चाहे कितनी बार भी सुन लो या त्योहार का समय ना भी हो तब भी सुन लो, तो भाई बहन को याद ज़रूर करते हैं और बहनें भाइयों को याद ज़रूर करती हैं। इन गीतों में ढूंढती हैं उनकी छाया को। तो चलिए ज़्यादा बातें ना करते हुए आज की शुरुआत करते हैं सांझ ढले की। ये सबसे पहले गीत हम शामिल कर रहे हैं उत्तम नगर दिल्ली से बोधराज खोरवाल, कमला रानी गीतिका और भानु प्रकाश जी की पसंद का गीत फिल्म काजल से आप सभी के लिए। और आज आपके साथ हूँ मैं, आप ही की दोस्त रूपा धवन। नमस्कार और बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं आपको राखी के पावन पर्व की।
मेरे भैया, मेरे चंदा, मेरे अनमोल रतन, तेरे बदले में ज़माने की कोई चीज न लूं। मेरे भैया, मेरे चंदा, मेरे अनमोल रतन, तेरे बदले में ज़माने की कोई चीज न लूं। कसम खा के हवा चलती है, तेरे चेहरे की झलक पाके बाहर आती है। एक पल भी मेरी नजरों से जो तू ओझल हो, हर तरफ मेरी नजर तुझको पुकार आती है। मेरे भैया, मेरे चंदा, मेरे अनमोल रतन, तेरे बदले मैं ज़माने की कोई चीज न लूं। मेरे भैया, मेरे चंदा, मेरे अनमोल रतन, तेरे बदले मैं ज़माने की कोई चीज न लूं।
भिलाईगढ़ छत्तीसगढ़ से रोशन देवांगन, कौशल्या देवांगन, हेमलता डिम्पल देवांगन भेज रहे हैं हमें ये संदेश। फूलों का तारों का कहना है, क्या कहना है। हरे रामा हरे कृष्णा फिल्म का ये खूबसूरत सा गीत लता जी की आवाज में।
डैडी का मम्मी का सबका कहना है, 1000 में तेरी बहना है।
सारी उम्र हमें संग रहना है, ला 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 ला।
राही नगर से शमशुल खान, ताबिश खान, अदनान, फैजान, अनु खान और इसके अलावा अलीगढ़ से सलीम अख्तर जी गीत सुनना चाह रहे हैं छोटी बहन फिल्म का ये गीत लता जी की आवाज में।
देखो ये नाता निभाना निभाना भैया मेरे, राखी के बंधन को निभाना भैया मेरे, छोटी बहन को ना भुलाना भैया मेरे। के बंधन को निभाना भैया मेरे, छोटी बहन को ना भुलाना भैया मेरे। नाजुक है
सरोज बंसल, अनूप कौर गुरुग्राम से लिखकर भेज रहे हैं हमें अपनी फरमाइश। चंदारे मेरे भैया से कहना, फिल्म चंबल की कसम का ये गीत लता जी की आवाज़ में आप सभी के लिए। कुछ बहनों के भाई कुछ दूर होते हैं तो वो मिल नहीं पाते, ये गीत उन्हीं को समर्पित।
कैसा है वो बिल्कुल तेरे जैसा है वो, तू उसको पहचान ही लेगा, देखेगा तो जान ही लेगा, तू सारे संसार में चमके, हर बस्ती हर गाँव में दमके, कहना घर वापस आ जा, कहना घर वापस आ जा, तू है घर का गहना, बहना याद करे हो चंदारे।
संबलपुर कांकेर से फागूराम यादव, ज्योति ओजस्वी यादव और अपरकोट मोहल्ला चौखुनटी बुलंदशहर से मोहम्मद सईद अब्बासी, निखत परवीन, शाहनवाज अब्बासी, सरफराज अब्बासी, फरदीन अब्बासी, सुहान अरजान और अबान अब्बासी और अब्बासी परिवार के सभी सदस्य। अनपढ़ फिल्म का ये गीत आप सभी के लिए।
रंग बिरंगी राखी लेके आई बहना, ओ राखी बनवाले मेरे वीर, बनवाले चंदा राखी बनवाले मेरे वीर।
देखिए, चाहे भाई पास हो या दूर हो, पर ये ज़िंदगी में जो प्यार के पल हैं, जो एहसास हैं, ये हमेशा इसी तरह खिलते रहें, मुस्कुराते रहें, क्योंकि ज़िंदगी में वही पल अच्छे हैं जो खुशियों में बीतते हैं। दुख में जो साथ देते हैं वो सच्चे साथी हैं, लेकिन खुशियों के पलों को हम अक्सर याद करते हैं दुखों के समय में भी। तो हमारी ऐसी कामना है कि आप इसी तरह खुश रहें, मस्त रहें, स्वस्थ रहें। मनोहर लाल गांधी, चाणक्य चौक, गाज़ियाबाद से हमारे साथ हैं, और इसके अलावा हमारे साथ है गुन्नूर से आदिल कमर, तस्दीक अली, किशन वंजानी, नीलम वंजानी, स्वाति और किशोर, रेलवे कॉलोनी, आनंद विहार से।
प्यार के 2-4 दिन जिंदगी की हर खुशी से अच्छे हैं, अच्छे हैं। प्यार के 2-4 दिन,
प्यार के 2-4 दिन 100 बरस की जिंदगी से अच्छे हैं, अच्छे हैं। प्यार के 2-4 दिन,
प्यार के 2-4 दिन।
फिल्म सच्चाई का ये गीत आप सभी के लिए अनुज कुमार, सोनित कुमार खयाला से फरमाइश भेज रहे हैं हमारे पास। ये गीत आप सभी के लिए। इसके अलावा मजनू का टीला से कमल, मधु सागर, उमंग, आकांक्षा मलिक।
ये ज़मीं है प्यार ही से आसमां, प्यार ही से ये ज़मीं है, प्यार ही से आसमां, प्यार का लेकर सहारा चल रहा है ये जहां।
सांझ ढले से फिलहाल समय विदा लेने का। अब से कुछ ही देर में आप सुनेंगे प्रादेशिक समाचार।
आज की ताजा
ये आकाशवाणी दिल्ली है। G20 शिखर सम्मेलन से पहले दिल्ली पुलिस ने सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में पैराग्लाइडर्स, हैंग ग्लाइडर्स और हॉट एयर बैलून्स जैसे हवाई उपकरणों के संचालन पर रोक लगा दी है। प्रधानमंत्री के प्रधान सचिव डॉक्टर पी.के. मिश्रा ने आज नई दिल्ली में G20 समन्वय समिति की बैठक की अध्यक्षता की। दिल्ली के वन एवं पर्यावरण मंत्री गोपाल राय ने आज कहा कि G20 सम्मेलन से पहले राजधानी को हरा भरा करने के लिए इस साल 36 लाख से ज्यादा पौधे लगाए जा चुके हैं। दिल्ली के लोक निर्माण विभाग की मंत्री आतिशी ने आज कहा कि G20 को लेकर दिल्ली सरकार और नगर निगम युद्ध स्तर पर काम कर रही है। दिल्ली पुलिस की अपराध शाखा ने मादक पदार्थों की तस्करी के आरोप में 4 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है और रक्षाबंधन का त्योहार पारंपरिक श्रद्धा और उल्लास के साथ मनाया जा रहा है। प्रादेशिक समाचार के साथ मैं अतहर सईद। G20 शिखर सम्मेलन से पहले दिल्ली पुलिस ने सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में पैराग्लाइडर्स, हैंग ग्लाइडर्स और हॉट एयर बैलून्स जैसे हवाई उपकरणों के संचालन पर रोक लगा दी है। दिल्ली पुलिस आयुक्त संजय अरोड़ा की ओर से जारी आदेश में कहा गया है कि कुछ आपराधिक और असामाजिक तत्व तथा भारत से विद्वेष रखने वाले आतंकवादी ऐसे उपकरणों से आम जनता और शिखर सम्मेलन में आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों की सुरक्षा को खतरा पैदा कर सकते हैं। इसलिए मानव रहित विमानों, रिमोट संचालित विमानों और कम शक्ति के छोटे विमानों की उड़ान पर प्रतिबंध लगाया गया है। G20 शिखर सम्मेलन के दौरान ऐसे सभी हवाई उपकरण प्रतिबंधित रहेंगे और दोषी लोगों को भारतीय दंड संहिता के अंतर्गत सजा दी जाएगी। दिल्ली पुलिस का ये आदेश कल से लागू हो गया है और 12 सितंबर तक 15 दिन के लिए लागू रहेगा। प्रधानमंत्री के प्रधान सचिव डॉक्टर पी.के. मिश्रा ने आज नई दिल्ली में G20 समन्वय समिति की बैठक की अध्यक्षता की। उन्होंने नई दिल्ली में G20 नेताओं के शिखर सम्मेलन की तैयारियों की समीक्षा की। समन्वय समिति की ये 9वीं बैठक थी। बैठक में G20 सचिवालय और विदेश, गृह, संस्कृति, सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्रालय तथा दूर संचार विभाग के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी शामिल हुए। बैठक के दौरान प्रधान सचिव ने सभी संबंधित अधिकारियों और संगठनों के प्रमुखों को शिखर सम्मेलन के निर्बाध आयोजन के लिए सभी प्रयास करने को कहा। विभिन्न एजेंसियों के बीच सुगम समन्वय के लिए भारत मंडपम में विभिन्न एजेंसियों का नियंत्रण कक्ष बनाया जाएगा। बैठक में भारत मंडपम में किए गए कार्य पर संतोष व्यक्त किया गया। मंडपम में संस्कृति और लोकतंत्र की मां पर प्रदर्शनी लगाई जा रही है। डॉक्टर मिश्रा ने आयोजन स्थल पर नटराज की प्रतिमा लगाने के कार्य की प्रगति की समीक्षा की। आगंतुक नेताओं की पत्नियों के लिए कार्यक्रम स्थल को विशेष रूप से सजाने के लिए कार्य की समीक्षा की गई। G20 के लिए पहली बार मोबाइल ऐप विकसित किया गया है। ये G20 इंडिया ऐप एंड्रॉयड और iOS से डाउनलोड किया जा सकता है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने शराब नीति में अनियमितताओं के आरोपों पर दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री और आम आदमी पार्टी के संयोजक अरविंद केजरीवाल पर आक्षेप किया है। भाजपा प्रवक्ता गौरव भाटिया ने नई दिल्ली में संवाददाताओं से कहा कि जेल में बंद पूर्व उप मुख्यमंत्री मनीष सिसोदिया को इस मामले में अभी जमानत नहीं मिली है। उन्होंने आरोप लगाया कि अत्यधिक ईमानदार पार्टी होने के बड़े बड़े दावे करने वाली आम आदमी पार्टी अब इस बारे में चिंतित है कि श्री केजरीवाल को भी इस मामले में जेल भेजा जा सकता है। दिल्ली के वन एवं पर्यावरण मंत्री गोपाल राय ने आज कहा कि G20 सम्मेलन से पहले राजधानी को हरा भरा करने के लिए इस साल 36 लाख से ज्यादा पौधे लगाए जा चुके हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि इस साल 52 लाख पौधे लगाने का लक्ष्य रखा गया है। इस लक्ष्य को हासिल करने के लिए 21 विभागों की हरित एजेंसियों द्वारा पौधारोपण किया जा रहा है और अब तक 70% वृक्षारोपण का लक्ष्य प्राप्त किया जा चुका है। श्री राय ने कहा कि दिल्ली को हरा भरा करने के लिए वन विभाग द्वारा गमले वाले पौधे दिल्ली के विभिन्न सड़कों पर लगाए जा रहे हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि वन विभाग द्वारा दिल्ली की सड़कों को 2.5 लाख फूल वाले गमलों से सजाया जा रहा है। इसमें से 1,80,000 गमले दिल्ली के अलग अलग सड़कों पर लगाए जा चुके हैं। दिल्ली के लोक निर्माण विभाग के मंत्री आतिशी ने आज कहा कि G20 को लेकर दिल्ली सरकार और नगर निगम युद्ध स्तर पर काम कर रही हैं। उन्होंने आज लगातार दूसरे दिन G20 की तैयारियों की समीक्षा की। आतिशी ने कहा कि दिल्ली में G20 का आयोजन देश के लिए गर्व की बात है। उन्होंने कहा कि सड़कों को सुंदर बनाने के लिए स्मार्ट LED लाइटें और फव्वारे लगाए जा रहे हैं। इसके अलावा सड़कों के सौंदर्यीकरण का भी काम चल रहा है। प्रादेशिक समाचार आप आकाशवाणी दिल्ली से सुन रहे हैं। ताजा समाचार जानने के लिए आप हमारी वेबसाइट newsonair.com पर लॉगिन कर सकते हैं। सरकार ने IT हार्डवेयर के लिए उत्पादन से जुड़ी प्रोत्साहन योजना 2.0 के अंतर्गत अब तक 32 आवेदन प्राप्त किए हैं। भारत की विनिर्माण क्षमताओं को बढ़ाने के लिए इस योजना के तहत आवेदन का आज अंतिम दिन है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री अश्वनी वैष्णव ने आज नई दिल्ली में संवाददाताओं को बताया कि सरकार को देश में लैपटॉप, PC और सर्वर के उत्पादन के लिए कंपनियों से आश्चर्यजनक प्रतिक्रिया मिली है।
The expected direct employment is going to be 75,000 in these factories. We had an outlay of 17,000 crore rupees for this, but we have received proposals which are significantly beyond this. That's very heartening. That shows a clear commitment of the global supply chain to come to the trusted partner that has got established in the world today, thanks to the way our Prime Minister has conducted economic policy and thanks to the way our Prime Minister has conducted the foreign policy.
पिछले 8 वर्ष में भारत में इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी विनिर्माण में 17% की निरंतर वृद्धि हुई। दिल्ली के ओखला फेज 2 के रहने वाले एक रिक्शा चालक सुरेश के ब्रेन डेड होने पर उनके परिवार वालों ने उनके अंगों को दान करने का निर्णय लिया है। अखिल भारतीय आयुर्विज्ञान संस्थान एम्स ने बताया कि एक व्यक्ति के अंग दान करने से कई लोगों की जान बच सकती है। एम्स की प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर आरती विज ने कहा कि ये जीवन रक्षक उपहार तत्काल जरूरतमंद लोगों तक पहुंचाया गया। उन्होंने कहा कि रिक्शा चालक के हृदय, गुर्दा और कॉर्निया सहित अन्य अंगों को राष्ट्रीय अंग और ऊतक प्रत्यारोपण संगठन के माध्यम से प्राप्तकर्ताओं को दिया गया। रसायन और उर्वरक मंत्री मनसुख मांडविया ने कहा है कि सरकार जल्द ही औषधि क्षेत्र के लिए 5,000 करोड़ रुपए के कुल परिव्यय के साथ एक नई योजना शुरू करेगी। इस योजना के उद्देश्य औषधि क्षेत्र में अनुसंधान और नवाचार को प्रोत्साहन देना है। केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल ने पिछले महीने वर्ष 2023-24 से 2027-28 तक 5 वर्ष की अवधि के लिए इस योजना को स्वीकृति दी थी। दिल्ली पुलिस की अपराध शाखा ने मादक पदार्थों की तस्करी के आरोप में 4 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है। दिल्ली पुलिस के विशेष पुलिस आयुक्त अपराध शाखा रविंद्र सिंह यादव ने बताया कि उनके पास से 98 किलोग्राम से अधिक डोडा पोस्त बरामद की गई है। उन्होंने बताया कि इन लोगों को राजधानी के आदर्श नगर इलाके से गिरफ्तार किया गया। श्री यादव ने बताया कि मुख्य आपूर्तिकर्ता को राजस्थान से गिरफ्तार किया गया। उसके पास से एक कार और मोटरसाइकिल भी जब्त किया गया। विदेश मंत्री डॉक्टर एस जयशंकर ने चीन से जारी तथाकथित 2023 के मानचित्र को खारिज कर दिया है। इस नक्शे में चीन ने भारत के भूभाग पर दावा किया है। विदेश मंत्री ने कहा कि अनर्गल दावों से अन्य देशों की धरती चीन की नहीं हो जाएगी। कल एक निजी चैनल से बातचीत में डॉक्टर जयशंकर ने कहा कि चीन को ऐसे नक्शे जारी करने की आदत है। उन्होंने चीन से कहा कि अन्य देशों के भूभाग को नक्शे में शामिल करने का कोई मतलब नहीं है, क्योंकि ये भूमि भारत का हिस्सा है। विदेश मंत्री ने कहा कि भारत सरकार को अच्छी तरह पता है कि अपने भूभाग की रक्षा के लिए उसे क्या करना है।
China has even in the past put out maps which claim the territories which are not China's, which belong to other countries. This is an old habit of theirs. It is not something which is new. It started in the 1950s. So just by putting out a map claiming territories, some of which are part of India, I think doesn't make that. I mean, these are very much part of India. So I would say, but I would not relate the two countries. We are very clear what our territories are. This government is very clear about what we need to defend our territories. You can already see that on our borders. So I think there should be no doubt about that. Just making absurd claims doesn't make other people's territory yours. Let's be very clear on that.
केंद्रीय संस्कृति मंत्री जी किशन रेड्डी ने कहा है कि घरेलू रसोई गैस सिलेंडर में 200 रुपए की कमी लागू कर दी गई है। ये रक्षाबंधन का उपहार है। इससे पहली बार करोड़ों लोगों, विशेषकर गरीब महिलाओं को लाभ होगा। हैदराबाद में हमारे संवाददाता को उन्होंने बताया कि उज्ज्वला लाभार्थियों को प्रति सिलेंडर 400 रुपए की सब्सिडी मिलेगी।
अभी ये सिलेंडर का 200 रुपए कम करना बहुत लोगों के लिए सुविधा होता है। मैं देश के महिलाओं की तरफ से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को राखी फेस्टिवल के संदर्भ में मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। उसके साथ साथ लगभग 75 लाख का नया गैस कनेक्शन देने का भी भारत सरकार ने निर्णय किया है। इस सैचुरेशन मोड पे जो भी गरीब है, मिडिल क्लास है, जो भी एलिजिबल है, देश में रहने वाले सभी लोगों को, जो ट्राइबल्स हो और शहर में रहने वाले गरीब हो, सभी लोगों को सिलेंडर देना चाहिए, सबको पहुंचना चाहिए। भारत सरकार का निर्णय।
प्रादेशिक समाचार आप आकाशवाणी दिल्ली से सुन रहे हैं। ताजा समाचार जानने के लिए आप हमारी वेबसाइट newsonair.com पर लॉगिन कर सकते हैं। देश भर में रक्षाबंधन का त्योहार हर्षोल्लास के साथ मनाया जा रहा है।
हम बहनों के लिए मेरे भैया आता है एक दिन साल में, आता है एक दिन साल में। आज के दिन में जहाँ भी रहूं चले आना वहाँ, हर हाल में चले आना वहाँ।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने रक्षाबंधन पर देशवासियों को बधाई दी है। श्री मोदी ने कहा कि रक्षाबंधन का शुभ पर्व भाई बहन के बीच अटूट विश्वास और प्रेम को समर्पित है और भारत की पावन संस्कृति का प्रतीक है। प्रधानमंत्री ने कामना की कि रक्षाबंधन प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के जीवन में प्रेम और स्नेह की भावना मजबूत करेगा। प्रधानमंत्री ने नई दिल्ली में अपने निवास पर बच्चों के साथ रक्षाबंधन का पर्व मनाया। बच्चों ने प्रधानमंत्री को राखी बांधी और हाल ही में चंद्रयान 3 मिशन की सफलता पर सकारात्मक भावनाओं का इजहार किया। बच्चों ने आगामी आदित्य L1 मिशन के बारे में उत्साह भी प्रकट किया। उन्होंने इस दौरान कविताएं और गीत भी सुनाए। प्रधानमंत्री ने बच्चों को जनता के हित के लिए चलाई जा रही सरकारी योजनाओं सहित विभिन्न विषयों पर कविताएं लिखने के लिए भी प्रोत्साहित किया। आत्मनिर्भरता का महत्व समझाते हुए प्रधानमंत्री ने बच्चों को भारत में बने उत्पादों का उपयोग करने की सलाह दी। सामाजिक न्याय और अधिकारिता मंत्रालय ने वित्त वर्ष 2023-24 और 2024-25 के लिए राष्ट्रीय सफाई कर्मचारी वित्त और विकास निगम के साथ एक समझौता ज्ञापन पर हस्ताक्षर किए हैं। इसका उद्देश्य देश भर में सफाई कर्मचारियों, मैला ढोने वालों, कचरा बीनने वालों और उनके आश्रितों के सशक्तिकरण और उनके सामाजिक आर्थिक उत्थान को बढ़ाना है। इसके माध्यम से देश भर में सफाई कर्मचारियों के कल्याण कार्यक्रमों के लिए धन के प्रभावी आवंटन और उपयोग के माध्यम से समावेशी विकास में तेजी लाना है। केंद्र ने दिहाड़ी भुगतान के नेशनल ऑटोमेटेड क्लियरिंग हाउस और आधार आधारित भुगतान प्रणाली ABPS के मिश्रित माध्यमों की वैधता इस साल 31 दिसंबर तक बढ़ा दी है। ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय ने भी सभी राज्यों को स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि काम के लिए आने वाले हर व्यक्ति से आधार संख्या उपलब्ध कराने का अनुरोध किया जाए, लेकिन इस आधार पर किसी को काम देने से मना नहीं किया जाना चाहिए। और अब मौसम। राजधानी में आज मौसम सामान्य रहा। आज का अधिकतम तापमान सामान्य से 2 डिग्री अधिक 36.3 डिग्री सेल्सियस रहा। वहीं न्यूनतम तापमान सामान्य से 1 डिग्री अधिक 27.3 डिग्री सेल्सियस रिकॉर्ड किया गया। मौसम विभाग के अनुसार अगले 24 घंटों के दौरान आसमान साफ रहने की संभावना है। वहीं कल का अधिकतम तापमान 37 डिग्री सेल्सियस और न्यूनतम तापमान 27 डिग्री सेल्सियस के आसपास रहने का अनुमान है। केंद्रीय वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयल ने कहा है कि आगामी G20 शिखर सम्मेलन वैश्विक व्यापार, भारत में निवेश आकर्षित करने तथा बहुपक्षीय संगठनों में भारत की भूमिका बढ़ाने की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन है। अंत में मुख्य समाचार एक बार फिर। G20 शिखर सम्मेलन से पहले दिल्ली पुलिस ने सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में पैराग्लाइडर्स, हैंग ग्लाइडर्स और हॉट एयर बैलून्स जैसे हवाई उपकरणों के संचालन पर रोक लगा दी है। प्रधानमंत्री के प्रधान सचिव डॉक्टर PK मिश्रा ने आज नई दिल्ली में G20 समन्वय समिति की बैठक की अध्यक्षता की। दिल्ली के वन एवं पर्यावरण मंत्री गोपाल राय ने आज कहा कि G20 सम्मेलन से पहले राजधानी को हरा भरा करने के लिए इस साल 36 लाख से ज्यादा पौधे लगाए जा चुके हैं। दिल्ली के लोक निर्माण विभाग की मंत्री आतिशी ने आज कहा कि G20 को लेकर दिल्ली सरकार और नगर निगम युद्ध स्तर पर काम कर रही है। और दिल्ली पुलिस की अपराध शाखा ने मादक पदार्थों की तस्करी के आरोप में 4 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया है। रक्षाबंधन का त्योहार पारंपरिक श्रद्धा और उल्लास के साथ मनाया जा रहा है। इसके साथ ही प्रादेशिक समाचार बुलेटिन समाप्त हुआ। नमस्कार।
सुरीली सीख डगर है FM
शामो सहर हम सफर है FM
राहों में रह गुजर है FM आकाशवाणी FM आकाशवाणी FM
संगीत अर्थात सा से स्वर, गा से गति यानी लय और ता से ताल। कितना सुंदर मेल है ये सच में। सुर, लय, ताल के बिना संगीत की कल्पना बिल्कुल बेमानी सी लगती है। और आज यानी कोई भी अगर शुभ अवसर हो, त्योहार हो, तो ये संगीत के जो तार हैं वो ऐसा लगता है कि हमारी खुशी को और भी दोगुना कर रहे हैं। संगीत की स्वर लहरियों के साथ मधुरिमा को कुछ ऐसे तरानों से सजाएंगे हम आज, जिसमें हमारी खुशियों को और भी 4 चांद लग जाएंगे। जी हाँ, आकाशवाणी का FM गोल्ड चैनल 100.1 पर, और आज आपके साथ हूँ मैं मधुरिमा में रूपा धवन, आप ही की दोस्त, आप ही की हमसफ़र। नमस्कार। शुरुआत करते हैं आज की मधुरिमा से इस गीत के साथ, जिसे हमने लिया है फिल्म मेरे हमदम मेरे दोस्त से।
चलो सजना जहाँ तक घटा चले
सपनों की है मंजिल कदम के नीचे, सुंदर सपनों की है मंजिल कदम के नीचे, फुर्सत किसको इतनी देखे जो मुड़ के पीछे, तुम चलो हम चले तुम चलो सावन की हवा चले, चलो सजना जहाँ तक घटा धड़कन तुम्हारे दिल की उलझी हमारी लट में, धड़कन तुम्हारे दिल की उलझी हमारी लट में, तुम्हारे तन की छाया काजल बनी पलक में, एक है दो बदन एक है आंचल के तले चलो सजना जहाँ तक घटा चले। पथरीली राहों में तुम संग में झूम लूंगी, पथरीली राहों में तुम संग में झूम लूंगी, खाओगे जब ठोकर होठों से चूम लूंगी, प्यार का आज से प्यार का हमसे सिलसिला चले, चलो सजना जहाँ तक घटा चले, लगा कर मुझे गले, चलो सजना जहाँ तक घटा चले, चलो सजना जहाँ तक घटा चले।
1968 में बनी ये फिल्म मेरे हमदम मेरे दोस्त, और संगीत इसमें लक्ष्मीकांत प्यारेलाल जी का। ताल कहरवा पर आधारित ये गीत, जिसमें ताल कहरवा का प्रयोग किया गया है, और आज मधुरिमा में भी हम ताल कहरवा पर गीतों को सुनवा रहे हैं। अगला गीत हमने शामिल किया है तलाश फिल्म से। तलाश फिल्म का ये गीत लता जी की आवाज में, राग बारवा पर आधारित है ये गीत, और द्रुत कहरवा का इसमें प्रयोग बखूबी किया गया है। संगीत S.D. बर्मन साहब का और आवाज लता जी की।
हमने कसम संग रहने की, आएगा रे उड़ के मेरा हंस परदेसी, खाई है रे हमने कसम संग रहने की, आएगा रे उड़ के मेरा हंस परदेसी। पहला मिलन मोसे नहीं रे सजन का, रहेगा सदा मिलना धरती गगन का। पहला मिलन मोसे नहीं रे सजन का, रहेगा सदा मिलना धरती गगन का। युग से वो है मेरा, युग से वो है मेरा, मैं उसकी रे खाई है रे हमने कसम संग रहने की, आएगा रे उड़ के मेरा हंस परदेसी। ऐसे तो नहीं उसके रंग में ढली मैं, पिया अंग लग लग के भई सांवली मैं। ऐसे तो नहीं उसके रंग में ढली मैं, पिया अंग लग लग के भई सांवली में। मेरे तन पे छाँव है, मेरे तन पे छाँव है, उसी की रे खाई है रे हमने कसम संग रहने की, आएगा रे उड़ के मेरा हंस परदेसी, हंस परदेसी। मेरा हंस परदेसी।
साथियों, हमारा जीवन एक गति में चल रहा है। कभी तो इसमें पथरीले रास्ते आ जाते हैं, तो कभी एक सुगम सा रास्ता हमारे आगे आ जाता है। उतार चढ़ाव यानी ज़िंदगी में आते रहते हैं और ये तो एक आम बात सी है। ख़ास ये है कि हमारे आसपास भी संगीत का जादू रचा बसा है, जो हमारी ज़िंदगी में एक नए प्राणों को फूंक देता है। नदी की बहती धारा हो, पक्षियों का कलरव हो, बरसात की बूंदें हों, सब कुछ एक गति में ही तो चल रहा है। आइए सुनते हैं अगला गीत एक फूल दो माली फिल्म से। लता जी की खूबसूरत आवाज़ में सजा और ताल कहरवा पर आधारित ये गीत राग भैरवी पर भी आधारित है और इसके संगीत निर्देशक हैं रवि, गायिका आशा भोसले।
सजना सजना ओ सजना तेरे प्यार में मैं गई खो सजना, तेरे ही कारण बन रे जोगन अब होना है जोगी वो सजना, अब ये लागी छूटे ना, अब ये बंधन छूटे ना।
वाह, आशा जी के स्वर में ये गीत ताल के साथ क्या गति थी। और देखिए ना, इस ताल के साथ मुझे पता है आप लोग भी झूम रहे होंगे, नाच रहे होंगे। ये गति हमारे जीवन को कितनी सहजता से एक उमंग और एक उल्लास की तरफ ले जाती है। और यही गति हमें जीवन में धैर्य रखने का भी संदेश देती है। जी हाँ, विलंबित लय की गति हमें संदेश देती है कि जीवन में हमें धैर्य रखना चाहिए और जीवन में हमें सुचारू रूप से अगर चलना है तो वो समय की गति के साथ चलना चाहिए, है ना। तो जनाब, लय और गति के बिना हमारा जीवन कुछ भी नहीं। इसीलिए तो कहते हैं कि संगीत बिना सब सूना। तो संगीत अधूरा है लय और गति के बिना, और हम अधूरे हैं संगीत के बिना। दादरा ताल, झप ताल, कहरवा ताल, तीन ताल, कई ऐसी तालें हैं जो संगीत को पूरा करती हैं। और आज संगीत को पूरा कर रहे हैं हम, संगीत को माध्यम बना रहे हैं हम, अपने मनोरंजन के साथ साथ आपके साथ दिल की बातें करने का। मधुरिमा में आपका स्वागत है एक बार फिर से। आपके साथ मैं हूँ रूपा धवन, मधुरिमा कार्यक्रम लेकर। मिलते हैं एक छोटे से अंतराल के बाद।
रोहन बेटा, जरा दादी की लाठी लाना।
अरे मम्मी, आपको दादी की लाठी की क्या जरूरत पड़ गई? क्या हो गया?
बेटा, जोड़ों में बहुत दर्द है, चला नहीं जा रहा।
अरे मम्मी, आपको तो बुखार है और जोड़ों में दर्द भी, ये तो चिकनगुनिया हो सकता है।
जी हाँ, चिकनगुनिया के लक्षण जैसे तेज बुखार, सिर दर्द और जोड़ों में तेज दर्द हो तो निकटतम स्वास्थ्य केंद्र या अस्पताल से संपर्क करें।
चिकनगुनिया से न घबराएं, खुद को और अपने परिवार को मच्छरों के काटने से बचाएं।
स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
चाहे कोई मुझे जंगली कहे, कहने दो जी कहता रहे, हम प्यार के तूफानों में घिरे हैं, हम क्या करें। चाहे कोई मुझे जंगली कहे, कहने दो जी कहता रहे, हम प्यार के तूफानों में घिरे हैं, हम क्या करें। चाहे कोई मुझे जंगली कहे, मेरे सीने में भी दिल है मेरे भी कुछ अरमान। मुझे पत्थर तो न समझो, मैं हूँ आखिर एक इंसान। मेरे सीने में भी दिल है मेरे भी कुछ अरमान। मुझे पत्थर तो न समझो, मैं हूँ आखिर एक इंसान। राह मेरी वही जिस पे दुनिया चली, राह मेरी वही जिस पे दुनिया चली। चाहे कोई मुझे जंगली कहे, कहने दो जी कहता रहे, हम प्यार के तूफानों में घिरे हैं, हम क्या करें। चाहे कोई मुझे जंगली कहे, सर्द आहें कह रही है ये कैसी बला की आग। सोते सोते जिंदगानी घबरा के उठी है जाग। सर्द आहें कह रही है ये कैसी बला की आग। सोते सोते जिंदगानी घबरा के उठी है जाग। मैं यहाँ से वहाँ जैसे ये आसमां, मैं यहाँ से वहाँ जैसे ये आसमां। चाहे कोई मुझे जंगली कहे, कहने दो जी कहता रहे, हम प्यार के तूफानों में घिरे हैं, हम क्या करें। चाहे कोई मुझे जंगली कहे, कहने दो जी कहता रहे, हम प्यार के तूफानों में घिरे हैं, हम क्या करें। चाहे कोई मुझे जंगली कहे,
देखा लय का जादू। जंगली फिल्म का ये गीत मोहम्मद रफ़ी साहब की आवाज़ में राग भैरवी पर आधारित और इसमें भी ताल कहरवा का प्रयोग किया गया था और संगीत था शंकर जयकिशन का। शंकर जयकिशन जी की जोड़ी देखिए, हिंदी सिनेमा को एक से बढ़कर एक हिट गीत तो दिए ही उन्होंने, साथ ही साथ शास्त्रीय संगीत पर भी आधारित उन्हें गीतों को उन्होंने ऐसा रचा, ऐसा संगीत में पिरोया कि आज भी उन गीतों को हम सुने अगर, नई पीढ़ी को भी वो गीत बेहद पसंद आते हैं। सुरीले दौर के तौर पर ये गीत आज भी सिने इतिहास में अंकित हैं। ये जोड़ी बहुत ही ज़्यादा पॉपुलर थी और एक के बाद एक हिट गीत देने वाली जोड़ी थी। बहुत ही अच्छे गीतों की सौगात शंकर जयकिशन की जोड़ी ने दी और अगला गीत हम ले रहे हैं राग भैरवी पर ही आधारित और शंकर जयकिशन जी के गीत में ही सजा, संगीत में ही सजा। ये गीत मुकेश और लता जी की आवाज़ में सजा और फिल्म है आशिक का। ये गीत आप सभी के लिए।
क्षमा मुझे फूंक दे, मैं न मैं रहूं, तू न तू रहे, यही इश्क का है दस्तूर, यही इश्क का है दस्तूर।
परवान जा है जब चलन, यहाँ जीत जी अपना मिलन, किस्मत को नहीं मंजूर, किस्मत को नहीं मंजूर। शाम से लेकर रोज सहर तक तेरे लिए मैं हर रात जली, शाम से लेकर रोज सहर तक तेरे लिए मैं हर रात जली। मैंने तो हाय ये भी न जाना, कब दिन डूबा कब रात ढली, फिर भी है मिलने से मजबूर, फिर भी है मिलने से मजबूर।
ओ क्षमा मुझे फूंक दे, मैं न मैं रहूं, तू न तू रहे, यही इश्क का है दस्तूर, यही इश्क का है दस्तूर। पत्थर दिल है ये जग वाले, जाने न कोई मेरे दिल की जलन। पत्थर दिल है ये जग वाले, जाने न कोई मेरे दिल की जलन। जब से है जन्मी प्यार की दुनिया, तुझको है मेरी मुझे तेरी लगन। तुझ बिन ये दुनिया बेनूर, तुझ बिन ये दुनिया बेनूर।
परवान जा है जब चलन, यहाँ जीते जी अपना मिलन। किस्मत को नहीं मंजूर, किस्मत को नहीं मंजूर।
अब एक जरूरी सूचना। ब्लड प्लाज्मा की आवश्यकता है। एक रोगी को ओ पॉजिटिव ब्लड ग्रुप के प्लाज्मा की तुरंत आवश्यकता है। जो व्यक्ति रक्तदान के इच्छुक हैं वो बताए गए फ़ोन नंबर पर संपर्क कर सकते हैं। गिरीश श्रीवास्तव इनका नाम है। 9811596612, 9811596612। तो कृपया जो भी व्यक्ति रक्तदान के इच्छुक हों वो ज़रूर इस नंबर पर संपर्क करें। इसी के साथ आशा है कि आपको कार्यक्रम बेहद पसंद आया होगा। फिलहाल रूपा विदा लेती है। अब से कुछ ही देर में आप सुनेंगे कार्यक्रम स्पोर्ट्स स्कैन। नमस्कार।
नमस्कार, गुड इवनिंग, शुभ संध्या। स्टूडियो की घड़ी में 8:30 हो चुके हैं और श्रोताओं, ये समय है आपके पसंदीदा कार्यक्रम स्पोर्ट्स स्कैन का। और स्पोर्ट्स स्कैन के आज के अंक में मैं हूं अतहर सईद। और श्रोताओं, तमाम खेल खबरों पर हमारे साथ विस्तार से चर्चा करने के लिए हमारे स्टूडियो में मौजूद हैं वरिष्ठ खेल पत्रकार अजय मसंद। अजय, स्पोर्ट्स स्कैन कार्यक्रम में आपका बहुत स्वागत है।
नमस्कार अतहर जी।
पहले मुख्य समाचारों पर एक नजर डाल लेते हैं। एशिया कप क्रिकेट टूर्नामेंट आज से शुरू। भारत ने पुरुष एशिया हॉकी फाइव्स विश्व कप क्वालिफायर मुकाबले में बांग्लादेश को 1 के मुकाबले 15 गोल से हराया। फिडे विश्व कप शतरंज का रजत पदक हासिल करने के बाद भारत आगमन पर भारतीय शतरंज ग्रैंड मास्टर प्रज्ञानानंदा का भव्य स्वागत। अमेरिकी ओपन टेनिस टूर्नामेंट में कार्लोस अलकराज दूसरे दौर में। और डूरंड कप फुटबॉल प्रतियोगिता के दूसरे सेमीफाइनल में कल मोहन बागान का सामना FC गोवा से। शुरुआत एशिया कप क्रिकेट से। एशिया कप क्रिकेट टूर्नामेंट शुरू हो गया है। ये पाकिस्तान और श्रीलंका में 4 स्थानों पर खेला जाएगा। प्रतियोगिता के पहले मैच में आज पाकिस्तान के मुल्तान में पाकिस्तान का मुकाबला नेपाल से हो रहा है। पाकिस्तान ने टॉस जीतकर पहले बल्लेबाजी करते हुए निर्धारित 50 ओवर में 6 विकेट खोकर 342 रन बनाए और नेपाल को मैच जीतने के लिए 343 रन का कठिन लक्ष्य दिया। पाकिस्तान की ओर से बाबर आजम ने 131 गेंद में 6 छक्के और 14 चौकों की मदद से 151 रन बनाए, जबकि इफ्तिखार अहमद ने 71 गेंद में 4 छक्के और 11 चौकों की सहायता से नाबाद 109 रन स्कोर किए। भारत श्रीलंका के कैंडी में 2 सितंबर को पाकिस्तान के साथ अपना अभियान शुरू करेगा। इस टूर्नामेंट में 6 टीमें हिस्सा ले रही हैं, जिन्हें 2 ग्रुप में रखा गया है। पाकिस्तान, भारत और नेपाल ग्रुप ए में है, जबकि श्रीलंका, अफगानिस्तान और बांग्लादेश को ग्रुप बी में रखा गया है। टूर्नामेंट का फाइनल मैच 17 सितंबर को कोलंबो में खेला जाएगा। अजय, आज उद्घाटन मैच में हालांकि रिजल्ट आना भी शेष है, कुछ भी कहना जल्दबाजी होगी, लेकिन पाकिस्तान ने बल्लेबाजी के जरिए अपने तेवर जरूर दिखा दिए हैं।
जी
क्या
हाँ।
ये एक कमजोर टीम के विरुद्ध प्रदर्शन माने इसको, या फिर पाकिस्तान अच्छी तैयारी के साथ एशिया कप में उतर रहा है?
देखिए अतहर जी, पहली बात तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि नेपाल जो है पहली बार एशिया कप में जो है उसने अपनी जगह बनाई है, तो एक उसमें एक अचीवमेंट मानी जाएगी कि एक और एशियन टीम जो है वो आई है,
क्रिकेट के मानचित्र पर उभर रही है।
क्रिकेट के मानचित्र पर उभर रही है। लेकिन ये भी हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि एक बिल्कुल ही बहुत ही नई टीम है और इसके पास एक्सपीरियंस बिल्कुल भी नहीं। हो सकता है 1-2 प्लेयर हैं जो खेले हैं, पाकिस्तान PSL में खेले हैं, पाकिस्तान सुपर लीग में खेले हैं और 1-2 छोटी मोटी और लीग्स में खेले हैं इन एशिया। लेकिन उनके जो, अगर आप पूरी टीम को देखें तो उनके पास वो एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है जो एक होना चाहिए इस लेवल पे, लेकिन हाँ क्वालिफाई करके आए हैं तो डेफिनेटली हमको उनको एक दर्जा देना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि क्वालिफिकेशन जो है राउंड भी थोड़ा टफ होता है। हैविंग सेड ऑल दैट, पाकिस्तान की एक टीम है, मुल्तान में खेल रही है, एक अपने होम ग्राउंड पे खेल रही है, और दूसरी बात यह है कि उनको पता है, एक माइंडसेट भी होता है कि ये टीम जो है बहुत वीक टीम आ रही है, मिनोज है, अभी आई है, बिल्कुल पहली बार टूर्नामेंट खेल रही, तो उस तरह का एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, ना उनके पास 50 ओवर फॉर्मेट का इतना अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस है, ना कोई T20 का फॉर्मेट का एक्सपीरियंस है, क्रिकेट का ही ओवरऑल एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है। तो डेफिनेटली पाकिस्तान के पास बहुत ही ऊंचे दर्जे पे है पाकिस्तान की टीम, और अगर आप उनके प्लेयर्स को देखिए पाकिस्तान के, तो एक से एक दिग्गज भरे हुए हैं। अभी आज जो है बाबर आजम ने सेंचुरी मार दी, इफ्तिखार अहमद हैं, उसके अलावा फ़खर जमान, ऑल्दो फ़खर जमान जल्दी आउट हो गए, इमाम उल हक भी थोड़ा जल्दी आउट हो गए, लेकिन उसके बाद जिस तरह से उन्होंने पारी संभाली और 342 रन का जो स्कोर खड़ा कर दिया, वो अपने आप में एक दिखाता है कि ये एक टीम है, एक मैच्योर टीम है, जो जितनी वीक टीम भी हो या जितनी स्ट्रांग टीम भी हो, सबके साथ एक ही लेवल पे मुकाबला करेगी।
सही बात है, मुकाबले के लिए उतर रही है, यही बड़ी बात है। आपको याद होगा बांग्लादेश जब शुरू में आई थी तो उसका भी हाल कुछ इस तरह का था।
जी हाँ,
अफगानिस्तान ने जब अपना पदार्पन किया तो उसका स्थिति यही थी
जी।
और उसके साथ साथ आप देखें कि दूसरे जिम्बाब्वे को देख लें, जिम्बाब्वे जब उतरा मैदान,
जिम्बाब्वे, जितनी भी टीमें थी जब आई थी शुरुआत में क्रिकेट खेलना शुरू किया था इन लोगों ने, इन टीम्स ने, तो शुरुआत ऐसे ही होती है, लेकिन धीरे धीरे हमने देखा अफगानिस्तान का आप अगर हाल देखें तो क्या टीम थी, मतलब कुछ भी, मतलब एक बिल्कुल रैक टैक तरह की टीम थी, कहां से ऐसे उभर के आई। हिंदुस्तान में ट्रेन करते थे अगर आप, क्योंकि वहां पे कंडीशंस इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी खेलने के लिए, तो कभी देहरादून कभी लखनऊ को उन्होंने अपना ट्रेनिंग बेस बनाया और यहाँ पे खेलना शुरू किया, और उसके बाद देखिए आज एशिया कप में है और वो दूसरे ग्रुप में है, दूसरा ग्रुप जिसमें आपका बांग्लादेश है, श्रीलंका है। मैं तो ये कहूंगा अतर जी की जो दूसरा ग्रुप है वो ज्यादा स्ट्रांग है, और वो वहां से कौन सी दो टीमें उभर के ग्रुप ऑफ 4 में आती है हमें उसका पता नहीं। यहां पे तो हमें इतना निश्चित है कि हिंदुस्तान और पाकिस्तानी उस ग्रुप ऑफ 4 में जाएगा, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ से कौन सी दो टीमें आएंगी वो अभी तक हमें पता नहीं।
वो भी हम देखेंगे कि भारत और पाकिस्तान के विरुद्ध कौन उतरता है मुकाबले में। बहरहाल अजय, इसी ग्रुप में भारत है और उसका मुकाबला श्रीलंका से कैंडी में 2 सितंबर को होगा। मुकाबला तो जोरदार होगा, लेकिन बाजी किसके हाथ लगने की उम्मीद है?
भारत और पाकिस्तान की भी।
भारत और श्रीलंका के मैदान पर जो मुकाबला होगा तो वो बाजी किसके हाथ लगेगी?
देखिए, भारत और पाकिस्तान का जब भी कोई मैच होता है वो हमेशा ही एक कांटे की टक्कर रहती है। दोनों ही टीमें जो है मतलब एक समझ लीजिए कि सब कॉन्टिनेंटल जायंट्स भी हैं और वर्ल्ड में भी जो है जायंट्स हैं बिल्कुल।
जी।
और जब हम देखते हैं पाकिस्तान की टीम इतनी वेल बैलेंस्ड टीम है और इतनी अच्छी टीम उन्होंने उतारी है कि उनके पास आप बॉलर्स अगर देखिए पाकिस्तान के पास नसीम शाह, शाहीन अफरीदी और हैरिस रॉफ, ये 3 जो फास्ट बॉलर्स इनके पास हैं यही करतब दिखा सकते हैं। उसके अलावा जो है बाबर आजम की बैटिंग है, मोहम्मद नवाज हैं इनके,
इफ्तिखार को भी हम देख रहे हैं,
इफ्तिखार को भी देखिए, शादाब खान स्पिनर है, मोहम्मद नवाज हैं, उसके अलावा मोहम्मद रिजवान जो इनके विकेट कीपर बैटर है, उन्होंने कितना अच्छा बैटिंग करते हैं मिडिल ऑर्डर में। तो अगर हम इनकी पाकिस्तान की टीम देखें तो एक एक प्लेयर बहुत ही अच्छा, हम ये नहीं अभी सोच सकते कि रोहित शर्मा की टीम जो है उसमें इतने अच्छे अच्छे प्लेयर हैं, हार्दिक पांड्या है और हमारे पास इतनी बेंच स्ट्रेंथ भी है। जब पाकिस्तान टीम उतरती है ग्राउंड पे तो जज्बा दूसरा होता है, और हर मैच जो होता है चोटी का मैच होता है, वो ऐसी टक्कर का मैच होता है कि समझिए कि पूरी हिंदुस्तान, पूरा पाकिस्तान गैल्वनाइज हो जाता है और देखने के लिए।
भारत की ओर से तुरुप का इक्का कौन खिलाड़ी साबित हो सकता है?
मुझे लगता है अगर रोहित शर्मा ओपनिंग और शुभमन गिल अगर ओपनिंग पारी अच्छी खेलते हैं और एक बहुत अच्छा एक स्टैंड दे देते हैं, उसके बाद पे विराट कोहली 3 नंबर पे और श्रेयस अय्यर आते हैं 4थे नंबर पे, देखिए सूर्य कुमार यादव भी हैं टीम में, तो अगर आप देखिए तो पहले अगर ये 5 प्लेयर अगर बहुत अच्छा खेल जाते हैं, ऑल्दो सूर्य कुमार यादव का फॉर्म 50 ओवर क्रिकेट में बहुत अच्छा नहीं है और बहुत अच्छा परफॉर्म नहीं कर पा रहे, ये भी हमें नहीं पता कि शायद वो इस प्लेइंग 11 में आएंगे कि भी नहीं आएंगे। स्क्वाड में जरूर है लेकिन प्लेइंग 11 में रहेंगे कि नहीं रहेंगे हमें इसका पता नहीं। लेकिन हाँ, डेफिनेटली अगर ये रोहित शर्मा, शुभमन गिल, विराट कोहली और श्रेयस अय्यर अगर क्लिक कर जाते हैं और हार्दिक पांड्या मिडिल ऑर्डर में, तो डेफिनेटली अगर अच्छा बड़ा स्कोर अगर बना देता है इंडिया तो डेफिनेटली चांसेस बहुत हैं इंडिया के, लेकिन इनको पाकिस्तान के बॉलर्स के सामने, पेस बॉलर्स के सामने स्पेशली झुकना नहीं है।
यानी कुल मिलाकर हम देखते हैं कि 2 सितंबर को जो मुकाबला होगा श्रीलंका के कैंडी में जी भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच बहुत रोमांचक होने वाला है।
डेफिनेटली हर मुकाबला जो हिंदुस्तान और पाकिस्तान के बीच में होता है चोटी का होता है, और पूरा हिंदुस्तान क्या पूरी दुनिया देखती है, जितने भी एक्सपैट्रिएट्स हैं, जितने भी इंडियंस पूरे दुनिया में हैं, सब के सब जो है इसी मैच पे उनकी नजर टिकी रहती है।
चलिए आज अब कल के मैच पर बात कर लेते हैं, श्रीलंका वर्सेस बांग्लादेश की बात कर लेते हैं। ग्रुप बी का ही मैच होगा अजय, और दोनों ही टीमों के कई खिलाड़ी घायल हैं और टीम से बाहर हैं। ऐसे में मुकाबला कैसा होगा?
देखिए ये तो इवन मुकाबला ही मुझे लग रहा है, क्योंकि एक तो श्रीलंका की तरफ थोड़ा ज़्यादा झुकाव होगा क्योंकि श्रीलंका अपने ग्राउंड पे खेल रही है, और बांग्लादेश ऑफ कोर्स वहाँ पे आके खेलेंगे। श्रीलंका के पास जो है वनिंदु हसरंगा, दुष्मंता चमीरा, लहेरू कुमारा और कुशाल परेरा भी कोविड से अभी उभर के आ रहे हैं, तो ये 4 इनके जो मेन प्लेयर्स हैं, मेन खिलाड़ी हैं, ये जो है इनका ये इंजर्ड हैं। उसकी तरफ उसके अलावा जो इनके की प्लेयर जो रह सकते हैं वो हैं पथुम निसांका, अगर ये अच्छी बैटिंग कर जाते हैं, या दिमुत करुणा रत्ना है, या चरित कासालंका है, और इनके कैप्टन जो हैं दसुन शनाका, अगर ये 4 बैटिंग बहुत अच्छी कर जाते हैं तो डेफिनेटली श्रीलंका के बहुत अच्छे चांसेस है बांग्लादेश को अपने होम ग्राउंड पे बीट करने के।
और अब हॉकी की बात। भारत ने पुरुष एशिया हॉकी 5 विश्व कप क्वालिफायर मुकाबले में बांग्लादेश को एक मुकाबले 15 गोल से हरा दिया है। कल ओमान के सलालाह में भारत के मनिंदर सिंह ने सबसे अधिक 4 गोल किए। मोहम्मद राहिल ने 3 गोल दागे, जबकि सुखविंदर, गुरजोत सिंह और पवन राजभर ने 2-2 और मनदीप मोर और दीपसांग तिर्की ने 1 गोल किया। भारत महिला एशिया हॉकी 5 विश्व कप क्वालिफायर पहले ही जीत चुका है। भारत ने टूर्नामेंट के फाइनल में थाईलैंड को 2 के मुकाबले 7 गोल से हराया था। अजय, ये 5 वाला जो कॉन्सेप्ट है ये कैसा है, और इससे पारंपरिक हॉकी को क्या कोई फायदा होगा?
देखिए अतर जी, ये टूर्नामेंट जो शुरुआत की गई थी 2000 एज एन एक्सपेरिमेंटल थिंग 2014 में यूथ ओलंपिक गेम्स में की गई थी, और उसके बाद ये बहुत फास्ट पेस्ड हॉकी है जिसमें 5 प्लेयर ईच साइड होते हैं, 1 गोलकीपर और 4 प्लेयर ऑन द फील्ड जी। और इसमें जो होते हैं क्या कहते हैं, अभी जो ये टूर्नामेंट शुरुआत हुई है, ये हम कभी भी इसको ट्रेडिशनल लेवल की बात, ट्रेडिशनल जो हॉकी होती है हमारी, उस तरह से नहीं ले सकते। हाँ, एक तरह से हो सकता है उभर के, जैसे हमने रोमांचक मुकाबला जैसे T20 50 ओवर पहले लेके आए, टेस्ट से मोनोटनी हो रही थी, उसके बाद फिर T20 ओडीआईज लेके आए, फिर T20 लेके आए, शायद इसको भी उसी तरह की तरह से लिया जा रहा है। लेकिन इसमें क्वालिफाई करने के लिए इंडिया को पहले तो एक इंडिया इज प्लेस्ड इन द एलीट पूल, जिसमें इनके पास अभी तो बांग्लादेश के खिलाफ इनका मुकाबला हुआ है, अब मलेशिया भी है, पाकिस्तान भी है, जापान भी है, ओमान भी है, ये 4 और टीमें भी हैं, और इंडिया को टॉप 3 में फिनिश करना पड़ेगा टू क्वालिफाई फॉर द वर्ल्ड कप। और वर्ल्ड कप में 16 टीमें होंगी, और वो वर्ल्ड कप अगले साल खेला जाएगा इस टूर्नामेंट का, तो हमें उसके बाद पता चलेगा कि कितना प्रसिद्ध हो रहा है।
इस टूर्नामेंट में भारत का सफर अच्छा रहने वाला है।
डेफिनेटली ये तो कॉन्टिनेंटल लेवल पे है, और इंडिया जो है अगर हम देखें, इनका जो ग्रुप है, मलेशिया है, पाकिस्तान है, जापान, ओमान और बांग्लादेश है। बांग्लादेश को अच्छे से आराम से हरा दिया, मलेशिया को भी मेरे ख्याल से कोई ज्यादा दिक्कत नहीं आने वाली, ओमान को भी टॉप 3 में रह के वर्ल्ड कप के लिए फाइनल में तो पहुंच ही जाएगी अगले साल के लिए।
और अब बात शतरंज की। अजरबैजान के बाकू में फिडे विश्व कप का रजत पदक प्राप्त करने के बाद भारत आगमन पर भारतीय शतरंज ग्रैंड मास्टर प्रज्ञानानंदा का चेन्नई हवाई अड्डे पर भव्य स्वागत किया गया। फिडे विश्व कप फाइनल के दौरान प्रज्ञानानंदा ने विश्व नंबर 1 मैग्नस कार्लसन के विरुद्ध शानदार प्रदर्शन किया था। उनके प्रभावशाली प्रदर्शन के बावजूद कार्लसन फिडे विश्व कप विजेता बने और भारतीय ग्रैंड मास्टर प्रज्ञानानंदा उप विजेता रहे। हवाई अड्डे पर प्रज्ञानानंदा ने स्वागत के लिए आई भीड़ को देखकर प्रसन्नता व्यक्त की।
ஏர்போர்ட்ல அவ்வளவு பேரை பார்த்தது ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு, எஸ்பெஷலி செஸ்.
It's a great pleasure to see a lot of people at the airport, and it's great to know that these many people follow chess. World Cup is a main element for World Championship. It's glad to play the game. Consistent practice is a must in this game. After taking some rest, I'll participate in the upcoming tournaments. I believe that one should always give utmost effort when you play, regardless of the outcome.
பெஸ்ட் கொடுங்க மத்த ரிசல்ட் பத்திலாம் வரி பண்ணாம பெஸ்ட் கொடுத்தா
अजय युवा शतरंज खिलाड़ी प्रज्ञानंदा ने क्या गजब खेल दिखाया जहां तक फिडे वर्ल्ड कप की बात है। हालांकि कार्लसन ने यह मुकाबला 2-1 से अपने नाम किया, लेकिन प्रज्ञानंदा ने बता दिया कि भविष्य उसका है।
जी हाँ, इसके बाद जो है अभी ही इज द फर्स्ट प्लेयर आफ्टर विश्वनाथन आनंद जो 5 टाइम वर्ल्ड चैंपियन थे, जिन्होंने जो है वर्ल्ड कैंडिडेट्स में अपनी जगह बनाई है। और ये वर्ल्ड कैंडिडेट्स 8 प्लेयर का होता है, इसमें से जो निकलता है ये राउंड रॉबिन में जो है वर्ल्ड कैंडिडेट्स खेला जाता है। और जो इन 8 खिलाड़ियों से जो जीत के जो सबसे आगे निकल के आता है वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के लिए टाइटल लड़ता है। तो अभी प्रज्ञानंदा को 2 और स्टेप आगे पार करने पड़ेंगे जिससे वो वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बन पाए।
और अब डूरंड कप फुटबॉल प्रतियोगिता के कल कोलकाता में खेले जाने वाले सेमीफाइनल मुकाबले में मोहन बागान का सामना एफसी गोवा से होगा। इस दिलचस्प मुकाबले पर पहले प्रियंका अरोड़ा की रिपोर्ट सुनते हैं और उसके बाद अजय से इस पर चर्चा करेंगे।
डूरंड कप फुटबॉल टूर्नामेंट में खराब शुरुआत के बाद लय हासिल कर चुकी इंडियन सुपर लीग की मौजूदा चैंपियन मोहन बागान की टीम कल सेमीफाइनल में जब एफसी गोवा के खिलाफ मैदान में उतरेगी तो उसकी कोशिश घरेलू परिस्थितियों का फायदा उठाकर फाइनल में पहुंचने की होगी।
समय नहीं है, समय अभाव के कारण हम प्रियंका की बात को नहीं सुन पा रहे हैं। श्रोताओं, अब समय हो चला है आपसे विदा लेने का। कल फिर मिलेंगे कुछ और ताज़ा खेल खबरों के साथ। अजय, आप हमारे स्टूडियो में आए और तमाम खेल खबरों पर हमारे साथ चर्चा की, इसके लिए आपका बहुत धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार अथर जी।
श्रोताओं, अगर आप इस कार्यक्रम को दोबारा सुनना चाहते हैं तो लॉग ऑन कीजिए हमारी वेबसाइट newsonair.nic.in पर। इसी के साथ स्पोर्ट्स गन की पूरी टीम के साथ अनुमति दीजिए अतहर सईद को नमस्कार।
नमस्कार, आकाशवाणी से प्रस्तुत है समाचार संध्या। इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री अश्विनी वैष्णव ने कहा, सरकार को आईटी हार्डवेयर के लिए उत्पादन से जुड़ी प्रोत्साहन योजना के अंतर्गत देश में लैपटॉप, पीसी और सर्वर के उत्पादन के लिए कंपनियों से उत्साहवर्धक प्रतिक्रिया मिली है। केंद्रीय संस्कृति मंत्री जी किशन रेड्डी ने कहा, घरेलू रसोई गैस सिलेंडर की कीमत में कटौती से करोड़ों लोगों, विशेषकर गरीब महिलाओं को मदद मिलेगी। देश के विभिन्न भागों में रक्षाबंधन के त्योहार का हर्षोल्लास। पाकिस्तान की एक विशेष अदालत ने पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री इमरान खान की न्यायिक हिरासत की अवधि 13 सितंबर तक बढ़ाई। और अमेरिकी ओपन टेनिस टूर्नामेंट के दूसरे दौर में आज रात पोलैंड की ईगा श्वियातेक का मुकाबला ऑस्ट्रेलिया की डारिया सेविल से होगा। समाचार संध्या के साथ मैं प्रियंका अरोड़ा। इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री अश्विनी वैष्णव ने कहा है कि सरकार को आईटी हार्डवेयर के लिए उत्पादन से जुड़ी प्रोत्साहन योजना के तहत देश में लैपटॉप, पीसी और सर्वर के उत्पादन के लिए कंपनियों से उत्साहवर्धक प्रतिक्रिया मिली है। उन्होंने कहा कि भारत विश्व में ज्यादातर कंपनियों के लिए भरोसेमंद और विश्वसनीय साझीदार बन गया है। श्री वैष्णव ने आज नई दिल्ली में संवाददाताओं को बताया कि भारत की विनिर्माण क्षमताओं को बढ़ाने के लिए इस योजना के तहत अब तक 32 आवेदन प्राप्त हुए हैं। इस योजना के तहत आवेदन जमा कराने का आज अंतिम दिन है। श्री वैष्णव ने कहा कि 17,000 करोड़ रुपए के बजटीय आवंटन के साथ इस वर्ष मई में आईटी हार्डवेयर के लिए पीएलआई योजना के दूसरे चरण को मंजूरी दी गई थी। श्री वैष्णव ने कहा कि लैपटॉप, पीसी और सर्वर के उत्पादन से जुड़े इन कारखानों से 75,000 लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष रोजगार मिलने की संभावना है।
The expected direct employment is going to be 75,000 in these factories. We had an outlay of 17,000 crore rupees for this, but we have received proposals which are significantly beyond this.
घरेलू रसोई गैस सिलेंडर में 200 रुपए की कमी लागू हो गई है। उज्ज्वला लाभार्थियों को प्रति सिलेंडर 400 रुपए की सब्सिडी दी जा रही है। केंद्रीय संस्कृति मंत्री जी किशन रेड्डी ने कहा कि ये रक्षाबंधन का उपहार है। उन्होंने कहा कि इससे करोड़ों लोगों, विशेषकर गरीब महिलाओं को लाभ होगा।
अभी ये सिलेंडर का 200 रुपए कम करना बहुत लोगों के लिए सुविधा होता है। मैं देश के महिलाओं की तरफ से आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी को राखी फेस्टिवल के संदर्भ में मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देता हूं। उसके साथ साथ लगभग 75 लाख का नया गैस कनेक्शन देने का भी भारत सरकार ने निर्णय किया है।
तेलंगाना के यदाद्री भुवनगिरी जिले की रेहाना ने बताया कि सरकार के इस फैसले से गरीबों को लाभ हुआ।
गैस का दाम उतरे से बहुत खुशी की बात है। खर्चों को तो काम में आते 200 रुपए, 1200 रुपए था हर महीना, अब 1000 रुपए हुआ।
महाराष्ट्र के वर्धा जिले की गृहिणी शीतल चोरडिया सरकार के इस निर्णय से खुश हैं। उन्होंने कहा कि सरकार के इस कदम से घरेलू खर्चों के बोझ में कमी होगी।
रक्षाबंधन के मौके पर मोदी सरकार ने जो हमको 200 रुपए सिलेंडर पर ऑफ करके दिया है वो बहुत अच्छा गिफ्ट है और हमको इसमें बजट में भी राहत मिलेगी और 200 रुपए हम हर महीने की बचत भी कर सकते हैं।
ये समाचार हमारी वेबसाइट newsonair.com/hindi और हमारे मोबाइल ऐप न्यूज ऑन AIR पर भी उपलब्ध हैं।
सुनो गीता, बड़ी ठंड लग रही है, जल्दी से रजाई लाओ।
अरे आपको तो बुखार है, कपकपी के साथ बुखार मलेरिया हो सकता है। आपको रजाई से ज्यादा डॉक्टर की जरूरत है।
जी हाँ, बुखार, कपकपी, सिर दर्द, बदन दर्द, मचली और उल्टी आना मलेरिया के लक्षण हैं।
देर ना करें, तुरंत निकटतम स्वास्थ्य केंद्र या अस्पताल जाएं, खून की जांच कराएं और पूरा इलाज मुफ्त पाएं।
जब कपकपी बुखार सताए, मलेरिया की जांच कराएं।
स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार द्वारा जनहित में जारी।
ये आकाशवाणी है। केंद्रीय वाणिज्य और उद्योग मंत्री पीयूष गोयल ने कहा है कि G20 शिखर सम्मेलन वैश्विक व्यापार बढ़ाने, भारत में निवेश आकर्षित करने और बहुपक्षीय संगठनों में भारत की भूमिका बढ़ाने की दिशा में महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन है। नई दिल्ली में भारतीय निर्यात संगठन परिसंघ के उत्तरी क्षेत्रीय निर्यात श्रेष्ठ पुरस्कार समारोह को संबोधित करते हुए उन्होंने कहा कि भारत गौरव से परिपूर्ण तथा प्रतिभाओं से संपन्न राष्ट्र है और समूचा विश्व मानता है कि ये दुनिया की आर्थिक प्रगति के लिए भविष्य में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण वाहक है। प्रधानमंत्री के प्रधान सचिव डॉक्टर PK मिश्रा ने आज नई दिल्ली में G20 समन्वय समिति की बैठक की अध्यक्षता की। उन्होंने नई दिल्ली में G20 नेताओं के शिखर सम्मेलन की तैयारियों की समीक्षा की। समन्वय समिति की ये 9वीं बैठक थी। बैठक में G20 सचिवालय और विदेश, गृह, संस्कृति, सूचना और प्रसारण मंत्रालय तथा दूरसंचार विभाग के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी शामिल हुए। बैठक के दौरान प्रधान सचिव ने सभी संबंधित अधिकारियों और संगठनों के प्रमुखों को शिखर सम्मेलन के निर्बाध आयोजन के लिए सभी प्रयास करने को कहा। विभिन्न एजेंसियों के बीच सुगम समन्वय के लिए भारत मंडपम में विभिन्न एजेंसियों का नियंत्रण कक्ष बनाया जाएगा। डॉक्टर मिश्रा ने आयोजन स्थल पर नटराज की प्रतिमा लगाने के कार्य की प्रगति की समीक्षा की। आगंतुक नेताओं की पत्नियों के लिए कार्यक्रम स्थल को विशेष रूप से सजाने के कार्य की समीक्षा की गई। G20 के लिए पहली बार मोबाइल ऐप विकसित किया गया है। ये G20 इंडिया ऐप एंड्रॉयड और iOS से डाउनलोड किया जा सकता है। G20 शिखर सम्मेलन से पहले दिल्ली पुलिस ने सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर राष्ट्रीय राजधानी में पैराग्लाइडर्स, हैंग ग्लाइडर्स और हॉट एयर बलून्स जैसे हवाई उपकरणों के संचालन पर रोक लगा दी है। दिल्ली पुलिस आयुक्त संजय अरोड़ा की ओर से जारी आदेश में कहा गया है कि कुछ आपराधिक और असामाजिक तत्व तथा भारत से विद्वेष रखने वाले आतंकवादी ऐसे उपकरणों से आम जनता और शिखर सम्मेलन में आने वाले प्रतिनिधियों की सुरक्षा के लिए खतरा पैदा कर सकते हैं। इसलिए मानव रहित विमानों, रिमोट संचालित विमानों और कम शक्ति के छोटे विमानों की उड़ान पर प्रतिबंध लगाया गया है। G20 शिखर सम्मेलन के दौरान ऐसे सभी हवाई उपकरणों पर प्रतिबंध रहेंगे और दोषी लोगों को भारतीय दंड संहिता के अंतर्गत सजा दी जाएगी। प्रवर्तन निदेशालय ने हिमाचल प्रदेश छात्रवृत्ति घोटाला मामले में हिमाचल प्रदेश, पंजाब, हरियाणा और दिल्ली में 24 स्थानों पर तलाशी अभियान चलाया है। ये तलाशी अभियान राज्य शिक्षा विभाग के अधिकारियों, बैंकों और निजी विश्वविद्यालयों तथा संस्थानों से संबंधित संस्थाओं के मालिकों पर चलाया गया, जो कथित तौर पर छात्रवृत्ति निधि के दुरुपयोग में शामिल थे। निदेशालय के अनुसार तलाशी अभियान के दौरान 75 लाख रुपए की नकदी जब्त की गई और बैंक खातों में पड़े 2 करोड़ 55 लाख रुपए फ्रीज कर दिए गए। हरियाणा सरकार ने नई शिक्षा नीति में आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए अनुसंधान को बढ़ावा देने के प्रस्ताव को मंजूरी दी है। इसमें विज्ञान, टेक्नोलॉजी, सामाजिक विज्ञान और मानविकी में मुख्यमंत्री फेलोशिप शामिल है। इसमें हर परियोजना के लिए 75,000 से 1 लाख रुपए तक की राशि दी जाएगी। राष्ट्रपति द्रौपदी मुर्मू कल से छत्तीसगढ़ की 2 दिन की यात्रा पर रहेंगी। वे रायपुर में सकारात्मक परिवर्तन का वर्ष विषय पर ब्रह्म कुमारी के राज्य स्तरीय कार्यक्रम में शामिल होंगी। राष्ट्रपति शुक्रवार को बिलासपुर में गुरु घासीदास विश्वविद्यालय के 10वें दीक्षांत समारोह में शामिल होंगी। नागालैंड की राजधानी कोहिमा ने वर्ष 2022 के लिए इंडिया स्मार्ट सिटी अवार्ड के तहत पूर्वोत्तर क्षेत्र के लिए क्षेत्रीय स्मार्ट सिटी पुरस्कार जीता है। सिक्किम के नामची और कोहिमा को संयुक्त रूप से ये पुरस्कार मिला। ये दोनों शहर देश के पुरस्कृत 66 स्मार्ट शहरों की सूची में शामिल हैं। ये समाचार आकाशवाणी से प्रसारित किए जा रहे हैं। ताजा समाचार जानने के लिए आप हमारे ट्विटर हैंडल @AIR News हिंदी को फॉलो कर सकते हैं। समाचार संध्या में आपका फिर स्वागत है। भारतीय अंतरिक्ष अनुसंधान संगठन इसरो सूर्य के अध्ययन के लिए पहली अंतरिक्ष आधारित भारतीय वेधशाला आदित्य L1 को शनिवार को दिन में 11:50 पर आंध्र प्रदेश में श्रीहरिकोटा अंतरिक्ष केंद्र से प्रक्षेपित करेगा। इसे सूर्य और पृथ्वी के बीच लैग्रेंज बिंदु L1 के आसपास प्रकाश वृत्त कक्षा में स्थापित किया जाएगा। ये बिंदु पृथ्वी से लगभग 15 लाख किलोमीटर दूर है। लैग्रेंज बिंदु तक पहुंचने में करीब 4 महीने का समय लगेगा। L1 बिंदु के पास प्रकाश वृत्त कक्षा का लाभ ये है कि ग्रहण जैसी स्थितियों और अन्य बाधाओं के बिना सूर्य की गतिविधियों का अध्ययन कर सकता है। आदित्य L1 अभियान सूर्य के वातावरण और सौर वायु का भी अध्ययन करेगा। इसमें 7 पेलोड होंगे। इसकी मदद से सूर्य के ताप और अन्य गतिविधियों, मौसम के बदलते रूप तथा अन्य सौर प्रणालियों का भी अध्ययन किया जाएगा। इसरो ने देशवासियों को PSLV C57 को रवाना किए जाने को देखने का निमंत्रण दिया है। इस प्रक्षेपण को श्रीहरिकोटा की दर्शन दीर्घा से देखने के लिए ivg.shar.gov.in/VSCR रजिस्ट्रेशन वेबसाइट पर पंजीकरण कराया जा सकता है। पाकिस्तान की विशेष अदालत ने पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री इमरान खान की गोपनीय दस्तावेज मामले में न्यायिक हिरासत की अवधि 13 सितंबर तक बढ़ा दी है। ये निर्देश इस्लामाबाद हाईकोर्ट द्वारा तोशाखाना मामले में उनकी 3 साल की जेल की सजा को निलंबित करने के एक दिन बाद आया है। ये मामला गुप्त राजनयिक दस्तावेज से संबंधित है जो कथित तौर पर इमरान खान के पास से गायब हो गया था। उनकी पार्टी का आरोप है कि इसमें इमरान खान को सत्ता से बेदखल करने की अमेरिका की ओर से धमकी दी गई थी। रूस के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में आज ड्रोन हमले हुए। स्कोफ शहर में हवाई अड्डे पर हवाई हमले से अफरा तफरी मच गई और सेना के 4 परिवहन विमान क्षतिग्रस्त हो गए। स्कोफ के गवर्नर मिखाइल वेदिनिकोफ ने कहा है कि रूस की सेना ने हमलावर ड्रोन खदेड़ दिए और कोई घायल नहीं हुआ। अधिकारियों ने फौरी तौर पर हवाई क्षेत्र को बंद कर दिया है, जबकि स्कोफ के हवाई अड्डे से आज सभी उड़ानों को रद्द कर दिया गया। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने रक्षा बंधन पर देशवासियों को बधाई दी है। श्री मोदी ने कहा कि रक्षा बंधन का शुभ पर्व भाई बहन के बीच अटूट विश्वास और प्रेम को समर्पित है तथा भारत की पावन संस्कृति का प्रतीक है। प्रधानमंत्री ने कामना की कि रक्षा बंधन प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के जीवन में प्रेम और स्नेह की भावना मजबूत करेगा। प्रधानमंत्री ने नई दिल्ली में अपने निवास पर बच्चों के साथ रक्षा बंधन का पर्व मनाया। बच्चों ने प्रधानमंत्री को राखी बांधी और हाल ही में चंद्रयान 3 मिशन की सफलता पर सकारात्मक भावनाओं को व्यक्त किया। अजरबैजान के बाकू में फिडे विश्व कप का रजत पदक प्राप्त करने के बाद स्वदेश लौटने पर भारतीय शतरंज ग्रैंड मास्टर प्रज्ञानानंद का चेन्नई हवाई अड्डे पर भव्य स्वागत किया गया। फिडे विश्व कप फाइनल के दौरान प्रज्ञानानंद ने विश्व के नंबर 1 खिलाड़ी मैग्नस कार्लसन के विरुद्ध शानदार प्रदर्शन किया था। हवाई अड्डे पर प्रज्ञानानंद ने स्वागत के लिए आई भीड़ को देखकर प्रसन्नता व्यक्त की।
हवाई अड्डे पर इतने अधिक लोगों को देखना बड़ी खुशी की बात है और ये जानकर अच्छा लगता है कि इतने सारे लोग शतरंज देख रहे हैं। विश्व कप में बड़ी चुनौती उम्मीदवार के रूप में चुना जाना है और मुझे खुशी है कि मैं उन उम्मीदवारों में से एक था।
अमेरिकी ओपन टेनिस टूर्नामेंट में महिला सिंगल्स के दूसरे दौर में वर्तमान विजेता पोलैंड की ईगा श्वियातेक का मुकाबला ऑस्ट्रेलिया की डारिया सेविल से होगा। ये मैच भारतीय समयानुसार आज रात 9:45 बजे से खेला जाएगा। इससे पहले पुरुष सिंगल्स में अमेरिकी ओपन टेनिस टूर्नामेंट में मौजूदा चैंपियन स्पेन के कार्लोस अल्कराज भी दूसरे दौर में पहुंच गए। अल्कराज और जर्मनी के डोमिनिक कोइफर के बीच पहले दौर के मैच के दौरान कोइफर घायल होने के कारण मैच से हट गए थे। उस समय अल्कराज 6-2, 3-2 से आगे चल रहे थे। एशिया कप क्रिकेट टूर्नामेंट शुरू हो गया है। ये पाकिस्तान और श्रीलंका में 4 स्थानों पर खेला जाएगा। प्रतियोगिता के पहले मैच में आज पाकिस्तान के मुल्तान में पाकिस्तान का मुकाबला नेपाल से हो रहा है। भारत श्रीलंका के कैंटी में 2 सितंबर को पाकिस्तान के साथ अपना अभियान शुरू करेगा। अंत में मुख्य समाचार एक बार फिर। इलेक्ट्रॉनिकी और सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्री अश्विनी वैष्णव ने कहा, सरकार को आईटी हार्डवेयर के लिए उत्पादन से जुड़ी प्रोत्साहन योजना के अंतर्गत देश में लैपटॉप, पीसी और सर्वर के उत्पादन के लिए कंपनियों से उत्साहवर्धक प्रतिक्रिया मिली है। केंद्रीय संस्कृति मंत्री जी किशन रेड्डी ने कहा, घरेलू रसोई गैस सिलेंडर की कीमत में कटौती से करोड़ों लोगों, विशेषकर गरीब महिलाओं को मदद मिलेगी। देश के विभिन्न भागों में रक्षाबंधन के त्योहार का हर्षोल्लास। पाकिस्तान की एक विशेष अदालत ने पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री इमरान खान की न्यायिक हिरासत की अवधि 13 सितंबर तक बढ़ाई। और अमेरिकी ओपन टेनिस टूर्नामेंट के दूसरे दौर में आज रात पोलैंड की ईगा श्वियातेक का मुकाबला ऑस्ट्रेलिया की डारिया सेविल से होगा। इसके साथ ही समाचार संध्या का ये अंक समाप्त हुआ। नमस्कार।
Good evening. This is Akashwani. I'm Sunil Verma with the news at 9. The headlines. Government gets overwhelming response for production of computers and servers under production-linked incentive scheme for IT hardware, says Electronics and IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. Union Culture Minister G. Kishan Reddy asserts reduction in domestic LPG cylinder price to help crores of people, especially poor women. Raksha Bandhan is being celebrated in different parts of the country. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan to remain behind bars as a special court extends judicial remand till the 13th of September. And in US Open tennis, defending champion Iga Świątek of Poland to take on Australia's Daria Saville in second round at New York tonight. Electronics and IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav has said that the government has got an overwhelming response from the companies for the production of laptop, personal computer and servers in the country under production-linked incentive PLI scheme for IT hardware. He said India has become the trusted and reliable partner for most companies in the world. Mr. Vaishnav was addressing a press conference in New Delhi today. He said that 32 applications have been received so far under the PLI scheme 2.0 for IT hardware to enhance India's manufacturing capabilities. Today is the last day for submission of applications under the scheme. Mr. Vaishnav said the PLI scheme for IT hardware was approved with a budgetary outlay of 17,000 crore rupees in May this year. Mr. Vaishnav said these factories are expected to provide direct employment to 75,000 persons.
The expected direct employment is going to be 75,000 in these factories. We had an outlay of 17,000 crore rupees for this, but we have received proposals which are significantly beyond this. That's very heartening. That shows a clear commitment of the global supply chain to come to the trusted partner that has got established in the world today, thanks to the way our Prime Minister has conducted economic policy and thanks to the way our Prime Minister has conducted the foreign policy.
Union Culture Minister G. Kishan Reddy today said reduction of 200 rupees in the price of the domestic LPG cylinder has been implemented as a Raksha Bandhan gift for the first time, and it will help crores of people, especially the poor women. Speaking to Akashvani correspondent in Hyderabad, the minister said the Ujjwala beneficiaries are being benefited by 400 rupees per cylinder. Referring to the decision to provide 75 lakh new connections under the Ujjwala scheme, he said it will help implement the scheme on a saturation basis.
अभी ये सिलेंडर का 200 रुपए कम करना बहुत लोगों के लिए सुविधा होता है। उसके साथ साथ लगभग 75 लाख का नया गैस कनेक्शन देने का भी भारत सरकार ने निर्णय किया है। इस सैचुरेशन मोड पे जो भी गरीब है, मिडिल क्लास है, जो भी एलिजिबल है, देश में रहने वाले सभी लोगों को, जो ट्राइबल्स हो और शहर में रहने वाले गरीब हो, सभी लोगों को सिलेंडर देना चाहिए, सबको पहुंचना चाहिए। भारत सरकार का निर्णय।
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today emphasized on digital capability upgradation of regional rural banks RRBs. Chairing the review meeting of RRBs of Northern Region in New Delhi, Ms. Sitharaman stressed that banks should map RRBs with MSME clusters and put greater thrust on increasing network of rural branches in cluster areas identified by the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. The Finance Minister also suggested to prepare a roadmap for completing the designated activities in a time-bound manner. Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister Dr. P.K. Mishra today chaired the meeting of the G20 Coordination Committee in New Delhi. He took stock of arrangements for the G20 New Delhi Leaders Summit, including logistics, protocol, security and media-related arrangements. This was the 9th meeting of the Coordination Committee. It was attended by senior officers from G20 Secretariat and Ministries of External Affairs, Home, Culture, Information and Broadcasting and the Department of Telecommunications. During the meeting, the Principal Secretary asked all the concerned officers and heads of organizations to make every effort to host an impeccable summit. Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment has inked an MOU with the National Safai Karamcharis Finance and Development Corporation NSK FDC for the fiscal years 2023-24 and 2024-25. The partnership aims to enhance the socio-economic upliftment of Safai Karamcharis, manual scavengers, waste pickers and their dependents, focusing on their empowerment across the nation. The Enforcement Directorate has carried out search operations at 24 locations in Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Haryana and Delhi in the Himachal Pradesh scholarship scam case. The search operations were carried out on officials of the State Education Department, banks and owners of entities related to private universities and institutions who were allegedly involved in misappropriation of scholarship funds. According to the ED, unaccounted cash of 75 lakh rupees was seized and 2 crore 55 lakh rupees lying in the bank accounts were freezed during the search operations. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde today directed the district officials to take more effective action to protect the wetlands along with the Kandal forests in the state. The Chief Minister said that it is important to protect Kandal forests, keeping in view their importance for the protection of sea coasts. Wetlands are being protected all over the country and such places are given Ramsar status. Meanwhile, Deputy Chief Minister and Housing Minister Devendra Fadnavis announced that the proposal for promoting the redevelopment of old buildings will be processed in 3 months. Addressing a conference of housing cooperatives organized by BJP Legislative Council Group Leader and Mumbai Bank Chairman MLA Praveen Darekar today, Mr. Fadnavis informed that a window scheme will be launched for this purpose. A government order has also been issued today for approval of a single window scheme to promote the redevelopment of registered cooperative housing societies in the state. This is Akashvani giving you the news. For quick news updates round the clock, follow us on our Twitter handle at AIR News Alerts. The festival of Raksha Bandhan is being celebrated with traditional fervour and gaiety in different parts of the country. On this occasion, sisters tie colourful rakhis around the wrists of their brothers and pray for their prosperity, health and well-being. In return, brothers pledge to protect and support their sisters and present them gifts. President Draupadi Murmu, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar and Prime Minister Narendra Modi have greeted the people on the occasion. The Prime Minister celebrated Raksha Bandhan with children at his residence in New Delhi. The children tied Rakhi to the Prime Minister and shared their positive feelings on the recent success of Chandrayaan-3 mission and expressed their enthusiasm about the upcoming Aditya L1 mission. Sikkim Chief Minister P.S. Tamang flagged off Seema Darshan under the Vibrant Villages program from Gangtok this morning. Under the initiative, around 50 college and university students visited the Indo-China Nathula border to celebrate Raksha Bandhan with personnel from the Indian Army and ITBP. Speaking on the occasion, the Chief Minister said, Sikkim will benefit from the development of border villages.
हमारा जो अंतिम गांव है उसको पहला गांव बनाने का जो प्रोजेक्ट है वाइब्रेंट विलेज प्रोजेक्ट और वाइब्रेंट विलेज के प्रोजेक्ट का हमारा सिक्किम का भी जो भी चाइना बॉर्डर से सटा हुआ गांव है उनमें पूरा प्रोजेक्ट आएंगे डेवलपमेंट हो जाएंगे ताकि वहां का जितना भी नागरिक है वहां से छोड़ के कहीं ना जाए.
Chief Election Commissioner Rajiv Kumar has said that various initiatives have been taken to ensure free, fair and peaceful elections in Mizoram. Addressing a press conference in Aizawl, he further said that the Commission will ensure level playing field for all candidates. The Chief Election Commissioner said that the final electoral rolls will be published in October.
Electoral roll revision going on. The final will be published on 4th of October 2023. The number of polling stations in the state is 1276 and average voter per booth is only 657 because of the difficult terrain and distant places, and of which 95 would be purely women managed polling stations.
An 18-member ECI team arrived in Aizawl yesterday for a 3-day visit. The Indian Cultural Association ICA in Sri Lanka celebrated Onam in Colombo. The celebration of the Harvest Festival of Kerala, which symbolizes prosperity, secularism and harmony, featured cultural performances on the relevance and importance of Onam. The members of the Indian community enjoyed enactment of the story of King Mahabali. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan will remain behind bars after a special court extended his judicial remand in a cipher case till the 13th of September. It comes a day after the Islamabad High Court suspended his 3-year jail sentence in the Tosha Khana case. The cipher case pertains to a diplomatic document which reportedly went missing from Imran Khan's possession. Meanwhile, the special court today sent Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Vice Chairman Shah Mahmood Qureshi to a 14-day judicial remand in the cipher case. The former foreign minister was arrested by the Federal Investigation Agency earlier this month. Several Russian regions came under attack by a swarm of drones in the early hours today. The drones hit an airport in the city of Pskov, causing a huge blaze and damaging 4 military transport planes. Pskov Governor Mikhail Vedornikov said the Russian military repelled the attack and there were no injuries. Russian Foreign Ministry spokesperson Maria Zakharova said unmanned aerial vehicles were deployed by Ukraine in several regions of Russia. She further said seaborne drones were also used to attack Svastopor harbor. Local media reports said Russian authorities briefly closed the airspace in the region, while Pskov airport cancelled all flights today to assess potential damage to the runway. Meanwhile, there was no immediate comment from Ukrainian officials. The India Meteorological Department IMD has predicted a fresh spell of heavy rainfall over Odisha, Chhattisgarh, North Andhra Pradesh and Telangana from Saturday. IMD has also forecast heavy rainfall activity over Assam and Meghalaya from Saturday. Heavy rainfall activity is also likely over Nagaland, Manipur, Mizoram and Tripura during the next 5 days. The Weather Office has also predicted subdued rainfall activity over remaining parts of the country during the next 5 days. Indian chess grandmaster Pragyanananda, who won a silver medal at FIDE World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan, received a rousing welcome on his arrival at the Chennai airport today. During the FIDE World Cup final, Pragyanananda delivered an impressive performance against the reigning world number 1 Magnus Carlsen. Talking to Akashvani News, Mr. Pragyanananda said he will gear up for upcoming tournaments after taking some rest.
ஏர்போர்ட்ல அவ்வளவு பேரை பார்த்தது ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு எஸ்பெஷலி செஸ்
It's a great pleasure to see a lot of people at the airport, and it's great to know that these many people follow chess. World Cup is a main element for World Championship. It's glad to play the game. Consistent practice is a must in this game. After taking some rest, I'll participate in the upcoming tournaments. I believe that one should always give utmost effort when you play, regardless of the outcome.
பெஸ்ட் கொடுங்க மத்த ரிசல்ட் பத்திலாம் வரி பண்ணாம பெஸ்ட் கொடுத்தா.
In US Open tennis, world number 1 and defending champion Świątek of Poland will take on Australia's Daria Saville in the second round at the Arthur Ashe Stadium in New York tonight. In another match, second seed and three-time winner Djokovic of Serbia will face Spain's Bernabe Zapata Miralles, while Francis Tiafoe of USA will compete against Sebastian Ufner of Australia. That would be Austria. In Asia Cup 2023 tournament, chasing a target of 343 to win, Nepal were 91 for 7 in 21.3 overs against Pakistan in Multan when reports last came in. Earlier opting to bat, Pakistan scored 342 in 50 overs. And now, before we end the bulletin, the headlines once again. Government gets overwhelming response for production of computers and servers under production-linked incentive scheme for IT hardware, says Electronics and IT Minister Ashwini Vaishnav. Union Culture Minister G. Kishan Reddy asserts reduction in domestic LPG cylinder price to help crores of people, especially poor women. Raksha Bandhan is being celebrated in different parts of the country. Pakistan's former Prime Minister Imran Khan to remain behind bars as a special court extends judicial remand till 13th of September. And in US Open tennis, defending champion Iga Świątek of Poland to take on Australia's Daria Saville in second round at New York tonight. That is all in the news at 9. Good night.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on reduction of price of LPG cylinder by the government. The participants are Subhamoy Bhattacharjee, economic analyst, and Nishit Kumar, anchor.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you an exclusive interview with Satoshi Sasaki, officer in charge, International Labour Organization, Decent Work Team for South Asia and Country Office, India. Interviewer is Chandrani Banerjee, journalist.
We are here with the Deputy Director of International Labour Organization in India, who also happens to be officer in charge of ILO, International Labour Organization. Welcome to the studio, sir.
Thank you very much.
We will talk about various issues. Of course, G20 is on top. So, how will the G20 summit is going to help the skilled and semi-skilled employees? What are your views?
The labor ministers for the meeting of the G20 discuss for the much more on the addressing the issues of the skills gaps this time in this year. And particularly they are coming up with the idea of organizing the mapping of the global skills gap, which has the two different for the issues included in it. One is that they would like to extend the national statistical data of the skills. That is for at the moment we're having the ILO OECD skills for jobs for the database to be extended to more G20 countries. That's what one thing they have decided. And another thing is that international reference of the skills means that for the certification occupations by skills and qualifications will be organized in different countries, in G20 countries, so that it can contribute to the growth for the country recognition of the skills that can be used in the different for the countries. So these are the things the G20, the labor ministers for this time discussed in the meeting in India. And obviously these are contributing to help the job seekers for the cross borders, trying to identify what sort of skills that they need if they are hired in different for the countries. So this is the things that what is going on now. And for this, for example, the ILO has been developing the South Asia qualifications for reference for the framework, and that is for the migrant workers in different countries in South Asia. So that's sort of the starting point in this country. that can be extended to different countries in the future.
I would come back to G20 again. You agree that the G20 is going to help to create job opportunities for the specially abled employees?
Yes. Most important thing is that, the labor ministers meeting of the G20 had been working on the promote inclusive, fair and sustainable employment for people with disabilities.
Right.
This is for the contributing to sustainable development goals.
Right, sir.
And also the United Nations, the Convention on the Rights of the People with Disabilities, known as the CPRD.
Right.
So with this and particularly, as you know, the G20 have been organizing every year. And the last year, 2022, the labor ministers meeting has agreed on action plan on accelerating and monitoring G20 principle for labor market integration for people with disabilities.
Yes, sir.
And the action plan, actually, the report will be published for every 4 years and reported to the G20, the labor ministers meeting.
So what special measures that were discussed or planned for the betterment of labor relations?
What is on the labor relationship, labor relations issues? What is important is that among the G20 countries, they have agreed and reaffirmed the commitment to promoting the social dialogue. Social dialogue, as you know, that the ILO's for the principle is for the maintaining and for the promoting the tripartite for the dialogue, which will consist of the government, employers and workers organization. This is the basis for having the good for the social dialogue and discussing about what are the labor issues and as to how they can solve the existing issues. But importantly, in this discussion, it should be involved by the employers and workers organizations.
So huge workforce travel from India to different countries. So what are the measures that can be, taken to ensure that they are not exploited? In the sense, is there any added measure that the G20 countries are planning to offer to the workforce, which will kind of beneficial for the workforce?
Yeah, for example, ILO's for having the project for the supporting the countries to establish for the good basis for collecting information by the migrant workers to go out of the country. What sort of the labor rights they should have. For example, the important thing is that they should have the good the contract, so that their labor rights should be protected. But at the same time, for labor migration issues, the one thing important is as to how they can understand the skills gaps. What sort of skills required for them to work as the workers in different countries, and what sort of the skills are needed in these countries. So filling this for the skills gap. For example, the G20 labor ministers meeting this time focused on the skills for the mapping.
Right.
That's one thing. And another very important issue for the migrant workers is the portability of the social security. Yeah, because they are working outside the country, as to how at the time they have a sickness, how the medical payment can be covered. These are still yet to be completing. So I think there's still a little bit long way to go. But now the G20 labor ministers for the meetings for the discussing as to how extend the workers working abroad can be covered by the different the social security. And these social security the systems, the schemes can be portable in the sense that it can be applicable in different countries.
There is a huge problem of no jobs across borders. Are G20 countries focusing on trying to work on a forward plan in the sense there will be more jobs after G20? You think that is going to happen?
Yeah, this is very important issue, and it's relevant for different working groups of G20. And most important thing at the moment, of course, this is very politically sensitive issue as well. And what I can say at the moment is that with the Indian the presidency, the G20, they can brought it to the initiating the discussions. But I should also say that this need to be continued. So now we are coming towards the more starting of the continuous for the discussions.
So you wanted to say that not only G20, it should be a continuous dialogue.
Yes.
To work towards it and to come up with a forward plan which will keep improving by the day.
Yes.
Pandemic closed many job opportunities. You agree?
Yeah.
So how will that be tackled involving the G20 countries?
I would like to make 3 points here. The first point is the importance of universal coverage of social protection. During the COVID for the period, many people see that the job losses but at the same time for the people coming back from the abroad to back to the India, for example, and but back to the rural area, how their social protection, I mean, at the time they lose the jobs, how their income can be secured. So I think one of the critically important thing is for the extending the social protection to all the workers, so that any time for this kind of the disaster happens, the people can be well protected. And the United Nations, the Secretary General recently mentioned about the proposed the United Nations Global Accelerator on Jobs and Social Protection for the transition. On this, the Labour Ministers meeting of the G20 came up with the 2 of 3 outcomes are related to this. One is the extension of the social security. Another one is with the financing social security. So with this, I think it is important that for the G20 will continue to discussing on this issue. And second point I want to make is that the elimination of child labor and forced labor. With the loss of job opportunities in many countries, including India, we could see the surge of child labor.
Absolutely.
But as to how this sort of things can be minimized or eliminated, this is the critically important for the issue that we need to talk about. And last point I want to make is for the transition, particularly on the digital platforms. For example, the involvement of the gig and the platform or the workers. You see during the COVID-19 period, the gig workers helped us a lot. Yeah, like at home, we are waiting for the delivery of the food, and these were delivered by the gig workers. But as to how we can protect for the gig and the platform workers is the big issues coming up now. And the G20 leaders were working on this and the condition for the gig and the platform workers. So ILOs were expecting to have the good discussion on this issue in the coming International Labour Conference. So these things we should continue to discuss, and the G20 is a good for the platform to discuss.
Is there any planning of ILO to organize joint workshops for the employees to make them aware of the workers' welfare and their rights? It's an area which is always not many workers or labor force aware of. So is there any plan of organizing joint workshops by ILO?
Yeah, ILO as a principle, we are very much based on the tripartism and the promoting the decent work through social dialogue. This is the essential the issue of the ILO. This is why ILO is here on this planet. And the workers' rights is what we are seeking for. But at the same time, it should be backed by the sustainable and competitive enterprises.
Absolutely.
These things are the back-to-back.
Yes. And
to realize the workers' rights and sustainable and competitive enterprises, ILOs having the Decent Work Country Program, which is the strategy for 5 years among the tripartite constituents, employers, workers, and government, together with ILO. And in this, this is a joint the strategic paper and planning paper for us. And under this, we are agreed what sort of action we should take on promoting the workers for the rights.
To make them aware.
Yeah, and of course, this should be recognized by the employers' organizations. For example, recently, I think 2 weeks ago, I participated in the National Conference on the Employees' Relations organized by the Employers' Federation of the South India. EFSI is the one of the employers' organization in India and extensively working in the southern part of the country. And they discuss focusing on the employees' relationship. And this is participated by the corporate executives and also the HR practitioners or the managers, and the discussing as to how they can improve the working condition of the workers, which is contributing to the enterprise development as well. And the ILOs would engage and would providing the technical support in this sort of event so that we can work together on promoting the workers' rights.
And you think that workshop within G20 countries would also help to better utilize job description, would be more specific for the labor force?
Yeah, of course, the most important, the basic problem in many countries, including India, is the existence of the huge informal economy. Informal enterprises, in many cases, were not using, for example, the labor contract, which would clearly describe what is the labor rights of the workers and having the agreement with the employers. But this sort of document is in many cases lacking. So ILOs for the promoting for the formalization of enterprises and the workers themselves, and for the trying to establish based on the labor laws, and for the both sides, employers and workers, for the having the good understanding what's their agreement as to how the workers contributing to the enterprises. And this is the way how the ILO can promote the employment for the relationships and for the trying to the formalizing the employment relationship.
Course that ILO has recently started in a joint venture for the students to understand labor relations, industrial relations. How far you think such courses help?
Most important thing is that through these courses, we are raising awareness and sensitizing the world of work issues among the students, but also the HR professionals, the government administrators, and also the trade union leaders. And we can focusing on the better labor relationship, but also the effective for the organizing of the social dialogue. And to organize this for the training for the courses in India, we are working with the institutions like the B.B. Giri National Labour Institute, Kerala Institute of Labour and Employment, but also we are organizing training for the programs with the employers and workers organizations, and sometimes we are sending the training our counterparts to the international training courses organized by the ILO's International Training for the Center in Italy. So these are the different ways of organizing training courses to make them aware of the world work issues.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You were listening to an exclusive interview with Satoshi Sasaki, Officer in Charge, International Labour Organization Decent Work Team for South Asia and Country Office India. Interviewer was Chandrani Banerjee, journalist. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani.
This is Akashvani. In the program Spotlight, now we bring you a discussion on reduction of price of LPG cylinder by the government. The participants are Subhamoy Bhattacharjee, economic analyst, and Nishit Kumar, anchor.
The high prices of LPG in recent times was a hot topic debated over the past few months. Now the central government has provided the much needed succor by slashing the LPG prices by a flat ₹200 across the board. Now to discuss its implications, we have with us Mr. Subhamoy Bhattacharjee, economic analyst. Mr. Bhattacharjee, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Mr. Bhattacharjee, how do you see this ₹200 reduction in LPG prices by the government?
Well, it's rather significant. First of all, looking back as to what has been happening in the range of oil and gas that we import, LPG is a particular type which is rather a more costlier one compared to, say, petrol and diesel. And yet, because of the need that it's basically catering to domestic consumption, pricing of LPG has always been a difficult thing to ensure compared to its price at which it is actually
procured,
available, in which it was being procured in India. That is where the problem, as you rightly said, and so therefore the reduction in the price of LPG is, well, basically it's a domestic consumer, retail consumer, so yes, it will be welcomed all over.
So as I said, that the LPG pricing has always been a very complex issue. Now, coming to the production and the import of LPG, are we self-sufficient or are we kind of importing almost all of LPG from abroad?
We essentially import almost the entire thing from abroad. In fact, LPG we don't, from our gas fields and others, it doesn't come in. I won't go into why it doesn't and all that. Point is that we don't have in our resources.
Natural resources.
LPG doesn't figure.
All right.
So that's fair enough. That happens for lots of countries. Problem that comes along is that LPG, so therefore if we take a look at whether we will be Atmanirbhar in LPG, which is a very good question to ask, the problem that is being looked at by the government is that who needs LPG? So when we look at LPG, what you notice is that this is essentially coming as cylinders, whereas what the government has rightly been doing is that it's been saying that as India urbanizes, then the amount of, or rather the areas where they would be needing LPG should come down, and instead it should be replaced by what is called the piped natural gas.
Okay.
Or for commercial vehicles, compressed natural gas, which is basically, we won't go into the difference, but the point is that's from natural gas, and that's not only do we produce quite a bit of it, but its prices are more softer and we can handle those better. Now, how does that happen? Well, the way it's happened is that the country in any urban area, it's very easy to send piped natural gas. And because of the density of people living in any area, this is a very easy stuff to do, and that is what the government has been doing. In fact, by 2021, when the final round of auction of compressed natural gas and piped natural gas occurred, what the government found was that it had actually been able to cover about 82% of India's geographical area. Now, that's a very substantial thing, which means that about 82% of India's land mass will be covered by supply of piped natural gas for homes and compressed natural gas for consumption production. What would that mean? That would mean that the entire country's most of its requirement for cooking would be supplied by PNG. Okay. So what does that mean for the LPG sector? Well, that means that the LPG is essentially then required only for a very, what I should call a limited area, which is basically either semi-urban or rural areas, which is therefore much more easy, and I should say the challenge becomes much more possible to handle. And that is how the government is looking at the LPG scenario going ahead.
How does this slash in the prices going to help in taming inflation, especially the retail inflation based on consumer price index? It has surged to almost 7.4%, of course, mostly on account of food products and food prices.
Obviously, fuel is a very major part of consumer price inflation. So fuel does play a very strong role, plus also the fact that practically all the food that food itself is about 51% of the total consumer price inflation. And of that food, a large percentage is packaged food. It's not just people using fuel for their own consumption at home, but also for what they buy as packaged food, because almost all of that is essentially also going through the cooking process, and that also puts in some amount of the cost. So there is a very strong impact, or what should you say, process of cumulative price rise, which happens because of when the price of cooking gas rises. So therefore, cutting down the price of LPG, the government has done by rupees 200 per cylinder, as we say, is a very significant step, because it actually makes a very distinctly, it's almost 40% cut in the price per bottle. So that's a significant price cut.
Mr. Bhattacharya, there is also an announcement of providing additional 75 lakh connections under the PM Ujjwala Yojana, that is PMUI, of course, in addition to the already existing connections. So how far-reaching relief do you see this move bringing to the masses, especially the rural people?
Yeah, that's an interesting point. So let's look at the numbers. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Ministry says that the Ujjwala scheme has covered about 9.59 crore beneficiaries since it was launched in 2016. And most of this, about 34% is in Eastern India, 30% in Northern India, Western region is 21%, and Southern region about 10%. Northeast is about less than 6%. Now, this LPG scheme, which is essentially the nub of the Ujjwala scheme, is what does it mean? It meant that this, out of the total buyers of LPG, almost a third, in fact more than a third, are covered under the Ujjwala scheme. What does that mean? That the government is essentially subsidizing not only the initial connection, but also the subsequent provision of cylinders. How has it worked out? Well, it's worked out like this, that initially the government, when it started to expand supply of LPG into the depths of India, one of the first things that it found was that there wasn't too much space available. What does that mean? That means that since we import LPG, making more consumers or people those who are in the poverty line, below poverty line area come in would mean that sort of raising the import of LPG. But that was obviously going to be a very costly exercise. So the government actually did something like an out-of-box solution. So what it said was that we will not raise the LPG import so much as encourage people who have extra cylinders or other non-using LPG connections to give those up. And surprisingly, that proved to be a very significant success. More than 1 crore connections were surrendered. So that created a headroom for the government to provide to people, those who needed it. Because these people the new consumers who came in needed it on 2 accounts, the subsidy. One was even to apply for the original connection, and second was on the refill. Now, while the connections, therefore, as we have said, it's gone up to about 9.59 crore beneficiaries, the big challenge has always remained that how to ensure that the cylinders reach the poor or those kind of areas. As you know, in a city, it's easy for the oil companies, basically IOC, BPCL and HPCL, to set up huge stores and service a large number of people from those stores. In the semi-rural or in the rural areas, you can't have such large stores. So there they have to actually create supply chains by using innovative things like bullock carts, camel carts.
So as per data, PM Ujjwala beneficiaries would, of course, as rightly said, that it's almost like 9.5 to 9.6 crore now. It would increase to 10.35 crores now, connections under the Ujjwala scheme. This is indeed a very welcome step by the present government, especially when we see the mitigation of health issues, especially of women folk, by having access to cleaner fuel. How do you see this?
Very significant, because if you look at it, of the total connections of LPG, and LPG is also used somewhat commercially, the data for March 2023, which is the latest figure, shows that there are about 31.4 crore active LPG customers in the domestic category, which means essentially that these are households. And when we say households, it's obvious, it's a no-brainer that most of it is essentially being handled because of the typical way household workers work on. Women do most of the cooking load. I'm not saying that's the right thing, but that is the way it is. Now, given that sort of a thing, whether she has access to LPG or whether she doesn't have access to LPG is a significant thing in determining how our health outcomes work on. And especially among the poorer people, these are the people coming under the PM Ujjwala scheme. These people, for them, the cost is not only for the first connection, which has been subsidized, but also the cost of the refills. And those refill costs, as you pointed out, now when that goes up, then what happens is the house tends to compromise. So they start using cow dung, firewood or coal more and more instead of using the cylinders. In a typical kitchen, you can imagine the effect of that smoke on the lungs and the eyes of these women. The health outcomes is obviously significant. And this has been pointed out by so many studies that Ujjwala has actually been a very major in which women's health outcomes have been improved in villages after villages across India, and that has been a substantial thing. So the extent reducing the price of LPG substantially keeps the good work going, and while it raises the government's fiscal pressure, it does substantially. The benefit is that the health outcomes become beneficial, and so therefore there's definitely a trade-off.
Indeed, the Ujjwala Yojana has been a game changer of sorts. Now, moving on to the next question, has this Rs 200 cut in prices been brought across the board, that is domestic as well as commercial connections?
The government notification says it's for all LPG. I would suspect that what will happen is for commercial, the government would sort of have a carve out saying it's not for entirely for the commercial thing, but that is something that they will be looking at. But for domestic, yes. The big point was whether it was not about domestic and commercial. The issue was that whether the LPG price cut would be for everybody or only be restricted to Ujjwala consumers. So that has been clarified that, basically that it's go for every sort of category of consumers.
Consumers have been getting subsidies as well for their LPG connections even earlier. Now, would they continue to get the same even now? And also the effect and the burden on the exchequer that it would entail?
Yes, the exchequer is, as I said, there's going to be an impact. It basically means that you now would be spending, or the central government would be spending about 6.5 for the subsidy. And for the entire year, that would be about 12,000 crore. So definitely that is an impact on the government finances. But as I said, buttressing that, or rather counterbalancing that, is the fact that the health outcomes, if those could be measured, would show good effect, and so the government would be able to recoup some of the cost by the lower spending on health especially on bronchial diseases and stuff.
This rate cut is indeed in line and consonance with many other schemes for women empowerment and their upliftment. This is indeed heartening. How do you see this? Very briefly, Mr. Bhattacharya.
It is something that will have critics and others, no doubt about it, because there are issues there about who's going to be paying for it, whether there's going to be leakages. Also the fact that to what extent could this have been counterbalanced by other things. Those issues would always be there. More or less keeping the LPG prices low. So there's also the issue that environmental questions do come up. But I would say that on almost all of these, especially even the environmental issues, I would say an LPG is a better idea than burning forests. So definitely it makes sense to push higher usage of LPG. Mm-hmm. In fact, if this means that many of the people who were not using LPG earlier or rather had abandoned it halfway after not using it after the first cylinder, mm-hmm. if they get to pick it up again, that will be wonderful news.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Bhattacharya, for having joined in and shared your wealth of information on the issue, on the topic. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
You were listening to a discussion on reduction of price of LPG cylinder by the government. The participants were Subhamay Bhattacharya, economic analyst, and Nishit Kumar, anchor. This program was produced and presented by the News Services Division of Akashvani. You can listen to it on our mobile app, News on AIR. This program is also available on our YouTube channel, News on AIR Official. You may share your feedback about this program through email at airnsvtalks@gmail.com or WhatsApp on 9289094044.